composition, and as Sven already said, the comps look incredibly strong that they have. A little bit surprising to me overall, to be honest, that they are doing this well, but have the experience and the kind of the veterancy to back themselves up in this case, and I'm super excited to see what they can do. Rels are definitely the star player on this roster, especially when we look at Friday. If we look at the open bracket, this man has made some insane plays. I don't know what it is that Europe feeds its holy priests, but Rels are definitely got like a big spoon of that breakfast.
Trying to think of like some classic dish known to the whole continent, but you guys would have to tell me that. But no, it's certainly a question. Maybe like a better tap water. I don't know. No, I mean, it's great to see them sort of find their stride again. And then, you know, Bikini Bottom Mafia, also a team that I don't know how much they expected even of themselves. You know, we spoke with VOIDGG heading into this weekend, Ben, that they're feeling really confident, and it seems like they're confident in beating StreamerZone.gg. How do you feel like that statement holds?
I mean, yeah, maybe they. I don't want to say they have nothing to lose, because they do. They're currently in the top 8 and have an opportunity to potentially make it into the top 3. So definitely something to lose, but I think they're in kind of an underdog position right now. Not necessarily against StreamerZone. So this should be a really interesting matchup. I think StreamerZone, I would be very curious to see if they do end up running the Feral Mage against some of the cleaves we've seen from Bikini Bottom Mafia. You know, if you have a Frost Mage and a Feral Druid, you can put out a lot of crowd control on those melee DPS, kind of isolate one target. So I think that will likely be the strategy we see from StreamerZone. On the flip side, though, I mean, Bikini Bottom Mafia, the amount of pressure they've been able to put out is really high. So if I was them, you know, it's good to feel confident, but I don't think this is going to be that easy of a matchup.
No, certainly not. I mean, you know, we are a little bit lucky. They are in the upper bracket, so they'll have a bit of a second chance. But Zico?
Yeah, you know, we actually did hear from the teams, you know, heading into this matchup. And both of them think they're going to win. So that's always nice. Borg said, our mentality is pretty strong. We're kind of confident we're going to beat Tony's team, and we'll end up facing JT, Elsewave, and them. So he already says, we're confident we're going to beat Tony's team, which is StreamerZone, and they're saying we will end up facing JT, Elsewave, and them, which basically says he also thinks that Echo is going to get knocked out against HOOLIBANG. And then the other thing was from Tony. Tony said, I mean, we will for sure win against Bikini Bottom Mafia if we get good prac, though. We have a lot of options that we haven't shown yet. So they're kind of alluding to, you know, like their period where maybe Tony, we saw him on Asta Rogue and things like that during the, you know, like the lava memes, his meme arc on Twitter. So yeah, I mean, it's true. They have diversified a little bit there as well. So what do you guys think about this?
I'm excited. I mean, Tony also said leading up to this weekend they were a little bit worried about facing Bikini Bottom Mafia because they're basically direct competitors in terms of the gauntlet standings, and they'd rather not see their direct competitors do well. So now they got a chance to pull ahead to really show that they are the better team and they earned that gauntlet spot compared to BBM. But hey, this is going to be a tough one. I think both teams are here to surprise us, and we're not going to go out in 3 games. This is going to be a full 5-game series.
Yeah, buckle in, everyone. We are here in the upper bracket. 2 new teams finding themselves up at the top here of the bracket. Bikini Bottom Mafia versus StreamerZone.gg.
Okay.
All right, let's see. We're going to see StreamerZone already leading here with their Jungle Cleave, and Bikini Bottom Mafia coming in here with their Munkin Rogue, actually.
Yeah, Hunters just are not a popular class right now, just to be frank. And the fact that Casu locks it in and they're playing this jungle, it's a bit of an oddball pick. Not for this team, though. When jungle is good, they make it look really good, and you can be explosive. Yesterday we saw, or 2 days ago, we saw Casu go for some massive one-shots on that Hunter. So that's going to be the main thing for me. Can Casu connect the damage? Tony's going to be looking to set him up. It gets met with an early kidney shot here by Nala. Full trap on Barug as they do manage to get some counter pressure on the Shams. He's going to trade out the Barkskin. A very fair trade early on as both teams are looking to get really aggressive here in the opener.
Yeah, no real big openings just yet in terms of defensive. Look at Casu on that Hunter. It's such a big strength here for Streamer Zone, being able to have that Hunter player right now shining here. He's getting the sniper shot here. Big damage is about to connect here onto Who. They actually get a Cyclone there onto Nala. A little bit of miscommunication maybe between Casu and Tony, but still decent pressure. Now Tony in a kidney shot will be taking a decent amount of damage. Gets Cyclone there by Shams. Shams looks like he wants to push in here, try to find some crowd control maybe onto Relza, but he does get stopped here in his tracks from the stuns. Big damage connecting here. Borug actually caught up in the trap. Casu looking for the rapid fire onto Shams, onto Nala now as well. Getting good pressure here, but still not able to force out any of those trinkets from Borug.
Oh, Casu just in the middle of the map, channeling at a sniper shot, trying to get some counter pressure, but it's going to be Tony who is in trouble. Full Cyclone now lands on Tony. Great control here for Bikini Bottom Mafia, as they are getting pressure on all 3 targets of Streamer Zone. Casu pushing forward, and you can see Nala right now in a mind control, great crowd control there by Relza, just trying to free up his team and allow them to push forward, but it hasn't been easy. Tony has been struggling to find the Cyclone so far in this match. If he's not stunned, he's Cyclone first, and he is just under so much pressure in this match. In the meantime, though, Casu's just one-shotting Shams, and anyone that Casu can just fire on is going to be taking a tremendous amount of damage. And I really feel like Bikini Bottom Mafia, they have to respect this damage, as Casu, if he's getting the sniper shot, aim shots, it's just going to be able to take someone down so quickly.
Yeah, and he just got one right there. Look at Shams ducking for cover behind the pillar there. Manages to get picked back up, and Tony actually landing a Cyclone there onto Nala as well. Casu looking like he wants to push in to get a trap. Nicely sniped there by Casu. Gets it in the backline there. And here comes the sniper shot. Here comes the damage. Who is it going to be sent on? It looks like it's going to be sent onto Shams there once again, but unfortunately Tony gets Cyclone, but they stun up Nala here. Looks like Nala could be a target for Casu now. Still going after Shams there in the backline. Tony looking for the Cyclone onto Borug. Finds it. This could be a swap to Nala. Needs to be careful here. Does trade out the Cloak of Shadows, and he has that physical damage immunity with the Cloak of Shadows here in this matchup.
Oh, Shams and a stun though. Big aim shots coming in. Tony gets caught into a kidney shot, and they have been really annoying to Casu. They're making sure he's always disarmed, and if he's not disarmed, they're moving in and getting stuns on him. So kind of struggling here. It looks like a full stun lock will come in as Casu gets rotted down, but with no crowd control whatsoever on Relza. He does get Solar Beam there, so interrupted on the cast. That's the kind of crowd control that they need. Relza's going to pre-immune any incoming crowd control by going into the Angel form and just throwing in heals onto Tony, allowing him to remain aggressive in the match. A full trap here onto Borug, and Nala could be in trouble. He gets caught into the chastise. Big aim shots. This is the power infusion. Sniper shot comes in. This cast is going on a solo mission here onto Shams, and there's pressure at multiple points, but anytime Casu's overly threatening, Nala just rolls over. He dismantles him. He cheap shots him, and I think Nala's been doing a really good job keeping Casu under control.
Yeah, and that's the thing, as dampening moves up as well, these situations, if Casu can get his damage off, it's going to really stick to his targets. And so far, they're doing a good job still on the side of Streamer Zone, getting the traps here, even though Borug is kind of huddled up at the pillar. But here comes another setup onto Casu. Nala's there with the kidney shot. Big damage to it potentially here. But no, Tony is there to back up his Hunter with a nice stun into a Cyclone. Scatter shot there onto Shams to shut down his Cyclone onto Tony. And then a steel trap, I presume, there onto Nala. Casu making some distance and getting ready here to once again load up the damage.
Here we go. Tony in a Cyclone. Casu in midfield. Relza has just been playing this game so passively, just playing really far away from the match. He does not want to have to deal with any kind of Cyclones, any kind of stun locks from Nala. Really wants to force him to kind of overextend. So he's going for pure pressure. And you can see mana is heavily in favor of Relza right now. Shams in trouble though. Might have to retreat back to the pillars. Tony's all over him. Fakes out a cast, gets precognition, and lands a full Cyclone. Scatter on Nala with a full trap on Borug. So just crowd control all over the place right now for these teams. But I like this strategy that Streamer Zone is implementing. They're basically allowing Tony to push in and soak up all of the damage, all of the pressure. And you just have the Hunter and Relza sitting back entirely, but they need to be careful. Tony in bear form, that should be enough for him to survive. He fakes an interrupt once again. Nicely done there by Shams. Tony needs to be landing these interrupts if he wants to maintain the pressure. These Cyclones are really denying Streamer Zone in their offensive moments.
Oh, beautiful trap snipe there onto Borug, followed up with a stun. They're going after Nala here. Tony with the rake stun there onto Nala. Forces out the Guardian there, but it might even be more. Still a lot of pressure coming in there. Nice silence onto Shams, shutting him down there for a second. And as soon as they're putting too much attention onto Tony, look what Casu's doing in the back line with the power infusion, forcing out so many cooldowns here, getting the trinket there off Shams, getting the bark skin. Here comes the incarnation though for Shams. They're looking at Casu. What is Relza going to do here? He could grip him back. They disarm Casu, looking for the damage. Casu sitting through a Cyclone, actually trinketing the Cyclone. Very aggressive move there. Might want to save it for a stun later on, but no, he just wants to keep up the pressure. Here comes the sniper shot. Here comes the damage. He doesn't get it. Unfortunately, Shams manages to avoid that one, and it is going to be, once again, Bikini Bottom Mafia back at the pillar here, just trying to buy some time, and Borug's mana and Relza's mana has equalized quite a bit here, actually, as well.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Cyclone now and Tony. Casu could be in trouble. Shams is pushing forward for the first time in this game, looking for some crowd control here on Relza. He does manage to find it, the bash into the Cyclone. Can Tony survive? He gets a full stun here, and Shams may have stayed in the open for a little too long. Going down to 2% health. Borug manages to get into Void Shift, swapping his health. But that was a really close call, and you could tell that's why Shams is a bit, hesitant of pushing in and trying to find crowd control, as Casu's going to shut that down real quick.
Yeah, he's getting the mage experience right now. Like, this is what happens anytime I'm on my mage as well, and there's a hunter in the game. But right now, Tony, ooh, a little bit of a bait there. They cheap shot him, pretend to go on him, and then cyclone him because he was in bear form, going after Casu here instead. Relza's in a kidney shot. Do they have follow-up? There's the blind. Nala could sap this as well if he wants to. I think he's going to try. There it is. Full sap coming out here onto Relza. Tony could be in a lot of trouble. Relza actually sitting through this entire CC chain, holding onto his trinket. They get a DR cyclone there onto Relza as well, and they beam Tony as well.
Oh!
And that is going to be so much pressure here onto Tony. Relza has a lot of catch up to do. Turtle being forced here on Casu. I don't know if Relza should have sat through that CC chain. It's just endless. They finally do shut down the cyclone here from Chance, and it looks like Relza is going to be able to pick up his team once again. Borug, though, low on mana. He needs to be very careful with that as well. Maybe try to look for a drink, but I don't think he's going to be able to. Relza now in angel form. Divine Hymn, spam healing Tony. Tony almost going down there, and now Casu as well taking so much damage. Really a lot of pressure coming in here from the Bikini Bottom Mafia.
Yeah, definitely. Casu coming in with rapid fires into a sniper shot. Shams could easily fall. Borug trying to heal through it right now. Flash heal after flash heal, but it's such an overwhelming amount of pressure at 41% dampening. Full cheap shot lands on Relza. Shams is going for it. He gets interrupted on the Cyclone. Casu's, though, stunned. There's the voice shift. Relza doing what he can to keep his team in the game. A full Cyclone on Casu. They make a swap onto Tony. He has cooldowns to answer, though. It's going to be the Heart of the Wild and the Bark Skin, but he's just trapped in bear form right now. They need to get crowd control onto Borug. They do. The full trap lands. Tony looking for a Cyclone, and that's going to be immediately trinketed. Bikini Bottom Mafia, they realize they have so much pressure right now, but they need to be careful. Nala also under fire. This is really coming down to the wire between these two teams. A full Cyclone lands, and I think that's it. I think Streamer Zone's going to be able to do it. Cloak of Shadows, just such a massive defensive here for Nala. Can he hold on a little bit more? There's the cheap death. He just needs to survive. Disarming Casu into a full kidney shot. Somehow, Nala stays alive and continues the fight. What a close call.
Yeah, now Reza sitting through crowd control. He gets fully blinded into a gouge. They're trying to close it out here on the side of Bikini Bottom Mafia, but there's a beautiful chastise onto Nala. Here comes the damage. Rapid fire. They fear the vanish of Nala here. He's going to be taken out here in a moment, and Tony sees him. Casu sees him. They're going behind the pillar here, trying to take him down. The Death Chakrams are bouncing onto Nala here behind the pillar as he tries to stay alive. Casu trinketing in offensively just to get that last bit of damage off. The dismantle comes out onto Casu. Meanwhile, Champs is in shambles here behind the pillar with Tony. Nala now as well taking a lot of damage. Tony could fall as well, though. Relza's in a full cyclone. Casu tries to get the damage off, but he gets chastised. Nala and Champs pushing for the win. Can they do it? Tony, I think, will survive, and instead, it could be Champs. This could be a triple kill right now. I don't know who's going to be able to take this one. Tony on 1% HP. What? Tony falls. Nala on 1% HP. Hooks back to the pillar. Can he stay alive right now? The pets are on him. Relza on one side. Casu's on another side. They get the kidney shot there onto Casu, slowing him down into the cyclone, and I think that should buy them enough time. Relza actually ducks into angel form to mass dispel it because it doesn't cost any mana when you are in that angel form, but still, Casu, how is he going to be able to close this one out? They're all at the pillar, just stacked up. Nala has vanish. He has evasion. I don't think he's going to die. They have the cooldowns, and do they have the damage? Relza trinkets out of a kidney. Guardian Angel comes out. There's the full trap onto Borug, and nobody is dying on the side of Bikini Bottom Mafia, and at 54% dampening, they will take game number 1.
I mean, that's as close as it gets. A little too close for comfort, if you ask me. But I think Bikini Bottom Mafia, they're going to be happy that they managed to pull off that one. At one point, both the Rogue and the Druid were like sub 10% health. So this is where Nala is just dancing with death in this game. Somehow Barug manages to keep him alive. So he gets feared out on his Vanish. This is a crazy sequence of events. Gets feared out on his Vanish. Cassie tries to push forward here to take him down, but a pillar is the biggest enemy of a marksmanship hunter. He goes in for the rapid fire. He gets gouged on his trinket immediately. So great defensive plays here by Nala. And he kind of realizes, okay, I need to go in and peel. If I don't help Shams, he's going to go down. So he has to risk it. Get the stuns on Tony. You can see Shams down to 10% health. Nala's down to like 20% health. And Baruch somehow manages to keep them afloat. He's in crowd control right now. He gets out of the fear, the 2-second fear with the Will of the Forsaken. So that racial paying dividends in this matchup. And I think it's the only reason why they managed to stay alive. So having that racial available during that moment is just enough of a break for him to keep Nala and Shams in the fight. And they're able to eventually take down Tony.
Whew, what a game. This is only game number 1 in this series. That was definitely a spicy way to start off the day. And I completely agree with you. The racial being super clutch. But also, I mean, look at this clone here for Shams. How does he get this clone? They get a stun onto Tony. He just casts it. Oh, they got a stun there onto Relza as well. And the fact that Shams on such low HP just decides to just send it. I mean, most druids, when they're like sub 20%, they're just camping it out in bear form, not even thinking about doing anything offensive, you know? But Shams, he knows we have to win right now or Castro is going to blast us. And he gets the Cyclone, they get the CC chain, they get the beam as well, and they're able to take the win. But I don't know, man. If we see this matchup again, like, do you think Bikini Bottom Mafia takes it again? Or what do you think about how did this game look like?
I mean, it's hard to say. I feel like I like the strategy Streamer Zone had, where they're kind of just playing in the open field. But it just seemed like eventually Shams and Nala were feeling confident enough to push forward. You know, they were losing on mana, so they kind of had to make a play. But when dampening's so high, I think one of the scariest cooldowns in the game is going to be that incarnation from the Balance Druid. When that's available and dampening, it just lasts for such a long time. It's a massive momentum swing. So you need to be really careful because it's so easy to fall behind during those moments. But I think at the end of that game, I got to give like MVP to Nala. Like the way he kind of went to the pillar, which is what you want to obviously do, but then throwing in really clutch cheap shots into an immediate gouge on the trinket, having the presence of mind to realize, okay, my druid's also in trouble. I need to just go in, even though I'm 10% health, gets the full stuns. Like he did his job really well there at the end of that match.
Yeah, Nala definitely showing what he can do there on that Outlaw Rogue. And honestly, Borug as well. I've been really impressed with Borug. He started out, you know, a long time ago as a Holy Paladin main, and now he's flexing on multiple healers and keeping up with Relza in that really long dampening game. It's not an easy thing to do, you know. Relza have been one of the top priests in Europe for a really long time. So Bikini Bottom Mafia definitely looking like a solid team. They got a lot of options compositionally. They got a lot of healer picks that they can play, and it seems like a really solid team right now. But Streamer Zone also with a couple of tricks of their own. Tony did say they have variety. I mean, I feel like I wouldn't put it against Tony to lock in an Asa Rogue. Maybe not in this matchup, but like I swear, at some point, I feel like if they lose this game, I wouldn't put it past Tony to lock in some kind of Asa Rogue comp. But in this game, he's gonna stay on the Feral Druid, Streamer Zone, locking in the exact same thing here. And honestly, that first game could have gone either way. So personally, I like that.
Interesting. Okay. Well, they're not going to be locking in P-Make. So feeling confident. Tony says they got a bunch of variety, but they're just going jungle all the way, which is like, I feel like very typical for this roster. So we'll see. I mean, that game was really, really close. I feel like if it had gone a little bit more in their favor, like honestly, I feel like if Casu didn't like push in, I like basically my favorite thing I see Marks Hunters do is they don't overcommit on one target. They're basically like a turret. You ever played like turret defense?
Yeah.
You know, like they just need to sit in the middle of the map and just turret on literally anything they can. I think the big mistake Streamer Zone made was try to get too aggressive there at the end of the match. And it's kind of a trap, like running into the pillar against a rogue who has multiple stuns. He's got gouge, he's got dismantle. it's a really difficult thing to do. And if he had kind of just stayed planted and just went after Shams, I think the game would have looked entirely different. So maybe that's what they'll opt to do, because I do think it was their game to lose there at the end of that one.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. Just playing the Marksman Hunter a bit more like a turret. And if you make any mistake, you know, at the end when dampening is that high, it's definitely going to cost you. But still early on in this upper bracket series here between the Bikini Bottom Mafia and Streamer Zone, and we got Kasu here once again on the Hunter. I wonder if they changed any like talents, or they changed anything, or if they're just talking strats, trying to clean it up a little bit, and then running it in. We'll see here. The gates are about to open on Tolvir Arena. Let's see if Nala can get an opener. Looking for maybe a sap. Looks like Kasu is going to be in camo. Tony is going to be in stealth, of course. Relza sitting back at the pillar, just kind of waiting for the enemy rogue / druid to pop out. I wonder actually who is going to open first when it's like this. It's kind of a stalemate. I guess Kasu's camo will end eventually, and they will find him. Oh, that was so close! What? That was insane. Wait, did he see him? He's casting a sniper shot on something. All right, they found the boomkin. Here comes the setup. Did they get the trap? They don't get the trap, and Tony's gonna get stopped here, and instead it's gonna be Bikini Bottom Mafia here who gets the opener.
Yeah, not too bad. Tony gets the double stun, but immediately caught into the bash. Shams right now getting aggressive with the power infusion. Relza responds immediately. He's going to be going into that angel form and just throwing out as many heals as possible. Barug as well. Here comes the Divine Hymn, but massive damage from Kasu. This is all of his offensive cooldown, so his damage is fully loaded up and ready to go, and he's just killing Shams and Nala through the infinite healing that Barug has available. Just so much damage incoming. It looks like they have weathered the storm. Bikini Bottom Mafia, they are going to be retreating to the pillar, and like I said, the pillar is the enemy of the marksmanship hunter. They never really wants to push into the pillar, wants the open field to just be a sniper, essentially. And if they do stay in the open for too long, that's where Kasu is really going to shine. But anytime that Bikini Bottom Mafia wants to, they can retreat to the pillar and likely recover.
Yeah, and finally Kasu out of that disarm. Here comes the damage. Nala immediately realizing the trouble he's in, hooks back to the pillar. Tony just sitting here getting out some bleeds. And Kasu's pushing in here at the pillar. He's looking for the trap. Actually, it was a steel trap. No way. Nala eats it there. That was a really tough trap to land, though. There was 3 people all stacked on each other. And Kasu, I think at this point, should just pull back out in open field. Doesn't want to get caught behind that pillar. They blind Relza on the side of Bikini Bottom Mafia, looking to make a go here onto Kasu. He gets a sniper shot. Kasu is very deadly right now. And Kasu is going to just duck back there. Did they actually have to trade anything? It doesn't look like it. Just the pressure from the sniper shot forcing Bikini Bottom Mafia back to the beach.
Kasu still getting a little bit of damage here onto Shams, who's just going to be line of sighting. Now it gets a re-stealth, so that's nice. Ended up getting a re-stealth. I don't know. Yeah, it didn't burn any cooldowns to get that, so it gets a free re-stealth. We'll be moving forward. Sniper shot does land, though. Tony now into a cheap shot. Shams just so afraid in this match, and you really can't blame him. It's just such a huge open field. The extra range that hunters get from sniper shot is just absolutely deadly, and having to go after the Pharaoh Druid with no crowd control on Relza is a difficult thing to do. I think for Bikini Bottom Mafia in that last game, to me, it felt like they were losing most of the time until dampening. Like, Incarnation and dampening is just so incredibly threatening. So I think Bikini Bottom Mafia, their goal here is to just try to stay alive, and then when they can just completely overwhelm Relza and dampening, that's when they can make a big push.
Yeah, so right now you just want to make it to dampening without falling too far behind, but they can't just sit at the pillar and do nothing. They got to continue to do these goals, and I really like when they do that. Just go in, stun Kasu, send a little bit of damage on him, disarm him, run back to the pillar, because that is one way for them to kind of mitigate a lot of those scary moments, and we see it there. There's the disarm onto Kasu, and when that disarm fades, Nana most likely going to be trying to head back to the pillar, but he does get stunned here by Relza, and he's going to go ahead and vanish, blind Relza in stealth, and then go for a stun lock here onto Tony. They get a nice low cyclone there onto Tony. Tony actually trinketing out of that one. They get a kidney shot onto Kasu. Big damage here, and now they clone Kasu going after Tony, and I think Kasu actually also trinkets there, so this is Bikini Bottom Mafia just playing kind of defensive, but still forcing out 2 trinkets. If Nala can just make it out of here scot-free, it's going to be a really decent situation for them. But Nala forced to trade out his Cloak of Shadows right there at the very end of that exchange. Apotheosis is active for Borug, so he should be able to get some heals out here for his team and make sure that they are all at full HP. So it's still a decent exchange, but it didn't come for free. They had to trade out the cloak.
Yeah, Relza. I mean, Relza has not had to take really any kind of risks in this game so far. He's been able to just sit back, and Bikini Bottom Mafia, they're absolutely pinned at the pillar. The damage this Hunter is doing is really high in this match. Now into a Cyclone. Tony looking like he wants to get a stun, but Shams lands it first. Now Tony could be in trouble. Casu gets caught into a Chastise. Brugge trying to just slow down some of that incoming damage to make a swap now onto Casu. Relza has a lot of work to do here, a lot of catch-up. I think he's going to be able to do it, though. See if he can. And Tony does get interrupted, trying to opt to use this pillar as well. Slow down Shams, and once again, EBM is forced back to the pillar to just try to recover. Brugge is burning through a lot of mana, but that mana advantage evened out in the late game, so I'm curious to see if that ends up happening again, or what exactly Relza is going to do to secure that mana advantage. A full trap now lands onto Brugge. Full Cyclone here onto Shams. Great control, but Nala takes basically no damage in that 3 versus 1, and it's going to be Casu now under fire.
Yeah, Casu sitting through that Moonkin disarm here, but now finally here comes the damage. Rapid fire. He's got the power infusion. The aim shots coming out here. He's going after Nala. Nala hooks back to the pillar, and it's going to be some rapid fires coming in here onto Shams as well as Casu continues to tear in here with the damage. Nice counter shot there onto Borg as well. Shams gets stunned in Casu's line. Huge damage with the sniper shot connecting there, and that was Shams actually his. I think he's playing the Battle Master trinket, or like the Gladiator's emblem. I think he actually did pop it there as well in that exchange. I think I saw it fade, but Shams now with the power infusion looking to make his own push potentially. Casu in a Cyclone, does have his trinket back, gets chastised, taking a lot of damage here just from this Moonkin Holy Priest at the pillar, while Tony's going for a re-stealth. There's a rake stun onto Nala as well as to Shams, but Tony caught up in the chastise into a full fear, and now they're making a push here onto Casu, but Casu not a whole lot of a push there. Instead they're going to swap to Tony. He gets feared in the opposite direction. Felt like a bit safer option going after Tony there and not committing to being out in the open. So they do get Tony's trinket here as well, and Tony's still not out of the woods yet. Guardian coming out for Relza, but manages to pick Tony back up.
Yeah, Relza, in the meantime, managed to sit down for a big drink, so securing that mana lead even more in the late game. 32% dampening. Shams is kind of just going for it right now. Incarnation not going to be available for another 40 seconds, so I don't know if this is the moment. Tony gets a full Cyclone on Shams, and now trying to punish Nala. Big aim shots coming in. Casu looking to get the damage rolling with a full blind on Relza. Now a Cyclone on Casu. Great control here by Bikini Bottom Mafia, and they realize they're losing this game. They need to make a push, and this is about the same moment in the last game where they were able to just overwhelm Streamer Zone. I really want to see Streamer Zone create more space if they can. Casu's just getting destroyed in the middle of the map. Sniper shot incoming, but he gets disarmed. Great job there by Shams, picking up that PvP talent and just really slowing down the offense of Casu. This is just great control here by Bikini Bottom Mafia. Casu could fall. Relza's got the trinket. Is he going to use the aspect of the turtle? Does trade. Now they're going after Tony. Tony could easily die. Relza forced to trade out his trinket, and he has so much work ahead of him. Relza going into angel form, just bombing in the flash heal. Flash heal after flash heal. Somehow, Streamer Zone, they stay alive despite such a scary situation. Are they just going to be completely overwhelmed, or can they turn the tide?
Yeah, Relza, though, they're looking to swap to him here potentially. No, they're going to kidney shot him for crowd control. Nice scatter shot there onto Shams. Borg pushing in, gets the double fear, or gets the fear onto Relza, and that is going to be it. Casu is going to get dropped. Really nice chain there. Just a lot of pressure from that moment. And honestly, Relza, he did what he could in that situation, but there's no saving that. They just fell too far behind. Borg, very like last 1% of mana. When that game ended, but now Bikini Bottom Mafia up 2 games here in the series.
I mean, it's kind of hard to believe. Like, it's not hard to believe that they won, but it just, the game does not look good, and then it's like they flip a switch. It's just like they decide, okay, it's 32% dampening. This is the moment. Like, I don't know what it is, like what math they're doing, but they just like collectively decide not to be at the pillar anymore and just completely overwhelm Streamer Zone. Like, you know what I mean? They're doing setups on Casu, then cloning Casu, then going after Tony. Like, look at this really awkward moment here for Relza where Casu's at 10% health. Tony almost dies. Okay, Relza has to basically panic completely to keep him alive. Gets the full Divine Him off, but Tony's still low. Casu's now dismantled. Like, everyone is being controlled. Everyone is just rotting down. Shams goes into a full stun, but trinkets out, gets the full Cyclone, not allowing Relza to recover. He goes into a gouge, into a kidney shot. Shams is there for a Cyclone. Baruch's there for a fear. it's like Bikini Bottom Mafia. They're just a perfectly well-oiled machine. They just did such a good job here during these final moments, just getting control of everyone. And that's what makes like a good Outlaw Rogue Moonkin. It's just a nightmare because they, you know, if they're not killing you, they're cycloning you. And as the healer, you're having to deal with Kidney Shot and Gouge and Root Solar Beam and basically all these different crowd controls coming your way. And it becomes really, really difficult to recover.
Yeah, Bikini Bottom Mafia definitely packing sunscreen here on Tolveron Arena. And I think a lot of it is Shams, honestly. Like, I feel like Shams, he's landing these Cyclones. He did it, you know, in that last game as well. Getting those Cyclones in these very, like, crucial moments is just so good. And also, Borug here in this moment. So Shams trinkets out. He gets a Cyclone onto Tony. Before that, he had a Cyclone onto Relza, which he trinketed. Then here, he instantly moves back into Cyclone Relza. And if he doesn't do this, well, Borug is going to be there alone. And he's going to get scattered. And then Relza could fear Borug. But because Shams is there, either you stop Shams Cyclone or you stop Borug Sphere. Either way, it's checkmate for Casu. He can't stop both of them, and he's going to go down if that CC lands. So really clean stuff here from BBM. Now they're up 2-0 in the series, and I completely agree with you. Those late dampening Incarns, they just completely push them over when that happens.
So much haste. So, like, Cyclone... Having to kick Cyclone is like, it gives me anxiety, honestly. And it was possible, like, I don't know, it was possible that Casu could have maybe interrupted some of those Cyclones. He did have his interrupt available, but I definitely feel for him there. There's just such a fast cast, and it's a mind game where if he fakes you, he's going to get precog, and that's an absolute nightmare to deal with. It's just, it's definitely difficult. I really want to see Streamer Zones bring in P-Make. That's what I want. I really want to see, I want to see the Feral Mage Priest. There's got to be a reason why they're not locking it in, but it just seems like the Hunter is so vulnerable. I really like the strategy that Streamer Zone has in these games, but later on in the game, they're just getting completely overwhelmed, and I don't know if they're going to be able to really fix that.
Just lock it in as RMP, dude. Send it.
I want Feral Mage. Good. It's like it became a really popular composition. Nobody plays it in tournaments, but on the ladder, I mean, it became such a popular composition. Everyone said it was so amazing, and they've had success with it. I mean, they played it, but maybe they don't like it for this particular matchup. I think it could do okay, though. You have so much crowd control with Cyclone and Polymorph.
It's possible, and I mean, at this point, what do you have to lose, right? You're already down 0-2, and you're in the upper bracket anyway, so... You know, if you like that game number 1 looked super close, but game number 2 honestly felt like Bikini Bottom Mafia got better in the matchup. And I think game number 3 is just going to be a complete stomp if we see the same 2 comps locked in here with the Hunter, because it feels like Bikini Bottom Mafia has just gotten more and more used to kind of like the damage that they're taking, when to push in. They just look a little bit more... like comfortable, I guess. In the first game, there was a lot of chaos. You know, they didn't know when they could leave the pillar, when they had to stay. But in the second game, I felt like they cleaned that up a lot. So I feel like the kind of surprise factor is a little bit gone for Streamer Zone GG, and they agree. So they are going to lock in jungle, but this time they're swapping the Hunter spec over to BM.
Yeah, and this is... I like it, because to me... It feels like Streamer Zone, they have a lot of pressure with the jungle creep, right? Like, it seems really strong. The problem is, anytime Bikini Bottom Mafia wants to, they just run to a pillar. Like, the big problems for Casu's offense is pillar, which literally blocks all of the damage, so you can't really do as much. The other problem is, when they're making these offensive pushes, Casu's having to deal with cheap shot again, gouge, dismantle, and then as soon as he gets out of that, maybe he's into a Cyclone. If he's not Cycloned, he starts channeling a sniper shot, then Shams disarms him. Like, you know, he's playing the Fairy Swarm. So they have multiple disarms, stuns, gouges, Cyclone to just really deny Casu as he's trying to sit there and load up his sniper shots, you know? If it does land, it's great. But unfortunately, Bikini Bottom Mafia, they're doing a really good job just crowd controlling him. But I think it's a lot more difficult to shut down the damage of a Beast Mastery Hunter. So I like this change. If you're not going to bring in the Mage, switch up the Hunter specialization, and I really do think that this could work.
Yeah, I like it a lot. BM Hunter, you know, it's like my boy PS here always says. BM Hunter is like a dot. It's just a permanent dot on you. You just have a pet on you, and it's not going anywhere. And eventually, either you've won before the pet kills you or the pet will kill you. So we'll see if that is going to be enough here for Streamer Zone. But I feel like Bikini Bottom Mafia, they will adapt to this. You know, they're probably just gonna go after or like stay in a lot more, because the Hunter, like, yeah, they stop it a lot, but when they don't have those stops, they're basically pinned at the pillar. And I don't think we're gonna see that type of gameplay here. I think it's gonna be a lot more aggression coming out from Streamer Zone, trying to you know, accelerate the pace of the game before that pet dot kills them.
All right, let's see what they can do. The Beast Mastery Hunter going to be providing a lot more consistent damage in this matchup, but it makes me wonder if Bikini Bottom Mafia won't even use the pillar now. Like, now they'll feel more confident because there's not that like threat of the one shot from the Marks Hunter. Like, maybe they just play a lot more aggressive and in Streamer Zone.gg's face for this one. But one thing's for sure, Bikini Bottom Mafia is looking good. They're up 2-0, one away from sending Streamer Zone.gg down to the lower bracket. And there's some very powerful teams in the lower bracket, including Echo. So that's definitely not the place you want to be, especially because these two teams are basically in direct competition. They're in the same spot to kind of break out into that top 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these teams, 3 points actually separating Bikini Bottom Mafia and Streamer Zone right now. So whoever wins this is going to start pulling ahead a little bit in the standings. And for them, it's super important to avoid each other in that gauntlet. Because they are both such scary teams. But right now, a full trap here actually gets eaten by Shams. So not a great opener here for Streamer Zone in game number 3. Relza in Angel form, spamming out the Divine Hymn, spamming out some heals. And meanwhile, Shams just playing defense, gets a Cyclone onto Tony, gets Master Spelled by Relza. Tony did trade out his Incarn and his Bark Skin there, getting very aggressive. Shams actually now trading out his Bark Skin, Borug in Angel form, spamming out the heal. So I feel like Bikini Bottom Mafia is like one setup ahead right now. With the way things are going, but they do shut down the Cyclone there. Instead, it's going to be a blind onto Relza out of that kidney. They do shut down the Sap there as well by stunning Nala. Didn't really want to trinket offensively to go for the Sap there. And instead, he's just going to sit here at the pillar while Borug is sitting through some CC. But meanwhile, Streamer Zone swapping their pressure over onto Shams. And I got to say, so far, this BM Hunter is looking a lot better than the MM.
Yeah, so far, so good here for Streamer Zone. Can they reverse it? Tony's going to be put into a full kidney shot, but he's going to continue to push the pace. And sitting back at the pillar isn't going to be nearly as effective. Tony's going to be able to bleed up multiple targets. However, Kasu's taking quite a bit of damage right now. Does manage to get the Feign Death off out of the stun lock into a Cyclone. So he's just going to get slowed down. They're likely going to be going after Tony. Nolly gets caught into a stun. He just trinkets. So wanted to get aggressive here with his Adrenaline Rush. Trinketing out, getting a full kidney shot now into Relza. Is that going to be followed up? We'll have to wait and see. Can they? It doesn't look like they do. So Relza should be able to recover here. And we need to be careful. Nala may have overstayed his welcome here in the open, but looks like he's feeling confident to continue to make this push. He's getting the stun locks out, going after Tony. Now he's in a full Cyclone as they make a swap here over onto Kasu. And this is exactly what you want to do if you are that Outlaw Rogue Moonkin. Swap targets, Cyclone the target that's low, and just creates so much chaos in the match.
Yeah, and it's just going really well so far for Nala here. He's keeping up a lot of damage, getting the stuns. He's got his blind back in a couple of seconds here as well. They can do a go with that. Unfortunately, both Kasu and Tony have trinkets, but if they can get somebody low and then send a blind, it could definitely be a win condition here. It looks like they're setting up for it right now. There's the kidney shot into the full blind. They're going after Kasu. This is looking pretty clean. Nala is there for the sap as well. He could easily sap that. No, Relza did break out somehow. I think something broke that, but he goes for the gouge instead. And they did get the turtle from Kasu. They did get the bark skin from Tony, so not a bad setup. Still more pressure here onto Tony. Finally, Chastise Stun comes in onto Nala, slowing down some of that pressure. Finally, a trap landing here onto Borug, and now the pressure is turning onto Shams, but at the same time, Relza in Angel form, spamming out the heals onto Kasu, keeping him alive. They force out the Guardian from Borug, so pressure here from both sides. Now Borug in Angel form as well, spamming out the heals here, trying to keep Bikini Bottom Mafia aggressive.
Yeah, really nice. Farouk just going to be throwing in those heals. Once again, they're just a unit at the pillar. Nala's going to push in, but Rels is just under no crowd control, no threat of crowd control whatsoever. They're just waiting for dampening. And this happened in game number 1. It happened in game number 2, where Rels is basically just doing whatever he wants for the first, 5 minutes of the game. And then all of a sudden, he gets completely swarmed by crowd control. So I do wonder if Bikini Bottom Mafia is going to do the exact same thing. That second incarnation is going to be coming up here shortly for Shams, or maybe the third incarnation is going to be coming up here shortly for Shams. So once that's available, with about 30 seconds left, they might just decide to push. And I get the crowd control on Relza once again and try to just completely overwhelm Streamer Zone.
Yeah, and
there it
right
is.
Now, Shams, yeah. Cyclone, though, onto Shams. It looks like they're going to be able to slow it down here for just a tiny bit. Casu now in a full cheap shot. There's a grip coming out from Relza. He has the Apotheosis active here as well, spamming out some heals. And Nala dropping to 50% HP. Not going to be feeling too much of that pressure. Tries to eat the trap. Did he actually eat the trap there? That was insane. He hooked over there and manages to get it. Actually, really, really important moment there because Borg had no trinket. Nala really didn't have much defensively. So that's definitely helping them out defensively. And now they're getting aggressive here. Full kidney onto Relza. Do they have the blind? They do have the blind. And look at Nala. He's trying to re-stealth with that. He does get the re-stealth, but something broke it again, the blind there onto Relza. He had a full sap out of that, but meanwhile, Shams is not exactly killing anything. It's actually the opposite here. It's just rotting down to the damage from Tony and those pets. And mana so far heavily in favor of Relza this time around in Angel form. Still spamming out the heals. Caster's in a kidney shot though. A lot of damage here. Shams looking like he wants to push in for the Cyclone. Cyclone's Caster there. Now wants to swap it over to Relza. Gets it. Nicely done there by Shams, but at the same time he's pushing into the middle of the map. Guardian Spirit comes out onto Shams. Divine Hymn being casted out here for Borg as well. Shams should be able to stabilize here with that Guardian Angel boost here, healing a lot, but still needs to try to find some offense here. Doesn't have the root beam, doesn't have Cyclones, doesn't really have too much to work with. He gets a precog. There's a Cyclone now onto Tony. Shams gets gripped back to the pillar, and it looks like they want to get aggressive here. Once again onto Casu. Does he have a beam here for the cast in the backline for Relza? Relza's trying to fake cast that Moonkin interrupt. They get the low Cyclone onto Casu, and now they're pushing in here for the win, Van.
Yeah, they are. Let's see if they can do it. Cyclone goes out onto Casu, but it looks like Relza is able to avoid the crowd control to make a swap now on Tony, and they're just completely overwhelming once again. And they do it. I mean, Relza is just back at the pillar. He's going for some heals. They need to find some crowd control. Nala likely going to try to initiate it right now. Gets a full stun here onto Casu. Cyclone now being cast here onto Relza. A counter Cyclone on Nala. So really back and forth between these two teams. Baruch's just going to shut down Tony with a fear of his own. That Psychic Scream. Full trap on Baruch. So Streamer Zone trying to punish this push a little bit more and keep the pressure onto Shams, who is in a little bit of trouble. He's got the renewal, and he does have the Heart of the Wild if he needs it. Baruch, though, with no trinket available, isn't going to be able to have access to that Void Shift if he does go into crowd control. So there is an opportunity here for Streamer Zone.
Nice fake there by Shams, actually. Went for the 0.1 fake there on Casu's interrupt. Completed reading him. Gets the precog, but now it's going to be Borg here in a trap. Nala tries to eat it, but not able to find it. And unfortunately, Shams is cycloned right now. They do get a cyclone onto Borg here. They're going to go after Nala. Huge damage there, but Nala does have a vanish. He trades it out, and I think that should be enough to keep him alive here as he does push back in, looking to get aggressive. Gets a sheep shot onto Relza and Tony. Looking for the damage here onto Tony. Relza ducking into Angel mode, spamming out the heals, but Tony gets cycloned, so Relza can't really top him with that Angel, and Shams looking for the Cyclone, but Tony is faster. Actually, they both got that Cyclone, but Relza is in Angel form. Master spells it, and it's because I think Tony actually had the Power Infusion. Nala could be in trouble here. They do get a full Cyclone onto Baruch. He's got no trinket. I think that they trapped into that. It looked like they overlapped Scatter and Cyclone and then trapped into the Cyclone there. So botched go here for Streamer Zone, and that's going to give Bikini Bottom Mafia here an opportunity to potentially recover and get aggressive.
Yeah, full Cyclone now onto Tony. Nala's going for a push, but with no crowd control on Relza, I don't know if they're going to be able to take him down. They're trying to overwhelm. It's about 40% dampening, but it's going to be Shams in the most trouble. A full bash now onto Baruch. He has Trinket and the Void Shift if he needs it. Likely going to be the trade if Shams gets too low. In the meantime, though, stun on Relza, stun on Casu. Nala doing a great job getting some pressure here onto Tony, but Tony is unafraid, and he continues to make a push, but he's just getting one shot by Shams. Unbelievable the amount of damage that Tony is taking. Relza just cannot heal through it. Both priests have their Void Shift. They're powerful defensive. Relza trades his first to keep Tony alive, but they are still just rotting down. The pressure here is immense, but Shams might just fall. Baruch, he does not have a trinket. In Streamer Zone, they manage to keep the pace in the late game. The Beast Mastery Hunter looked a lot better. It wasn't as easy for them to shut down his damage, and Streamer Zone, they put a point on the board.
There it is, Streamer Zone finding their groove right now here in game number 3. I want to say the first half of that game really didn't look that good for them, but they started getting a little bit overconfident, I think, on the Bikini Bottom Mafia. And I think a lot of it is honestly Borg pushed in actually right before this. He had to trade out his trinket about a minute ago because he pushed in looking for like a DR Fear and then he had to trinket like a kidney or something to actually get it, or he had to trinket like a a rake stun or something to get it. So Borg in general had to trade out his trinket a lot of the times when he was being aggressive, and then at this point in the game he had to use his trinket defensively, but still just at the pillar trying to recover his team, trying to get out the heals, and then out of nowhere they get the what is that, DR in Tim stun, and they get a stun on Nala so he can't eat the trap. They get the full stun onto Shams into a restun. Relza's in the backline spamming out damage. He even has that little holy Naru guy spamming out some bolts, and they're able to take the win. Clean setup, and Streamer Zone. I think this is what we kind of wanted to see from them. The Hunter. I feel like it's one of those classes that either hard counters you or like kind of can't do anything.
Well, my big thing is it looked good until like it seems like it's either like 100 or 0, right? Like it's either one-shotting you or doing nothing. And the pillar stops you from doing anything, and all the crowd control that they had stops you from doing anything. Whereas with the Beast Mastery Hunter, you could see the damage that Casu was able to put out. He top damaged significantly in this last game, and that damage starts really adding up and dampening, right? When people are bled up by Tony, and he's using Ferocious Bite on them, and Casu just is destroying with all his different beasts. Becomes a lot more difficult. I wonder, this is actually the first time we've seen Bikini Bottom Mafia have an opportunity to switch their comp. So they go to Ashraman's Fall. Are they going to play the same thing, or are they going to mix it up here?
So, a little fun factoid by Bikini Bottom Mafia is that they haven't played a single game with Shams prior to this. They just decided to invite him because Shams has been one of the best boomkins in Europe for a long time. So for them, they're just kind of just sending it right now. And they're looking super good, honestly, despite the fact that they don't have like a lot of synergy. I think Shams probably has played this comp a lot, and Nala probably has as well, and they seem to have a similar mindset as well of what to do in game. So I really like what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, me too. It's been impressive. I mean, for me, the big thing that I've been impressed with is the fact that they just are making these pushes late and dampening. Obviously, it didn't work out as well in that last game, but really, lots of close calls. I feel like the synergy between Nala and Shams has been looking good in terms of, swapping with Cyclones, stuff of that nature. But Streamer Zone, once again, they're the only team that's going to be playing this jungle. But when jungle looks good, this team always looks good as well. They do have P-Make on the bench, so options to bring in the mage. Not opting to do so for this particular matchup, but what do you think? Do you think we're going the distance to Game 5? Do you think they're going to be able to completely bring it back here with the Beast Mastery Hunter?
I believe, yeah. I think we could be heading to a Game 5 here. I mean, they got the same matchup. It's a big map, which I don't think Casu minds at all. I feel like we could potentially go the distance. And who Streamer Zone reminds me of a little bit?
Who?
The Move. Because it's like they have these other options, they have these different comps, and we're like, are we gonna see P-Make? Are we gonna see Tony switch it up? They talked about having a lot of options prior to this match, but then it's just no, RPS is back, jungle is back, sand it, boys.
I wonder if this
all right,
fisherman ever hears what's going on in the arena, That's, going, what's going on up there? I wonder if he knows how crazy it is and what a big matchup this is for Bikini Bottom Mafia and Streamer Zone. And Streamer Zone bring it back, just so important. I mean, I really can't stress enough how important this series is for these two teams. They want to stay alive in the upper bracket, but they're also each other's direct competition. Like, they're basically tied on points at this point, so the team that wins this will have a significant edge over the other in terms of overall standing.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, you got a great opportunity to set the record straight between these two teams right now. Streamer Zone GG on their last leg, trying to get the reverse sweep. They've managed to win one game. Can they pull off the upset here? Take us to a game number 5 right now. Tony sitting through a Cyclone, gets dispelled by Relza. Power Infusion is ticking here for the side of Streamer Zone, as Tony is sitting through another stun there, but manages to duck around the corner. Relza should be able to pick him back up there. And Casu just sitting in the back line, just doing BM Hunter of things, making sure that he's getting as much damage as possible. They're going for the trap here, and they find it. Shams was already low. This is a deadly setup right now. They find the Cyclone onto Borg as well, and Shams could be in huge trouble. Might just go down here in the opener. So much damage. Relza's pushing in for the final little bit of damage there, but actually Borg with the greed there holds on to his trinket, but he does have to trade. He did have to trade out his Void Shift. Shams had to use basically everything as well. His renewal actually has a bark skin back, so at least he's going to have that to work with. A lot of greed here from Bikini Bottom Mafia, but they do survive.
Yeah, Tony now into a stun. Shams gets a full Cyclone, and that's going to slow down Tony on his bark skin. So kind of unfortunate. When you pop those defensive cooldowns, you want to try to make good trades and get the damage rolling, but he gets caught into crowd control himself. Barug now into a full trap, and Shams is going to be in a little bit of danger. Just in bear form right now, kind of camping it out, soaking up a lot of that incoming damage. And Bikini Bottom Mafia, they're going to be forced to the pillar. He's playing pretty defensive game here. Shams goes for an interrupt there, a solar beam onto Tony, and it's one of the reasons I think Holy Priests are so popular. I mean, Holy Priests are really strong right now, but one of the really nice things about Holy Priests is you can play Gnome. Like, you can be a Gnome Holy Priest, and that is very effective into the Balance Druid. So a little bit of a counter, and that's why we're not seeing Shams really go for those root solar beams. Just opting to use it more of like an interrupt on the Cyclones of Tony.
Yeah, and we could see them later on being used on Relza, so he still needs to keep track of that beam, despite being a gnome, but of course it helps a lot dodging that unavoidable CC. Tony, though, needs to maybe trade out something. Survival Instincts coming out here for Tony, Heart of the Wild, and his Bark Skin as well. A lot of cooldowns here being traded. They get the double stun. Tony, Casso not going to be able to find the trap here, as he did get kidney shot there. Nala really shutting it down, but still good pressure here. Casso trying to push in, looking for the trap here from the side. They root Borug. Caster trying to fake cast the Shadow of Death there, potentially goes for the scatter shot. Not going to be able to find the trap there. They do find a kick there. Nicely done. Shams still just taking a lot of pressure here. These micro CCs from Streamer Zone GG really causing a lot of problems here for Borog, but he does manage to pick his team back up, and they sheep shot Tony, do some damage onto him, cyclone him on low HP, looking for the recyclones here. Shams trying to fake cast the interrupts, not able to find it. They fear Tony, gouge onto Relza. Nala doesn't have the stun DR just yet for Tony here. Tony instead is going to set up a double stun into a full trap there onto Borog, and Shams could be in a lot of trouble here. He has the renewal, might need to trade it out, goes for the Shadow Meld, goes for the Frenzied Region there behind the pillar as well, and Shams will recover with excellent defensive positioning.
Yeah, Tony in a stun lock right now, but Shams just going to be pulling back to the pillar, not able to really capitalize on that stun too much, and this is just par for the course in this matchup. I mean, Bikini Bottom Mafia, 30% dampening. That's when they want to make a move. That's when they make a move every single game. However, they might pull the trigger a little bit early. Now he goes for a stun. Can they find the Cyclone? Shams does manage to find a full Cyclone. This is where they could steamroll the pressure. I mean, look at Casu, look at Tony. They're getting incredibly low right now. Shams doing a great job once again, faking out the interrupt, getting a precog, but opting to just play a little bit more defensive in bear form. As soon as Baru goes into crowd control, Shams is just going to go bear form, retreat back to the pillar. That was a good push. They're burning through Relza's mana and feeling confident to continue to make a push here against Casu at about 20% dampening.
Cassius still feeling the heat. He has Exhilaration coming back up in just a second. He has Turtle, so not too afraid here for Casu. Scattershot coming out there onto board. How did he even get that Scattershot? I feel like he was behind the pillar, but Casu maybe sniped it right before he went behind there. Tony, though, getting sniped right now. 10% HP, 1% HP. Relza canceling his Angel form, trinketing, sending the Void Shift, sending basically his whole spellbook there onto Tony. What was that damage? Shams here with the Incarnation right now, looking to take the game. Casu on 1% HP, gets the Turtle off. Relza is sitting through more crowd control. Casu, how is he still alive? He got another Cyclone, a mind control onto Relza. He manages to sneak in a heal in between. Is it going to be enough? Casu on 1% HP, manages to disengage, build a little bit of distance. He's got the Roar of Sacrifice, manages to get a little bit of distance between him and Nala, but now a full kidney shot onto Relza. They need to stop the Cyclones from Shams. Shams actually not really feeling confident to even push for them. Instead, it's going to be Shams in a stun lock, double stun coming out here from Tony and Casu. They land the full trap. Borg trinkets it, and Shams here with the Guardian Angel manages to get back to about 50% HP. Borg ducking into Angel form. He is one cooldown rotation ahead of Relza right now, so I don't know how Relza is going to be able to keep his team alive, but in the meantime, Shams actually line of sighting his healer while he's in that Angel form, and that could be a mistake that could cost him. He's at 50% HP, ducks around the corner with the Stampeding Roar, trying to build a little bit of distance between him and those pets. Nice fear on the pets there by Borg as well, just trying to slow down the damage here, and now it's up to Nala. He needs to make something happen here, or his team might just lose right now.
All right, let's see what they can do. Tony in a little trouble, does get topped off. Now they're going to be making play here. Full trap on Baruch. Shams in a little bit of trouble. Goes into bear form once again. There's no void shift available. There's no trinket available. This is an opportunity for Streamer Zone to tie it up. Can they do it? There's an overwhelming amount of pressure right now onto Shams. He's just going to continue to try to line of sight, but it's so much more difficult to avoid the damage of a Beast Mastery Hunter, and he is just under fire. Has not been above 50% health for quite some time. Finally, some big heals are going to be landing. BIKINI does have the void shift if he needs it. Symbols of Hope going to be traded out to try to reset the bark skin there for Shams. Full stun lands onto BIKINI into a full trap once again, but it's just pressure on both druids. Tony looking for a Cyclone. Does manage to fake cast it there, I do believe, but just not feeling confident enough to push forward. Relza's mana is almost completely tapped. BIKINI making a play here, getting a Chastise onto Relza. Just trying to slow down those heals, but both priests are running on fumes at this point of the game. Things are getting very interesting here, and I do worry for both of these druids here, Zico.
Yeah, I don't know who's going to be able to take this one. Tony gets kicked on the Cyclone. He gets beamed as well. Nice kick there onto Shams. Casu sitting through a Chastise. Tony, huge full moon connects there. Almost taking him out of the match. Relza grips him back to the pillar. Nala's following him behind that pillar. They get the Cyclone onto Nala. They get the Fear onto Nala as well. Pure panic right now here for Streamer Zone. Relza running away right now, trying to drink with the Light Well plus the Guardian on Tony. Not able to find any mana. Actually found a little bit of mana, but BIKINI will catch him with the Fear. Master Spell coming out here for BIKINI onto Cyclone on Shams. Trying to get aggressive, trying to take down potentially Tony here, but instead it could be Shams here. He can't line of sight the healer. Watch out here, Shams. He's in big trouble right now as the damage from Streamer Zone is starting to really accumulate. BIKINI, though, still has his trinket. They weren't able to snipe a trap in that previous go, and I don't think they're going to be able to win this game on CC. BIKINI is completely tapped on mana. They go for a stun there. Casu pushing in for the trap, but he realizes, hey, he just needs to do damage here and not die. Tony looking for the Cyclone, finds it onto Nala, and now all of a sudden it could be Shams going down. BIKINI saves the day with the void shift, full trap on the board. He trinkets out, and now Casu could go down. 1 second left on Casu's trinket. He has the turtle. He trinkets, gets the exil heal, and gets the turtle in the nick of time.
Oh, it's so close. There's no mana left for either team. Tony's in a full stun right now. Getting a big heal. Shams looking for a Cyclone. He gets interrupted. Cannot afford to be interrupted at this point in the game. He gets the counter bash on Tony. Just looking for another follow-up Cyclone, but he cannot find it. And Casu is just in hot pursuit. Look at all the pets chasing him down. You can run, but you cannot hide from a Beast Mastery Hunter. It's not like a Marks. Can they get the cross kill? Gonna be close. Casu's getting low. I mean, dampening is quite high. Relza has nothing left. They might be able to do it. Nala's just going for it right now. He's incredibly low on health with no defensive cooldowns, but with the cheat death, maybe can take Casu down. Nala gets Cyclone. I think that is going to shut it down. Go after BIKINI right now if they want to. There's the full Cyclone. It's likely Nala's going to fall, but StreamerZone.gg looking a lot better with that Beast Mastery Hunter. A really close game number 4. This has been an incredible series so far. But they are bringing it back, and we are going all the way.
Sheesh. We are going to game number 5, ladies and gentlemen. StreamerZone.gg. What a nail-biter that was. Bikini Bottom Mafia almost had it. Such a back-and-forth game. And I wonder how what happened with Relza there, because he popped a Guardian Angel. He had his Lightwell healing, and then he ducked around the corner, and it looked like he was trying to sit down for a drink, like off-screen, but... I don't know. Like, it felt like BIKINI chased him down and got a Fear pretty fast, but his mana did go up a little bit, so not sure exactly what kind of tricks Relza was pulling right there, but it was definitely clutch, and this is around that moment where Relza has recovered just a smidge of mana, and BIKINI, of course, completely tapped at this point. He got nothing left, no mana, no cooldowns, really can't do anything here for Shams. Tony gets Cyclone, and at this point in the game, it's much more important to just CC Nala, and you can see there, the scatter shots are coming in onto Nala, the steel traps are happening. Tony's pushing in for the stun onto Shams. They don't care about CCing the healer at this point. You just want to make sure that you're getting as much peels as possible. They go for the bash there at the end, and they do manage to close it out. And yeah, I think that Cyclone onto Nala as well during those final moments that Tony was able to snipe definitely helped out a lot in this at this point in the game.
Yeah, this has been a really fun series actually, because I feel like I haven't really been able to see jungle be played that often, and yeah, I mean, we've mentioned it a lot. When jungle's good, Streamer Zone is always going to be looking good. Relza, Casu, and Tony, they're incredibly good at this composition, and I think it happens to be like pretty strong right now. I mean, no one else is really running it. I feel like most teams are not putting a lot of stock in Hunters. Like, Hunters might be like the most unpopular class. I'm trying to think. what would be more unpopular than Hunters right now. Like, we almost never see it being played. The fact that it is being locked in and they're actually finding success, flexing between Marks and Beast Mastery, it really is fun to watch.
I couldn't agree more. And I feel like Hunter is one of those classes where you really, like in general, you don't see it at the very, very top, a lot of people playing it. But every now and then you just get like one of those Hunter prodigies who just, like when everyone thinks it's bad, it just one guy shows up and he's like, actually, let me tell you about BM Hunter right now. And we've seen it happen from time to time. We got Survival Hunter Specialist Big Max. We got we've seen of course Kazu do this in the past. We've seen do you remember Dizio, who was the original Hunter on Streamer Zone before Kazu's time, when they won the AWC as well. Like you just have like, and Jelly Beans of course as well on the US. You always have these like super insane hunters that they're just like, trust me, Hunter is good. And then
it's also like,
you see it.
They always have to tag. They also always have to team up with a feral too, right? Like, ferals are also not very popular. Like, I feel like Balancers right now have kind of just completely taken over that DPS druid position. But ferals are actually kind of making a comeback. Like on the ladder, at least last season, a lot of feral druids are doing really well. And it's always just this combo. It's the feral druid and the hunter. It's just a match made in heaven. And Streamer Zone is showcasing it quite well right now.
And that's what's so funny about it as well, because like we talk about it, with jungle. It's like when you are that like jungle specialist team, like that's what you ride or die with the jungle. A lot of the time, you got some bad times. You're just beating unbeatable like brick wall cleaves basically. But every now and then, the jungle is just like booming, the trees are growing, the birds are chirping, the squirrels are happy, everyone is chilling, and that's when Tony, Farrell, and Kazu can climb out like this and completely destroy people. And the thing that makes it so cool is that you can't emulate it, you can't really copy it, right? It's like it's like that guy on Instagram, who's like, oh, hey guys, I'm in the Florida Everglades, and this swamp puppy's coming in hot. It's like that, Kazu is that swamp puppy. You can't really, emulate what the content here that these guys are producing, because like you just can't. It takes 20 years of playing jungle to even get close to this.
And what I love about this is Streamer Zone has actually forced Bikini Bottom Mafia to make a change. So we're going to be seeing Suniki come in on the Windwalker Monk, and we are going to see the Outlaw Windwalker Holy Priest here for this final game. I don't really know. Like, I think one of the problems for Feral Druids is they are susceptible to being trained. Like, if you just go after a Feral Druid and Tony Feral tries to go for Cyclones, for example, and he gets kidney shot, like, that's going to be moments where Suniki and Nala just literally explode him. Like, he's going to evaporate. So I think a lot of this game is going to come down to how enabled Tony is. Like, is he going to be able to pre-bear form stuns? How is he going to be able to find Cyclones? That's what I'm going to be looking for the most, because I feel like if Tony doesn't have a good game and he's just on the back foot and he's not getting the crowd control and damage he needs to, and he's just in bear form all game, that's when the game's going to go really bad.
Yeah. And I think, we saw, I think it was VOIDGG yesterday playing this with the Outlaw Rogue as well. And I'm thinking, what has happened this season to sub-rogues? Because I don't think we've seen a single one this weekend so far. And the teams that we would typically see play sub-rogues are just, like, their rogue is either just not playing or they're playing Outlaw. So I wonder what actually happened in the sub-department for things to change like that.
It could be... I don't know, but my hunch is that subtlety rogues are maybe struggling with the increased health pools. So, like, specializations that have to burst in like a really short window. Like, maybe stamina has scaled a little bit more than damage has for subtlety rogues. What else? It could be that armor is higher this season than last season, and they do a decent amount of physical damage. So maybe that's why it's lower. I'm not entirely sure, but the subtlety rogues seemed good with the Windwalker Monk, but everyone has kind of abandoned that, and they are going for kind of the more durable Outlaw Rogue. But I don't really know how much it matters. I feel like in this matchup, the Rogue's job is to just stun something for the Monk. Like, as a Windwalker Monk, the most annoying thing is when you just can't hit a target. And I think that's one of the weaknesses of the Windwalker Monk, is actually being able to connect your burst on a target and not just be spam crowd controlled. Like, as soon as you pop Serenity, you're going to get just spam crowd control. But a rogue really enables you to just actually get off your damage and get off your burst. So I think regardless of whether it's subtlety or outlaw, I don't think assassination would really work well because it doesn't have that same kind of consistent stuns. I think Suniki is going to have a fun time in this match and just be able to play. Like playing Windwalker with a rogue is, for me, the most enjoyable thing because you actually can pretty much always connect your damage.
Yeah, so they're basically trading the burst of the sub rogue for more consistent damage coming out from the Windwalker, because you're gonna have more stuns with the outlaw rogue and just more control in general. Like the sub rogue is a lot about the hit and run, you know, attack, re-stealth, or go behind the pillar and wait for your stun DRs. But the outlaw rogue is a little bit more like a bruiser, I guess, where it stays in a lot more and just builds up that pressure. So we'll see if this comp is going to be enough for the Bikini Bottom Mafia here to try to turn things around, because I mean this has been an amazing series so far. We had Streamer Zone bringing in the MM jungle, losing 2 games in the start, really close matches, especially that first one. And then swapping over to the BM Hunter, tying it up 2-2 apiece. Both of these teams right now in that upper portion of the bracket, and in the bracket right now, if you can stay away from that lower portion where, like, you know, Echo and HOOLIBANG are waiting, probably a good idea to just chill out up here. And again, 93 points versus 95 points here on the standings between Streamer Zone and Bikini Bottom Mafia. So we can see here on the bracket, Echo and HOOLIBANG down there. And the winner of that series is whoever the loser of this series would face. So you definitely would feel a lot more confident just waiting in the grand final, just watching everybody else struggle down there. So this is going to be a very important game. And I think actually both of these teams' first grand final appearance, if they, whoever wins here will be their first appearance in the grand finals this season. So really cool stuff. A lot on the line here. Both of these teams definitely taking every second they can here to make sure that they've locked everything in and everything is set up correctly.
Looks like we will be getting into the game very shortly here. Loser of this in the lower bracket, like you mentioned, the winner is going to be feeling really happy. Like, you're going to be collecting more points, you're going to be in the finals, and you have basically the best seats in the house for the rest of this tournament. And yeah, I'm curious. Bikini Bottom Mafia, they've been looking good with the Windwalker Outlaw Rogue. I do kind of wonder why they didn't switch. Like, it makes me feel like they're not like super confident with this composition. Like, because if it was something that just outright hard countered, there was opportunities in the series to bring it in earlier. So bringing it in at the last moment, we'll have to wait and see. Like I said, for Streamer Zone, I think it's all going to be about what Tony can get done. Can he pre-bear form the stuns? Can he get the cyclones that he needs to win the game? This is going to be a fast game, I do believe.
Yeah, I think so too. Going to be an explosive one here. Let's see what the Bikini Bottom Mafia can do here on their comp swap. And let's see if Streamer Zone GG can complete the reverse sweep here and actually make it to the grand finals. Casso already taking a lot of damage here in the opener. Immediate Serenity being popped here, but look at those stuns coming out. There's the trap as well onto Borog. Nice counter pressure. Suniki could be in trouble here. Trades out the Touch of Karma immediately. Looking to stay aggressive here onto Tony. Both teams just leading with offense right now. Who's going to be forced out of the open first is the question. Casso catches a paralyzed there. Going to be slowing down his damage a little bit. Relza caught up in a kidney. Looks like Suniki actually is going after the healer here. Nice DR cheap shot. Tony looking for the Cyclone. Gets interrupted there by Nala as he looks to make his way back onto Casso here. Casso looking for the trap, finds it onto Borog, and Suniki could be in a lot of trouble here, Van.
Yeah, definitely. Is he going to portal away? It looks like he's going to be okay with just a light well. Baru going to be able to throw in some heals. He does stabilize, but with no Touch of Karma, definitely going to be susceptible to some of these burst windows. The crowd control chains have been consistent so far from Streamer Zone, and Tony is under a little bit of pressure. Precognition does land. A full Cyclone here on Nala, but Suniki and Barug, they're just going to preemptively line of sight. And I don't know if I was Tony, if I'd be too confident to push behind the pillar here against the Windwalker Monk. Suniki feeling good, going for a leg sweep. Tony just getting absolutely one shot. Relz is going to have to play catch up here, and it looks like it will be able to. Now a full Cyclone lands on Barug, and Suniki is going to be forced to retreat. Dampen Harm is used, trying to get back to the pillar. Seems like he will be able to, but it's like you mentioned. Yeah, great trap eat there by Suniki. It's just, you can't kite a Beast Mastery Hunter. That's the most difficult thing, is it's really, really difficult to avoid the damage. It's so consistent. It's going to be difficult as soon as he finds himself in a position where he's far behind in terms of hit points and pressure. It can be really, really difficult to recover on that monk.
Yeah, Suniki is definitely going to have to do a great job balancing that offense and defense. Right now, big pressure here onto Tony, but right now Suniki is taking some damage. Borug, Castle looks like he wants to trap Borug out of thin air. He's just running at him. He gets it, actually. And Reza is there, I think, potentially for a follow-up fear. No, he gets paralyzed, but they do find the Cyclone. Suniki in huge trouble right there. They stun up Borug. They're going for the swap here. Beautifully done there by Relza. Tony, though, on 1% HP out of nowhere. Relza with the counter swap right now. Divine Hymn gets channeled out. The heals are coming out. Both of these healers just blinking for a second, and their teammate almost going down. Borug going for the symbols of hope here behind the pillar, manages to pick himself back up, reset some of those cooldowns, and so far it looks like the Bikini Bottom Mafia has recovered. Streamer Zone has recovered, and now both teams looking for the next assault double leg sweep coming out here for Suniki, looking for the damage, but Tony's camping it out in bear form. He's got the bark skin there rolling, so they're going to be happy with that trade. Suniki with no defensives here, just wants to play defensive for as long as possible right now until they can rotate some of that defense back.
Yeah, preemptive Spirit of the Redeemer there by Borug. Realize he might go into crowd control. Needs to be very careful, though. Streamer Zone is one good setup away from winning the game. Like, one good setup. They have a 30-second window here where they get bleeds on Suniki. They get a stun lockout with a trap on Borug. The game is over. There's the double stun. There's the trap. Huge damage incoming. Nala with a smoke bomb. Very nicely done. It's going to be up to Tony to basically get out all the damage. Chastise comes in, but Suniki behind the pillar with the Soothing Mist should be able to survive. But look at all those pets just all over him. Going to be using that Transcendence to get back into the battlefield and go for a one-shot here onto Tony. This is the Serenity, a huge hit of damage, but Tony in bear form has so much armor, a lot of physical mitigation. He's going to negate that Windwalker Monk damage, and once again, Suniki is forced back to the pillar.
Nala, though, getting swapped to stun into stun. Huge damage. Boruk, what are you going to do? Goes for the Faith. Casting a heal there in the backline. Manages to get it off and manages to keep Nala safe for now. But that was an extremely close call. That's the problem as well. In the Windwalker, you got to you can't run too far because then they will swap to your rogue like that. Tony, though, is taking a lot of damage. Relza spamming out the heals. There's a touch of karma being forced here by Suniki. And Tony is going to be feeling the pressure here. They did go into it as well. So that dot is going to be pretty big. Relza sitting through a blind. Do they have any follow-up there? Nala sitting through a root, not able to find any stuns. Tony very low, no swap available here. How are you going to save him? Relza is going for the flash heal, spamming out the heals there into the stun. He grips him with the leg sweep and then goes into angel form here to duck these kicks from Nala and Suniki. Relza really playing the game of his life here. Miracle worker, making all the perfect moves here to keep his team in the fight. Nice pre-port here by Suniki as well.
Yeah, he pre-portals and then ports back and then gets gripped to the pillar. So he's literally all over the map at this point in the game, and he does have his trinket, but with no karma to follow it up, could go down, gets caught into a maim stun, but they're going after Tony. There's no survival instincts. There's no defensive cooldowns here for Tony. Rauza, what are you going to do? You need to keep him alive. Tony goes into bear form once again. That's what I'm talking about. If you're just trapped in bear form as the Pharaoh Druid, it's so difficult to get your bleeds out. It's so difficult to get the cyclones out. And there's so much pressure here onto this poor Pharaoh Druid. Suniki playing a really good game defensively, now trying to get really aggressive with his Serenity, but he gets caught into a stun. Need to see some sort of crowd control here on the Borug, but he has his trinket rotating back up. Things are looking good here for Bikini Bottom Mafia. They might be able to do it. Tony's almost in touch of death range, a full paralyze on Relza. They're continuing to push the pace. Double Fear from Relza shuts down the offense and presents an opportunity for Streamer Zone to get some damage rolling here onto Suniki.
Ooh, Suniki sitting through a stun, but the Guardian is there. Borug in angel form, trying to deflect situation. Suniki has touch of karma here. He's feeling very confident to get aggressive, but Tony, he's just sitting in bear form. He can't get any bleeds out. He can't get any damage out here as he's just trying to be a tank for his team, a sponge. Cassie needs to find a trap here. Tries to fake out Shadow of Death of Borug. He does manage to, and I think he still has the trap here. I didn't see him actually use it, but Tony, 1% HP, gets touch of death and completely destroyed. And Bikini Bottom Mafia bringing in Suniki, making it work here, and they will be advancing to the Grand Finals.
I mean, I don't know if you saw it. I don't even know if that was a bug or not, but if you saw the damage difference between what Bikini Bottom Mafia was able to put out in this game in comparison to Streamer Zone, like it wasn't even close. I mean, Tony, I think, did 1/4 the damage of the Windwalker Monk. I mean, just look at this. This is what I was talking about. When you're a Feral Druid and you're just forced into bear form, you can't do anything. And Bikini Bottom Mafia, I think they they played out the scary moments really well. Like Tsuneki, I think he had great portals during this game, great karmas during this game. They didn't really overlap, and they were able to just keep the pressure up on Tony. Wasn't able to get the bleeds out that he needed to in this match. I feel for him a little bit as you see Incarnation is coming back up in just a few short seconds. So if he actually got to that Incarnation, there's an opportunity that he might have been able to live. He also had the Heart of the Wild rotating back up, but going into caster form at this point of the game, just unfortunate. And Tsuneki is able to sneak in that touch of death on that grip. And that grip might have been enough for him to be able to survive and to turn the tides. But fortunately, they didn't get the time that they needed. And Bikini Bottom Mafia will send Streamer Zone through the lower bracket.
Really clean stuff here from Bikini Bottom Mafia, and we've got to see a little bit more of what they can do here. You know, seeing a little bit more of what their roster is capable of, and this is a really, really well fleshed out team. They got a lot of great comps, individually very skilled players, and they're able to go toe to toe here with Streamer Zone. But at the same time, I feel like Streamer Zone also kind of learned a little bit here that you know the BM Hunter is definitely also a powerful pick for their comp. So definitely, both of these teams, I feel like might have gotten better actually during this series. So definitely a scary team to send down to that lower bracket in the Streamer Zone. And of course, in that lower bracket, we also have, you know, HOOLIBANG and Echo waiting. So a lot of scary teams down there for sure. And here we can see the last couple of hits of damage there. But yeah, Bikini Bottom Mafia, the first finalist, and what a trip it has been for them. I mean, look at their road here. Look what they had to win to get here. Echo, Lava, Streamer Zone. That is 3 nasty teams back to back to back.
If Borog has 1 million fans, I am one of them. If Borog has 10 fans, I am one of them. And if Borog has no fans, that means I am no more on the earth.
All right.
But yeah, anyways.
Fair enough. He's been playing great.
Absolutely. So is this whole team. We can see where they are right now. Here is the standing. So they are amongst the legends currently in the EU region, with not a lot right now facing off between them and winning this entire tournament. I don't think. Okay, I think then are you the only person that had Streamer Zone in your predictions at all?
Yep.
Not even second place. Yeah, look at that. All right. That is an impressive prediction. I mean, what was it about this team? Do you want to just like reiterate it that you saw them getting second here and now potentially
I believed
first?
in the jungle. I mean, they could have done it. That was such a close series, right? Like, I feel like if they have led with the Beast Mastery Hunter, they might have been in that finals position, and maybe my prediction could have come true. But now, obviously, it can't. With Echo and Streamer in the lower bracket, I'm done. I didn't believe in the Bikini Bottom Mafia dream, but definitely I'm slowly being made into a believer. We'll see what they can get done. But yeah, this is going to be a very interesting up-and-coming series, I think, because Echo has really struggled with these Windwalker cleaves. Like, the Windwalker Rogue is something that they've really struggled with, and guess what? That's exactly what HOOLIBANG has. So I'm curious to see what Echo has prepared and what kind of adaptations they've made.
Yep. I'm excited to see what they're capable of. We've got that match coming up next after this break. It's Echo versus HOOLIBANG kicking off after this break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We've got some fire games ahead of us for this series that we've got coming up here. I am definitely pumped for this one. Lithy, we've got Echo, and we've got HOOLIBANG down in the lower bracket. Quite a bit to prove, I would say, on the line for both of these teams.
Yeah, definitely for both. For Echo, I think even more so than HOOLIBANG, because Echo has been this indomitable force, the undisputed champions of the recent years, basically. And this season, and later stages of Dragonflight in general, they've been looking rough. New healer, still looking good. Very much top 3 material, but can they clutch out a win in this cup? They're down in the lower bracket, sent there by the new kids on the block, the big surprise, Bikini Bottom Mafia in the open bracket already, and since then have been fighting for survival. And here, down here, well, this is where HOOLIBANG is at home. If there's one team that loves this lower bracket more than anyone else, it's them.
Most
Let's
definitely.
see it. So we got Mage Lock coming in here for Echo.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we've seen this kind of in the past. We'll see how good it looks today. And of course, HOOLIBANG, once again, going to be tagging in Elsewave, Aerodas, and of course, JT on that Holy Priest. So we're seeing some Windwalker Demon Hunter. Probably going to be a Chanimal that will be the target of choice here. And me personally, I love watching melees train Chanimal. It's like a meditational ritual for me to just watch him kite melee. So good luck with that, guys.
That's gonna be fun, definitely. Echo brought this comp out first in the open bracket as a counter to a Rogue Windwalker, and oh my god, Elsewave going a little bit too deep here almost. JT trying to keep him alive here. GS and everything invested, and now they're swapping over on Raikou. Nice Chest-Eye stun, the meta gets popped. Good Shadow Fury Chanimal peeling for his mage, and for the moment it seems like HOOLIBANG is kept a little bit on the back foot, and this is what this game is gonna be like. Chanimal and Raikou doing the very best they can to peel for each other, and in the meantime, well, whenever they get caught up with, it's gonna be a bloodbath here, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. But right now, it's going to be Elsewave actually feeling the pressure from that Bloodbath Chanimal, getting some fears out here on the Windwalker. It gets this spell, and they get a re-fear, and now they're forcing Elsewave back here. Raikou resetting some of his cooldowns, getting some Frostbolts out here, and now they're going to go after Raikou here, actually. So Raikou just going to be blinking away. I think he has displacement. He's going to displace back there. It's going to heal him a little bit as well, as another Frozen Orb comes out. Here comes the setup. Big damn onto Elsewave, and that's going to be the Nether Walk. Nicely set up there. They even get a full sheep there onto JT. If Raikou can continue these sheeps, they could potentially take him down here. Elsewave, ooh, that was absolutely incredible. They get the Ray of Frost right there onto Elsewave, forcing out his Trinket Darkness there at the end as well, right before Aerodas was able to paralyze it. So Echo looking absolutely dominant so far in this game.
Yeah, after that off day on the open bracket where they went down to the lowers, I had some questions. I had questions how good is Echo really this week, but it seems like they've locked in. They've locked in for Friday. They've locked in for today. They're looking clean, and especially this Rogue Mage is looking very, very spooky. JT has every hand full, just keeping Elsewave alive, and Aerodas, well, he's having a hard time even connecting in the first place. If he does, then Raikou is just melting on the spot. GS invested, immediate swap over onto Chanimal, and now with Lontar's CDs on cooldown at least a little bit, they could make something happen, but you can also tell Lontar, he's stocked up on extra defensives, running that Ray of Hope, and really able to counteract all the burst damage. Big heals once again on Elsewave, but JT is running low on CDs here with the Void Shift invested here as well.
Yeah, he had to Trinket Void Shift right there during that setup. That was Raikou's Icy Veins right now, and it's still active here. Really, really pressured right now on the side of HOOLIBANG. How are they going to deal with this? If they just get one more CC here onto JT, it could be lights out. And you can see Raikou, he's pushing in for it. Chanimal on one side, Raikou on the other. If they can just get a little bit of pressure here onto Elsewave, it could just be over before we know it. But look at Chanimal here. Can't get too greedy. Nice Ray of Hope there by Lontar. I actually don't see Ray of Hope being played too often, but it is really nice here into these super bursty melees here, and it's going to pause Chanimal's HP before it brings him back to full right there, and they're just stalling here basically on the side of HOOLIBANG right now. JT does not want to ever leave that pillar. He doesn't want to get CC'd, but now he had to push in to dispel Elsewave. Could be an opportunity to get crowd control, but no, they're not going to be able to find it. Raikou gets paralyzed, and again, HOOLIBANG is going to continue this pain train here onto Chanimal, and looks like Elsewave potentially it should be fine for now.
Should be, but we've seen some surprises come out, and especially Chanimal had to be careful there with the hunt being popped in, and now HOOLIBANG sitting on that pillar. That's a nasty spot to be in against this double wizard, because they can just pincer you from both sides and really punish you for just camping behind that pillar, but immediately they dip back out. Ray of Frost, this is dangerous. Elsewave down to 5%. Immediate heals coming through on Chanimal. Even so, Lontar clutching it out with the Void Shift. An insane moment of just spiky HP bars, and Eridus is not quite done yet. The Serenity is running. Chanimal is getting healed up and topped up. There's the Unending Resolve, the grip from Lontar, and this is gonna secure Echo for just the moment. Now Elsewave under fire. Here's Zico. He might just go down if this goes on.
Yeah, this is a huge momentum swing right now in favor of HOOLIBANG. They got everything they wanted right there. They got the Void Shift, they got the big Unending Resolve there as well from Chanimal, but I think it's Symbols of Hope actually onto Chanimal, so they're trying to reset the cooldown a little bit on that, but Riker right now could be under heavy fire. He has 2 ice blocks. He's going to have to trade one of them as they make their way back over onto Chanimal right now. HOOLIBANG really digging in here with the pressure over on to Echo. If they can just continue to stay on target, it's going to be really tough for them to actually recover on the side of Echo. They need to get offense, they need to get crowd control onto JT and just win with control. That's how Mage Lock typically wins their games. Just spam Fears and Sheeps onto Eridus until Elsewave can't play 2v1 anymore, and then when he backs off, you swap back to Eridus, and that's exactly what's happening now. Elsewave forced to go behind the pillar, and now they're going to go after Eridus.
You can also tell that HOOLIBANG isn't giving Echo the time of day at all to let them get anywhere close to JT. Always pushing Chanimal and Raikou away from their priest. Now there's Sheep lands, and that's a big Ray of Frost. Elsewave taking a lot of damage. Netherwalk is available again, but that was his trinket invested. So he is living dangerously, at least for the moment. Good altar timey from Raikou, bounces him back up to half. And he's gonna get gripped out. Now the Icy Veins. Here we go. Echo looking for the finishing blow. There's the full coil. Elsewave gets gripped back out. Netherwalk still up and ready. The Tyrant is in. Every CD in the book is being kitchen sinked right now here for Echo, and they're trying to finish Elsewave off because they know that Serenity, that is rotating back up. It could be so dangerous. Big Sigil Hunt available for Elsewave as well. They want to connect. Nice leg sweep here on Chanimal, putting him under more and more pressure. Has a port, has an instant gateway, gets that and gets out. Lontar trying to keep him alive, but he's open field, susceptible to crowd control. Chanimal down to 20%. Lontar needs to give anything here. Ray of Hope might be necessary if Elsewave gets a little bit more damage, but he needs to pull back. Symbol of Hope restoring CDs here for a moment, but HOOLIBANG keeping up the pressure.
Yeah, and Raikou has Icy Veins active right now. I think this is going to be it, potentially on Elsewave. If he pushes in, he has to, but at the same time, look what happens. Immediate Sheeps onto JT. There's the Ray of Frost as well. Huge damage connects, but Elsewave is trading out the Netherwalk to get a Fear onto Eridus. Eridus trying to buy time. 22 more seconds left before he has that Serenity. Could be game ending here. Chanimal finally catches the Ray of Hope right there. Manages to save him there. Lontar once again saving the day, but now they're swapping over to Raikou. Raikou's going to take some damage. Still has an Ice Block here. Chanimal is definitely the target here for HOOLIBANG that they want to take down, but they need to make it happen very quickly here. He's got the Unending Resolve available. If they can just stay alive for as long as possible without having to use that, maybe even trade it out right now. There it is. Chanimal is going to trade out the Unending Resolve, and hopefully it's going to be enough for him to stay alive here. They need to get pressure. Raikou gets paralyzed there as he blinks in for the Dragon's Breath Sheep. He finds it. That surely should be JT's trinket. No, they trade out the Darkness instead, and they dip back here, but this is exactly what Raikou needs to do here. He's the free wizard. He needs to be the one pushing in, getting the CC and being aggressive.
Yeah, Echo adjusting their strategy a little bit here in the later stages of the map, but is it too late? That's the big question. As Eridus once again finds the connection, Echo is so harsh under fire with all these swaps. Chanimal once again under fire, half HP, gateways out, back into Lontar's arms, who has some feathery wings to heal them even more efficiently. Eridus down to half, once again trying to reconnect onto Chanimal. It's all on the Warlock right now. They know he has nothing left in the tank, except for maybe another gateway, another jump, another grip. Anything from that spellbook is saving him right now, and with the Tyrant out, Zico, Echo making that final push.
And this is why Chanimal is just considered as the hardest Warlock to kill. Who else survives that? He gets the precog, he manages to get the Fierce. Now he's going for the Shadow Fury, but still in a lot of trouble. Eridus wants him right now. He actually ported the leg sweep of Eridus right there, and now Elsewave in huge trouble. JT's going to trinket, Void Shift him, get him back to pretty much full HP, but still, this could be Chanimal going down here. They got nothing. Lontar still 37 seconds on his Void Shift to get the double coil, calling out the Dreadstalkers. There's the Ray of Frost. Big damn coming out here for Raikou. They connect the Guardian, they try to peel it it for 1 second, but it's not enough. And it is going to be Echo who takes game number 1 against HOOLIBANG. But man, was that close or what, Liffy?
If we ever need to answer the question what happens if an unstoppable force meets an immovable object, well, just ask Chanimal how this first game felt. It's an insane performance from both teams. And I mean, we were talking about the Holy Priests of EU earlier today already, right? Lontar and JT, insane what they are bringing to the table here.
Absolutely. I mean, these Holy Priests have really leveled up their gameplay. You know, we saw it as well in the previous series, you know, with Borg and Relza. There's so many good Holy Priests in this tournament, really working miracles here. But this was early on in the match. We're going to see this was a really close call. I think this was the close call on Elsewhere. So look at what Raikou does here. So they get a fear onto, I think they get a fear onto JT, then they coil Elsewave, and then they get a sheep out of that. And then Raikou here, after the trade is made, like on the Nether Walk, he goes for the Ray of Frost and forced out Darkness, forced out a bunch of other cooldowns. Unfortunately, the clip got cut a little early there, so we didn't get to see it, but still very nice. And then here was, I think, Chanimal's survival towards the later stages of the game. Another Ray of Frost here, almost taking down Elsewave on that Frost Mage. And then here, Chanimal almost going down, but Lontar quick with the reflex there. And here again, Chanimal. I mean, the way he plays this, so he fake casts, he gets the precog, he gets the fear, he fears to dispel, and now he gets a fear onto a triple air fear. Then he relays his gateway right there, porch back with the gateway, then he re-puts his demonic circle, I think, behind this pillar here in a second. Yeah, right there. And then he pushes back again out in the open field because he wants to get distance between himself and that demonic circle, of course. And then here he fake casts, gets the precog, gets gripped, gets a fear with the precog. And now, as soon as Eridos comes back to him, he can just port back to where he relayed that demonic circle and then use his gateway again. And that's just how Chanimal does it. He's so good at rotating these mobility spells and always repositioning his gateway. Of course, at the end there, Raikou just gets his damage off in time, and they have enough to close it out. So Echo looking just great on the mage lock, but I'm not sold on the matchup. What do you think about the matchup? Is this like do you see this comp winning multiple times, especially on small map?
I was legit just gonna bring this up because we're going into the next map pick of HOOLIBANG, right? And on small map, Chanimal, I mean, he still can kite, but I doubt even for a moment he can kite as well as on a Grand, for example. So I think no. I think this comp is going to struggle now on hook point. Not a surprise at all that HOOLIBANG is picking that. And from here on out, it's going to be really survival for Echo. But first and foremost, unless, of course, hey, they completely smash expectations for me right now and win hook point anyway, HOOLIBANG will need to find something, some sort of solution to win the swing match, because that's what this match is going to be all about. I'm really feeling we might have 5 maps on our hands here, Zico, just trading their own map picks because the map sizes favor the comps a little bit more than the other.
Yeah, it could definitely be one of those series where, map size can determine a lot. So for HOOLIBANG, even if they win on hook point, they have to win that next game to get that swing match. But HOOLIBANG, they have some options as well, if it doesn't work out for them. They have Hawthorne on the bench. They have, some different specs they can switch around as well. And on Echo, of course, they also have a lot of options here. So this is kind of what both teams are leading with. This is like kind of the first round in their arsenal of compositions that they have available. But on hook point in the past, especially when Chanimal has been playing, Mage Lock, the strategy changes. Instead of just trying to kite the melees like to bad spots and then CC them, it's more about trying to kite the melees away and then get CC on them and go for the healer. Anytime he leaves the pillar and just steps out to dispel like a crowd control, they usually try to send like a big go on the healer. Typically, like a Mortal Coil and a stun from the pet into a Shadow Fury, like something like that. Where they actually try to go for the healer. So I'm curious to see if Echo decides to try that.
Yeah, those are the micro changes you need to make on these smaller maps. definitely winnable game for either team. I think HOOLIBANG will be going into this map as a favorite, and of course they want to even out the series. This is lower bracket after all. You want to even it out. You want to stay alive in this tournament, because not just is the tournament prize pool on the line or the cup prize pool on the line, it's also the championships points for the Dragonflight Grand Final. And Lontar, well, he is very aware of what that means, so he is pushing in for some aggressive fears right out of the gate, looking to put JT on the docket. And for the moment, Chanimal porting out, looking for some casts, looking for some fears in the backline, and Elsewave once again is the target, while Raikou is getting punched by Eridas.
Yeah, and we'll see right now Chanimal also getting punched, going for the demonic tyrant there. A nice leap of faith to allow him to secure that one. Nice ring of peace there, trying to knock Chanimal away there on that cast, but he's able to get it off, and now it's doing a decent amount of damage here. Raikou as well in the backline, spamming out some damage, but overall I think Echo's damage at this point is kind of low, and it's more about just trying to control HOOLIBANG. Raikou doesn't have his Icy Veins, doesn't have Ray of Frost, really doesn't have too much counter pressure here, so just trying to mitigate the damage that Chanimal is taking with good crowd control, and that's exactly what they're doing. They get a sheep onto JT, a fear onto Eridas, damage onto Elsewave with that coil, and they force out JT's trinket as a result.
Trinkets out is always a good position to be in, especially if you find a leg sweep like this on the mage without a trinket, and Raikou is suffering right now. Ray of Hope actually invested by Lontar after Raikou made it out. Hopefully not a CD that comes back to bite them, but first and foremost, those Rays of Frost, they are gonna be nasty to deal with for Elsewave the entire match through. And even Chanimal pushing in aggressively, or rather getting ganked on his teleport spot here. Might have to reposition this a little bit. As you can see, Lontar towards the middle of the map, and Elsewave once again under fire like crazy. Darkness out into a Netherwalk. So two massive Demon Hunter defensives overlapped almost, because Echo was just doing too much damn. And with that, HOOLIBANG is really struggling to find a footing in this matchup overall. Zico, I am starting to get worried. Hook point not paying off at all.
Yeah, hook point is not looking too good right now for HOOLIBANG. They have a situation here on the side of Echo, about a 10-second window right now. If they get any crowd control into JT and they go after Elsewave, they definitely could take him down. They have no real defense to kind of respond with, but doesn't look like they're going to be able to find it. Now they're pushing in. There's the Shadow Fury. Lontar is in position. Where's the fear? Not able to find it. No, he is going to be trying to get it, but he gets leg sweeped, and they're swapping to Lontar. Lontar taking so much damage here, trying to be aggressive with his team. They know they had that window. They wanted to push in, try to close it out there, but instead Lontar got heavily punished there. He was able to get a fear and force out the Will of the Forsaken at least, so Chanimal is going to be happy about that as Raikou gets kicked on his Ray of Frost.
Yeah, beautiful flying serpent kick. Eridas knew that Ray was coming, and he's going in, interrupting it and saving his teammates alive, but that might not be enough. Elsewave still on half HP. JT bringing in the Spirit him once again. Just generally a good way to make sure you get that Divine Hymn out and the healing increase on your entire team. Meanwhile, Raikou is getting punished. A lot more focus on the mage in general from HOOLIBANG this game so far, realizing that maybe those goes with the Ray of Frost is what they need to be worried about the most, as Chanimal is not as dangerous as he looks at first glance. Of course, it's still Chanimal, right? If you give him the time of day, he's just gonna straight up murder someone on your team. But for the moment, he's trying to set something up with the Fear. Elsewave, with the mechanics, hunt onto Raikou, dash onto Lontar into the Chaos Nova, trying to get back on the mage and get some damage in while the priest is stunned. But even though the mechanics are there, the damage is not quite, and Echo is staying alive, staying good and solid with a Ray of Hope.
The Ray of Hope could be negative. No, it's still going to remain positive, but it's not going to top Raikou there. A lot of damage coming out there from the Serenity, but now Elsewave in trouble, stunned up with no trinket. JT's in a fear, no Will of the Forsaken. Elsewave does manage to duck around the corner. Guardian Angel connects. Oh, beautiful stop there on the Ray of Frost by Elsewave. 0.1 interrupt there could have meant his life, but still, did the Guardian proc? It did not proc, but Elsewave still taking a lot of damage here. Raikou with the Icy Veins right now has tremendous pressure as HOOLIBANG realizes the situation they're in. They need to line of sight. There's the Frozen Orb behind the pillar. Raikou trying to do what he can here, make sure that he is keeping them pinned for as long as possible. Now going back to Lontar actually with Elsewave, not feeling too confident. Shadow Fury connects onto JT. Can he get the sheep? Raikou's waiting for that Frozen Orb at the pillar to disappear, but JT actually gets feared by Lontar, forced to trade out his Will of the Forsaken. He gets feared, he gets sheeped on his trinket, but it breaks, and I do believe Elsewave should be able to stay alive, but still this hook point pick is not looking too good here for HOOLIBANG. They need pressure on Chanimal as soon as possible.
Yeah, the expected dominance just lacking a little bit, and Lontar doing a fantastic job at keeping his team safe. And for the moment, Elsewave just sitting in a bunch of CC. Eridas gets CC'd up as well. Those polymorphs hitting hard from Raikou. He is looking for a little bit more opportunity. Gets a time warp proc, gets stunned on it, and they're really trying to connect here. I-beam in, Raikou dances out, jumps away, Blizzard Frozen Orb spam, just setting them on ice. HOOLIBANG not having the greatest time of their lives here right now, but at least they have JT in the back pocket who's keeping them alive like a champion. Spirit Hymn is available, as well as Void Shift and GS, so literally every CD in the book that JT could ever want is available right now, and Raikou is the next target. Another beautiful Chaos Nova forces the ice block as Lontar is just sitting in CC. In the meantime, the leg sweep forces them to swap over onto the Priest, putting more pressure on Echo Sealer. For the moment, they recover. Elsewave dipping out once again to avoid the goal from Echo.
Yeah, big cooldowns there being forced by Raikou. Could become a target here later on in the match if they can get that second ice block. It looks like Eridas is pushing to try to make it happen, but Raikou once again with the Ray of Frost gets interrupted there by Eridas. Sheep's coming out here onto him as well, and I think they're just abandoning Chanimal here. They realize this Warlock cannot be killed, so they're just going to... Chanimal immediately shuts it down there with a nice Fear Coil combo. Elsewave, it's dispelled, ducks around a corner, just chilling here, waiting for those stun. The Archer come back, goes back on the hunt there onto Chanimal. He porters away behind the pillar. Dark Pack gets active. Full sheep onto Eridas. Raikou looking for more sheeps there, allowing Chanimal here to get some breathing room. And Lontar actually getting caught up in the imprisonment into the Chaos Nova. Now here comes the pressure. Chanimal in a fell eruption. But look at Eridas. Every single time they do these super clean setups there, Elsewave really set that up beautifully. But he just gets stunned, Eridas, and always making sure that they both can't connect there at the same time. They get a Fear onto JT, force out Will of Forsaken, and stun Elsewave, and force out his Trinket.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of an overlap here as Elsewave pops the Netherwalk and immediately cancels this, and maybe they can find a swap onto Chanimal. No unending resolve. Elsewave stunned, or rather rooted out in the middle of the map. It's just getting bombarded with snowballs, and Raikou, he has the mirror images, he has a Ray of Frost. They could find a go in just a second. Elsewave is pretty down and out in terms of defensives. Only the darkness available, so if they can set up a nice stun from Chanimal, they might be able to do something nasty here to that Demon Hunter. But first, Raikou needs to stay alive even in the first place. Ray of Hope from Lontar coming in, keeping him safe for the moment. And once again, HOOLIBANG has to dip out. There's the Ray, big damage going through JT, the target, but he's staying alive, he's staying healthy, especially with that Desperate Prayer, giving him a little bit of extra HP. Eridas getting bombarded with damage from Chanimal, and overall, 8 minutes in, Hook Point, the dominating choice, at least that it was in theory, for HOOLIBANG is starting to cost them more and more. Echo looking great, forcing Elsewave's darkness and really showing why they were one of the best teams, no, actually the undisputed best team in EU for so long. They're back on track here, Zico.
Absolutely, Echo right now looking to try to take HOOLIBANG out on their own map pick. Can they do it? Elsewave's pinned at the pillar. Raikou doing what he can here on the Frost Mage with that Icy Veins. He's got a couple of seconds left before that cooldown disappears. He's got his Ray of Frost coming out here as well shortly. Big stun onto Elsewave. Chanimal trying to take him down. They get a Chastise onto JT. Raikou's there with the Polymorph. Elsewave doesn't have a reverse magic for it. Can't do anything about this Polymorph. Raikou looking for the Ring of Frost on one side. Chanimal with the Fear on the other side. JT defs the Fear, but gets coiled into a half Fear, and just a lot of pressure here. Lontar sending the Symbols of Hope there behind the pillar, looking for the drink, and that's going to force Elsewave and Eridas to leave the pillar. Here comes the Serenity, big damage potential, but look at Eridas getting spam CC'd on his Serenity. Chanimal just lining in, porting away, using the Demonic Gateway. Nice Fear by JT, could allow Eridas to connect here, but that Serenity is completely over, so Chanimal has survived most of that cooldown, but still very low. There's the Ray of Hope coming out there for Lontar. Is it going to be a negative Ray, though? Lontar has a lot of healing to catch up with. The Apotheosis is popped, and he goes into Angel form. Divine Hymn comes out, and I think that should be enough heals here to allow Chanimal to stay alive.
For the moment, at least, that was a net zero Ray, and even the Dark Pact is gone. Chanimal down on 20%. Elsewave really trying to get in there, mattering a Fear earlier just to get that Ray of Hope out of Lontar, and Chanimal is taking so much punishment right now, but so is Elsewave. Beautiful grip from J2 to keep him safe behind the pillar. Nice Axe Toss. Eridas rooted out, stunned out in the open. Raikou stunned up himself. They are really trying to finish things off on both sides of the map. Is it gonna be the Warlock or the Demon Hunter who falls first? Elsewave is trying to connect. JT has the mind games in. Raikou is looking for CC, not quite finding it, but they do find the Demon Hunter. Once again, Else Waves, Netherwalk is forced, and JT with 0 mana. How much longer can he keep his agility cleave alive, running, going, winning? Hopefully, at least, as Raikou is down to 20%. Ray of Frost is available, Icy Veins are in, he needs to Ice Block here. The Hunt is coming in, just as the block is cancelled. Raikou on death's door right now, they cannot connect though. Here's the big raid, Wave struggling to stay alive, 20%. Even miracle fashion getting healed up by JT with the GS invested, but the full fear from Lontar, and somehow Raikou just gets insta-gipped. What a finish from HOOLIBANG.
HOOLIBANG, they managed to do it. They stay alive. They force the ice block of Raikou when he pushes in and gets a little too aggressive. And then they managed to mass dispel the ice block because JT was in angel form. And when you're in angel form, all your spells are free. Mass dispel, nowadays a 2-minute cooldown. Also heavy on the mana. JT is just going to bang that out, insta dispel the block. And then they're going to reconnect. They're going to see it here in the replay. I think it was the Hunt that came in there at the very end from Eradas, from Elsewave, sorry, that was able to take him down.
Just beautiful. Just beautiful. What a fantastic game, but it has me still worried. Yes, HOOLIBANG even out the series here. But as we said, Zico, this did not even remotely look as dominant as we were at Hook Point expecting to be for this melee cleave. So what do they need to do just to keep it rolling? And we see some highlight clips here. It's just consistently these moments where Elsewave was basically dead on my screen already.
Yeah, definitely was. It felt like Echo was owning the entire game, and then at the end they got a little bit overconfident, and yeah, they got sent. So we'll see it, I think, a little bit further ahead here on the next replay here. So this is, I think this is when Raikou pushes in. So he drops an orb there, yeah, and then he blinks in, and then he gets caught up with a stun right there. And look at JT, he's in angel form. He has free healing right now. They stun up Raikou. He wants to kind of block the stun, but he wants to greet it, and there's the massive spell instant on the ice block. Raikou knocks Elsewave back, and then now Raikou has hypothermia, so he has Cold Snap coming up in 8 seconds, but he can't use another ice block, even though he will have the Cold Snap. So you can't see that he has hypothermia, but he cannot block this. And then boom, Chastise stun, and the Hunt gets sent in, and he just gets popped. And I feel like if Raikou didn't blink in behind the pillar there and try to win the game, and instead just sat back and CC'd the Windwalker, or just did damage to the Windwalker, and you know, played it a bit more standard, Echo probably had that. But you know, that's the thing in those long dampened games. If you play too passive, you're gonna lose. If you play too offensive, you're gonna lose. You need to find that right balance, and in that game, Echo was not able to do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's lower bracket semifinals, right? This is top 4, top 3 on the line, and of course you're getting eliminated. So both teams playing on the highest possible level. If you make even a small mistake like that 10 minutes into a nerve-wracking game, then you're gonna pay for it. That's just what's gonna happen, and that is what the teams are used to. You just gotta not make these mistakes. And as we're going to Maldraxxus, Echo's map pick, HOOLIBANG will stick to the Windwalker Demon Hunter comp. JT's continuously on the Holy Priest. And I'm not really expecting Echo to change things up here, as you mentioned, Zico. If Raikou was just playing a little bit more patient, I want to say, they would have won this game.
Honestly, if you're Echo, you're happy with that game. I mean, like, okay, you're not happy. Like, oh, yes, we lost, you know, but you're happy with how that game went. Like, this is you know, going to be your hardest map in the entire series, and the fact is you were owning the entire game. And you know, the ending, it happens. You know, it happens when dampening is really high and you make a mistake. You're going to take too much damage and you can't do anything about it, and you're going to lose. So shake that off. You were supposed to lose that map anyway. And just focus on the good things that happened, you know, in that match, which is you guys were dominating the whole time.
Yeah, and that means we're just coming back to our swing map discussion. It's not quite a water map, so no swimming will be done here, unless someone starts drowning in the games here. But it's really all about what can HOOLIBANG do, right? Yes, they looked like they were losing the entire map. I mean, they kind of looked like they were losing the entire map on Negrand as well, to a certain extent. So maybe they can do the same thing. It's just like bait Echo in with some false hope of being down and out and then one-shot someone.
Yep. We'll see if they can do just that, but like you mentioned, this is going to be very important here for HOOLIBANG, and not just because it's the swing match, but also because of the standings. Echo is the #1 team in Europe. HOOLIBANG has a chance right now to rise up in the ranks. All the teams that are ahead of them in the standings, they're all out. Shibaku Tensei, they're gone. Lava Lava, they're gone. They're all gone. It's just Echo left. Knock them out, and it's just going to be HOOLIBANG and the BIKINI Mafia and everybody else who has, less than 100 points. Like, they're going to be chilling hard. So HOOLIBANG really, really, really needs to win this because they want to secure themselves in that top 3 for the qualifiers and also for good seeding. So this is super important for them. Probably one of the most important games they will play all season is this swing match right here.
And it's not just that you have the teams that you can catch up to ahead of you out. You also have new competitors breathing down your neck, right? You have Streamer Zone GG. You have Bikini Bottom Mafia that can take your spot next weekend if you go out here. So there's definitely a lot of stress coming into this series. There's a lot of stress going into this game 3 because there is a match point on the line. Whoever takes this will be going up and into the safe position. But first, you gotta catch Raikou, or rather, gotta get away from this melee cleave because the Frost Mage is suffering right now. Lontar doing a great job, spirit him to keep him alive here at the start of the game, but there's the Ray of Frost, and now Elswave is suffering. Meanwhile, Aradas swapping over onto Chanimal, split pressure onto the casters here, Zico. That could be what helps them.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to need to pressure the Windwalker a little bit, at least in the matchup, but Raikou is the target here for HOOLIBANG. So they're swapping up their strategy a little bit. Having Chanimal as the main target, deciding that Raikou could potentially be a better one, and they're going to go after Chanimal here actually a little bit, splitting a little bit, but now Elswave also connecting onto the target. Chanimal trades out the Dark Pact, big damage here onto Elswave. If they can get any crowd control, ooh, counterspell snuck in onto JT. Raikou looking for the follow-up, but not able to find it there. JT with a nice chastise stun. Meanwhile, Lontar also trading out his overlap there from Echo actually. They used Unending Resolve and Ray of Hope there together onto Chanimal, so an opening potentially on that next Serenity in 10 seconds here for HOOLIBANG, Litty.
Yeah, it's not looking great when these guys faced each other the last time around, or rather, one of the first times around in the lower bracket was in Cup 1, and back then, well, Elswave didn't die, at least not too much, but this whole series went to 5 games, and it was Game 3 where HOOLIBANG won the swing match on the large map. So, Echo, they have a little bit of precedent in the back of their head, I'm sure, as they're trying to connect, trying to get a little bit more damage in. They have all a reason to be afraid because there's so much damage coming out of this Windwalker Demon Hunter. And Aradas, he has a Serenity ready, he has a Strike of the Windlord ready, and Zua, and he can let that Tiger out of the cage and get some damn in on one of these guys. And there it is, Raikou, CC into a leg sweep, beautiful setup here, but Lontar more than ready with it, with the Power Infusion, the Spirit GS, pops basically his entire spellbook on his mage, and now they swap over to Chanimal, down to 20%, needs to pour it out into the arms of JT. They find a sheep, and Elswave under fire. Zico, it's looking like HOOLIBANG has found their footing.
Yeah, HOOLIBANG definitely looking a lot better here compared to that hook point game. It looks like they've cleaned up their offense here a little bit. Right now, JT, though, could be getting crowd control. Lontar's pushing in. He finds the full fear. Chanimal, though, in the meantime, gets absolutely blasted. Ray of Hope being forced there. And that's one of the things here. When the damage is this high, I mean, look at both of these, the Windwalker and the Demon Hunter doing 120k DPS each, plus Mortal Strike effect, plus dampening. And when it's like that, even if you push in and you get a fear as Lontar, that time where you're not spam healing your Warlock, you're still going to come out, losing that exchange. So they do get the fear, but it cost them the Ray of Hope, and now they catch Chanimal. Nice grip on the leg sweep there, and Lontar trying to build distance. Elswave kind of trapped at the pillar right now here with Raikou, and Chanimal is going to stay alive.
Looking good. Nice Shadow Melt earlier on the Ring of Frost. Now Raikou once again getting one shot, basically. GS coming in from Lontar, big heals. Has another stack of Serenity to work with here for that big burst healing, and is working that second one. In the meantime, Elswave is the target. JT sitting open field, needs to push in to keep his Demon Hunter alive, getting feared by Lontar, and Elswave under fire. No Trinket, no Netherwalk, only the darkness to keep him safe, as Raikou is trying to get more damage in. Chanimal just free casting right now, and Elsewave once again dipping out. It's interesting to see how much free reign Eridas gets on this Monk, but Elsewave needs to dip out every few seconds to not get murdered.
Yeah, Elsewave really needs to play this kind of hit and run game very well. Eridas gonna have to soak up a lot of that damage, but I like going after the Windwalker a lot. Look at Eridas right now on 1% HP. No, he ports and gets darkness at the same time. He ports back. Ray of Frost could go through that darkness. Nice imprisonment onto Raikou. They're shutting it down. JT pushing for the crowd control onto Lontar, paralyzed onto Chanimal, who's gonna be the target. Eridas going after Raikou. He gets caught up in a fear into a stun, and he's gonna use his human racial to break out of that one. Raikou now with the icy veins looking for the counter pressure. I think Eridas is a fantastic target right now on that Windwalker. If they can get some crowd control onto Elsewave, they could definitely take him down here with this icy veins. They're going after Eridas to get a full fear onto Eridas. They're looking for Chanimal now, trying to swap here as he does make it back to the pillar. Eridas realizing what a dire situation he's in. He has no karma, no dampen magic, nothing. So he's just gonna tank it out here at the pillar, wait for some of those cooldowns to come back. But in the meantime, Elsewave, of course, forced to trade out his trinket as well as that nether walk. So now Elsewave has nothing, and I think this is what the hook point game was missing for Echo. Multiple pressure points here for both of them to attack.
Yeah, those pressure points, they definitely help. If both casters are just under fire the whole time, there is less damage, less CC in general coming out. But Eridas is still struggling as they try to dip out for just a second, allow JT to have a moment of respite. And seems like that was enough. Now, of course, Blizzard is going to come in. Lontar on the other side of the map, though, is looking for a drink. And with a double melee and a Frost Mage keeping them in check, it's so hard to stop this Priest. Look at this drink, man. He got like 30% mana and is outpacing JT massively right now. This might come back to bite HOOLIBANG quite heftily.
Yeah, we'll see here. JT caught up in a sheep right now. Eridas trading out the touch of karma there in that exchange. JT finally coming out of crowd control. Eridas, Elsewave, and JT all huddled up here at the pillar. Raiku's going to reset some of these cooldowns there with the shifting power. He's got icy veins coming up in 10 seconds, and he's going to start ramping up those frost bolts to the point where they are going to just crush the enemy team here. You can see him already spamming out frost bolts, and as soon as that veins come off cooldowns, as soon as they leave this pillar, he's going to immediately probably send that as well. Looking for a frozen orb here potentially. No, he's going to blink in and get a sheep out of that Shadow Fury. Beautifully done there by Raikou to follow that up, and there's the frozen orb as well. He's going to be the target here, but this is a good position for him. He got the CC, he got his damage off before he got caught up in that stun, and now Chanimal can just peel for him, getting some coils out, getting some fears out, but Raikou still not feeling too confident here. Ray of Hope and Guardian being forced here by Lontar. JT sitting in demon or in angel form as he looks to try to top his team, and now here's got big Ray of Frost push onto Eridas. No touch of karma for 20 seconds there, so he's still definitely a viable target for Echo.
Absolutely. I know Elsewave tries to connect on Chanimal. They need to pull back once again. You can see JT's mana not looking great. Lontar still sitting on that 85%. Disgusting pacing actually from Lontar. That drinker really working out for them. At latest point now, I think you gotta talk about this mana bar, because if we look at the next 2.5 minutes, JT is just gonna bleed blue faster and faster, especially considering how deep they need to go. And now they're onto Lontar. The big swap. The Chaos Nova is in. He doesn't have anything right now. Can he stay alive? Fade coming through. Even the cheat death procced here at least a little bit. That extra shield that you get as a priest on low HP is saving him for the moment. What a shove here from HOOLIBANG, and Raikou still under fire. Eridas taking a lot of punishment right now, but has the touch of karma running. That should be good enough. Echo trying to just get through it, but Lontar bled so much mana there.
Yeah, Eridas actually, they did go through his karma right there, and now he gets the Guardian. JT really running low here on things to keep Eridas in the middle of the map. So if Chanimal can just tank it out for a little bit more, they could potentially force Eridas away from open field here, which is the situation that you want if you are Echo. They got Ray of Hope, or they got Ray of Frost. So many Rays on this side. They got Ray of Frost available for Raikou. They got Icy Veins in 10 seconds as well. Raikou's going to be packing a absolutely massive punch. Chanimal still has unending resolve, so it's not looking too bad for them. Eridas pushes in now, looking to get aggressive. Here's the veins. Here's the Ray of Frost there as well, but I think Eridas actually dispelled it there with an envelope with the freedom thing, the freedom sprint thing they have. I forget the name, but Eridas right now still taking a lot of damage here behind the pillar. Everybody's getting cleaved. Frozen Orb on one side, Blizzard on the other side. Chanimal's out there spamming out the fear. She has his Tyrant out as well, dealing a lot of pressure, and right now Echo's looking pretty confident.
Yeah, they're looking great, but this overconfidence cost them hook point already. Can they stay alive this time around? Can they retain the patience that they need to? They've swapped the strategy a little bit, the big target now being Eridas, and JT sitting on about 10% mana at best, has the APOF. He can heal for free at least a little bit with that. The free Holy Words are going to help out massively, and especially the cooldown restoration will supply a lot of throughput here as Eridas gets bumped up back to full, but Raikou places a frozen orb on them and makes them suffer, makes them shiver, as he is the next target though. Ray of Frost in 2 seconds. They just need to stay alive a little bit longer. They almost have it. There it is. Eridas being lasered across the map. The fields of battle looking pretty cold right now for HOOLIBANG, but they're not giving up yet. Chanimal getting stunned up with the Chastise. JT pushing in as well. They know they are on the last leg. They need to make something happen. They force Raikou's Ice Block, but Lontar still has a little bit of mana to work with. A Void Shift and a Ray of Hope. Eridas about to go down. Soothing Mists. Nothing from JT to save his life. And Echo go up to match point.
That was really clean stuff here from Echo. They're winning on the big map, controlled. They had a lot of pressure on the Windwalker and the Demon Hunter, which I really, really like, because it just forces, it just makes it really awkward for both of them. Because sometimes the Demon Hunter wants to push in. He's like, oh, I got blurred, let's go in. But then the Monk is like, oh, I have nothing. So we can't really. So it slows down, you know, the offense a lot. And honestly, Eridas here, really playing an amazing game. Like, look at this here. So Eridas is getting pressured really hard here. And look at that. He gets stunned, and I think he Touch of Karma's one of these pets here when he drops low. I'm pretty sure I saw a Touch of Karma on right here on like right there. Look at that. He Touch of Karma's the Felguard to stay alive. And before this, I think he Tiger's Lusted a Ray of Frost. Actually, not sure if you can do that or if there was something else that he did there. But Eridas just knows like a lot of these like little secrets that can really save the day. I mean, Tiger's Lusting a Ray of Frost is it saves you, you know, like a big defensive if you can pull that off. So Eridas showing, you know, why he's regarded as such an amazing Windwalker, but in this matchup, not going to be enough. Echo will remain, you know, in the lead here in the series.
That they do. But that also means we're going now to map pick for HOOLIBANG. Maybe they change up comp? Do you think they change up comp here, Zico? This is not looking great. I mean, this was an expected loss almost with the map size, right? They still held up quite nicely, but they didn't find remotely as many openings and goals as they did on hook point. Do you think another smaller map is going to help them?
Yeah, I mean, I think a smaller map is going to help them, but the smaller map didn't look that, you know, like we talked about it. It doesn't look that convincing. Sadly, the small map. So we're going to Ruins of Lordaeron. It could be time to, I think HOOLIBANG probably just will stay with the same composition here. If they swap, I think it might be in a potential game number 5, but we'll see here. You can see here the last couple of seconds in that match as well. A lot of damage coming in here from the pets of Chanimal. Most of it actually. Raikou just focusing on surviving there, and Lontar actually out-damaged Raikou there during the kill.
Yeah.
Holy Priest actually do so much damage.
That's just the thing, right? One of the reasons why Holy Priest is so good. Yes, of course, your healing profile just works really, really well with the current state of the game, right? It's a lot of bursty damage that your kind of whack-a-mole playstyle that you have as a Holy Priest just helps you out a lot. But it is also just the fact that priests can do so much damage, right? Historically, just Disc Priests with Shadowlands, they got mind games, were able to start being incredibly offensive and some really clutch plays that can be brought in. And now we are in a little bit of a Holy Fire era, especially with things like Holy Word and the recently reworked Empyrean Blaze. Holy Priests can just go in, land a stun, and then fire away some instant cast Holy Fires that, if you're looking at the deathlogs every now and then, you'll see those 80-90k normal hits, those 180k crits fly in, which is super, super nasty to deal with. And especially, Zico, I think, not just when we're talking about the Holy Priest, but if we're looking a little bit further, not just Europe, but worldwide at the healers in general, so many people bringing out healers that have just this tremendous damage impact. Just looking at Sidu on his Evoker, just dropping a lot of defensive for a more offensive build. So I almost want to say we're entering a little bit of a 2.5 DPS meta here with the healers.
Yeah, it's a good way to look at it. I mean, here's the infamous Sea-Doo death log screenshot.
I'll
Topping
never
the
get tired of
damage.
this, man.
I mean, it's crazy. People are getting creative, with a lot of the new gear that's available, and in general, I think it is super important for the healer to be assisting with that damage for sure. Because the more that your team is pumping, the more you're taxing the other healer as well. So it's always going to be cheaper for something like a priest to be doing damage compared to the other priest who has to heal up that damage. So. It's these small little things that are making players like JT and Lontar as good as they are here. But game number 4 here, Ruins of Lordaeron, match point between HOOLIBANG and Echo. Echo needs this win. HOOLIBANG needs this win. Do you think we're going to game number 5, or do you think Echo is going to be closing it out right here, Lithy?
I am a believer. HOOLIBANG will even it out. How they do it, I don't know. Chat's favorite suggestion seems to be we're nerfing DKs, then this game is going to go on. That seems to be great. Let's see how that works out. But first and foremost, you gotta bury someone 6 feet deep. And where else to do that than on a cemetery, Zico?
Absolutely. We have the tombstone primed up and ready here for whoever is going to be falling first in this matchup. Echo and HOOLIBANG both battling it out here in the lower bracket. Whoever loses here will be eliminated from the tournament. Winner will advance to the lower bracket final and guarantee themselves a top 3 finish here in the tournament. Right now, Raikou is getting absolutely blasted in a leg sweep. Nice grip there coming out from Lontar. The Serenity for Erados doing a lot of work, but Raikou is there spamming out the peels here on that Serenity, trying to do what he can, spamming out Sheeps, Ice Novas, everything he can to just be as annoying as possible, making sure he's connecting with those slows as well. And he has the Icy Vents actually still holding on to the Icy Veins here. Usually you see that popped basically first global. Now he's going to send a little bit of a late Icy Veins here, as he was the target there in that initial assault. So Raiku's going to have a lot of pressure here, and Elswave needs to be ready. He realizes the situation he's in. Look at Lontar, he pushes in for the Shastai Spear. They force out the Will of the Forsaken there from JT, and nice push there by Lontar. They sheep JT actually on that Will of the Forsaken as well, getting a lot of pressure here onto Elswave, forcing out his blur as well. So good pressure once again here in the opening stages coming out from Echo.
That's looking really good. Raikou with that delayed burst, with the laser coming in once again. Gets cancelled pretty quickly. Nice Shadow Melt from Elswave. He is very on point with those for the raise. And generally, Raikou just finding it so hard to stay alive and healthy in these first minute and a half of this 4th map. Chanimal, now the target as well. Erados CC'd up a little bit. Oh, ringed back into the room. Lontar out of line of sight. Chanimal should be fine here for the moment. They both pull back to JT because they know if they go into that room, they seal their tomb back behind themselves, and you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that if you're this far into this weekend's cup. You can go even further, and now Erados really wants to take the pain to Chanimal, but he has a Dark Pact, and even though the Dampen Harm is procced, it looks like HOOLIBANG can't really get too much out of it. JT pushed in super far, is now sitting in the room himself, sheeped up, and Lontar will fear him out of that. Looking dangerous here. Zico, what can HOOLIBANG do?
I mean, I feel like this map is backfiring really hard right now for HOOLIBANG. Look at this infinite CC chain that's happening on JT. The reason for that is because Chanimal dragged Erados into the room, and to be able to heal Erados, well, JT has to enter. You see what Chanimal's doing right now? Right now, Chanimal can just go inside the room, and if you follow him, you're going to line of sight your healer. And if your healer pushes out to the open to try to get into the room, Raiku's always going to be there with a polymorph. Or if you're going after Raikou, Chanimal is always going to be there with a fear. And that is where a lot of this pressure is coming from. By Echo, just perfect positioning right now, but Raikou finally has to trade out the Ice Block. Massive pressure coming in there with the Power Infusion, Demon King Elswave, and now looking to try to take a bite out of Chanimal here as well, but he needs to be careful. Raikou is active with the Icy Vents right now and getting a lot of counter pressure.
Massive counter pressure, Chanimal down to half. Still holding on to that unending resolve, so not really any close to death danger, but I think HOOLIBANG's main target is going to be Raikou whenever they get the opportunity to go in. Erados getting swapped to Lontar in the backside there. So much damage onto the Monk. I don't even get how he just almost died, but Lontar certainly had a hand in the play, and once again, Raikou gets targeted up 20%! Alter times back, barely staying alive. Lontar under so much fire with CC. His mage almost dying. GS saving the day. Holding on to Void Shift and Ray of Hope for the moment, but HOOLIBANG gathering some momentum here.
HOOLIBANG definitely fighting back right now, but still it's a long, hard-fought battle. Look at Lontar once again pushes in for the fear here, and unfortunately for him, his team is kind of getting destroyed while he was doing that, but still decent pressure onto Elsewave, as Elsewave is dropping down quite low here. Can he get something onto JT? Doesn't look like it. It's going to be JT just avoiding all that crowd control, ducking back and forth, even activating the fade right there anytime he even goes into the line of these wizards. Finally gets a second here to pick up his team, and JT is actually doing really well
Lontar's
on mana. Yeah, sure, Lontar is drinking, but JT's mana is the real issue, because he's never going to be able to drink, and his mana is doing really good still. So HOOLIBANG are definitely still in this one.
Absolutely, this game is going lots and lots better. I mean, we kind of were expecting that on the smaller map, but Echo has proven themselves to be a very, very tough customer so far, though. Lontar with that drink is going to net themselves a little bit of an evened out mana game, but the pressure is just going to continue to ramp as dampening ramps up itself. 5 minutes in almost, Raikou under fire. Even with that GS, Lontar is having a hard time keeping him alive. And now Eridas comes in with the end cap. Lontar is getting out of that immediately, probably even deathed it, as the spirit of redemption will come through. Lots of free heals, a little bit of an offensive innovate here for the Priest, as he's just pumping his teammates. So is JT trying to keep them alive. The spirit him now coming through as Raikou is just hammering Frostbolts. And overall, it's an endless back and forth between the two teams, and HOOLIBANG with a beautiful strat of push and pull every now and then.
Raikou actually has no more ice blocks right here. He needs to try to get a shifting power off and just try to stay out of harm's way. He needs to play a very passive game now. He's got nothing to work with. Eridas, he knows every time he has a leg sweep, he can go in, get aggressive, port back. Every time he has a Serenity, he can go in and feel confident. And he has Touch of Karma. Like, they could make a potentially game-winning push here. He could send the Karma right now. They get the leg sweep onto Raikou. There's the Touch of Karma offensively by Eridas. That's going to be the ray of hope from Lontar, but they paralyzed Lontar. Can he continue the chain here? Lontar is able to finally connect some heals into that ray of hope as that paralyze did break, but said Raikur's not out of the woods just yet. Guardian comes out, 1% HP. This is not a fire mage. He has no cauterize, really dancing with death there, but finally the void shift comes out for Lontar, and Raikou is not looking too great in this matchup right now. He has no cooldowns left. How is he going to be able to stay alive? Lontar is really going to need to work some miracles, and he's got basically nothing left. But look at Elsewave though, almost going down there with that ray of Frost Snipe, but he will recover. And now I am so scared of Raikou, for Raikou.
Yeah, it's looking rough for the mage right now. There's so much damage. I have no idea how that GS didn't proc earlier, but that was every single defensive that Echo had left burned to keep Raikou just standing on his 2 feet. Another polymorph attempt going through. JT CC'd out. Eridas immediately is going to port and heal himself with a soothing mist. Elsewave, the next target, he is dashing away again as well. Raikou stand up. Maybe this could be the go. There's a leg sweep coming in, taking out Chanimal. No cross CC available. No peels for Echo. Dark Pact used, but the stuns, the cross CC. Echo setting it up nicely. Eridas with another axe tossed out in the open. What can JT do? He has big heals. That's what he can do, keeping his team alive and healthy. Mana-wise, still winning over Lontar, as he just has to deal with so much extra pressure and doesn't have the benefit of consistently bouncing prayers of mending. Meanwhile though, Chanimal and Raikou finding the pincer movement that Wizard is so known for.
Yeah, and Raikou has another ice block now. He's got his cold snap back, so we can feel a lot more confident here in the match. That window to take down Raikou has slipped away. Nice defense here coming out from him and Chanimal. And now the Guardian comes out here though, but if they can force that ice block from Raikou. Raikou right now doesn't want to use his cold snap. If he cold snaps, he will lose a block. He's getting a block back in 50 seconds. So if they can force him to cold snap block right now, Raikou is still going to be a viable target for the rest of this game. But they need to act very fast on the side of HOOLIBANG. They're flailing around here. They're not sure. Go in, go out. Where are we going with this? They're going after Raikou now. There's the paralyze onto Lontar. Lontar needs to save Raikou here. Yes, Lontar trades out his trinket to make sure that Raikou gets that second ice block. Perfect defense coordination here from Echo, and that is going to mean that now Chanimal has to be the target for HOOLIBANG for pretty much the rest of the game.
We got another 30 seconds. That cold snap is looking mighty juicy, especially with that Serenity up and ready. Elsewave taking a lot of punishment as Eridas is flying after Raikou, trying to reconnect JT, keeping him alive and steady. And 15 seconds on that cold snap ice block. Raikou down to 20%. Invis is popped. The wall is in. Ray of Hope in as well. 6 more seconds and he has that extra lifeline. This would be massive for Echo as Eridas pops the Karma, tries to stay offensive. Elsewave has the darkness as well, and that's the cold snap ice block. They got it in the last possible second, Zico, but do they pay with their lives for it? It certainly looks like Eridas is really struggling to stay anywhere close to above 20%, and now it happens. No, actually, Raikou did get the ice block. He has one left, and he's still dying. Hypothermia coming back to bite them. He's sitting on the open. Zico, that was way too close for comfort.
That was way too close right now, Raikou. You know, he was just spamming his ice block key there. So he's going to have another one. He's got Icy Veins active right now, so they need to be very scared on the side of HOOLIBANG. But Chanimal is actually the real issue right now for Echo. He's got no unending resolve. If they can connect here with the damage, Lontar's sitting through a stun. Can they connect with enough damage onto Chanimal? Do they have defense to stay on target? Looks like Elsewave does, but Eridas does not. So if they can CC Elsewave and take down Eridas on the side of Echo, I think they can still control their way through this. But at the same time, JT is there with the Trinket, Void Shift, trying to keep his team aggressive and on target, but can they stop this demonic tyrant? They kick the tyrant. Elswave's back on target. Can they get the damage here? He's solo, no Void Shift available, nothing for Chanimal. He gets the fear, he gets the tyrant, he gets another fear onto Elswave. He's just hiding while Raikou is just dealing havoc there in the backline now, turning his pressure back onto Elswave. Chanimal will go down though, I think. He's caught up in the chastise stun. He has the precog, ports away to safety. Raikou knocks away the Demon Hunter from Chanimal. Ray of Hope comes back for Lontar, and he's going to be able to keep Chanimal alive here. He's going to be a negative ray though, I'm not sure. It does nothing. There's the Guardian for Lontar. It's gonna proc. There is the touch of death and the touch of karma. All the touches here for Eridas. This could be a 2v2. He's actually gonna go down. Raikou finds the sheep, but now it's a Demon Hunter and a Priest versus a Priest Mage. Lontar's got nothing left. Raikou's got no cooldowns left. I don't see how Echo's gonna win this 2v2. Lontar's sitting through a full fear, and Raikou will get destroyed. HOOLIBANG, whoo, after 10.5 minutes, are able to tie it up and take us to game 5.
HOOLIBANG brought a big shovel, but as you know, digging a grave, that takes a few minutes, but they ultimately get it done. Serious, evened out a lower bracket, still alive for HOOLIBANG, and we got a Serious on our hands here, Zico. Echo looking good, looking decent all the way through, but there's again and again these moments where HOOLIBANG rolls in and takes an entire health bar and multiple CDs in a row. And I think one of the big moments here was, I think they got an ice block, they got a GS, they got a Ray of Hope in the span of like 15 seconds. And I think you can see that Echo is still a little bit shaky.
Yeah, I mean, they got so close. There's so many times where they almost had it, but again, this is not, you know, the best possible map for this matchup, but still, if you were Echo, you probably wanted to actually close it out here. They were so close. They battled it out for such a long period of time, but there was those close calls, and JT, man, saving this level of mana without ever drinking it's really impressive how he's able to do that. And then at the very end, you know, when they're going for that all-in, he just sends his whole spellbook, Guardian Angel, Trinket Swap, just anything to keep his Monk and his Windwalker on top of that Warlock for as long as possible. They do manage to get the kill, but they also end up dying in that exchange. But at that point, it doesn't really matter. Lontar's got no mana. They got nothing to work with. It's a mage anyway, playing a 2v2, you know, into a Demon Hunter, so it's not going to be a great time regardless here for Raikou. And HOOLIBANG, they're able to take it. It wasn't pretty, but they're able to get it done now. In game number 5, what do you think is going to happen? Big map, same comps, or someone switching it up?
I mean, we're running low a little bit on big maps, right? We've gone through Tolveron, we've gone through Maldraxxus. What really is left? Maybe Empyrean Domain is something Ashermains, sure, that definitely works. Generally, though, I think the status quo is established, right? No matter what map we go to, it's close, it's clutch, it's getting into those deep dampens 8 to 10 minute matches. And that's just really, really rough to play for either team. One single mistake will cost you the map. And, well, Tolveron probably not Wait, did we not go to Tolveron?
No, they won on Maldraxxus and on Nagrand.
Right, we still have Tolveron. Oh god, that sucks for HOOLIBANG, man. Oh boy.
Yeah, I feel like they've added so many large maps nowadays. Like before, there used to be like a risk of running out of small maps or big maps, but I really don't feel like these days there's so many new maps. Like even I would say like Enigma Crucible. I would say that's like a large map these days. Empyrean, you got Tolvir, you got Nokkudon is like decent as well. Like there's a lot of maps. You know, the dev's been busy making a lot of cool maps for us, which is awesome. HOOLIBANG, they are bringing in Houghton. They are bringing in Houghton. Imagine you are Houghton. You didn't play a game this entire weekend, and now 2-2, backs against the wall. You have to win this. This is the team that is ahead of you in the standings. You are the two last teams in that top 4 that are still in the tournament. Whoever wins this is going to start. If it's HOOLIBANG, they're going to climb up those rankings and become potentially one of the top 2 teams, or maybe even the top 1 team on points. And for Echo, they have to win this to maintain that number 1 team. So both of these teams, they really, really want this. And to be tagged in game number 5 as Houghton on Tolvir Arena into Echo's Mage Lock. Yeah, I'm just happy I'm not Houghton right now. That's all I can say.
I think he's gonna do just fine. I mean, this is the original group of people that came in Season 3 Cup 1 and took the entire thing. They took down everyone with Sub-Rogue Windwalker. Later they brought in Elsewave to have a little bit more variety for their comp pool, right? And they've been doing great with him. He's looking fantastic on that Demon Hunter. But this is the original HOOLIBANG, and I feel like, considering Echo has been struggling in this entire series so much with these incredible burst damage moments, overlapping CDs when it was getting really hairy, I think bringing in this Sub-Rogue is going to be an incredibly, incredibly tough one to deal with.
Yeah, I agree. I'm excited to see Sub-Rogues because we've seen, Windwalker Outlaw, we've seen Windwalker Demon Hunter being ran this entire weekend, but Windwalker Sub-Rogue is what put the bang in HOOLIBANG, So I'm excited to see it. And we'll see if they can make it work. Another thing is of course, Raikou as well. Is he going to be playing Shimmer or is he going to be playing Blink Stun here? Because against the Sub-Rogue, you kind of want Blink Stun to survive, but if they never go on you and they're only going on Channel, you kind of want Shimmer to land that crowd control and get that counter pressure.
Indeed. Might get interesting very quickly. But let's see. Let's get the opener done. Eridus takes half HP. Oh, what a double leg sweep. Houghton opens with a blind on Lonta, looking for the sap. There's a full gouge, and now he's over onto Eridus. They try to find Chernimal, but he pours out good reactions. Naked Tyrant behind the pillar. Not ideal, but it is gonna do some work at the very least. It's out and on cooldown, buffing the pets a little bit more. Lonta taking a lot of damage. Might be a viable kill target here. As you say, Houghton, well, he is taking so much damage. JT sitting in open field trying to make something happen in that smoke bomb. That could come back to haunt Echo. Let's see. Let's find out later once we have a little bit more dampening on the map.
Yeah, and it's going to be a shadowy duel here coming out onto Lontar by Houghton. Just trying to, that's a defensive duel here. And Houghton right now could be in trouble. He's going to use a nice vanish there, get out of that situation. Kidney shot now onto Lontar. Houghton trying to make his way back to the target. He's going to go after Chanimal. JT pushing in. There's the paralyze onto Lontar into the fear. Where's the damage onto Chan though? It doesn't look like they have enough there. Chan's just going to port out of that one. Not really feeling too much of that heat. That Dark Pact really working wonders here. But that shield will be less effective later on in the match. So if HOOLIBANG can kind of dampen it out, that's definitely going to be less effective. Eridus though almost gets blasted, but it has to trade out the Touch of Karma in that situation. And now Houghton, oh my god, this is looking terrible right now for HOOLIBANG. They are so far behind. They need to just reconvene at the pillar and just top themselves and just refocus right now, boys. Refocus.
Yeah. They need some heals. JT is still looking very good on mana though, and Eridus and Houghton both have massive CDs available. There's a leg sweep. You have the Serenity. Shadow Blades are also still up and ready according to the UI. Let's see what they can do with it. Channel ports out, but Eridus is right on his tail. Gateway's out still. That Monk is not to be outdone. They are so quick with it, and Chanimal is taking a lot of punishment. The big downside for JT, of course, here as well on this large map, Prayer of Mending bounces are so much less viable with this spread pressure, just because you just don't get as many bounces, you don't get as many renews. 6 million more healing he did last map versus Lontar, and in the meantime, well, Raikou is feeling a lot of this pain. Even the health stone had to be burned right there, as Houghton is really taking him to the cleaners.
Yeah, and right now he needs to get out of there because Raikou has sounded the alarm. The Icy Veins is active. The Tyrant has been called in as well. Erados, what are you doing in the midfield? Get out of there. He needs to get back to the pillar. Doesn't have any mobility. Finally gets the Flying Serpent kick back there. And they need to chill out here for a second. Nice death there by JT. You actually need a macro to death. When you're in a Spirit of Redemption, let's table that for a second. JT's getting blasted. JT! Oh my goodness. That was absolutely incredible. And I talked about it on Hook Point. We've seen Chanimals, Mage Locks in the past go after the healers there, but this time around they caught everybody, including us, by surprise there. What a beautiful setup.
Oh my god. And so it ends. In a little whimper, JT falls over. What a nasty CC chain. And we're getting a replay of that. Definitely. Very, very overwhelming by Echo here. Kind of what we expected for this large map, right? They put so much pressure onto HOOLIBANG, and they were just not able to quite connect. You brought up that Houghton is probably gonna suffer through a lot, and compared to Elsewave, not quite as much mobility to do the same amount of damage and get out in the same moment, because you burn so much just getting in as a rogue. And this is the moment where it all went south. JT had to dip out to heal Eradas, who was very, very deep, and then you get the Spirit of Redemption into the Ring of Frost. He deaths that, then gets feared on the follow-up, Chastise stun from Lontar, re-fear on top, and then to seal the deal, a coil, this frost bomb goes boom, and JT is just done. There's nothing you can do in that situation.
I mean, it's just beautiful. So when you have a Spirit of Redemption, you actually need a macro to cancel Aura it and Shadow Word Death, like in the same macro. If you try to just like spam Death out of it, you'll just get rung. So JT, he activates that macro, depths the ring, and we'll see it here in a couple of seconds. So first Houghton, he's getting blasted, then they blast Erados. Erados ducks back to the pillar. Tyrone is out and doing some serious work. There's the Ray of Frost as well. JT spamming out the heals. And then here, Raikou goes for the Ring of Frost out of that Angel. Gets death, and then Chanimal gets a fear, and this is so key. Look at Lontar now. He's gonna activate that Apotheosis in the top left screen right there, and that's gonna allow him to reset that stun. So they get a fear into a Chastise, into a coil, and during that time, because Lontar had Apotheosis, he can reset his stun. So it's a stun, it's a fear into a stun, coil, stun, and they're able to take him down with that kind of surprise attack. Really beautiful stuff from Echo, and you're absolutely right about this. Seriously, it did come down to the maps. Winning that first game kind of set the pace for the entire thing.
It is pretty crazy, but I think if I'm just wondering about this, where this takes us in terms of the standings and also just the historics, right? If we're looking at the next matchup, this is going to be Echo versus Streamer Zone in the lower bracket, and I have a feeling we've seen that somewhere before, Aya.
We certainly have. We're gonna be able to see it once more, but I feel like this is kind of the new Streamer Zone GG. You know, this is a new era for them. Echo, they were on kind of steady ground for a bit here, but you can see their journey throughout this weekend down there in the lower bracket. They've had some incredible defeats so far, sending WWF home. Chibaku, now HOOLIBANG, out of the tournament, and now only one team stands between them and making it to the grand finals, where we are so used to seeing that name up there, Echo. So Streamer Zone GG, are they going to be up to the challenge? That is the real question here, because they're kind of riding a high right now. I feel like just with the kind of games that they've had. Obviously, they did just get knocked down by BIKINI Bottom Mafia earlier on, Zico, but do you feel like they are up to the challenge?
Absolutely. I think that Streamer Zone here, this is their test. I feel like Streamer Zone, this could be the big Streamer Zone arc, right? They beat Echo here, then they get the rematch against the BIKINI Bottom Mafia, and this time they don't waste their first two games playing MM Hunter. They lock it in, the BM Hunter, and they take it all the way to the top. I think it could happen. I also think that there's a big chance that Echo can just steamroll the lower bracket and then win the whole tournament. We've seen that happen as well. Bikini Bottom Mafia. I don't really know what to expect from these guys. So far, they look like the team to beat. So I don't know. These three teams, amazing so far, and Streamer Zone, GG, they need the points the most. So they definitely want to get this dub here.
You know why I'm saying we've seen this somewhere before? Echo versus Streamer Zone. Waz and the crew versus Tony and Kasu and Reza. This is a rematch of the 2021 AWC Grand Finals. So if you're not excited for any matches this weekend, then I don't know. This is as good as it gets before the Grand Final today. It's going to be an absolute banger. I'm so excited for it.
I'm excited as well, Lithy. Hopefully these players are ready to go. We are going to give them a little bit of a break. So in the meantime, we're going to play a little game here, and we're going to do a map guessing segment courtesy of Warcraft Logs. Let us know what map, you think this is, and we will play alongside you. Let's see.
Ruins of Lordaeron, lock it in.
I think that's a good guess based on how quickly that first line.
Zico?
Go ahead.
Zico, I'm not gonna lie, I'm missing the big crypt in the middle. That's a bit too straight of a beeline. I'm locking in Blackrock Hold, actually.
It could be Blackrock Hold. You think they're in the room right now? That guy was in the room for a second. He's going for a drink. The yellow dot.
Looks too.
Not sure.
I'm gonna take my time since you both have locked in your.
I would have
answers.
said Tiger's Peak because of the two alcoves on the right and the left, right? But it's not. It's not in the options. So maybe. Oh my God! It's Dalaran Sewers, isn't it? Aya, is it Sewers?
Yeah, I think it is. I'm seeing two boxes form. I think it's Dalaran.
Oh no. I mean, that has to be Sewers. Knock It On is missing the big bar in the middle, and yeah, Blackrock Hall just missing the pillar in the middle. Damn it. Well, Aya, 3 points if you lock in Sewers.
Woo!
There we go.
Nice.
Nice.
That was a tough one, you know.
I think
I burned all my luck yesterday on those two guesses while I was not on screen.
You did.
Like I'm
you messed
stacking
up.
up my luck for like the finals, you know. Like I'm intentionally sandbagging right now, and like I'm trying to time the peak of my guessing game at the
clip it and ship it
when the stakes are as high as it gets.
Of course.
Zico is throwing for content. Okay, well done. Beautifully done. Perfect.
All right, well, let us know in chat which one you guess and if you were correct or not. I'm looking at the voting poll right now. Looks like everyone's guessing Lordaeron, about 45%. So thank you so much to Warcraft Logs for powering that segment. You can level up your gameplay. Go head over to archon.gg/wow. Also, thank you so much to Warcraft Yaks for providing us with the data to do this segment. With that, we are going to head to a quick break, and we're going to head into the European lower finals. Which team is going to make it up to the grand finals to face off against Bikini Bottom Mafia? Is it going to be Streamer Zone GG or Echo? We'll find out after this break. Welcome back, everyone. We are one series away from the Grand Finals, and this one will determine who will be up there in the Grand Finals against Bikini Bottom Mafia. It's either going to be StreamerZone.gg or Echo. We just saw Echo have a pretty, I was going to say convincing, but I don't really think that's the correct word here, Super Tees. Pretty hard-fought battle against HOOLIBANG. I mean, there was some cross kills, there was some dampening, there was basically everything that you want jam-packed into a single series that Echo came out alive in.
Yeah, Echo, typically, they're, in the past, they've gone 3-0. Like, usually they have the best win rate. They're almost always going undefeated. They're always in the upper bracket for years and years and years, except this one. Between last season and now this first cup of this season, they're struggling. They're sweating. They're, like, barely getting by in these earlier stages, and a lot of these teams are very threatening, StreamerZone.gg being one of those. So I'm very excited to see this matchup. What compositions are they going to bring to the table? Are they going to bring in Chanimal on the Moonkin? They can bring Waz and the Rogue, seeing that composition in the upper bracket. They have so many different options. Are they going to spread themselves too thin? Because StreamerZone.gg seem pretty locked in. Like, we are playing Feral Druid and Hunter, at least so far for this tournament.
Yeah, StreamerZone, they seem to really know their identity, especially in contrast to Echo, where they've kind of flip-flopped around a little bit in terms of what exactly they do want to play. But, I mean, it is, I guess, a bit of an advantage, Ven, if Echo perhaps knows what to expect StreamerZone.gg to lock in for the blind.
I mean, as far as I know, for StreamerZone, they basically have two options. Different variants of jungle, and then Mage Feral. I think that's the only thing we've really seen. We did mention, Tony's played a little bit of Moonkin, the Assassination Rogue, so maybe some flexibility there. But do you really want to go Rogue Mage territory against Echo? Normally not a really good idea going head-to-head in that regard. So I'm curious what they do decide to run. I think it'll likely be a jungle. And for Echo, my guess for them is we are going to be seeing them play... I think they'll play Rogue Mage. I think it's going to be a Rogue Mage angle. Bring in Waz on the Outlaw Rogue, Raikou likely on the Arcane Mage, and I think that's what they'll lead with for game number one.
Mm-hmm. So we've got Super Tees, two classic comps in the AWC that we've seen so many times. One that's like always good, and one that's like good sometimes, but when it is good, it pumps.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just really excited to see Relza out of retirement. I feel like formerly, My Way is the team name for this team, StreamerZone. They started struggling. We saw them make it a couple times, I think, close to the top 4, but not nearly the same level of performance that we saw when they had Relza. And I would say that he's definitely, up to speed, up to form for this tournament. It's also benefiting him that Holy Priest is really good at the moment in the meta, but it's almost like he didn't leave, which I think is pretty surprising, right? Like, he just completely disappeared and then just right back into the driver's seat, just running it down as jungle cleave as if he never left, really.
Okay, well, let's see if they continue their legacy as we head into this first game. A lot on the line for both of these teams. Echo defending their title, StreamerZone.gg trying to overtake them and carve out what they know they are capable of. It is game number 1 here. Elimination, winner going on to the Grand Finals.
Ooh, this is going to be a good one. I just have a feeling. I'm curious to see what they do decide to lock in blind. Like I mentioned, I feel like for Echo, it's going to be Rogue Mage, StreamerZone, probably Jungle, and that's just going to be such a classic matchup between these two teams. And it really has gone either way, but it looks like I am wrong. And we're actually going to see Chanimal on the Balance Druid here, Sid.
All right, his debut. I think the last time I saw Chanimal Moonkin was Shadowlands, and he was convoking people every single game and one-shotting people. It's a lot different now, obviously, than then. So I'm curious to see how he is able to fill in on this role, because his Warlock's been looking really good, even despite Warlock not being super fantastic at the moment. So now on to the Balance Druid, I'm expecting a lot from him. Lontar is also swapped over to the Preservation Evoker. He is not opting for the Sea-Doo strategy. He does have time dilation. He's not going to be going all in on that aggressive nature in terms of damage. You see Lontar trying to fish out with that landslide, trying to find somebody out of stealth, but Kasu and Tony are patient. Tony's right next to Waz. I really can't believe that Tony and Waz didn't see each other. Now Chanimal is right on top of Tony. They're so close, but not spotting each other as they are in stealth at the moment, and neither team really wants to give the opener any small advantage, really, to either team. Mending is loaded up. He's got renews on everybody. Relza is really prepared for the fight, but as that camouflage ends, they immediately get a sap and a bash onto the Hunter. This is good cross CC into a sleepwalk from Lontar. Nice crowd control chain. Big swap onto Tony. He's got Barkskin up. Is it going to be enough? It looks like it. Relza, as he's escaped that crowd control in angel form, he's just free casting Flash Heal. really taking maximum value of it. But even with it, Kasu is down at 50% health on his swap to him. You can see Waz actually trinketing there, I think, out of a disarm. He lands the kick onto the Cyclone. Chanimal is now looking for a Cyclone. He gets a Solar Beam onto Relza, but it's overlapped with the blind a bit here. So a bit unfortunate, but it looked like he didn't have his... Is he not running Escape Artist? Was Relza not expecting a Boomkin? I think he's undead, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Oh, that is bad. That is bad
Hunter
for Relza.
freedom. His Master's Call at the very least. So a little bit of wiggle room there. And hopefully Cass is going to be able to back him up with that crowd control. Lone Star going for a sleepwalk, but gets shut down. Follow-up cheap shot here by Waz, trying to fill in the gaps in the crowd control. Channel under fire a little bit. Big sniper shots coming in from Kasu as Waz is just under fire. Going to be using that pillar line of sighting. Has Cheat Death, has Cloak of Shadow. So defensively, still some options here, but really scary anytime Kasu is able to just sit and plant on that Hunter.
All right, Tony gets a fake cast on an interrupt, looking for some Cyclones. Nullifying Shroud comes up in 15 seconds. I wouldn't be surprised to see Lone Tar kind of turtle out for that time. He's moving into the midfield, not protected by that Shroud. He's going for a Fire Breath on the kidney shot. That's a big hit onto Tony, but Barkskin seems to have absorbed most of that damage. Now Tony is trying to get back to our channel. Channel fake casts his interrupt, get the full Cyclone. Now they've isolated Kasu. Solar Beam interrupts Relza. If he interrupts him, it doesn't matter if he gets freedomed out of it. Cheap shot into a sleep. Nice CC chain between Waz and Lone Tar. Living Flames are coming in hot onto Kasu. Reverse Sacrifice appears to be enough. And then a sap off the Sleepwalk. Waz and Lone Tar are just styling on Relza right now. But even despite that chain, Kasu stays alive. Tony's rotted down a bit in the meantime. He's going to get kidney shot and get a swap to him. Kasu is trying to counter pressure Waz. He lands an interrupt onto Chanimal's clone. Every single Cyclone shutdown is so important. He's going for another Cyclone. He gets that one onto Tony, but insane damage on Chanimal. He's going to have to wrap around the corner for at least a second as Lone Tar goes into a stun, but they're stacked together to eat the freezing trap. Kasu's not going to go for it. He goes for a scatter shot instead. Aim shot over onto Waz. Interesting. I'm just watching Kasu kind of spin his character, and I think it's because he's trying to deny Waz from gouging him. So he starts his cast on his aim shot, and he spins his character away from Waz until the end of it, so that he can't get gouged on his aim shot.
It looks funny, but it is an effective
Look at
strategy.
him
Look at
spin.
him right now. He's spinning, trying to avoid the gouge, doing a 360 no-scopes on the Hunter. Big cheap shots coming in, though. His channel is looking to shut that down. There's that root solar beam we were talking about. It does look like he's going to have to trinket. So Relza trinkets out of that root solar beam. The fact that he's not Gnome is not going to allow him to just basically break out of that for free every time. And that could be a big mistake here.
Oh, Emerald Communion on that fear. I think Lone Tar is using Communion early here because he knows the game could go long, and he wants to get the mana advantage, and he knows that he's on Cyclone DR. So he's going to get some healing value even if he gets cloned on it. So I think that was a really effective use of Emerald Communion there. They get Aspect of the Turtle with this blind on Relza, but it's a blind into a sap. They might be able to CC chain him through if they have more out of this sap. Doesn't look like it just yet. No Solar Beam for 24 seconds, but it doesn't matter. Insane damage incoming onto Kasu. He feigned us at the last possible second, and I think Streamer Zone GG is going to get an award for like most often hitting 1 HP and not dying, because between their last series and this one right now, it is constantly a heart racer. Kidney shot onto Relza. Tony being pressured. Sleepwalk out of the kidney shot. I love Waz and Lone Tar. Their synergy right now on that Rogue and Evoker. They're always chaining CC onto the healer, really putting Tony and Kasu behind. But here comes the Root Solar Beam. Where's that Master's Call? It looks like he doesn't have it available. The pet is in a Cyclone. Kasu's taking tremendous damage at the moment. Lone Tar is just free casting on him. Another Fire Breath connects. Relza into a gouge. They decide to clone Kasu low and swap to Tony, but then Tony gets a clone on Waz. And now he's got Chanimal in a stun. They're putting him behind. Lone Tar into a fear, into a stun. Kasu needs to land this trap from downtown. He gets the freezing trap. I think this is going to be a trinket rewind. Lone Tar is trying to be greedy. Chanimal not using Heart of the Wild either. A very greedy move by Echo here, but they get away with it.
Yeah, 4 now. Channel back to the pillar, just trying to avoid the fight when he is low. Lone Tar playing catch-up right now. Full Cyclone lands on a Chanimal. Any follow-up here onto Lone Tar. Chanimal just trinketing out. He wants to allow Lone Tar to heal him up. They smell blood in the water. They want to push forward and try to take StreamerZone.GG down. Tony now into a full stun. Kasu getting cycloned up. That's going to slow down the assault and leave Tony kind of all by himself. Barkskin and Bear Form seem to be enough for the time being, but this is not easy. Beautiful interrupt there by Lone Tar as well. Tony's just really struggling to find these Cyclones, which are just really required for Jungle to find the pressure they need.
Oh, Death Chakrams over onto Chanimal, but Chanimal gets a clone on the Feral Druid. Blind over on the Priest. Cheap shot comes in. Triple crowd control by Echo. Is Swerve Sacrifice going to be enough to deny the kill? No Aspect of the Turtle available. Kasu trades out Exhilaration. He's still dying through it, but Chanimal's been shut down. Kick into a Chastise stun by Relza, and Relza has Apotheosis up. With that Chastise reset, he can get a couple of Holy Fires out and send out a lot of damage if they get CC. Another stun. Full Freezing Trap onto the Evoker. but Tony just can't connect. Waz has evasion up, and Chanimal is behind the pillar. They can't really attack anybody. Kasu is able to get a couple shots behind Waz as he's attacking Tony on the pillar, but now he's into the cheap shots. Is Lone Star going to get there? He rescues Chanimal over to Relza to go for the Cyclone, but the cheap shot ends before he can get it. Now Kasu gets gripped to the pillar as Relza line of sights the incoming crowd control. We can see Tony fake casting interrupts, a bit of a clone war between the Druids. He gets a Cyclone over onto Lone Star, but now he's met by a kidney shot. Aim shots incoming from Kasu. He's trying to punish Waz anytime he gets off of him. But Lone Star seems to be able to pick him up here. He's got stasis. He's going to use that with his Dream Breath and reset it. Scatter into Freezing Trap. Waz is still low. It would be surprising to see him die here, but Maim Stun onto Lone Star. Kasu still trying to fake out that gouge by turning his character around. And Waz is also really annoying running through the Hunter as well. But there's that Cyclone onto the pet so that Chanimal can get a Solar Beam on the healer, and that's how you deny the Master's Call. You crowd control the Hunter's pet when you want to go for that silence. And with him being undead, he's going to have to sit through that likely for the whole duration as his teammates now go below half health. Relza into a gouge. This could be lights up for Kasu as he trades Aspect of the Turtle just in the nick of time. But mana is so bad for Relza. He's almost down to 10%. What's the situation? He's got his Spirit Form. So he's going to have a couple of seconds of free casted heals. He still has his Trinket and his Void Shift. So you can probably keep this game going for at least another minute, maybe to 2 minutes. But even with a minute to 2 minutes, I don't see any openings for them.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult. Relza is just so far behind on mana at this point. Kasu's still looking for the aim shots. It's the power infusion, so there's a huge hit of damage. But these pillars are just so annoying for this poor Hunter just trying to connect his damage when he can. Full Cyclone does land, but it's going to be Tony on the back foot with a trap or an interrupt here onto Relza. Crowd control will fade, and Relza's looking to reposition across the map and just wants to be out of there. Doesn't want to be anywhere near the Moonkin. Meantime, though, Tony is under fire, needs to be very careful. Relza really doesn't have many tools left to keep him alive, but at the same time, Waz has maybe overstayed his welcome in the middle of the map to make a swap on Kasu. Relza immediately trinkets, void shifts, and now they're making a swap onto him. He could easily fall. Good crowd control here onto Waz. It shuts that down. Stun onto Waz. Lone Star has a lot of catch up ahead of him. Time dilation, paying dividends to keep Waz alive, but that Cyclone could be the final nail in the coffin. Streamer Zone GG, they're closing in. Waz barely holding on at 5% health. Ducks behind the pillar. Lone Star needs to heal him. Waz, be careful. I mean, he's pushing out into the open with no cooldowns and no health. Lone Star just needs a moment to breathe, but Streamer Zone has a lot of pressure right now.
All right, so there was no opening, so they just forced one. If they get this freezing trap, they get it. Waz and Chanimal are alone here for a few seconds. What can Waz do? He gets feared on top of Chanimal. Waz is feared off the pillar into an aim shot. Boom. Massive damage. No cheat death available. Lone Star has to power through this. He cauterizing flames off the bleeds, but now he's into a stun, and the damage from the Hunter is still coming in. Sniper shot. He time stops him. He immunes the sniper shot just in the nick of time, and now Kasu into a kidney shot. Chanimal looking for a Cyclone. He's trying to just stall the game out here. The entire team is dead. Relza gets Solar Beam. Chanimal is kind of carrying at the moment. Tony is getting low. They might be able to turn this around. As we see Guardian Spirit traded for Relza. Big heals incoming onto Tony. Waz is still low. Lone Star rescues him back to the pillar. He says, Waz, what are you doing? Get back to the pillar here. As Kasu is disarmed right at the beginning of that stun, but another stun to follow it up, and everybody is dying. Relza's in Angel Farm. He's free casting healing. His team has free reign to dominate Echo right now in game one, and Lone Star is suddenly out of mana. How on earth have they flipped this game on its head? They're actually in a position to be able to win this. They have them pinned and rotting down. Another freezing trap. Waz tries to eat it. He doesn't get it. Waz is now stunned. He can't escape. Massive damage incoming. He cloaks at the last second, but another aim shot cracks through. And Tony is about to push in on top of them, I think, here. He's got Heart of the Wild. Lone Star repositions his Emerald Communion, comes off cooldown, and he tops the team. He gets a bit of mana back. And with that Emerald Communion usage throughout this game, he got 3 of them. His mana is still in a good spot. Good enough, I think, that his team is now possibly going to win this.
It's such a close call. Waz just needs to hold on a little bit longer. Kasu, I don't know if he's going to get topped off, but both of these DPS are just in so much trouble. Waz can fall. He pops the evasion, just going for it. Stuns on Tony. Turtle on Kasu, now turning the pressure completely on this Feral Druid, who pops everything he can to survive. Chanimal does manage to find a Cyclone, but I don't know if Relza's going to be able to recover and interrupt on Relza with a Solar Beam. Beautifully done there by Chanimal, and Lone Star just keeping his team alive for such a long time, running on fumes. I think they bought the time they need to win this game. Streamer Zone, they just can't believe it, but it's so close. Either side could fall, but it looks like it is going to be Tony caught into the stun. Kasu getting low as well, and Relza is just completely tapped. There's nothing he can do, but some miracle plays from Lone Star. I can't believe he was able to keep his team alive. I have to call out that time stop. Like, that time stop on Waz, I think that was the first time stop of the game, but it was on a lethal aim shot coming in from Kasu, and it ended up immuning the damage and buying him the time he needed to actually get the heals off. That was really sick.
Oh my god, you couldn't ask for a higher quality rematch here between StreamerZone.gg and Echo. This is the caliber of play that you really come to expect from the AWC here. EU is definitely aiming to entertain, and thankfully we've got the replay to see that epic moment where Lothar saved Waz from the killing blow of Kasu. It was at this point in the game where I'm thinking it's over for StreamerZone. Your mana is so far behind. The enemy team has all their trinkets. You're just dead on top of that. And I'm thinking there's no chance for them. But they keep playing it out, playing it out, playing it out. Even look at this situation. Relza gets swapped to. He's really low health. But then they get crowd control after crowd control. And suddenly look at the trinket situation. There's none of them on the side of Echo. And Tony gets a full clone. Waz, oh my god, this cheap shot into disarm. Like Waz was dead right there. And he got Kasu's trinket. He's 1 HP. His cheat death procs on this, and he survives at 1 HP with time dilation. I think time dilation looks pretty good in this matchup. I think Lothar would probably regret not having it here in this situation. And then Kasu gets stunned up in the middle of the map with Waz at 1%. Oh, did we miss the time stop? Or was it a little bit after this? Yeah. Oh, we missed the time stop. That was definitely like the most epic moment. It's an honor talent for or PvP talent for evokers, where they can basically like ice block a target. And he did it right before a sniper shot was about to hit Waz and just take him down at that moment. But because he landed that, it bought time for Emerald Communion. Then he stabilized his team. This rescue to eat the freezing trap. He pulled Chanimal right when Kasu was going for the freezing trap. I mean, imagine if he lands that freezing trap. He actually has no trinket. That actually might have been a chance for them to maybe get a cross kill in this situation, as opposed to just Chanimal eating the freezing trap on the rescue. Crazy game number one.
He had his nullifying shroud. Sorry, he had the nullifying shroud up. I don't know if the trap would have actually landed. But yeah, I have a question for you, because I kind of feel like we've seen this play out where the Marks Hunter, like, it looks okay, but I can't help but feel like if he was just Beast Mastery, like the damage that they'd be able to output and how unavoidable that damage is, they would just kind of win that matchup. Like, what are your thoughts on that? Because
I think he probably thought they were going to play Mage Lock, because the Priest is playing Undead.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking they thought they were going to play Mage Lock, and they wanted to have an MM Hunter into a Mage. Is the only thing I'm thinking. And then likely if Echo blind locks a Boomkin, then we're going to see him go Beast Mastery.
Yeah, that's fair.
But we have to wait and see here. Like, what is Echo's blind lock? Are they worried about anything? Because I mean, that was still kind of close. They easily could have lost that game in the last couple of minutes of that round. So I would not say that was a walk in the park for them. They're going to be sweating through this. And I don't know how much experience you have with Feral Mage. Does Feral Mage happen to counter anything that Echo has? Like, is Rogue Mage not able to beat it? Is there something particularly that it's like really good into?
I feel like Feral Mage overall is like a pretty well-rounded composition. Like, I'm kind of surprised that nobody's playing it with how popular it was on the ladder. I do think it kind of got like dwarfed by Rogue Mage, to be honest with you. It's like Feral Mage was pretty good. Here's I think we have the replay of the time stop. So this is where Waz was incredibly low on health. You can see his point of view and exactly what happened. So you guys are going to see the immunity I think Lothar was able to get off that ultimately saved Waz
sniper
from
shot
dying. So there's there it is.
He did it really early. It looks like
really early before the sniper shot. Yeah, but it means he wasn't able to get off that healing. I like it. So it didn't like mid-air immune anything, but the fact that he was able to just get that off and kind of slow down the damage bought him enough time to actually survive, because you never know, like a kill shot or something like that could come in, a ferocious bite. It allowed Chanimal to get a cyclone out on Tony and force his trinket. Actually, he was trying to get aggressive there, got recycloned out. So I still really like the usage of the ability, and it's something you don't see that often. Preservation Evokers running.
I think it's really powerful. I think also you can like immune your own freezing traps sometimes as well. When you think you're about to get PCC'd, you can use like a greater fade from a priest. And then you can cancel it too. It's got a lot of nuanced use to it. I'm glad that we got to see it used here. I think Lothar could even use it more. It's such a low cooldown, right? Like, I think it's about 45 seconds. Like, you can definitely abuse that. Maybe immune somebody to a cyclone cast, and then they cancel it, and then you just avoided the cyclone, something like that. There's a lot of cheeky ways to use it. So here's the question for StreamerZone, because when they played Marksman against this comp in the last series, they switched to BM and took a couple of games with it. So I'm imagining that you want to switch to BM, given the fact that you won that 2 games of that matchup previously against Bikini Bottom.
I want to see P-Make. I want to see the Feral Mage. I like the jungle, but I want to see the... I feel like we've seen this so much. Like, Streamer Zone just lost a series playing jungle into the Outlaw Rogue Moonkin.
Well,
like to see...
they changed comp, didn't they, in the last game? Didn't they?
Yeah, that's true.
They beat
they changed it
Rogue.
like a cleave, but...
They beat Moonkin Rogue every time as BM and then lost to a cleave. But, I mean, Echo could do a cleave. So
is this a game 5? Like, are we just going game 5 back and forth?
I think it's either a game 5 or Echo 3-0s. That's how I'm vibing with it at the moment. Either a game 5 or Echo 3-0s, and it's kind of determined by how this looks right here.
All right. So, I mean, the big difference is for Streamer Zone, they are going to be playing this matchup, which looked good when they're playing into a Holy Priest. So they played against the Holy Priest Outlaw Moonkin. Now it's a little bit different with Lone Star on the Evoker, and I kind of wonder how that changes the dynamic of this matchup. Because one thing we did see is in that last game, Waz would often go and kind of set up the enemy healer for crowd control. So he'd go over to Relza, he'd get him in a cheap shot, he'd get him in a gouge, and then you'd see both Chanimal and Lone Star move over and either look for a Cyclone or a Sleepwalk. And that's a lot more difficult to shut down. So when you have Lone Star and Chanimal both able to get these casted CCs off of the stuns and gouges that Waz have, it becomes a lot more difficult to kind of shut that down. So that's one of the advantages that I think the Evoker has in this matchup over the Holy Priest.
I mean, I agree. I think the Evoker is going to be a better pick here. You also have more AoE roots for the Hunter pets than with the Priest. Yeah, overall, defensively, offensively, I think Evoker is way more well-rounded. This is basically a harder version than the Bikini Bottom Mafia that StreamerZone.gg are going into here with this round. And if they aren't able to make it work here, then it's possible that they're going to need to utilize their fourth. I don't know how much time they have practiced with P-Make. Obviously, Relz has been out of the loop maybe for a while, but he's probably still got some lingering synergy with this team off past experiences, whereas P-Make's an entirely new addition. So if you want to bring that in and you're not 100% comfortable or confident against a team like Echo, they could probably rob you of any opportunities that you're going to have.
Yeah, no, it's certainly true. I mean, you're going to go up against Echo, probably one of the best World of Warcraft. I mean, definitely one of the best World of Warcraft
teams.
They're
the best, right? They won the cross region.
Yeah,
at least for now. I think you could definitely say they're the best.
Okay, well, I was gonna say they're definitely one of the best. I mean, I can absolutely be clear on that. They might just be the outright best. I mean, they're looking incredibly good. I feel like since bringing Lone Star on the roster, they've maybe struggled to find their footing a little bit, and I don't think that's all on Lone Star. I think Lone Star has played phenomenally, quite honestly. Like, it's big shoes to fill, you know, replacing Met on this roster, and I think overall their team has looked really, really good. Obviously, suffering some setbacks, going to the lower bracket occasionally, but ultimately they did win, you know, the cross-region tournament. So still looking incredibly good, and they are looking like they might crawl entirely through this lower bracket into the grand finals.
So Relza is still not gnome. He went Orc. Very interesting. So I actually wonder maybe if he... Oh, no, he is a gnome. Okay, just updated. All right, so he's going to... That solar beam's not going to be a problem. And that it likely was. It was a couple of sticky solar beams that last game where they cycloned the pet. So Relza will be able to escape from that anytime that he wishes. He's got to be really careful with the kidney shot Sleepwalk. That seems to be like the main threat of crowd control from Echo. So they need to try and disrupt Lone Star or Chanimal when they're moving in. It's really tough to disrupt them, especially if they're both moving in with Cyclone and Sleepwalk. But that's their main goal, is to protect Relza from that kidney shot into another crowd control. It's right at the end of every...
I can't believe... How do they not see each other? What?
He's literally right touching his tail. Like, I don't think you could get any closer with it. Does he know he's there? And he's like, I'm going to wait to open or something. There's no way.
There's no...
Oh my god, he gets Waz out of stealth. Lone Star into a stun. Chanimal jumps into the fray as well for a bash of his own, but the trap is already secured. They scatter shot the rogue. They're swapping onto the Boomkin, I think, here, as we can see the Death Chakrams swinging out over on the Chanimal, but Chanimal's got a precognition. He's going to be looking for some Cyclones here pretty shortly. Cyclones cast on his cooldowns, but it gets Mass Dispelled out, and this is the Call of the Wild. That green icon on the bottom right of Kasu's frame, when that's glowing, you know the BM Hunter is a threat. This just calls in lots of pets for the Hunter that do so much damage. They're chomping on Waz right now, forcing his Cloak of Shadows. Now they're chomping over on Chanimal. They're cleaving in AoEing the entire team as well, as Lone Star has struggled to recover. He rescues Waz, but now Chanimal is left alone in the middle of the map, and Tony is tearing him apart. Big Heal comes in. He recovers him, but a double fear from Relza, insane double into a freezing trap, and Lone Star is forced to Emerald Communion very early in this game.
Yeah, Cassie retreating back to the pillar, and it's going to be a lot of pressure on Chanimal. And this, the nice thing about the Beast Mastery Hunter is you cannot just line of sight them nearly as easy. Cassie's damage is going to be a lot more difficult to shut down. So when they have those high pressure moments, for, you know, Waz is sitting at 10% health for so long, just avoiding the rapid fires, avoiding the aim shots, avoiding the sniper shots. That's not going to be nearly as easy to pull off in a matchup like this. So they really need to be careful. Echo right now looking like they want to set up. Going after Relza a little bit. Waz putting kidney shot on Relza and actually focusing some damage. A follow-up cheap shot into a solar beam. Trying to get really cheeky, and I like that. Against a gnome, if you can't just root solar beam them because they're going to escape artist, you use the solar beam on top of a stun. And it creates a little bit of an opening, a full blind now onto Relza. He's got no trinket. Any follow-up here from Waz into a full gouge. Do we have a Cyclone from Channel? Looks like he is going to go for it. Managing to find it on Tony and not on Relza, so just slowing down Tony a little bit as they make a swap here onto Casu.
Oh, he's caught in the middle of the map. Full moon proc. Chanimal lobbing out Star Surges in Eclipse. Casu's Roar Sacrifice seems to have soaked most of the hits. Relza's trying to play mana efficiently here, using heal instead of flash heal to play a bit more for the late game, as his mana was rough in that first round, but he's doing a lot better this time in this match. I think it's because he's playing so passive in the back and using efficient heals like that. He's actually casting Smite a lot. I think he's looking to reset a Chastise here in a second, but Waz is jumping over. I think Relza pre-faded his stun right there and then stunned Waz back. That was really nice from Relza. He repositions away, and Waz is going to have to give up the pursuit. Apotheosis. Relza's got another Chastise. Where's he going to go with this one? He's going to DR it on Waz. He's into a cheap shot. They have to stop the sleepwalk here. Lone Tar is coming in. There's the sleepwalk. They don't stop it. Relza has to trinket. He goes into angel form immediately, responding to the incarnation of Chanimal. They cyclone him as well. And that was a nice response from Relza, just immediately respecting the incarnation. Oftentimes against a Moonkin, you're going to lose because you disrespect that cooldown. So I do like that from Relza. Just immediately pulling the trigger. Now he's charging in with the feather. He wants to get a fear. Lone Tar uses the deep breath to immune CC, and Relza just pulls away. But he gets interrupted by Chanimal. Chanimal has been sniping a lot of these solar beams on cast. So even despite being a gnome, if you're interrupted on cast, it can still lock you out for some time. Now Chanimal positioned behind the pillar here. Lone Tar's trying to get a fire breath. That one's going to clip Tony. Tony's trying to fake cast the interrupts. He fakes them. Oh, but Lone Tar pre-ice blocks himself away from the Cyclone. And that's what I was talking about with the time stop, is using that on yourself to avoid a Cyclone. And he manages to dodge a crowd control with that. But now Waz is low. He's going to have to cloak shadows. They swap back onto Chanimal with the stun, forcing his bark skin. And if Relza can maintain this position, I think he's going to just win on attrition.
Yeah, I think you might be right on that. We'll have to wait and see. Cyclone now into Casu. Tony's in a little bit of trouble, but they're making a swap here onto Chanimal. He's under fire. Lone Tar has to keep him alive. He's got the nullifying shroud up right now, so there's going to be no crowd control, but he is just going for a fire breath. Big damage here onto Tony. Getting stripped of all those heal over time effects. Lone Tar doing a good job just throwing in disintegrates, really assisting on the damage, but needs to not fall too far behind and actually force to use the Emerald Communion. He's going to top off his team, regenerate a little bit of mana, but this is such an important cooldown to kind of burn through, and I wonder if him getting overly aggressive was a bit of a mistake there, because that's something you definitely want a little bit later in the game, especially as we're at about 21% dampening. Super unlikely that's going to be rotating back up. In the meantime, though, Echo is getting some pressure of their own here onto Casu. Brell's in the back line, just avoiding crowd control the best he can, just playing really kind of passive as a healer. Wants to be away from Chanimal, wants to be away from Lone Tar, and make it difficult for them to get these setups. But Waz rolls over, gets a cheap shot. Chanimal going to follow it up with a full Cyclone. This is their chance to get something going. Tony's in trouble. He's going to activate the bark skin, and Relza is forced to trade out his trinket. At the same time, though, Chanimal is getting low, and either one of these druids could fall here very shortly.
Oh, Chanimal with Heart of the Wild still for a couple seconds. Has bark skin. He's being greedy on it. They have time dilation as well. And now Waz is pushing into the middle of the map. He gets feared away on his stun, but that's going to break immediately to the pet damage. He gets a kidney shot on Relza. Lone Tar jumps in for a sleepwalk from downtown. No trinket available. Cheap shots in on Tony. Is he ready? He trinkets out. He goes into bear form. He's trying to help, but he misses the kick, and Chanimal gets the clone. Relza finally out of crowd control, has some options. Is he going to void shift? He doesn't have trinket. I honestly wouldn't be surprised, but Casu gets cloned at low health. Now a gouge onto Relza. They're likely going to set up on Casu out of this clone, assuming those stun DRs are going to be resetting here shortly. All the wild threat is over, but they land the freezing trap. It might not matter. Chanimal's bark skin needs to be enough right now. Freezing trap ends in 1 more second. Tony can't get a clone. He's in a stun lock. He could go down. No trinkets available. Full clone comes in from Chanimal. Fire breath connects, and Echo move to match point.
Yeah, Echo is looking good, and they're bringing in this composition. This is something we talked about, right? Like, there was this kind of awkward overlap with Echo where Waz was not only their rogue, but also their moonkin for majority of the time. I think Chanimal, you know, focusing on the downstream once again is obviously really good for them and gives them this composition, which I think right now is one of the strongest compositions in the entire game. And this is looking like an entirely focused Echo. I mean, we've seen them play, you know, the Rogue Mage Priest. We've now seen them play the Mage Lock. We've seen them play So many different compositions, including this one with Lone Star on the Evoker. They're showing a lot of flexibility, which we know they have, but more importantly, they're just looking really dialed in with all these comps that they are playing. Like, you could tell they really want to get through this lower bracket.
I really like the way Lone Star played this. I love how aggressive he was. Yeah, I think he rescued offensively to get on top of Relza to get the Sleepwalk when he had no Trinket, the way he's positioning with his team, the damage output that he's getting. Because obviously we knew moving into this year, really, for Dragonflight, that Lone Star would be a solid Shaman, right? But then what happens when Shaman isn't the most meta healer? Is he going to be able to play at the highest level on everything else? Because he had big shoes to fill, right? With Meh playing Holy Priest and Preservation Evoker. This game in particular, he really impressed me on the Preservation Evoker, balancing offense, defense. I really like his cooldown trades, being aware that if you sit on Emerald Communion too long, you lose out on the mana regeneration that it gives into the late game. So I really am impressed. I feel like they're looking really good on this Rogue Moonkin Preservation Evoker. Maybe even more than I would have expected, given maybe how much time they prepared for it. Because, I mean, right off the last tournament, they were preparing Destro, Demon Hunter, Shaman. That was like their main comp. They became the best at it, immediately recognizing that. And then they had to pivot now in this season to a different composition because that one has fallen off.
So curious to see how this all plays out. But Streamer Zone is on match point elimination series, so they're going to have to try something different. I feel like I've seen this matchup play out enough now that I would like to see them try to bring in P-Make. I mean, I might be biased just because I want to see the Mage Feral, but I do think it is kind of justified at this point. We're going into match point, and at least it gives Streamer Zone an opportunity to kind of see how the composition would do, for future cups. Maybe give them a little bit of practice with that, but we'll have to wait and see what they decide to do. Echo very confidently, once again, going to be locking in the Balanced Druid, Outlaw Rogue, and Preservation Evoker. And I have to agree with you. Lone Star is looking really good on that Evoker, the way he balances offense and defense. And especially during some of the more scary moments, continuing to just push the pace, having faith in the defense that his team has, and just getting the damage rolling, continuing to try to just snowball the pressure. And you could see that fire breath there from Lone Star. 300,000 damage. I mean, that is not messing around.
All the 3-star surges of damage in one, and then a little magic snowball for the cheeky 86k, and then a killing spree tick for a measly 10k. Just capped it over the edge for the kill there. So very important, I think, in this composition, and in most of the best compositions, for the healers to be contributing damage to the kill. Because without that 300k, Tony did a 250k renewal. He's probably alive right now. So you have to be adding damage as a healer in these types of compositions. You can't be afford to be too passive. And now Streamer Zone GG, they're coming into this with, I think it's 0 points, or maybe not completely 0, but very low on the standing. So this is a decent performance with them. I think it's definitely going to jump their placements up regardless. But they really want to come in first, I think. They really want to have a chance of getting into the top 3 and stealing any of those positions. So they
yeah, I think they probably want to come in first.
They got to come in first if they want to make that happen. So they're going to take this very seriously. They're running the clock in terms of what they're going to lock in, and they are bringing in P-Make. So this is where I feel like we've criticized StreamerZone.gg in the past, is that they've been kind of a one-trick, only playing the jungle. Now they've got P-Make as the 4th player, and Feral Mage, I think, is a good composition at the moment. Has a ton of crowd control. It's just between spam Cyclone and spam Polymorph, it becomes very difficult to stop all of that crowd control that's incoming, and Lone Star doesn't have a lot of ways to block it. So I'm very excited to see this comp in tournament play, because we almost never see it in tournament play, but on the ladder, I know it is a beastly comp.
Yeah, it is really fun to play too. I mean, you're just playing for CC the entire game. You're pushing the pace. You have to play really, really aggressive. You kind of just stay on top of your opponents. I mean, that's what we're going to be seeing from Streamer Zone. Likely, it's not one of those compositions where you sit back. All 3 members are just going to be running in and just looking for crowd control. P-Make's going to be spamming out Polymorphs. Tony's going to be spamming out, Cyclones, and Relza hopefully we're going to be going for some fears, and they're going to be swapping around a lot. It's a really fun composition to play. We'll see how it ends up working out, because, I mean, Echo, obviously, they have a lot of crowd control of their own. They have a lot of setup potential. And the biggest thing for me is the Feral Druid. I think the Feral Druid is the main vulnerability. If he's not doing a good job getting precog and landing Cyclones, it's going to be really, really difficult for them to actually find, pressure, which is what we saw in that Game 5 between Streamer Zone and the last team that they fought in the upper bracket. So Tony wasn't able to really do much whatsoever. His damage was really insignificant. And yeah, I just feel like ferals right now are one of those classes that really snowball. Like if you are landing the cyclones, your damage is phenomenal. If you're not, then it's not looking so good.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 for 1, right? If you stop the clone, you prevent yourself from getting cloned, and you also stop the feral druid from resetting their feral frenzy. So you're lowering their damage, and you're increasing the output of your team every cyclone that you stop. Just double the value. That's why generally the feral druids are the main target. I also think mages are a bit slippery, so going after the mage, you're already deterred on doing that. So it's all the responsibility really on Tony. Maybe there could be some help from PMake, depending on what they're going to do. I imagine they're going to be targeting the Boomkin in this matchup. So maybe you can polymorph the rogue, polymorph the dispel, then get a frost bomb out, bait the dispel with a poly, get a frost bomb, and then go for a clone out of the shape when you've removed the rogue. Something like that makes it easier for Tony. Because it's a lot of pressure on him. He has to do so much, and if he's not getting them, his team will not have enough output.
I'm curious to see what PMake decides to do as well. Like, what build is he going to play? Like, for Frost Mages, all the European Frost Mages don't like Glacial. They never ever play Glacial Spike.
I like that. I'm an EU mage, I guess, on my mage. I hate playing Glacial.
I do think so. One of the nice things about Glacial, I think, in this matchup, I don't think we're going to see it, so I don't really need to say it, but I think it creates a little bit of chaos and forces them to kind of interrupt the Glacial Spike. It's like one of those extra spells you have to worry about and maybe frees up the Feral Druid a little bit more. But yeah, none of the European mages are going to be playing that. We'll have to wait and see. You may go in for an early polymorph, and that's just going to be interrupted immediately, but he does have some really threatening spells with the Frost Bomb as well as the Ray of Frost, but Tony is just taking so much damage. Root Solar Beam on PMake. He's just stuck in that crowd control, not breaking free, and they so far have gotten really nothing going here. Echo so far has all the momentum in this match.
Yeah, PMake's just been full defense, and he didn't get dispelled a Solar Beam. Oh, Lontar ice blocks himself to avoid getting polymorphed with the time stop, but now Waz is into a sheep and Lontar's into a stun. They're swapping onto Lontar, but the Ray gets knocked back by Chanimal. Now PMake into a clone, but Lontar is still exploding from damage from Tony. He manages to recover in that situation. I was not expecting that from Streamer Zone, being a mostly crowd-controlled base team, to go after the healer, but now they're falling behind after that push. PMake is taking a lot of damage. Perhaps looking a bit shaky here in this final game. There's a lot of pressure on him coming off the bench to reverse sweep Echo. Like, this is your first time playing in a tournament with this team. You got to step up onto the plate against one of the best team in the game. So this is a lot of pressure on PMake right now.
Yeah, it definitely is. Tony under fire once again in a kidney shot into a full cyclone. Uh-oh, this is such a nightmare. Pressure is just so low on the side of Streamer Zone. They're not able to get really much going. Their best opportunity so far has been going after Lontar. I think they're going to be looking for these healer swaps. It looks like Tony does manage to find a stun. Big Combat Storm coming in. A little bit of a shatter combo from PMake, but Lontar is able to shrug off that attack, and PMake is going to be forced to retreat to the pillar. Relza is completely left alone. He's getting cycloned into cyclone. Can't move his character and falling further and further behind. Full control here for Echo, and they managed to net the first ice block.
Yeah, and Barkskin from Tony. They're double killing the DPS of Streamer Zone GG, and it's really because Channel is being left open when they're attacking the healer, and he's getting so many clones. Now even when they're attacking him, he gets precognition, gets a clone on Tony. Waz is pushing in, Channel is pushing in, Lontar's getting close to Relza. I think they're going to want to push on top of him here very shortly. Lontar sees Relza off to the side, decides to line of sight defensively the Channel for the time being. Tony's looking for a Cyclone, gets interrupted by Waz. Fire Breath comes through, and it's going to do a lot of damage here on the Tony. Mass Barrier from PMake. Is it going to be enough? He's in a kidney shot. He pre-bears. Relza drops the Angel form and immediately starts to divine him. PMake has Icy Veins, but Chanimal is just owning PMake. He root beams the first Icy Veins. This one's getting cycloned and getting bashed, and you need to deny the mage on Icy Veins, and it's going to shut down all their pressure. He hasn't gotten like anything out right now. He's been bashing the cheap shot into Clone. He's getting no value out of his Icy Veins, and Tony is just outright dying. Relza has to trinket just in time to save him, but it was overlapped with the Heart of the Wild. Now they only have one ice block remaining. They're down Relza's trinket. This is looking really rough for Streamer Zone.
Tony goes for a stun, but he gets caught into a gouge, into a kidney. Waz is just destroying him, leaping over, interrupting a Ray of Frost. Waz just absolutely dismantling Streamer Zone's offense in this game, single-handedly setting up his team, making some MVP plays. PMake, though, looking for a little bit of damage, going for a flurry combo here. Frostbomb on Lontar. At the same time, Tony is under fire. That Dream Breath should be enough for Lontar to survive. Big Shatter combo. That's going to be the Emerald Communion. So Lontar is just more than willing to make the trade. His mana's looking good. He still has his trinket. He still has rewind. Echo's feeling safe as they look to make a push here.
Oh, spell lock there onto the Shroud, which means Channel doesn't have to deal with Counterspell, but he does have to deal with the Skull Bash. Tony gets a Skull Bash into a full Cyclone. That's going to reset his Feral Frenzy to set up on Lontar out of this Polymorph, I think, and he pre-wall, pre-renewing Blaze. Nice play from Lontar, anticipating that swap to himself right here. It's going to soak all the damage easily, and LP Make is falling behind. Rels is into a Cyclone. He's got Cold Snap. He's still been sitting on that. I'm not sure if he's trying to greed it to get an extra block later on, but he needs to survive for another 2 minutes, or else he's just lost value at this point on his second Ice Block. He gets Cycloned, low health. Rels is in his sleep. Tony gets swapped to. Killing Spree comes through. Chanimal is free casting. He gets bashed by Tony. Looking for a Cyclone. He gets stopped by Lontar. Insane play here from Lontar, stopping the Cyclone. They need to stop another one, but Tony is so low on health. Waz is cleaving them. They're desperate. They have to Dragon's Breath the DPS. That's going to put them on Clone DR, but they do get triple CC nonetheless. They've set up onto Lontar. Insane damage coming through, and they manage to at least pull his medallion, keeping themselves in the game.
Yeah, no Emerald Communion, no medallion. I mean, this is a big opening. This is the first time I get the feeling that Streamer Zone can actually win this game. All they need to do is get crowd control on Waz and Chanimal and go after Lontar once again, but it's not going to be easy. PMake gets interrupted and is forced to use the Cold Snap Ice Block, so there was not going to be another Ice Block for the rest of this game, more than likely. He held on to that Cold Snap for such a long time, so fortunately having to use that, not resetting his third Ice Block, is going to be vulnerable moving forward, but a big setup on Lontar once again. The Frost Bomb does land. Lontar could fall. These healer setups are beautiful, but a full Cyclone on Tony shuts it down. Lontar buys enough time to survive, and now I'm worried for Streamer Zone. However, Lontar's still vulnerable. I mean, there's still a 44-second window where they might be able to turn it around and take him down. Streamer Zone not out of it yet. They just have to hold on a little bit longer.
They have to get a Polymorph on him and then push on top of him, and he knows that, so he's immuning it with the Deep Breath and crossing the map away from the Mage. But the main problem is that Lontar knows he's the only target, so it's really obvious. And he's just going to go into a spot where it's impossible. Look at him behind this balcony. Tony and PMake are rotting down. Lontar rescues back to the pillar. Tony tries to jump over. He pre-time stops the Maim. I think he immuned the Maim stun right there. Lontar is making really big plays with this time stop. You know, I mentioned it after the first game. I didn't use it very much, and now he's using it just on CD and just constantly immuning. That was over for him. He had no trinket. Now he's got Shroud up, and he's got 9 seconds till his medallion. And I mean, at that point, now Waz is really their only option, and if you have to kill an Outlaw Rogue as your main kill target, I don't think your chances are high. They're swapping on to Chanimal. Ray of Frost move cast around the corner, but only gets a Bark Skin. Lontar is fire breathing when Chanimal's in a kidney shot. That's like BM almost at this point, but they fake out the interrupts. They get the Polymorph. They get a clone. And Tony's trying to switch that clone over, but Waz shuts it down with a cheap shot, kicks the Polymorph on the follow-up. Waz, MVP right here, totally shutting down any sort of crowd control coming out from the entire team at the same time, breaking up that chain and now enabling his team to get offensive, forcing Barskin from Tony, who now gets cloned by Chanimal. Solar Beam onto Frost. He doesn't have an Ice Block anyways, but, you know, it's going to be style points coming in. Cyclone onto Relza. Tony is rotting down. It's match point. They're going to be eliminated from the tournament. They desperately need as high of a placing as they can get, really, if they want a chance of guaranteed qualification into the Dragonflight Season 4 Finals. But Lontar, he actually had a trinket amidst that, and he's got Icy Veins up. Can PMake get some pressure out with these last couple of seconds with Icy Veins? He's having to spam Polymorph at the moment, which is really unfortunate. It's both the Incarn and Icy Veins. This is where you want to be attacking, but they're playing defense instead. And Chanimal fakes another interrupt, gets a clone. PMake trinkets Waz. It gets low out of nowhere. What is going on? Waz is almost dead out of nowhere. Emerald Communion comes out on the Polymorph. I'm thinking Streamer Zone GG. They might just pull off the biggest miracle we've ever seen here in a moment.
They might be able to do it. Tony's a little bit of full fear on Lontar, but there's just no damage to follow it up. PMake now going for a big setup here on Lontar. They might take him down. He gets caught into the stun. They do hit Streamer Zone. Managed to find the win. I can't believe it. They keep themselves alive in this series, bringing in PMake on the Mage, the Feral Mage Priest. These consistent setups on Lontar eventually just explode him at the end. Those Frost Bombs are just so deadly. I mean, like you said, there's a lot of pressure here on a PMake being brought in to try to reverse sweep Echo here, but that game didn't look too bad, and honestly, it felt like they were getting more and more comfortable as the match went on.
I mean, last season, his team went a little bit haywire. He couldn't really compete with the ideal setup that he wanted to, but he's joined StreamerZone.gg, and his first debut on it, he takes a game against Echo. I think that's a win, man. Like, this is a very scary team to go against. As your first debut with this team. You don't want to let them down. There's a lot of pressure on you when you're in this situation, especially when you're on match point. Not to mention the first time that you're coming into play for the team. And it looked so hard. Like, I at a certain point in this game, you're thinking, like, maybe they've just checked out. There's no chance for them, but they just kept going, kept playing. You know, there's a couple of mistakes or a little bit of miscoordination, but there's like, you just keep trying, keep playing. Not everything's going to be perfect. They get this Frost Bomb off. So it doesn't matter that PMake is solar beamed. The Frost Bomb is ticking on Lontar and explodes during the stun. So even though Waz CC's Tony and PMake is silenced, Frost Bomb goes off and Relza kills Lontar with the Frost Bomb damage towards the end. So a bomb has been planted. P-Make wins, and he gets a point on the board. They still have to win 2 more, and Echo don't have to play this comp if they think that something else would just dominate the Feral Mage even harder.
I think Lontar fumbled here a little bit. I think he was a little bit too eager to use his Emerald Communion. Like you can see Waz gets low here. This is what happened. So Lontar, he gets polymorphed. He uses the Emerald Communion. I guess it wasn't... It's hard to say. I mean, Waz, he has the Vanish coming up so soon. He still has the Cheat Death. But as soon as you use that Emerald Communion, they're able to just basically CC him through. So P-Make switches the polymorph over onto Waz. While Lontar gets feared, he gets the Frostbomb up, and it's basically as perfect of a setup as you are really going to be able to get. So I wonder if Lontar could have been a little bit more, hesitant on using that Emerald Communion. It's really tough to say in those final moments, but that ultimately is what allowed them to get that Frostbomb, which you could see hit really hard, 369,000. So big damn coming in from P-Make, and that's all you really need, right? Like if you get a Frostbomb, you get a Flurry, you get a Comet Storm, maybe an Ice Lance, that is already upwards of like 700,000 damage that P-Make is able to contribute. And Relza as well, doing a considerable amount of damage there in that final swap on Lontar.
Oh, they're going, what? On Hook Point? They must be afraid of something else. There has to be something that like just owns Feral Mage so badly that they can't do it. Because
probably Rogue Mage, honestly.
Yeah, I guess, but couldn't Rogue Mage just own this too? I feel I don't think they're going to. I think they're going to do the Moonkin. I think it's safer. But man, okay, so P-Make, he got his team to win. So he's got them some vote of confidence to possibly turn this around, but they are obviously afraid of something else that Echo has lurking in the waters as far as compositions. So they're bringing Casu in on Marksman and not BM either. Although the BM game wasn't looking that good. I feel like their Marksman game actually felt very scary for Echo. So I actually think I like Marksman more. I think that BM also, I'm trying to remember the name of the ability. They have a 1-minute cooldown bleed effect that you can remove pretty much every time with Cauterizing Flame. And it just completely destroys your damage. So I think BM dealing with the mass roots on your pets and dealing with the Cauterizing Flame is actually a worse pick for this matchup. I think Marksman can actually sometimes even just swap to the Evoker. I think the one shot of the Marksman is going to be harder for the Evoker particularly than the sustained damage of the BM Hunter.
Interesting. I kind of feel like maybe they do need to be making these swaps on Lontar, like really test him a little bit. If Tony's able to get, the Cyclone out on one of the DPS, roll over, get a full stun on Lontar, I think that's going to be maybe an opportunity for them in this match, because that's the one thing about the Evoker is he has to kind of expose himself a lot more in a matchup like this. So on the small map, maybe trying to really punish Lontar being on that Evoker could be a strategy that works for them. But this is difficult. They're basically picking a matchup they've already lost, right? Because they're more afraid. But makes me wonder why they didn't try the Feral Mage a little bit sooner. Didn't look too bad. It seemed like they were getting warmer and warmer as the games went on. But I do wonder what Echo has that would just outright beat that composition. We're not going to be able to find out just yet, but one thing we do know, Echo's still one away from closing out the series, eliminating Streamer Zone. And for Streamer Zone, I mean, it is so important that they win this. If they can manage to pull off the upset, it's just so massive for their overall standings.
They actually do this. Casu on the Marksmanship Hunter, the Giga Chad Hunter, the only one left. He's the last airbender of Hunters in the competitive scene. Nobody else is playing. He's going to start with an aim shot from stealth onto Lontar, and they're opening immediately onto the healer. Is he ready for this attack? Waz shuts down everything. A cheap shot for the universe and a kidney shot for the healer as well. They get the scatter trap though. Casu with Survival of the Fittest is pretty tanky. Waz evasions the true shot and dismantles the swap to Chanimal. Nice reaction from Waz on that true shot, but Incarn is still sitting in the back pocket of Tony, and they've managed to force Barskin and evasion. So I can only imagine that Tony is feeling very eager right now. He's just got a Cyclone to reset the Feral Frenzy, but then he gets cloned back by Chanimal. Chanimal gets another precognition. Another clone comes through. Casu's interrupt's coming up pretty soon, and they need to make sure that Tony's Incarn is not CC'd. So he's waiting until the kidney shot. Out of this kidney shot, I think he's going to press Incarn, stun, and either swap to Lontar or Waz, and likely do a lot of damage. But they have to... Oh no, the Sleepwalk! Lontar sneaks in and gets possibly the game-winning Sleepwalk. It forces the aspect of the turtle. Relza now into a gouge. Now into a DR'd clone from Chanimal. Chanimal looking for a third one for good measure to possibly close this out. But Relza is out of crowd control. He's going for a Mind Games. Big damage incoming. There's the Incarnation. Insane damage. And Lontar has to trinket. Time dilation on top of Chanimal's trinket. And I love that Casu and Tony are spacing their cooldowns separately. If they use them at the same time, Barskin might even just be enough on its own, but if they split them up like this, they get double the value. They just need to live a little bit longer. Can they do it? No, a full clone, no trinket on Relza. Tony gets solar beamed on his clone, and Chanimal comes in, disintegrates, follow through, and Casu could fall at any moment. Relza into a sleepwalk, and Lontar wants to say that last game was a fluke, but here comes a big swap. Emerald Communion immediately forced onto Lontar, and I love what Streamer Zone GG are doing offensively in this game. Then they trap him off the swap. It's so clean for them. They're about 10 seconds away from Relza's trinket. They get a clone. Tony gets the clone. They're all over the place. They're swapping to Waz. He's got no evasion. He steps behind the pillar and gets rescued around the corner, and he manages to stay alive. And I would imagine that Echo can't even believe how threatening StreamerZone.gg is right now.
Yeah, they're looking a lot better with these healer setups, but Relza now into a full blind. They did manage to proc the Guardian Spirit as well, so Relza's not going to have that available for quite some time. It's on a 3-minute cooldown, and that is such an important cooldown for the Holy Priest in those really, really dire situations. Chanimal finds a full Cyclone onto Casu, and then we have a gouge onto Relza. Is there any follow-up? Lontar, unfortunately, isn't able to get there for the Sleepwalk, but he does pre-immune himself, trying to immune some of that incoming crowd control, and that will be enough for him to retreat back to the pillar. And now it's going to be Casu, who's in a lot of danger. These stuns coming in. Relza has a lot of healing potential here, and it looks like he should be able to keep Casu alive, but really burning through those cooldowns. Relza essentially has nothing left but his Void Shift, but if he gets caught into crowd control along CC chain, he's not going to have access to that. So we'll have to see how that does end up playing out. We have a full trap now onto Lontar. They're making a big setup here on Chanimal. Lontar's got his work cut out for him. Gets a full sleepwalk on Relza. Interrupt on Tony. Tony could easily just die. Relza doing what he can, but the survival instincts comes in for Tony, and that is enough to live.
With a fear.
Now it's going to be up to Streamer Zone to continue this push here onto
Gripped him
Chanimal.
in. He gripped him into line of sight of Chanimal. Relza is getting aggressive here on hook point. Full bash on Lontar. Can they get anything out of it? Freezing trap available, but he's in a stun. Lontar getting a deep breath away from the freezing trap. Tony gets stopped on his Cyclone there by the solar beam. Casu is trying to reposition, but it's so tough to get on top of the Boomkin right now. Rescue on the main stun here from Lontar. Likely anticipating a freezing trap there as well, trying to immune it from Casu. Casu's pushing in on top of Channel. Where's the win condition? I think it's still the Moonkin with no bar skip for 16. It's definitely not the Rogue. They got a lot of crowd control effects to get through, though, with that Shroud up. Do they have enough CC to remove it? Roar of Sacrifice is up, but that's a 7-second sleepwalk. Fire Breath is coming through. It's such a long crowd control, but somehow, some way, Casu is just tanking the damage like an absolute legend in the middle of the map, disengaging away. He survives that CC chain. 8-second sleep into a full gouge, unscathed, and now Waz is getting swapped to in a stun into a clone at low health. Full fear onto Lontar. Relza is really getting into the mix with crowd control this time around. He connects some mind games onto Chanimal, preventing the frenzied regen. Full trap lands. Chanimal on the run. Waz is rotting down to bleeds. Casu's free casting. Massive damage incoming. Chanimal almost drops. Lontar gets a huge heal at the last possible second. He's trying to go for Fire Breath on Tony and turn it around and just close this game out. But Chanimal's under so much pressure. I'm not sure if he's going to get away with being offensive right now. He gets put into a stun. Casu doesn't have the freezing trap for 4 more seconds. It's so unfortunate. 2 seconds away from the freezing trap here. It would likely have gotten his trinket. Now Casu's into a full clone from Chanimal as they're switching pressure onto Waz. Tony's in bear form. Waz grapples over, full kidney shot on the Apotheosis. That's a really nasty kidney shot into a sleepwalk. The synergy between Lontar and Waz is so good. Relza has to trinket. He's into Angel. He needs to get his team topped and offensive right now if they're going to have a chance. Chanimal still has no trinket. They get the stun on Lontar. They secure the freezing trap. Rapid fire around the corner, but Chanimal's going for a clone. He gets it onto Tony, but a full fear comes through from Relza, forcing the Emerald Communion. And if they end up winning this game, it's off the back of Relza's offense. But they have to keep staying alive to the next fear. Waz getting pressured at the same time. Who's going to fall first? Another full sleepwalk from Lontar. Nullifying Shroud is up, and they should have full control right now to run them down. Sap up the sleepwalk. Sap. But Aspect of the Turtle actually it came off cooldown. He's immuning all of the damage. Another sap from Waz, even despite the flare. He gets another sap. He comes out of the Aspect of the Turtle. I cannot believe that Streamer Zone is alive right now. Here comes the Death Chakrams. Casu is going for the kill. He's at half health, and he's trying to win right now, but Chanimal clones him and shuts him out from that opportunity. Tony goes for a clone. He's into a kidney shot. No trigger for Tony. He gets gripped back to the pillar. Waz grapples over. Relza's into a clone, and Chanimal takes full control. 3-1.
Really impressive performance there by both teams. Honestly, that was a really close game. I feel like both teams had such clean, consistent setups. It was very back and forth, but ultimately Echo is able to sneak away with a win. Chanimal having some beautiful crowd control at the end of that one, and that is enough for them to win and eliminate Streamer Zone from this tournament, and also kind of hurt their point standing. This, though, presents a huge opportunity for the side of Bikini Bottom Mafia. We could talk a little bit about that later. We have the replay here. You can just see, you know, at this point of the game, you have Relza with no trinket. This is much earlier on in the game, but these setups onto the Lone Tar were really nice. They kind of abandoned going after Lone Tar in the late game. It seemed like Chanimal really was their focus, and I do wonder if they had done more consistent swaps onto Lone Tar, the game would have looked a little bit different. But it's just really difficult when you're in a position like this where you're so far on the back foot. Waz is able to get a sap into a resap. Relza doesn't have a trinket, and they're able to kind of just like ride this momentum from this point forward to pull off a win.
It's insane that, dude, StreamerZone.gg, I'm really excited to see how they can perform moving into the next cup. Hoping they get more rounds in with P-Make on the ladder moving forward, because I think that composition is going to be really important for them in terms of dealing with these Moonkins and these rogue compositions, and possibly some other options as well in the future. I feel like Jungle has run into a few compositions that can be difficult for it, because they've got possibilities, right? The fact that they could win, they took a game off Echo with that comp, shows that it is a threat and worth investing in for the next cup. But it's going to be their last cup if they want to qualify, which means, I mean, even if they win the whole thing, I don't know if we have a standings or when we're going to look at the standings the next time, but I think it's probably unlikely that they can get a top 3, or it's really like the situation that would be required for it is like some people don't make top 8 or something, which is, you know, the top 3 teams not making top 8. I guess it has happened before, but it's probably not going to happen. So there's a lot of work for them, but the possibilities are there, and it's really nice to see them back. Rel's out of retirement on this team. It's always a very entertaining team to watch as far as strategies. They're always min-maxing everything. I mean, the little kind of spins around from the Hunter to try and avoid getting gouged, like that level of min-maxing that comes through, a level of sweatiness, you could call it, from their team, is why they're able to take championships.
They're gonna need a sham wow after that one. So Streamer Zone GG. Fortunately, that is the end of the road for them. But like these guys already highlighted, so much potential with this team. Not quite a lot of time to get themselves up in the standings, but even coming into this weekend, they bumped up like 7 places in just one day. So perhaps they could do the same thing if they come back for the 4th and final cup of Dragonflight. But that being said, we are going to see Echo move on now into the Grand Finals. They're going to be facing off against Bikini Bottom Mafia, this team that just kind of came out of nowhere and completely dominated the EU bracket. We can see the entire journey here, actually round 1 all the way to the left there. They've already beaten Echo, so this is a bit of a rematch now. But if we know one thing from Echo, Ven, it's that this team is capable. We've seen this time and time again with them. Somebody knocks them down to the lower bracket, they meet them back up in the Grand Finals and end up winning the series.
Yeah, it can definitely happen. I mean, look at Echo's journey. They lose to Bikini Bottom Mafia. Obviously, that stings for them, but then they go down to the lower bracket. First time we see them in the tournament, they have to play against Swapsy. They 3-0 them. Go against Chibaku Tensei, 3-1. End up beating HOOLIBANG, which is another one of those teams that's kind of had their number. So they beat HOOLIBANG, then they beat Streamer Zone GG, and they've just been looking really impressive. I kind of feel like they're going to be more confident in their mage lock for this finals, but we'll have to wait and see. They've just been so flexible with the different compositions that they do run. There's a lot of options for Bikini Bottom Mafia. I think this is a really significant chance we see them play the Rogue Windwalker Monk, which was kind of the thing that beat Echo in the upper bracket. So we'll see if they continue with that strength.
Yeah, we certainly will. You know, we spoke with Borag also after that last win against StreamerZone.gg, and he says that they weren't even expecting to get this far. So they're extremely proud of themselves, as they should be. So time can only tell if they can continue that reign, or is Echo going to take this one back for yet another cup victory? We will find out after this break. Before we do head there, we're going to do another Warcraft Logs map guessing segment. Let's check it out. Let us know in chat which one you think this is. We haven't been that consistent today.
Lately, they made it a lot harder.
They did something.
All right, so one thing I know for sure is it's not Robodrome, because we've never seen Robodrome, so Robodrome is not it. Leaves 3 options available here.
Tigers. No, I don't know.
I'm going Empyrean.
Tiger's Peak.
You're going with Empyrean Domain? Tiger's Peak is a really good guess. I mean, I guess I don't really have any other options. I'm just the other ones have been eliminated. I got to go with Nagrand, but
it's either Nagrand or Empyrean is what I'm thinking. But I'm thinking look at the distance of that pillar.
Yeah, It's looking like it's kind of a square map. I'm gonna go with Nagrand. That's my only option. So
One of us is
I'm
right.
taking-
I don't even know 100% if I'm right.
Answer.
Wait, are we allowed to share
Yeah.
answers? Can we guess this?
I don't know.
yeah. I mean, you can, but I'm going for all glory. We're not sharing no answers.
Depends
But-
Okay.
It can't be Robo Drum at this point.
honestly, it's looking like Imperial Domain. These pillars are looking tiny.
Yeah.
Like, these are tiny
these
little
are
pillars. I'm
tiny.
telling you,
What is
Choose
happening?
big
This is
pillars,
probably.
okay?
This has got to be Empyrean.
it's got to be right.
The angle's kind of weird though. Okay.
Yeah.
There it is.
I get a point. Yes. Not
You
going
do.
out of this competition with
see you.
nothing.
All right.
Well,
Well,
I was right that it wasn't Robodrome. At least I get like half a point.
yeah, sure.
Okay,
Something
cool.
like that. I forgot to keep track. I hope someone's keeping track of this. I don't think anyone's in the lead. I think chat's probably beating us at this point.
How many channel points do you get when you guess it in chat? Should I be guessing in chat? Am I
don't-
losing out on channel points?
No, it's just a poll. I'm looking at it. They're at they're guessing the grand right now. They're obviously a little bit behind us, but I think that's my fault. No, because I didn't guess in a grand. I guessed. I don't know what they're doing. They're doing their own thing over
Kind
there.
of debated
Alright.
the chat. Said Imperial, and then I was like, maybe it's Negret.
You did. Yep. All right. Well, let us know in the chat if you got that correct. But given the current state of the poll, looks like a lot of people were incorrect. So thank you so much to Warcraft Logs, Archon.gg, and of course Warcraft Yaks for helping us out with that segment. And with that, we are heading to a break. When we come back, it is the European Grand Finals. Stick around. You definitely don't want to miss this one. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in the European Grand Finals. We have got Echo rising up from the depths of the lower bracket and Bikini Bottom Mafia kind of floating down from the surface of the ocean. That was a terrible metaphor. Either way, super excited to see these two teams face off. Borug, of course, he is enjoying his newfound fame. We were speaking with him a little bit earlier, and he said that he really does appreciate all of the spam in chat. So keep rooting for your best team, because these guys have definitely noticed. But Zico, are you a fan of Borug?
Wait, who was that talking? Wait, I see you over there. Wait, where you at?
Hey.
Oh, there.
Hey there.
I got you. Oh,
What's up?
hello.
Wait,
Yeah.
wrong hand.
Oh,
Wrong
that's
hand.
is that
you
you?
hear me?
I-
I'm over here.
Yeah.
Hey, Zico, can't hear you. Oh, hello?
Oh, you can't hear me? Wait. You can't hear me?
I can't hear you.
I'm shrinking.
Borug
is consuming me. Borug is consuming me.
Oof. All right. That was close.
Yeah, I think he's great.
I mean, it's a great point. He is great. Super T, is you a fan of Borug?
I mean, you have to be at this point. I mean, he's beaten every big name. They knocked Echo down already. They beat Lava Lava. Then they beat Streamer Zone. Now they're in the grand finals. They got some of the meta comps, right? They got a bunch of options they can flex between. They're very threatening, even though they just came off the ladder. So this is a very impressive achievement for them. They're kind of giving off the HOOLIBANG from Season 1 vibes here in Dragonflight. They're going to start this round off with a Rogue Windwalker, which was attempted in a previous round against Echo, but it was a subtlety version. So Houghton was playing subtlety, and now Nala is playing Outlaw instead. I think Outlaw is likely going to look better in a late stage game, but playing a late stage game against Chanimal is not typically something you want to take a bet on.
Yeah, it's definitely can come back to bite you, but I do like that we're seeing a little bit more of this because the sub rogue definitely did not look ideal. So we'll see if the outlaw does look any better. Braiku is playing the ice flows, so he's gonna have a regular blink here for these stuns, and he could become a target here. Right now, Nala building up a lot of pressure. Tsuneki all over him as well. They haven't popped Serenity just yet, though. Nala is taking a lot of damage. Leaving Chanimal free casting like this is not ideal right now. Finally, Raikou will recover and start getting some of his own pressure out. They're gonna swap over to Chanimal on the side of Bikini Bottom Mafia. Chanimal just gonna teleport out of there, and so far the Bikini Bottom Mafia hasn't gotten anything. Lontar's actually pushing in for a fear here as well, so Echo looking to get aggressive right now.
Ooh, Frost Bomb, Ray of Frost. Tsuneki can use that Touch of Karma. That's redirecting a lot of damage onto Raikou. It's a big dot. He's going to use the Invis here to reduce the damage onto himself, and Ray of Hope comes through from Lontar, and he's been opting for that, for this bursty Windwalker. It just pauses all the damage, pauses all the healing, and it accumulates both. And if the healing outweighs the damage, it heals, and if the damage outweighs the healing, then it does damage. So it's a nice kind of like anti-burst mechanism that we don't see anybody else playing except Lontar in these situations. Raikou gets a fake cast and lands a full polymorph. Gets topped off by Lontar. Double cleave coming in. Chanimal is free casting. His demonic army is doing so much damage at the moment, forcing Borug to break free from crowd control using, I think it was his medallion there. But he gets feared again and ends up breaking into some damage, but it is a lot of pressure being thrown his way here. Tsuneki has options. He just needs to be careful. Actually, they're swapping to Borug. This is a classic Echo maneuver to swap to the healer when they catch him in the middle of the map. It was almost lights out for Borug. Nobody is safe on the side of Bikini Bottom Mafia.
Yeah, nobody is safe indeed. Almost saw the history repeating itself there and getting some JT flashbacks on that swap onto Borug, and he doesn't really have too much to work with here. Meanwhile, Lontar is actually playing a Gnome as well, so they were kind of anticipating maybe the Moonkin to come out, but Raikou could be in a lot of trouble right now. Blinks back here for safety, gets kicked on the Ray of Frost, so he really needs his team to save him right now, as he cannot access that ice block for a couple of seconds. Looking for the sheep, actually, for the follow-up there onto Borug, and all of a sudden, the pressure is turned onto Tsuneki. He has the Touch of Karma here available, but he really doesn't want to just use it. He want to use that cooldown to stay on target. So right now, Borug is going to have to make it back to Tsuneki, but they're swapping to Borug, and that's forcing Tsuneki to cross the map here. Once again, getting back over onto Raikou. Borug has a lot of catching up to do here in the healing department. He gets stunned once again. Lontar all over him here with these Shastai stuns, but finally they do catch Raikou, and they do force out his ice block there. Nala gets them back into the game.
He still has Serenity, and Raikou's on Hypothermia. He's got Leg Sweep as well. Raikou could just die if Tsuneki connects here with this cooldown at all. Maybe doesn't even need it. He's almost dying anyways. Here comes that Serenity. Frost Nova comes through. They coil the Tiger's Lust. He gets dispelled out into a polymorph. Another dispel comes through. Another advantage of that Holy Priest is the double dispel. So Tsuneki is getting uptime. Massive damage incoming. Raikou blinks away with the Guardian Spirit of Lontar, but he's in a Chastise. Can he get the heals he needs? He's getting so low here. His Hypothermia looks like it has faded at this time, so he should be able to access that second block. Lontar is put into a cheap shot. Nala is trying to set up his team, but Borog is still sitting through a Polymorph into a Chastise stun. Tsuneki diffused magic here. He's respecting the damage from Raikou and trying to stay aggressive, using defense to stay on target, but now he's going to have to opt to maybe hug that pillar that's close by because Borog's into a full fear, and Channel's likely going to babysit him. Nala shuts down the follow-up, and he's trying to top Tsuneki, but he just can't move. He's constantly snared. He's got pets battering away at his back constantly as he's trying to cross the map, and it's so tough. Chanimal looking for another fear. Here's the Windwalker, stuns the Rogue, peeling for Raikou. As Lontar goes into a cheap shot, they paralyze the Mage, holding him in place. Fist of Fury flying through, but Nala's now into a fear. Shadow Fury coming out from Chanimal onto Borog, into a fear. Chanimal taking full control. Demonic Tyrant is out on the battlefield, and Tsuneki has to abandon the push. He ports back behind the pillar. Borog is in a polymorph. He's just soothing, misting himself, and trying to heal himself, but he's dying to the pet. He's losing the 1v1 with the pet behind the pillar. He gets back into the fight. Borog's out of CC. Nala has no trinket. Borog's into angel form, but he's really far away from where Raikou is. If Raikou blinks again, even further away from the angel, they're going to outrange the angel. He's divine hemming. Raikou alter time there, nicely timed. He's going to rewind all that damage as he repositions away. Move cast Ray of Frost on Tsuneki behind the pillar. Nice positioning, but didn't do nearly as much damage as I expected. And now Serenity is coming up. Strike of the Windlord comes through. There's no alter time for this one. This Serenity could easily force the second ice block, possibly a kill if he's not careful, but they force him to run away with a polymorph. He's so low. Nala is rotting down. Another polymorph onto Borog. Chanimal's into a kidney shot, but there's a Chastise from Lontar. They're swapping to Borog in the middle of the map. And these swaps are looking more and more lethal as time passes.
Echo is just getting better and better on this Mage Warlock right now. They are just in full control here. Nala, no Cloak of Shadows. Tsuneki at the pillar with basically nothing. Finally, does have his Karma rotated back up. He needs to get in there, but as soon as he does, he's met with a fear from Chanimal. Raikou already blinking away to safety. They're swapping to Lontar, actually, it looks like, but Tsuneki cannot connect there until the very end, and now instead they walk into a double fear. Do they have a stun for Borog? They do. There's the Ray of Frost. Huge damage coming in here from Raikou. Massive swap there. It's going to force out his trinket. Beautifully played there by Lontar, realizing, hey, these guys are overcommitting to me. I can get an easy setup here, and he just basically solo sets that up, looking so comfortable right now on that Holy Priest, ducking into angel form, spamming out the heals onto his team. Tsuneki right now, though, with the Serenity, trying to get something out of Chanimal, gets coiled actually into a fear, potentially with nice Ring of Peace, but Chanimal not going to wait around there for the leg sweep and for the damage. He's going to port out, but still a lot of pressure onto Chanimal. Lontar trying to spam the heals. Chanimal, what are you going to do? He does activate that unending resolve, but even going through it, and they do get the Guardian there as well, so dampening at 28%, doing a lot of work here so far for Bikini Bottom Mafia in that push. Now they're trying to turn their attention over onto Raikou here. Borog pushing in, looking for the fear. He finds it. They could get that block from Raikou. They really want to push for it. He blinks away. Alter times back to reset his blink, uses that greater invis as well, which is like a pseudo shield wall for Raikou, and he's going to survive with that defense, and now he's going to be Chanimal here once again on the chopping block.
This entire series could be decided from game one. With the compositions that both of these teams have available, this is the most important game in the series. And Bikini Bottom Mafia are getting closer and closer to a kill on Raikou with every passing moment. Another Ray of Frost from Raikou. Move cast. Dampen Harm comes out from Tsuneki to try and soak the hits. And seems like it's enough for now. Lontar into a kidney shot. Killing spree comes through. Raikou knocks him away. Another polymorph attempt. Borog into a coil. Chanimal looking for a fear. He finds the full fear. No trinket for 2. But he's got Will of the Forsaken. He's kind of being greedy, not using Will on this fear. He's going to get feared around the corner, but they force the block regardless. Now, Cold Snap is coming up in 30 seconds, so it is likely that they could stall for that, get another block. But this Hypothermia timing with Serenity coming off in about 4 seconds could be scary. He alters. He's going to have to go back, I think, a little bit early. I think he might have purged off the altar. Nice purge coming through, and Raikou, it could be lights out. Life Swap comes in. Tsuneki, he's got no defense, but he wants to stay offensive. They have to Void Shift him. They need to give him every single cooldown they've got left. Give him the Guardian Spirit. He has to stay on Raikou's heels. That Cold Snap is coming up in 9 more seconds. 8 seconds away from it. 7 seconds away from it. They're so close to the kill. They have to go all in on him right now. 4 seconds away from it, but Lontar, he's in a cheap shot. 1 second away from Cold Snap. Raikou has a block. He's going to Cold Snap right away and likely have to use that Ice Block. Oh my god, it was almost game over, but now that they've survived, Tsuneki could be in trouble. He's going to have to Karma immediately, I think, out of that Ice Block, and he's going to just trade it. He's just putting down the gas pedal and trying to run a train over Raikou as he knocks them away. He gets kicked on the poly, jumps down a defensive Ring of Frost. That's going to hit Nala. Suniki's dodging it, but he gets feared away. And Raikou, has he finally weathered the storm? A kidney shot interrupts the Ray of Frost. He's just lobbing out Ice Lances, poking damage and hoping that Chanimal can get a kill because he doesn't have any options left.
Yeah, but they got Borug's Void Shift, they got his Guardian as well there, so definitely a lot of pressure here on both sides right now. Nala running away with no Cloak of Shadows, Sheniki on target here with no defense as well. He gets Dragon's Breath behind the pillar. Raikou has been caught here behind the pillar. There's the stun though, onto Nala. He gets gripped back behind the pillar with the safety there. Chanimal finally manages to peel off these two melees from his mage, but Raikou's got nothing left. If they can recover on this side of Bikini Bottom Mafia, they could potentially push him over, but at the same time, it's not looking too likely here. They're making their final potentially push here. Full kidney onto Lontar. Where's the follow-up? Borug is there trying to get the fear, but he goes for the gouge, and Borug actually flailing around here, not sure if he has enough time to go for it or if he should just heal. Such a difficult decision here for Borug to make, and right now Suniki in a lot of trouble. Raikou fake casts with the Ray of Frost there just to get a precog right now, and he's going for the full sheep. He manages to find it. Suniki in a lot of trouble. Borug trinkets out, and he's chasing Lontar for that game-winning fear potentially. Raikou, realizing the situation he's in, gets the Demonic Gateway, goes behind the pillar and tries to chase down Sonic at the same time, blinking back now out of that stun from Nala back to midfield. Nala has Cloak of Shadows. He has to lead the charge here, and can he take him down? He's got basically a couple of more seconds to do it before this game is over, Sid.
Oh, he's got such a karma, and Raikou explodes! Bikini Bottom Mafia coming from the bottom of the sea to the top of the mountain. Take game one against Echo, the most important game of this series, given the nature of the compositions that they have matched up against each other. Should this swing back and forth from small to large, they now have the advantage. And this really puts the pressure onto Echo because they don't want to repeat of the last season where they failed to get first place in the cup. They want to, get back to their dominant position, first place all the time. If you're not first, you're last is the mentality of Echo typically. But Bikini Bottom Mafia, man, Borug is just unbeatable. He's coming in again, even against the odds with the cleave composition, pulling off a win, just rotating through cooldown so effectively. I love how they're using their defensives to stay aggressive. Because that's where you fall behind as a melee cleave, is when you start retreating. You've basically just given up being able to attack the mage at that point. If you use any mobility to run away, you're just never getting back to the mage. So using a cooldown to tank damage, stay on target, and then push through is so important for them. They had such a great game here. Lontar did everything that he could, but eventually burned through the remainder of his mana. And I thought for a second Chanimal was going to be able to carry. I feel like right at this moment, he's getting Suniki so low health. I think maybe he can pull it off and get a kill. Borug is getting CC'd just constantly. They get his trinket. The fears from Chanimal were so good. He's getting Doomguard procs. Raikou gates away, but Suniki he's patient. He waits a second until his karma comes off cooldown in about 8 more seconds. And as soon as that karma comes off cooldown, he is just beelining at the mage for the rest of the game at that point. Nala uses Cloak to stay on target, and here comes Suniki. He's got karma, and he knows that Raiku's got nothing, and that full fear on Lontar. Does something else hit him? No, he just feared off into the corner, too far away, out of range, and not able to get back in time. Chanimal, insane this game. 46 million damage here, but it still wasn't enough.
I mean, that was so important as well. You hit the nail on its head there with Borug. Borug really kind of putting his team in the driver's seat there, especially towards the end, pushing in for the crowd control there. And they're able to take Raikou down because Lontar had saves there. I didn't actually think Raikou was going to die because they had Ray of Hope. They had some small stops left in the arsenal. But really, really interesting comp decision here from Bikini Bottom Mafia. Actually picking the Outlaw Rogue and winning with it against that mage lock. So really interesting to see. Of course, that game I felt like it could have gone either way. So I don't think we're going to be seeing too many changes in terms of compositions here. But we'll see what they decide to do. Maybe they will lock in the Boomkin for blind picks and then save their Windwalker Rogue for maybe counter picks in this matchup.
I think that's a safer way of playing this. Yeah. I mean, that matchup didn't look terrible. I definitely think they're going to win it on the small maps. It's possible they could win it on a big map. But I think Boomkin Rogue is more well-rounded in this situation. Do note, I think that this was the comp that Bikini Bottom Mafia used to beat Echo the first time. So Echo, they had all that time to prepare something for it. So they might have some other threats lurking. But it felt like Raikou just wasn't able to get out enough pressure in that game in order to really kind of support and push them over the edge for the kill ultimately, even despite all the swaps that they were getting. So Bikini Bottom Mafia, they're really considering this. They're taking it seriously. They might have came off the ladder, newly formed roster for this competition, but they want to consider their options here. What's going to be the best blind lock? What has the least amount of counters? But they're still just sticking to their guns. They're sticking to their guns with the Outlaw Rogue Windwalker, even despite the large map. They're saying, okay, Echo, you got something? Like, we're calling your bluff. Can you beat us? Because if you can't beat us here, man, this could be over for you.
I like it. I like it a lot. This is just a lot of confidence here being shown from the Bikini Bottom Mafia. And like you said, you know, this is something that's worked for them in the past. And also, if you can force Echo to kind of reveal their hand early on in the series, it's going to give you more time to prepare if there is actually like a threat that they have kind of stashed away. And I mean, it looks like Echo are setting up for the Mage Lock. Like, to me, it looks like Echo is expecting this matchup, and the Mage Lock is their answer. The one thing was the Gnome pick that, like, I wasn't sure if that's going to make a big difference with Lontar going Orc potentially.
Or Orc.
Yeah, or Undead, yeah.
He could have got out of that fear. Although I think he had Trinket for it. I think he just trinketed a little late, then Raikou was out of range. But having Will and having Trinket or having Orc is definitely going to be better than Gnome. Gnome is literally doing nothing for him in that matchup. So that could be the tiniest little factor that tilts this actually in their favor. Orc could give him a bit more damage too. He could use the on use and get more damage on a Holy Fire or something. I don't think I've ever seen a Priest do that, but with how much damage the healers are doing, that could be an interesting component to it, should they decide to run it. I'm wondering if this is where nerves come in for Echo, and like they prepared Mage Lock. That's supposed to be the option that they bring for this. And then they're like, no, we need to try something different. If Bikini Bottom Mafia get in their head at all for game number 2.
I don't think so. I feel like Echo, they've been in this situation many times. They are locked in. You know, Ven said it earlier. Echo, this team is dialed in right now. I think that they're probably just discussing what to do. I think they're going to lock in Mage Lock, and they're just taking the time to really go through every single detail of the matchup. And we are going to see them lock it in once again. And yeah, we're probably going to see Lontar switch over to an Undead Priest, and it should help them out a little bit in the match. Also, a larger map to work with. And yeah, just getting more comfortable in the matchup. We'll see, but it is a bit of a risky gamble, right? Because Asherman is not that different from Nagrand in terms of like the size of the map, and at the same time, if you lose this, then you're all of a sudden 0-2 in this series, and that's when it's gonna get really scary for you. Because like, do you send it a third game, or like what do you do at that point? So I feel like for Echo's confidence, they really need to get a dub here.
I feel like at that point, you probably Boomkin Rogue. But I'm really surprised. Like, Boomkin has been looking so dominant throughout this tournament, right? Even both regions. But we're in the finals, and neither team wants to bring in the Boomkin for the finals, even despite that. So this Windwalker Rogue comp could be something that NA teams possibly need to look into. I'm thinking like Chun-Li's team. This might actually be a comp they need to pick up, because it's obviously threatening enough that Chanimal doesn't want to play Boomkin, even though they were looking so good with the Boomkin Rogue in the series before this. And Bikini Bottom Mafia are also afraid of something with the Boomkin, obviously, from Echo. So I would like to see Chun-Li's team in the future, the Power Frogs, kind of pick up one of these Windwalker Rogue type of leads as a competition, because it's looking at least threatening enough to make these teams in Europe switch their competitions, despite their success. Big map. Obviously, the race change is going to be huge here. Also, just the fact that I don't think Borogue is going to be able to get a fear on this map. As opposed to the smaller one. And we saw like how they play. The Monk would get isolated on one side of the map, then Borogue would have to cross all the way from the other side of the map, and he would get intercepted in the middle. As long as they're doing that type of splicing and separation and then isolating and bursting, I feel like Echo should be able to take this.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I feel like Echo, they looked super good earlier in that match. I don't know, you know, what happened. I felt like Nala really made some offensive plays, you know, happen for his team and kind of put them back offensively in the game. But it was when they got that first ice block from Raikou. I really feel like Nala kind of turned the tides of the matchup there, because prior to that, it was all about Animals getting fierce on Borogue, they're getting sheeps on Nala, they're getting damage on Suniki. Suniki's running away. Now they're switching to Borogue, now they're switching to Nala. You know, they're getting cooldowns from everybody, having infinite pressure, basically kind of looking like the old unstoppable, you know, Cloud9 Mage Lock. But we'll see if they can keep up that momentum. It's all about the crowd control. It's all about the cross when you're playing that mage lock, and make sure that you're getting the stun on your kill target and cross CC on everybody else. Raikou right now is taking a decent amount of damage, but alter timing most of that, gets a nice precog here, huge damage. Ooh, I think Nala might have melded or vanished. I'm not sure. He might have vanished at Ray of Frost. Either way, Nala is going to avoid a lot of that Frost Mage damage, and actually still forced to trade out his Trinket. Gets stunned on his Trinket. Nala still not out of the woods yet, but doesn't want to trade out his Cloak of Shadows. These melees, they want to keep their defensive cooldowns to stay out in the open and get pressure on the Mage or on the Warlock.
Interesting, they're focusing the Rogue more this game. I feel like they're focusing the Windwalker. You can tell that with the Sheep now on the Windwalker. Maybe they just think he's tankier and harder to kill, but I'm not sure if an Outlaw is... Oh no, Raikou almost goes down without blocking. He got Mass Dispelled. They have to Ray of Hope as well. Can they make it negative? It looks like it's positive. Hard to see where the buff is. He's back to full health from that Ray. Suniki looking to reconnect. Now they're swapping to Suniki. So maybe they're trying to min-max their DRs. If someone's off a Sheep DR, they're going to Sheep them. And as soon as they're on it, they're going to switch the Sheep and then attack the other. That looks like what they're doing now with the Sheep onto Nala. They're isolating the Windwalker. So they're playing a lot more strategical with their crowd control as opposed to just doing AoE damage and attacking the Rogue and Windwalker at the same time. If one of them is able to be Sheep, they're going to Sheep them 3 times. They're going to fear them 3 times. And then as soon as they can't be Sheeped or feared, like right now, they're going to attack that target and then Sheep and fear the other one. So this is likely going to mean less damage overall, but it's going to be more control.
Yeah, I like that. It's just more about like playing to survive, but at the same time, I feel like Bikini Bottom Mafia so far this game has had tremendous amounts of pressure, and here comes another setup. Lontar, do they have anything for him out of that kidney shot? Doesn't look like Nala is able to find anything just yet. Lontar spamming out the heals right now, and they do force out the Touch of Karma right there from Suniki, and Nala also dipping pretty low right now. Might have to use his Cloak of Shadows, or it could be Suniki here actually taking a tremendous amount of damage. Nala as well, forced to trade out his Cloak. Surely here, they get a Sheep on the Borog. Can they continue the pressure? No. Nala is just going to live with that Crimson Vial. They get a triple Shadow Fury. Channel is just blasting off here in the back line, trying to get as much pressure as possible, as he is the free casting wizard right now, as they just continue to tunnel Raikou. Another altar time for Raikou. Lontar spamming out the heals in Spirit of Redemption, trying to keep him alive. They purge the altar time. There's the Ray of Hope coming out for Lontar, but it's a risky gamble. Can he power in enough heals to make that Ray positive? He does, but still Raikou not out of the woods yet. Lontar was sitting through a fear there, forced to trade out the Will of the Forsaken, and finally manages to recover Raikou's health bar.
I mean, I don't think it's looking good for them. They still have Diffuse, they still got Trinket on Borog, they still have Cloak of Shadows, Rogue Trinket. I feel like slowly but surely Bikini Bottom Mafia are building momentum that might just be insurmountable, as Raikou is taking tremendous pressure at the moment. It could be a second block. Lontar activates the Apotheosis. Raikou is on the run trying to get distance, and for the last couple of minutes they've dropped their crowd control strat. They've just been AoEing them, and I'm wondering if they should go back to just CCing and keeping at least one of the melee under control, because when they're not, it just seems so overwhelming. Raikou gets gripped away, but Nala is in hot pursuit. Borog is stunned far away, but Nala doesn't seem to care. Borog is now charging in, chastising Chanimal. He's going to fear Chanimal. Chanimal gets dispelled out of that, goes for a fear of his own. Borog is going to Will of Forsaken out of that immediately. He gets re-feared by Chanimal. He's doing his best to keep Borog out of the game, but Borog ducks into a blizzard there, potentially break a polymorph, but that blizzard's now faded. Raikou's too far away. Borog is going to take the nearest pillar to avoid it, top himself off efficiently with that heal, and play for mana. And now he's sneaking up on Lontar, but Raikou's in trouble. Suniki in trouble. Is he going to go down? Oh no, the second Ice Block. Mass Dispel around the corner from Borog. He gets it, and Suniki connects an interrupt. He's going to trade Touch of Karma. He's on Hypothermia. That's massive damage incoming. Those pets are cleaving that Touch of Karma damage really high onto Raikou. If they can connect with that dot ticking away, surely they're going to take him down. Suniki Flying Serpent kicks over. Lontar has to free cast, but he just can't handle the damage. It's so much damage. Ray of Hope comes through, but Borog is in a fear. Nala dipping low, has to use Cloak of Shadows. Ray will stabilize him. Now, Suniki, you got a tough decision. You don't have a lot of defensive cooldowns. Are you going to keep going? And it looks like he's not. He's going to stay in the far back corner of that pillar, while Borog and Nala are just 2v3ing Echo at the moment. Suniki tops himself off, and he's going to want to get back in the fight soon. He's got Dampened Harm coming up in about 7 seconds, but Nala is looking vulnerable. Angel Form comes up for Lontar in the nick of time. He can immune CC, take a moment of reprieve, and free cast for a couple of seconds. But as soon as that Angel Form comes down, he's got no trinket. They need to kill Nala right now. Can they drop him? Axe Toss connects, Cheat Death procs, and they get Void Shift in that singular setup. But now Serenity is available. There are no blocks remaining. Paralyzed, no trinket. And this could be lights out for Raikou. He gets a double Dragon's Breath. Borog tries to go for a fear, but doesn't look like he's able to land it. He jumps into Angel Form to avoid the fear from Chanimal. He's free casting his team back to full, and Raikou is somehow kiting like a legend. This entire time, Lontar is CC'd, but ultimately they do reconnect with the cheap shot. Fist of Fury flying through, and that is a KO. Bikini Bottom Mafia are looking unbeatable.
Sheesh. Sheesh, the damage there. Raikou playing that blink stun, blinking away, trying to just buy himself as much time as possible, but when that cheap shot connects, he definitely felt the pain. And my goodness, Bikini Bottom Mafia looking better compared to game number 1 here. In game number 2, absolutely insane pressure, just riding that momentum from start to finish. And I think a big thing that they changed here was that Nala and Borg stayed in a lot more while Suniki was retreating. And I feel like it worked out so well for them. You can see here, this is still early on in the match, but this is where they get a tremendous amount of damage onto Raikou. He's forced to ice block. They overlap it with a Ray of Hope, but because he got Master Spelled, it turned out to be kind of a good thing. And then here, I think this was a close call onto Nala, I believe. No, this is, I think, is it the second ice block? I'm not sure. They get a sheep onto Nala. Oh, yeah, this is the close call at the end. So this is actually so nice what Raikou does here. He sheeps Nala, it gets dispelled, and then he frost bombs him when the healer has no dispel, and then he gets that big ray of frost onto Nala, almost taking him down there with the frost bomb explosion there as well. But then as soon as this chain happens here, Lonta gets paralyzed, Borg pushes in for the fear, but Chanimal is going to fear him, so Borg ducks into angel form to dodge Chanimal's CC to keep the melee cleave nice and healthy. Raikou's pre-running here, Lontar sitting through crowd control. He has Trinket, but Raikou gets caught way too far here by himself with no blink, no Trinket, and he just gets dropped.
Okay, crazy game here from Bikini Bottom Mafia, and I really think, I mean, if you can't win on the big map, and that looked bad, I feel like that they were losing on mana. When you're losing on mana on the big map, I think you got to bring Chanimal in on Boomkin. I think this is when you flip the script, and they looked so good with it. Lontar was looking crazy on his Evoker. I think you played the Outlaw Boomkin Evoker at this point.
Wonder if Arcane would be better. Like typically Arcane against Cleaves is a lot nicer if they're going mage, you know. But yeah, they could. Not necessarily. I feel like if they're playing a large map, like it's not going to be a huge difference if you're being peeled by a Frost Mage or by an Arcane Mage. Like leaving a free casting Arcane Mage is going to be scary. Leaving a free casting Frost Mage is going to be pretty scary. That is one option. The other option, of course, is
looking at the death log. Do you see what I see?
Let me see here.
Look at that death log. Look at this rising sun kick.
Oh my goodness! What?
Look at
That's the highest rising sun kick I've ever seen. What?
He literally kicked the sun with that. Like what?
Jeez. He
and then
kicked Raikou to the sun.
Fist of Fury tick right before it, 150k as well. It was like a 600k in one global, and then into Touch of Death, 600k and a 600k from Suniki. I don't think you can play a cloth class into a Windwalker. It seems like and again, Outlaw Rogue too as well. Like I feel like double Wizard into Outlaw Rogue is not good, and then Cloth into Windwalker I don't think is good. Although it's typically good into, or Mage is usually good into it, but not this one apparently. I want to see the Boomkin Rogue from Echo. I think at least one game because it's a best of 7. So I think you have to do it at least one game.
Sid, let's be honest here, okay? You play a Boomkin, you want to see the Boomkin. I play an Arcane Mage, I want to see the Arcane Mage. Like, let's just see what happens here, okay? And put our personal bias aside here for a second.
Yeah, but one
You've
of
had
those
enough
specs,
Boomkins this weekend, bro.
One of those specs is good, okay? And the other one is not so good. So I'm being realistic here, okay? I don't think Arcane is coming out.
Whatever. You can let a man dream. You can let a man hope. But yeah, I think you are right. I think maybe the Rogue Moonkin is a little bit more likely to come out here. But I wonder what healer they will run with that as well. We've seen Holy Priest. We've seen Prez Evoker. There is some options there for sure. What else could they run? They could bring in Waz.
What about Rogue Mage in this? Is that at all good? I feel like typically Rogue Mage is good into Cleaves. Like a lot of people. Okay, maybe now you're selling me on it. Maybe now you're selling me on it. The Arcane Dream, is it a reality? I mean, Echo are notorious for that comp. I could definitely see it. I mean, in the past, it's been the go-to against double melee. And I think the Rogue gives you more lethality. But there's so many different combinations of Rogue right now. I feel like a lot of teams went into this competition, at least in North America, expecting Fire Assassination to be pretty good, but they're going to go to a Cleave. They're going to bring a Zug to the Zug fight, you know? You got to meet Zug with Zug sometimes here. So Raiku's coming in on Demon Hunter, but the way that this plays out in my brain is that Raikou explodes. Just looking at this on paper. maybe that's just how the series goes. Raikou is going to explode every game no matter what he plays. But out of all the classes in terms of durability, and like Demon Hunter dies in stuns. What does Bikini Bottom Mafia do? They kill you in stuns. So I don't know if I like this. I don't know if I like this.
I'm not entirely sold on the Demon King here. Do you think this is Raikou just saying, you know what? Like, do you think this is his team going, let's go RMP, let's go RMP? And he's like, you know what? I'm not playing Mage after that. Like, I just got 500k Rising Sun kick. I'm done. Like, I'm playing Demon Hunter or it's Chan. I'm out, boys. Probably not.
Maybe. I don't. What are they thinking with this? I'm trying to remember the matchups because I feel like we've seen so much Rogue Windwalker that they're all blurring together. So, like, what did this matchup look like between any other teams that we've seen so far? I want to say there's no way that it's consistently looked good for the Demon Hunter. I feel like it's not possible that this has looked good.
They have won with the Demon Hunter, but was it? I think it was against Shibaku.
And Shibaku's not going to play this comp that Bikini Bottom Mafia have.
Yeah.
So I mean, Demon Hunter Rogue has
won with this.
Yes, I think in certain matchups it's good. I think into like the Shaman teams or the Boomkin teams it can be good, but in the straight up cleave, the Demon Hunter is just a liability. I swear, it's just like a sitting duck. He's just got a target on his back the whole game. He's gonna have to play insane. Like maybe a couple pre-metamorphosis physically immunes a stun, or eventual retreat immunes a stun. Like if he's not pre-blurring, if he's not like he's got to be like Neo in the Matrix, just dodging every single thing thrown his way the entire game, and maybe you have a chance. Because I still think the Windwalker is going to be more durable into the later stages of the game.
Yeah, Raiku's gonna have to basically dodge everything because he has one trinket and that's it. And when that trinket is down, he is gonna be a liability, as you put it. But on the other side, Bikini Bottom Mafia. Who do you think Echo is gonna go after on their side here? Are they gonna go after more the Rogue or maybe more on the Windwalker? Maybe they even want to cleave the healer and try to make it a mana affair.
I think your only chance is cleaving the healer. I mean, your main advantage is sustained area of effect damage. How do you get the most amount of area of effect damage? You attack the healer while they attack you, and you hit 3 targets, and they're only hitting 2. So
quick math, it checks out. 3 is more than 2.
3 is more than 2, so I think that's what they need to do.
All right, well, we'll see if they decide to. I feel like this is an awkward map to train healers on, though, man. Like, this is really the map you want for that.
Yeah.
Doesn't exactly scream, let's murder the healer.
What could they have otherwise?
Draxus.
I mean, maybe they think if they can live a long game, they can win with sustained damage. But I still feel like a Windwalker, or I'm going to have to pay attention, really close attention to this damage meter, because I think Windwalker might even be able to compete with Demon Hunter in terms of overall sustain. So Raiku's just charging in right away. There's going to be no saps on either side. Lone Star's going to be in a blind. Bo-Rogue in a blind. Rogues are mirroring their openers, and Tsuneki immediately is going to trinket. And Raikou just almost dies, and this is what I was talking about. Like, and now they swap to Waz. He's down at half towards the end of this kidney shot. Lone Star's in angel form. This is double fear to peel. Waz is still low health, even despite Lone Star's angel form. This is not comfortable. They did at least get Tsuneki's trinket, so they can do a similar strat where they blast him down in a stun. Bo-Rogue is in a gouge, so they have the stun. He's going to pre-karma. They're actually swapping to Lone Star, and it's actually Bikini Bottom Mafia that are going after the healer. They get a double fear. They peel, cheap shots, set up on Nala, but Bo-Rogue is now in angel form and immune and going to have a little bit of a moment of reprieve here to recover. You see Raikou Vengeful Retreat. He's likely going to have to consider using a pre-blur or possibly a Trinket Darkness on this next setup. Waz got his evasion up. He should be pretty durable. They've survived that initial window. There's no Vanish or Shadow Dance, so Nala's damage is going to be pretty low for a couple of seconds here. Tsuneki gets caught into a stun, no Serenity for 30. So right now, Echo needs to be thinking about playing aggressive, because the cooldowns for Bikini Bottom Mafia are not there to really be as threatening as they were.
Yeah, and I really feel like Echo actually is currently ahead. They still have all of their trinkets, whereas Bikini Bottom Mafia are down both their DPS players' trinkets. If they can get a clean setup here onto either one of them, they could definitely force Bo-Rogue's major defensives. But as I say that, Raikou needs to be extremely careful. Waz now going in for the play here. Who is going to be the target of choice? Looks like Tsuneki will be the the choice, but not really too much damage following up here. Suniki finally is taking a lot of damage. Nice ring of peace there, slowing down Raiku's assault. Now they're going to turn their pressure onto Nala on the side of Echo here. Nala dropping quite low, but it's double leg sweep. Here's the Serenity. Here comes the damage. What are you going to do, Raikou? My goodness, he does manage to get the blur here in time. Cheap shots coming out. Kidney shots coming out. Suniki could be in trouble. He ports away. They're going after Nala here. Nice switching coming out from Echo here. Back and forth between the Rogue and the Windwalker. Doing a lot of pressure there. Raikou still has his trinket, but I just feel like Raikou's going to hold on to his trinket forever, and then as soon as he has to use it, that's when we're really going to see him get tested here. Big CC chain potential here. Lontar in a kidney shot into a full fear, but does actually break out of that with his Will of Forsaken. And in the meantime, they do force out the Touch of Karma here from Suniki as well. So decent trades here from both sides.
Right, Lontar in angel form. He's used his angel form first, so he's going to be a bit more mana efficient, I think, than Borug, as Borug goes into a kidney shot, but Raikou is low health. He's going in aggressive despite that, and walks into a kidney shot and actually has to trinket it. So now that Raikou doesn't have a trinket, in 30 seconds, when Serenity comes up, I mean, Lontar needs to be really quick on the finger, I think, for that life swap, because his health bar is going to be erased. He might even die before that point. He's just not recovering. He actually has to blur outside of that Serenity window as well. Vanish is coming up for Nala. He's going to vanish. Cheap shot swap onto Waz, trying to bait cooldowns onto Waz as they paralyze the Demon Hunter, but they walk into a double fear. Nice double fear here. And now they're actually switching to Borug. He's caught in the middle of the map. Is he going to just drop here? Cheap shot. He's out of it. He's trying to get out and away with that Ring of Peace. And it's like he's going to be able to stay alive in this position. There's the kidney shot. No trinket. Strike of the Windlord. They disarm the Rogue. Nice peels from Waz. He denies Nala's damage and Suniki simultaneously. But they have put Suniki on diminishing return. And he still has Serenity. So if they can get in on this... Oh, a pre-darkness. Oh my god, Raikou is so terrified of exploding right now. He knows he has no trinket and he can just evaporate, so he's just dropping the darkness. And now they're actually swapping onto Lontar. This is a lot of pressure because Lontar has to deal with the Demon Knight that has no trinket and he's getting cleaved. Here comes the kidney shot. Oh, the misery! He pre-fears the Windwalker on his own kidney shot. That was insane from Raikou. He peeled his own kidney shot in the future. That was like a move out of Riddick or something where he anticipates his... Holy crap.
Yeah, Raikou definitely seeing all the timelines right now, getting it done, but still the Serenity finally actually does pull the trigger on it from the side of Suniki. Just dropping to Lontar, could be big trouble. Suniki trinkets out of the blind aggressively here, trying to take him down. Suniki now caught up in his own kidney shot. Beautifully done there by Waz, peeling that situation, but now they're turning their attention to Borug. Borug forced to trade out the Guardian. He might just go down through it. Trinkets as well, actually. Raikou in the kidney shot though, 15 seconds, no trinket. Chastise onto Lontar. Raikou could explode right now. There's the Void Shift. He was fast enough on the trigger there, but that was no Serenity. It's going to be up in another minute here if they even have that. Waz right now is getting absolutely crushed, but at the same time Borg's getting cleaved down, Raiku's getting cleaved down, Suniki is getting cleaved down. Everybody is dying right now. Lontar is completely free in the backline, spamming out heals. Meanwhile, Suniki gets gripped back to Borg here. They have an excellent opportunity to push in on the side of Echo and start cleaving, but it doesn't look like they're going to go for it just yet. Raikou now finally pushing in, gets the Chaos Nova. Borg in so much trouble. How's he going to survive? He has Angel, defensive blind coming out there onto Raikou. Borg takes off to the skies, and now Raikou behind the pillar. Line of sighting. Lontar just barely gets gripped back in the nick of time. Waz, though, in the meantime as well, with nothing left. Yes, she def. Kidney shot Suniki. The Serenity is available in just 15 short seconds. I think Suniki could close it out here. They need to finish this game as soon as possible on the side of Echo, because I think they are running out of time, Sid.
Oh my god, Lontar. What are you going to do here? He's got Guardian Spirit. They have Trinkets. They have Trinket Netherwalk. It's actually a decent spot to stay aggressive on Borug. I think you just go all in on Borug and use Trinket Nether if you're going to die. I don't know if you've got any other chance. They're swapping to Suniki in the kidney shot, but they're getting cleaved. They're getting AoE. They're all dead. Lontar is completely Borug is on top of him. Cheap shot comes through. I think he's going to fear him. Full fear on Lontar. No Trinkets. He's got Will. The Forsaken just Will out of the fear. I cannot believe he's actually being greedy with this. They're going to trade Nether instead. Oh, but he's falling even further behind. He's got no Angel for 39 more seconds. Suniki has Karma. He's got Leg Sweep. He's got Strike of the Windlord. Waz has no Trinket. I think you got to make a hard swap to Waz. I think they see that. Kidney shot comes through. Lontar has 0 mana. Mind Games comes in from Borug. He gets stunned by Raikou. He's trying to slow down the pressure, but he ducks into the skies, and Lontar's in a paralyze. And Bikini Bottom Mafia, are they actually going to take them to match point 3-0 at this point? It's so much pressure, and there's no mana for Lontar. He's still 17 seconds away, but at the same time, Nala almost dies. Borug has to Void Shift away. Nala's trying to stay aggressive. Waz is trying to stay aggressive. Fighting in defiance. Kidney shot comes through. Waz grapples over in a way, but he grapples into a fear around the corner, and now he's in touch of death range, he goes down. Bikini Bottom Mafia are about to do something that nobody does They are about to clean sweep Echo. Nobody gives Echo the janitor treatment.
They are the new janitor in town. Bikini Bottom Mafia takes it 3-0 right now, putting Echo on match point in this European Grand Final. And this team just kind of came out of nowhere, and a lot of it has been attributed to BOIDGG. Of course, if he has 10 million fans, they're all us. And we can see it here towards the end of the game. The way he sets Waz up there, I think he fakes a step kick, and then he fears him behind the pillar. But this is a little bit earlier, a lot earlier in the match. You can see here, close call after close call. BOIDGG here almost going down in this swap here from Echo. I feel like they had good pressure onto BOIDGG at the end of the match, but I think maybe if they went on him a little bit earlier, things could have gone their way. Either way, though, as soon as the BOIDGG survives, Raikou almost goes down. Void Shift coming out there for Lontar. And then here, even later on in the match, Waz has an extremely close call here. Beautiful chastise there onto Nala to slow down the damage because Lontar has no mana left. As soon as they try to go after BOIDGG, he just flies up in the air. Waz just keeps kiting here. They know BOIDGG has no trinket. We need to kill BOIDGG. It's the only way we're going to win this. They kidney shot Nala. They gouge Syndicate. They're buying time here, and they manage to get the Void Shift there. And then as soon as they do that, BOIDGG is low. Waz tries to grapple over there, I think to kick him, or I don't know what he was trying to do there, but he gets feared, and then Syndicate gets to chase him down there and connect with the touch of death. Bikini Bottom Mafia up 3-0 right now. Not something I was expecting heading into this weekend for sure.
One win away from possibly clean sweeping them. It is a best of 7 Grand Finals here for the third cup, or the first cup of season 4 of Dragonflight. Bikini Bottom Mafia come out of nowhere, and they beat team after team after team, and they might just beat Echo twice in a row. First time, they didn't clean sweep them. Second time, I'm expecting Echo comes back in a fiery vengeance and just absolutely destroys them. But no, Bikini Bottom Mafia get even better, and are one win away from just perfecting Echo. No one's ever been this close. I swear, Echo usually don't lose, let alone lose like this badly. There's no way. Like you gotta get Chanimal in here, man. There's no time like the present, man. Your Boomkin Rogue Evoker looked so good. I don't know what they're afraid of. They had to be afraid of something, and maybe it's a Boomkin comp also. I don't think Sidu wanted to play the Prez into a Boomkin matchup in NA either. But their Boomkin Rogue was so good. The comp is so reliable, way more reliable than having to predict multiple timelines in order to survive a setup. I really
Raikou is just Doctor Strange right now, bro. It's pre-fearing his own kidneys, trying to stay alive and do some deeps here on his Demon King. Yeah, get him out of here. Get Chanimal in.
Well, I was not expecting that.
Why does Raikou need to be on Demon Hunter? Why does he need to be a Demon Hunter? Why?
Do you think this is because Waz is a better Boomkin than Chan?
Oh my god, I didn't even notice that either. Like, what?
Yeah,
Chanimal played fine. Chanimal played fine. Why is Chanimal on the bench? Why are they putting a Demon Hunter into the paper shredder right now? Like, why are they?
Does this confirm that Waz is currently the best Boomkin on Echo? Is that? I think that's more than anything. That's what I'm seeing right now. Because they could play anyone here, right? They could play either Waz or Chan. They could play anyone.
Yeah,
but they chose Waz.
They chose Waz. Is it synergy? Like,
I mean, I'm not sure. I think this is Echo making a statement right now about Waz Boomkin.
I don't like the Demon Hunter pick, number 1. And then 2, I think it's smarter to commit to one person being the Moonkin, because like you're just splitting your practice, right? In between tournaments, you're gonna split your practice. Like, I think if there was a chance for Bikini Bottom Mafia to take 4-0, that this is probably the best chance that they're ever gonna get.
Yeah. I think I feel like I'm inclined to agree with you. But Waz Form, as somebody.
He's a good Boomkin. I'm not doubting that.
A lot of people don't know this. Waz Form, he got his first rank 1 with yours truly. So, I watched him grow up to the beautiful Boomkin that he is today that has won tournaments. So I feel like it's not a bad place to place your bets into the Waz Form, but at the same time, you made some valid points for sure about it should probably just be Chan. That is the Boomkin. But at the same time, though, in the past, they played Boomkin Lock. That was like their bread and butter.
True.
Yeah,
that is true. That is true. They kind of do need both Boomkins.
That's why they have 2 Boomkins. I'm telling you right now, it makes sense. But yeah, Bikini Bottom Mafia, man. Like, let's just focus on them for a second here, because what a team! This is the first time we see them on broadcast this season, and my goodness, man, they have delivered beyond all expectations, especially BOIDGG, of course.
Yep, this is HOOLIBANG 2.0 right here, happening again in the cup number 1 here for season 4. Echo, are they going to go out of this tournament and have to relive their past experience with the cup stage where they didn't win a single cup, and then have to try and win the finals at the last second? This is giving a huge opportunity for Bikini Bottom Mafia, if they can win, to possibly steal a top 3. Like, for a new team to be able to do it, I think winning both cups and seeing the performance of like Lava Lava falling off a little bit earlier than normal, Chibaku falling off a little bit earlier than normal, means that they're not safe. I think a Demon Hunter pick in this matchup. Maybe Raikou just totally proves me wrong. Oh, BOIDGG's not a gnome. Oh no, why did he not? BOIDGG, did he have to like? Do you have to? I don't know if you have to lock that in or not, like in the middle of the pick or not, or if he just. Because him not being gnome is he, oh, he saw it, he knew, he's like, oh, I'm not a gnome. That was 100%. That was 100%. I'm not a gnome, get me out. That was 100% what that was. I don't blame him for that at all. That was 100%. I was like, okay, you're not clean sweeping them, bro. If you're undead in this matchup, there's no way. Your team is going to literally get destroyed. Okay, so 100% that's what that was. He's okay. So BOIDGG was distracted by all the compliments in the chat. I think he's like, I forgot. He's quickly was like, oh, need to be a gnome. Wait a minute. Going to jump out of that game with just a couple seconds before the gates opening and having to play that matchup without being the gnome racial. Yeah, there you go. All the spam in there. You guys got to calm it down a little bit. You know, he's 1 game away. Don't distract him too much. He's got to. There's all these little things you got to remember. All these little nuanced things in terms of your build, your items, which you're going in. You got to consider like talent builds and gear builds and racial selection in every single matchup. And even if you mess up just one of those tiny details, it can cost you a game.
Yeah, or you can just have Sonic on your team do a 450k Rising Sun kick and blast somebody. I swear, the new force set for Windwalker is it's pretty.
I need the gear mine.
Like, I'm thinking the same. I might need to make one. It looks pretty fun right now to be a Windwalker, just running around one tapping. Well, you know what's crazy? We have so many good Windwalkers as well on North America, like people who, started out as Windwalkers especially, but who just haven't been playing it. So I really wonder what the meta is going to look like on the North American games, because this is just the European finals, ladies and gentlemen. We still have plenty of more games with the North American region coming up after. But yeah, we can't count anybody out just yet. Echo, of course, still could reverse sweep this. Demon Hunter, Prez Evoker, and Moonkin into Bikini Bottom Mafia's patented Outlaw Windwalker. Who is going to take it, Sid?
I think Bikini Bottom Mafia might be doing like a world first. Beating Echo twice in a tournament is number 1, and then also clean sweeping them in the grand finals, the best of 7. We have to go through the stats, but I don't think this has ever happened. I don't think Echo has ever been clean swept, at least definitely in the grand finals. But let alone just in any series period. Raikou pre-blurs, but they're not even going after him. He's going into a full fear into the corner. Lontar ducks in the middle of the map, and now his Shroud's going to get taken off by the Vanish of Nala. He pre-time stops himself. Then he hit a crowd control with it. Doesn't matter. Cheap shot comes through. Tsuniki gets cloned. They're going on Nala. They solar beam BOIDGG, but he's a gnome. He's going to get out of that immediately. They stun Nala, trying to keep both melee DPS under control with these stuns. And this is decent damage incoming at the moment here from Waz with that incarnation. BOIDGG is respecting it, immediately going into angel form. Just trading that cooldown with the incarn, but Waz gets a precognition. Right at the end of it, he gets cheap shot, though. You're going to imprison the rogue. You need to go after Tsuniki. Trying to blast him out, but BOIDGG keeps him stable. Lontar deep breath through the middle. BOIDGG's not going to get hit. He's sneaking up on Lontar like he wants to go for a fear. He's got to chastise. And that little sneaky gnome is right on top of him. He's going to get a fear. It's on diminishing return, though, but maybe it doesn't matter. Remember, it is Windwalker damage, but Waz gets an insane precognition proc into clone onto the Windwalker. Switches that clone over onto BOIDGG. Definitely Waz still has got it on that Moonkin. Look at this pressure with 2 players low health. Raikou's right on top of BOIDGG, baiting his Greater Fade before going for the Chaos Nova, and he gets it safely. And now back on the Nala with evasion just fading. But a kidney shot on the Lone Tar. Are they swapping? I think you could kill the Prez. Massive damage incoming, forcing his Emerald Communion. Oh my god! They have done it! Bikini Bottom Mafia out of nowhere get the clean sweep against Echo.
We need a deathlog. We need the deathlog. fast.
That's
What
why you don't
just
pick
happened?
a demon hunter into this comp, man.
They
That's why you don't pick a demon hunter, man.
They weren't even going on the demon hunter. The demon hunter literally just fell victim to tab targeting. They're like, all right, well, we can't hit this guy anymore, Lontar. I guess we'll just hit tab over to Raikou here. Hey, how's it going? Oh my goodness gracious! What is? Look at it! It's just AOE. It's just getting AOE'd. He just get AOE'd, and then he just tapped him. They didn't even touch him. Defended. Shit!
It's a little tickle sun kick. He's
It's not
getting
even
blade
the rising
flurried.
sun kick. It's
is
just a sun kick at this point, bro. He just kicks him to the sun, one shots him. That's it. It's over. It's done. Bikini Bottom Mafia, grabs.
Easy game, easy life here for Bikini Bottom Mafia. Straight off the streets here and taking the first cup 4-0 against Echo. And I feel like this Windwalker Rogue comp it's just a kryptonite comp for Echo in the first cup. The last time it was the first cup, they couldn't beat it. Now it's the first cup and they can't beat it. Raiku's jumping around the map trying to do whatever he can to avoid a stun that's going to erase him from the universe. And then Lontar gets swapped to, which is a crazy swap to catch Lontar in the middle of the map. So he rescues Raikou and the kidney. He's safe on that one. Waz gets insane clones. I'm thinking like Echo have a decent shot here. Like Waz is playing good. They have good pressure, damage. Things are looking clean. And then Bikini Bottom Mafia are getting low. And it's thinking like, Waz has faked every kick this whole game. He's literally got precog up 100%. He doesn't fade the stun. And they're like, hey, Lontar, I see you right there. Would you like to die, sir? Okay, kidney shot. And then they go on him. And then he uses Communion. And then they AoE. There's a spinning crane kick. And in a cheap shot, tab target, rising sun kick, and give him a quick little Sombra boop, and then he just gone for the game.
Jeez.
And what that is I think Lontar didn't have. Usually, when you Verdant Embrace, it makes your Emerald Communion heal any targets that you Verdant Embrace. But because he was stunned, I don't think he had it up on any of his allies. So basically, Emerald Communion only heals you when you get low. It doesn't do any AoE healing. So that's why that swap was actually really well timed to catch him when that Verdant Embrace was likely not up on him. If it was up on him, that's crazy, but I don't think it was because I didn't see Communion in the death-log.
Yeah, we didn't see Community Heals in the death-log. That's true. Yeah, so it probably wasn't out, but I mean, still, this is incredible. Like you said, Bikini Bottom Mafia are about to do two things that had never happened. Beating Echo twice in the same tournament and clean sweeping them janitor style. But I think they did three because I don't think Echo has lost this fast as well. Like this has got to be some kind of record here. Bikini Bottom Mafia, what an insane tournament. I mean, wow. These guys battled it back. They almost got reverse swept in the series before this as well against Streamer Zone, and then they just lock in and 4-0 Echo in the grand finals. Massive.
Woo! Definitely a lot to unpack. Are you guys all right? You need like a breather after that one?
I think I'm doing better than Raikou, that's for sure.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like my stomach's doing pretty good. It doesn't have a foot flying through the back of it right now. Tsuneki 9.2 million damage also. Like
Yeah.
Nobody doubles Raikou's damage, man. Like what? Let alone the burst. He's doubling his overall damage too on top of it.
Goodness
Oh
gracious.
my god.
Wow. All right. None of us predicted this team to win the entire tournament this weekend in Cup 3. The closest person that came to it was Venruki, and he only predicted them to be second. And you know, we are going to be able, hopefully, to get an interview with someone from Bikini Bottom Mafia a little later, but I do wonder if they even expected to get this far, or
Did
how
he?
far.
I don't think Ven did that. I thought he predicted
they
Streamer
expected
Zone.
it. Did he? Or was it Streamer Zone?
Can we
Yeah,
get
it
the
was
predictions?
Streamer
I actually
Zone.
don't
No,
think
you're
anyone
right.
predicted them.
You're absolutely right. No one predicted them anywhere.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that.
right.
No, you're absolutely correct. I was thinking Streamer Zone. So that's that's an upset for sure. That is a huge upset. Bikini Bottom Mafia. I'm just BBM just completely dominating, coming out of nowhere. And what can you say? I mean, they're gonna go into cup number 4, and hopefully, Zico, we can see the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, for the thing is, Europe is so stacked. Can we see the standings right now? Because Europe doesn't have room. We don't have room for more top teams. There's no
Better make room.
Like, I don't even want to know what's going to happen in the gauntlet at this point. I mean, take a look at this. So we got Echo. They're, you know, this for them was a great cup because all the teams that were close to them all got eliminated before them, and they still got second place. They lost first place points to a team that's never going to catch them. You know, even if Echo doesn't even sign up and Bikini Bottom Mafia wins next week, they're never going to catch them. So for Echo, I guess they're not happy about, you know, getting completely destroyed in the finals. But, you know, with the point, in terms of points, they're happy. Lava, Shibaku Tensei, and Hoolibang, these guys are all, you know, they're all fighting for that top 3, that auto qualification. Nobody wants the gauntlet. And then you got Bikini Bottom Mafia. I mean, if they, like, they could sneak in. They could sneak in right now. It's 68 points. They could definitely. All it takes is one of these top teams to have like a really bad week, and then Bikini Bottom Mafia just has a free reign to actually get into that top 4. That would be insane.
I'm telling you right now, my prediction. Just write this down, production. I'm putting Bikini Bottom Mafia for my prediction for next weekend. I think they could. I mean, I'm trying to find when they started. Where I know that they got at least 7 placements higher than when they came into this weekend. I'm trying to figure out exactly, but I mean, they really just completely rose to the top here, considering where they started. And I think the sky's the limit for this team. They've kind of carved their dynasty already. They've got the, you know, and even coming into this weekend as well, they said that they were a little bit worried about their synergy. They really hadn't had that much practice together as a roster, kind of grabbing some of those last minute pickups. And it just looking at them in that last series, Super Tees, I don't think they had any issues with synergy.
No. Everything across the board. They could play the late game, they could play the dampening game, they could play the burst game, they could play the swap game. They played multiple comps, they utilized all 4 players. I mean, Borog, I think, is multi-classing as well. I think in the past he was a paladin, if I'm not recalling it entirely wrong. So like they're multi-classing a little bit. They've got multiple comps. Like, I mean, this wasn't like a case of like Borog's been playing Holy Priest for like 10 years, like longer than Lontar or something, right? Like they're probably pretty close in terms of overall experience. So this was a crazy good performance for them.
Yeah, certainly would. And what certainly was. And you know, that being said, they knocked out Echo. Obviously, one of the top dogs in the European region for so long. Zico, what do you feel like was lacking this weekend with them? I mean, what do you think they're discussing right now in the post-tournament to bring into the final weekend?
I think that for them, their preparation was the mage lock. So I think that's probably what they're going to be discussing the most, right? Our mage lock, it worked really well in a lot of our matchups. Why didn't it work in this matchup? Is it because it's a bad matchup, or did we play it bad? Probably going to watch the VODs, probably going to play a bunch of more games with it, and then decide if they want to continue to have that as like one of their, you know, super important picks, or if they want to maybe try to incorporate some of that other stuff. I think the other thing that they might be considering is finding out more ways to make that Outlaw Moonkin work, because it looked good, but I feel like they need more time on it to really make it work.
Yeah. And, you know, we've seen them kind of in this position before. They didn't perform probably the way that they expected, and then they just come back the next weekend even stronger. Super Tees, you know, this is a team that's going to be pulling from all of that veteran, all of that tournament experience that they have.
Yeah, I mean, also there's ramifications as well for Hoolibang, because I bet Hoolibang are kicking themselves for not playing Outlaw instead of Subtlety in their final game against Echo. Like this could have been like a Hoolibang finals possibly, instead of Echo being here, because they utilized the Demon Hunter comp, I think, too, instead of the Outlaw Rogue, and it just looked so good. I think a lot more teams are going to play this.
I could be wrong, but I think Houghton is a one-trick sub, but I could be wrong.
That's rough.
I want to say I'm 80%, 75% sure, but I could be wrong. So yeah, the Outlaw seems to work really well for this comp, and also I really want to see some of the NA teams pick this up.
Yeah,
this seems like way too good to not be playing right now.
Imagine Chun-Li is sitting right now, just watches a Windwalker crack a like
noted
600k global against Raikou, and he's not playing Windwalker. I feel like it's got to happen now. It's got to happen now. There's no way, right?
I think so too.
Maybe. Yeah.
And Trill as well.
Yeah, Trill too.
I think I could easily see Trill jumping back on the Windwalker if they. I mean, I think they have a lot of good success right now, so maybe not. But if the Outlaw Rogue you know, something happened to it, wasn't meta. I think we could definitely see him jump back on that as well.
Hopefully, and that is exactly what is coming up next. I unfortunately did just get word that we couldn't quite get them to be able to connect so that we could interview anyone from BIKINI Bottom Mafia. But either way, we wish them well, and I'm super looking forward to seeing them play for Cup number 4. And with that, we will be heading to a break. When we come back, we are heading into North America to crown the Cup number 3 champion for NA. It's POMP versus the Move coming up after this break. recently crowned the champion for Europe for Cup number 3, and now we are heading on over across the pond to North America. First up, this is the first series of the day, and boy, what a treat is it going to be, Lithy, because we've got Le Pump versus the Move.
Oh man, an early grand final? Kind of, more or less. I mean, we all need the Move to win because we all want our predictions to still hold true. But on the other hand, well, Le Pomp has been showing up over the weekend, especially yesterday. My goodness, that series against Liquid was a feast for the eyes.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And hopefully we'll have more feast for a little dessert, if you will, as we head into this series, because we're here in the upper bracket. We're kind of switching the order of things a little bit today. And it's so they're not facing elimination, but I do wonder if the team that loses this one drops down to the lower bracket back up to the grand finals. We see it time and time again with within the AWC CPs, but Team Liquid and VOIDGG, they're looming down there in the depths of the lower bracket.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look at the point standings as well. Like, VOIDGG really want to have a deep run on this if they want to try and steal away a guaranteed top 3 position, which they have a good shot with. Power Frogs already out of the competition. They've got to beat Liquid and the Move, though, as their direct competition. And honestly, even Le Pump, I mean, at this point, they've got 172 points already, just having defeated them. And Le Pump are kind of mirroring what we've seen from Bikini Bottom Mafia as far as standings, like beating the top team from the region in the upper bracket. So I'm really excited to see if they can replicate that level of success. And they're doing it with compositions that are quite different from them. They've got the Boomkin Demon Hunter Shaman as a main comp. What kind of surprises do they have here? Because the Move are typically weaker against cleaves, and they also have a lot of cleaves available. So this blind pick could be surprising. They're going to start with the Boomkin Demon Hunter, and the Move are actually going to start with the Rogue Mage. So I actually think the Move might have been anticipating a cleave by bringing in this comp. But it's going to be really exciting to see Ceralium in with Peekaboo here and seeing what they can do as a duo.
Ladies and gentlemen, and of course everyone in between, the Move's new secret weapon is here. Ceralium just joined the team, and this is the first time we're seeing him with the Move on broadcast. Let's see what they can do. Existence is the first target, and immediately, 20 seconds in, we have a Nether Walk used already. Zhang not quite able to keep him up in that situation, and he has been putting on a show yesterday on this Resto Shaman.
Oh, here comes Incarnation. Here comes massive damage incoming onto Ceralium as Absurge ready. He's in Angel Farm. He looks prepared. Ceralium is pulling Existence into the far back starting room corner, trying to bait the Demon Hunter out of range of Dispels, I think. But Dippy is pulled back and away. A bash swap onto Peekaboo here looks by Dippy. He's just going by himself on a Peekaboo, not doing enough damage to take him down. There's a lot of Star Surges into Peekaboo that aren't really getting a lot done. Now he's trying to dash away. Existence is in control. Frost Bomb has been planted. If this Frost Bomb connects, it could be game over, and Zhang knows it. He trinkets and dispels the Frost Bomb.
Beautifully done, Zhang, on a good track here to keep his team alive. As I said, he had been doing amazingly yesterday, but the Move with Ceralium, that's the big question we've been asking. How good are they really? We suspected Ceralium brings a little bit more of that killer instinct that the Move needs back to the table, that they've been lacking a little bit over the past few months. So overall, this is definitely a game for the ages as Existence gets kidneyed up once again. Zhang gets feared on the NS. Existence was just gonna get hammered and taking out Absturge. The legend in person runs in and ruins Zhang's day.
This might have been the missing formula. I feel like having RMP and having Shadow Priest Rogue is such a good double duo of compositions for a roster. It's gonna get a really clean game. I mean, they got a Trinket from Demon Hunter in the opener, and they got a Trinket from Shaman on the next setup, and then they won the game on the third. Like, it really doesn't get any cleaner than that for them. And I don't know what Zhang can really do because their other comps aren't really going to be that great. This is where they got Zhang's Trinket with a Frost Bomb during a Gouge Fear, and the Gouge Fears were really critical. Dippy doesn't look like he had much to help him, like a Disarm here, but I'm thinking, like, how can he stop the Fear Chain is basically what they need to be focused on. So at this point, they're trying to be aggressive because they're on diminishing return. So just run at the Mage, gas pedal the Mage, try and CC the Rogue and stay on top of the Mage until you're off the R. But they need to stop Absturge when he goes for Fear. So what happens that he can't stop this Fear? Existence gets baited into the middle, so Zhang goes in the middle of the map. And then can Dippy do something here? Because he gets stunned. He could Trinket, but even Trinket, I don't think he'd finish the cast. They needed something. Existence
Just
has no
clean.
Trinket. Yeah, there's just... I mean, maybe he could have off-healed faster with Heart of the Wild. there's only like a small couple of little things maybe Dippy could have done differently that aren't necessarily guaranteed to keep him alive. This is me like nitpicking the situation. Like if he presses hard of the wall, then he's like spam healing him out of max range or something. Maybe he survives the stun because he's faking all the kicks. Like right here, there's no counter spell. He gets that out of the way. He fakes the peekaboo kick. Like I'm pretty sure right here, if he faked all the interrupts and he could free cast heals at this point.
That's the thing, right? Existence losing Netherwalk 18 seconds in. That's not something that's supposed to happen, and I'm pretty sure it's along the things. Like, look at this. This trinket is 1 minute and 5 seconds on cooldown. That's basically exactly what cost them the game. The fact that Existence needed to trinket Netherwalk in the first 18 seconds, breaking them the neck a minute 20 down the line, more or less. So the move, as you said, just damn clean. And is this the Cerealium factor? I feel like this is the Cerealium factor to an extent.
Well, it's interesting because Cerealium, when he was playing on his former roster, they were like a dampener team. They would drag games out, play really defensive, kite games out. I feel like we watched Cerealium play Fire Mage, Windwalker, Holy Paladin with Brain for years, where they would just drag people around the map for 15-minute games. I'm thinking like back to Battle for Azeroth. And this is kind of a flip on the Switch, actually. This is like, he's getting setups. They're playing aggressive. They're putting people in bad positions, and they're just cleanly getting goes for the most part in this game. So to me, it's actually almost the opposite. It's like Cerealium is having to adopt a different playstyle than what he's been notorious for, I would say, throughout previous AWCs. And they had it all coordinated. They knew what they wanted to do. The game plan: gouge fear. Cerealium baits the Demon Hunter into a corner, sheeps him so he can't pre-blur, and then they set up the stun out of the sheep, and he's just stuck there. Like, as the Boomkin, there's not a lot. Like, he disarmed, I think, and he solar beamed the mage. And then there's like, but there's not much more. Like maybe one extra regrowth or something that's not guaranteed to keep him alive. The other thing maybe is possibly Demon Hunter can play a Battle Master trinket. I'm imagining that he is already, but you can use like Blur pre and then use a Battle Master pre. It's just about surviving the stun lock. So equipping him with enough things that he can try and preempt the CT is the only thing that I can really see. Also knowing when they're getting baited out of position. I don't know, because like you can't really kill the rogue. Like you have to run at the mage, but if you run at the mage, he baits you.
It's rough. Maybe just really a comptive. Maybe we need to see LePomp bring in something else a little bit. But then again, we've not really seen any variety from them yesterday, right? They were running Demon Hunter Boomkin the entire series against Liquid through, and that one also went to 5 games. It was not an easy victory for them. So honestly, at this point, I'm already starting to get worried. Of course, first game, maybe it's literally just that opener, the factor that went wrong, and LePomp can stabilize and change things up on the second map, just make these micro map adjustments. But on the other side, the move just looking really, really scary.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is LePomp, they focus on Demon Hunter comps, Ret comps, and these are like typically not good into RMP. These are like sometimes the worst specs that you could possibly bring in. Like you want like a Death Knight, a Demo Lock, something like that. And I mean, they actually have that. I think Dippy could play Demo. There might be some sort of Demonology Warlock setup that they could play here. If he's still got it polished. I feel like he's put a lot of time on Moonkin. So they're going to flip and go back to their Ret Paladin comps. This is going to give a bit more support with the Sanctuary from the Ret Paladin.
I'm not quite sure I'm a big fan of this. I'm generally not a massive enjoyer of Red Paladin without really solid peels and assistance, right? Because the red, at some point you run dry, you run out of opportunities to help and save someone or save yourself. And that's why Red Warrior Fistbeaver works so well, right? You have the intervenes from the Warrior that you can toss in every like 30 seconds. You have the Monk utility that comes in. So just a lot of opportunity. In this Demon Hunter matchup, we've seen that a few games across this weekend, the Red Paladin being a very, very viable target, maybe even more so than the Demon Hunter. So I'm very curious what the move is going to do here. But first and foremost, Ashermane's Fall, LePomp's map pick. They certainly believe this is going to help. Them with this series, but I am scared. The move is just a so powerful team that you gotta grab deep into that bag of tricks.
Yeah, they're really coordinated. Like, this is solid synergy. They've obviously put in some reps with this composition. I think the only advantage with the Ret versus the Boomkin is that the Shaman and Demon Hunter trinkets are your only guaranteed moments you're going to survive in this matchup. If the Shaman trinkets, you'll live this setup. When the Demon Hunter trinkets, you'll live this setup. But the Boomkin trinkets, it doesn't really do much. You might still die. So the Boomkin's trinket doesn't really impact the game. Whereas a Ret Paladin, if you trinket and bop somebody or trinket and lay on hands, you get direct impact. And you also have Divine Shield, so you can Divine Shield and then get direct impact to assist your teammate. So you basically get like 2 extra trinkets roughly, so you can survive 4 setups. But like depending on how clean the move are, they might get those clean 4 right in a row and you die on the 5th. So if the Pomp don't get some pre-reads with their setups, this gets them like 2 guaranteed setups longer to live. But if the move are clean, they're still going to lose, I think, at the end of it.
I mean, that sounds like you would put this match on a timer one way or another. How long do you think LePomp is going to live?
I mean, five setups is, what's a DR, like 20 to 25 seconds? So like maybe 3.5 to 4 minutes is what I think that this game, if it's a perfect game played by machines or something, and there's no mistakes, there's no pre-reads that LePomp make, it's like 4.5 minutes, I think, with a perfect game played by the move, they win.
No, I think we'll definitely keep an eye on the clock in that regard. But generally, I mean, you can see the move. They're coming into the season with a lot of revigorated energy, right? This Ceralium pickup, Absurge has been pretty vocal about it. He's super, super excited for this season to just play and being hungry for a win. I don't want to say for a change, but it certainly feels like the move is coming in with a lot more energy than usual.
Yeah, I mean, it's also they don't have to deal with WizK on Shadow Priest dealing with 20 kicks from cleaves. Usually they're like on the back foot where WizK is just like doing whatever he can and somehow still topping the meter. They can kind of relax a bit with this composition where they get more control of the game as long as they play clean with their setups, their positionings. It's the same deal, I think, in this matchup. You're just pulling the Demon Hunter and Ret far away from the Shaman, trying to sheep one of them before you set up. Peekaboo rolls in with a grappling hook on the Shaman, and then you set up out of the sheep. And that is the most deadly way to play RMP, and they that's why they won so fast in game number 1. So they can definitely do this consistently. I could see them 3-0ing this series, honestly, if LePomp don't have something else as far as comps are considered.
Yeah. LePomp, I think LePomp is kind of the big question mark in this series, right? Because it's not necessarily a super well-known AWC team. This is not a team that has a huge history of records, of wins, of tournament championships under the belt, but they are all very, very experienced players, right? Casey Fox, absolute legend in the Red Pally community, so to say, and Existence has been around for a while as well. Funnily enough, I think he's playing on, what, 200 ping or something, and still outperforming a bunch of the top players in the region. It's incredible.
Yeah, coming over from EU, he's kind of like Chanimal when he was playing in NA from Australia, just playing on permanent 200 MS. But I think as a melee, it's even rougher, especially with melee ranged abilities and smaller, shorter ranged interrupts. It's hard to land them consistently. So, and especially with delay when you're trying to like pre-blur or pre-vengeful retreat against a rogue mage, high latency definitely makes it harder. So this is just making it more difficult for Existence in a matchup where he's probably already not favored. But the Ret Paladin definitely will give them at least 2 more guaranteed setups to survive. So I'm locking this in on like 5 clean setups, and the move probably take this. But if LePomp make any sort of preemptive moves, like a pre-blur and they immune a setup, that buys another chance for them on the clock. So they're going to have to make some pre-reads. I think they're going to need a little bit longer than 4 minutes to be able to win this game as the cleave. They're running in onto the mage right away. They're going to deny the sap. I like the Earth Elemental. That's going to prevent like, blind sap also, because sometimes rogues will start a game with a blind.
Yeah, that's beautiful. A little banner for the fans in there as well, but overall, we'll be keeping count. And out of the opener, Ceralium already under a lot of fire. Great double Dragon's Breath coming in here. Peekaboo in the middle of the fray as well, looking to bring in some CC. There's the full kidney onto Existence. The follow-up Fear by Absturge. He's looking for a setup onto Zhang with the Chastise. And overall, this is looking quite alright. Nothing major gained so far, though, by the move. And now Existence going in with the meta. They're looking for Ceralium.
Here comes big Templar's Verdicts here with the Avenging Wrath. Hammer of Justice on Absturge. Oh, but a precognition for Ceralium. Glacial Spike. Big damage incoming, and KZ Fox has to trinket. So 1 medallion down. Possibly getting more through it. Doesn't look like it. Shield of Vengeance is up. Healing Tide Totem is down. Peekaboo's trying to strip that away, but Bang actually moves it far away. So Peekaboo's chasing down that Healing Tide Totem. And while he's chasing that Healing Tide Totem, they're getting uptime on Ceralium and Absturge. They're kind of split DPSing. I mean, the Ret Paladin's going to have a tough time keeping up with the Mage, so just doing damage to anything that's nearby. Hammer of Justice. Big swing of damage on Ceralium. This could be a block. They get the block on top of the Apotheosis. This looks really good for LaPomp so far. Cancels the block, gets the DB, fakes the kick, goes for the sheep, gets the sheep. This could be a trinket as well here, but reverse magic comes through. Nice. We have to play there from Existence, but Absturge comes in with a double fear, and now KZ Fox is isolated once again, and they get Divine Shield. He's going to use the Fire Blood ratio, get a double blind, and now set up damage onto Ceralium as he begins the chase once again.
It's back and forth. Great setups from both teams, but the move getting a little bit more at the moment. But of course, there's more than enough left in the tank for LaPomp. So we have another walk, we have a bubble, we have a trinket link, and darkness, and I think there's some more things I don't need to list right now, but Ceralium has that Ray of Frost back again. There's a double Chaos Nova, beautiful stun coming in from Existence, lots of damage, double DB, and the Frost Bomb planted, KZ Fox under fire, in comes the Kidney, the darkness from Existence popped in. Is that setup number 2 or number 3 here, Super?
I'd say darkness is definitely a major cooldown, so that's 2 setups. You're going to need at least 3 more. Onto KZ Fox, and although they can shortcut it if they get a massive spell on the bubble, and they might be able to win it on the 4th if the last cooldown is Divine Shield. Hammer Justice onto Absturge, and I love KZ Fox just slaps damage onto anything that's nearby, realizing that chasing the mage and doing no damage is a really bad option, so just cleaving them and really making it hard for Absturge. He loses the mastery buff that he's likely running with his embellishments, which boosts his healing when he's at high health, so I really like this from KZ Fox, just tab targeting on the healer, but now Absturge is an angel form. His team is going to be very tanky. They're going to look to turn this around, but because of that reverse magic that Existence got earlier, it bought time. Now KZ Fox has the trinket, so now they're back to needing an extra setup, which they're starting right now. Look at this crowd control. It's clean. They're actually swapping to the Demon Hunter. They get his trinket Nether. Now they're switching back onto the Ret Paladin. They get the Shield of Vengeance. This was an excellent setup here. I think the Demon Hunter is definitely going to be a better target for them in the matchup. It can be hard because the Ret Paladin can Sanctuary the stun if you don't have CC for them.
Yeah.
But if you get them CC'd, I think the Demon Hunter is way more likely to die faster in this setup.
Absolutely, and there is another Kidney, that's KZ's trinket as well out the door, but it is something that the move really needs. They need the pacing, they need a little bit more tempo, because while Absturge did get a little bit of a drink in just now, he was starting to lose considerably on mana, but the drinks is also something that is fairly decently to get on a RMP lineup. In the meantime, Existence is just getting slaughtered. Shadow Meld coming in as well, so that's all the things in his bag out of the window. Existence sitting on dry land, and as you mentioned, Super, they might be able to get him in the next go, that next setup, unless Zhang has a trinket link to save his Demon Hunter. But now, first off, Ceralium, Minelasso, massive damage coming in. The Ice Block is still available. 2 more minutes on that Cold Snap. He definitely would like to have that rotate back up before he needs to block, and Absturge is serving up some safety with that Guardian Spirit. Peekaboo in the meantime largely untouched, as it is normal for Outlaw Rogues. Here's the next setup, the full Kidney with the Frost Bomb on Existence. He might just Existence out of existence, and for the moment Zhang is saving things with a Link trinket that is sniped in an instant. LaPomp on the back foot.
Yep, now they're down the Shaman trinket. Divine Shield, Blessing of Protection, or Pre-Blur are going to need to be the plays, but they're actually just keeping up the aggression. If they can keep the mage on the back foot, they might not feel comfy to get that setup. Zhang is playing close for reverse magic. I love Zhang repositioning here. He needs to be on top of the Demon Hunter for any possibilities, but triple crowd control has been secured. Kidney shot lands, and it's 1 more second. He needs more cheap shots, more stuns. I don't think they've got the damage to do it here. Existence has Blur. He should be able to survive. He's going to trade out the Blur. He gets critically low, but survives. And KZ Fox used the Divine Shield on that setup. And I would say, Existence has got his trinket, but he doesn't have Nether to pair with it, so he may die on the next setup. Ceralium's got Mirror Images down. That's reducing damage. He alter times the Hunt hit. Nice place from Ceralium. He gets gripped in the middle of the map, blinks away with a Frost Nova. Really good positioning on his part. Another Kidney Shot comes through, and they need a lot of damage here if they want to get that trinket. They get his trinket, and I'm pretty sure, like, what is this? Maybe like a Trinket Sanctuary from the Ret Paladin is the only thing that's standing between death. Existence has a lot of damage, though, that could get an Ice Block at any moment as the Essence Break cracks against Ceralium's skull. He's got Ice Block, and he's being greedy. He's stuck in a static field. They're getting AoE'd, and I can't believe it. He's getting away without using block here? Is he actually going to get away with this?
He got a precog. He got a precog, gets the sheep in the full blind setup. There's the Kidney onto Existence, another Ring of Frost on Zhang. Massive damage opportunity here for the move, but they can't quite find it. The trinket for Zhang is available once again, and so far it seems like Absturge really is only desperate to keep his team alive. Another lasso coming in on Pika, full Hodge on Absturge. The move on the back foot, they're running. The Pomp really flexing their muscles right now, but we are 6 minutes deep. Super, the bell has tolled For whom, that's the big question. We'll have to wait another few moments as Ceralium gets topped off once again. Existence sitting in a blizzard, bothered by Peekaboo as he's looking for the next possible setup. You gotta wait out these DRs as Ceralium is slowly but surely dying. Upsurge needs to do something, only has the Void Shift left in his arsenal, and Pika also down to half. It's a rough spot here for the move, but that's where they live. That's their comfort zone, winning out of nowhere. But with the Void Shift out, Super It's looking desperate with the Kidney, the Ray, maybe the Double Fear from Upsurge, maybe in the nick of time once again. No, not quite working out, but they're not done yet.
Oh, Zhang has Trinket, Nature Swiftness. So he's going to have to line this up on either the Red Paladin or the Demon Hunter on this next setup. And that will actually allow them to survive to the Demon Hunter's Trinket. So they have a really good chance of winning this. They've survived long enough. Peekaboo is running on fumes as he's trying to escape, but KZ Fox slaps down a Hammer of Justice, but he's into the kidney shot. Zhang needs to save him. He trinkets into another cheap shot. Insane play from Peekaboo. Can he get more CC? He doesn't have it. The darkness comes through. Existence will survive this setup. And now Upsurge has absolutely 0 mana, no cooldowns. He's got maybe a power infusion he can activate onto Ceralium. And they're going to just have to slap out a ton of damage because Existence has his Trinket. He's going to be able to escape the next setup. They're swapping to the Ret Paladin, who has no Trinket. Can they possibly kill him here? Gouge onto Zhang. Peekaboo is setting up for the win. Massive damage coming in. And it looks like it's going to be the move taking this Spirit Link Totem. It's off cooldown. He gets feared. He needs to press. He's being so greedy. How is he being so greedy right now? Just press the link. He's so greedy. He gets away with being greedy for a couple of more seconds. Does he not know he has it? How is he still not linking? How is he still not linking right now? He is so greedy. He gets away with it. Peekaboo goes down, and LaPomp tied up 1-1.
I do not believe my eyes. There's a Frost Mage on the move, but the only person who has ice in his veins right now is Zhang. What a performance from the Shaman on the Pomp. He started this out yesterday, man. He can't keep doing it today. This is absolutely insane. What a deserved victory right here. Beautiful performance. The move, though, looking strong for the first half. They get the setups back to back. They get a lot out of the situation, but ultimately not quite able to crack the defenses. And even though a few moments where defensives were overlapped, where situation netted them a little bit more than they were hoping for, they can't quite find the finisher. What do they need to change up? What needs to work a little bit better now that the Red Paladin is on the table here, Super?
I mean, typically these Red Paladin comps, they have a lot of stops, like with the extra 2 trinkets, with the Divine Shield and the Sanctuary and all the extra utility that the Ret brings. If you tunnel one target the whole game, you end up in this loop of defensive cooldowns that just keep rotating one after the other. So typically you need to have like 2 targets. It's like we're going to start on the Ret, but then we're going to swap to the Demon Hunter. And you're trying to get 2 for 1s. You're trying to get like the Red's Trinket and the Demon Hunter's Trinket in the same setup, basically. But I feel like towards the end, they started doing that. They were attacking both of them. But for the beginning of the game, they were attacking only the Ret, and then they were only attacking the Demon Hunter. And I think if you fall into the trap of just only attacking one target, you're gonna run out of options. Basically, there's just gonna be a loop of defenses.
Loop of defensives, generally. I mean, do we even need to talk about this death recap? It's so deep in dampening, right? Upsurge was honestly, someone on the move should have died at least 20 to 30 seconds earlier, but somehow Upsurge kept them going a little bit longer. Now they're grabbing Tiger's Peak as their map choice immediately. Do we see a comp change here? Because this is one of the other big things we have talked about in the last few days with the move that we were kind of looking at going into this season. They're notorious for not swapping comps in a series. Even if they start losing, even if it starts to look rough, they stick to their guns, and it's something they have mentioned as well. They're trying to look at more comps, especially now that Ceralium is on the team. Do they stick to RMP here?
I mean, the whole reason they brought Ceralium, I feel like, was to deal with melee cleaves. Have a specialist Frost Mage, that's supposed to be what you bring into melee cleaves. But this Ret Paladin comp, with how KZ Fox is playing it, they're actually blind locking this week. Or what are they afraid of that they wouldn't blind lock Shaman?
Oh, wow.
What are they, like... There's only Shadow Priest Rogue and RMP as far as I know. And I feel like, I mean, Fist Weaver's really good into the Shadow Priest, so that's like, you know, I don't think you're going to be able to run a Shadow Priest here. But maybe it's actually just even better. I feel like the Pomp had such a good game that maybe the Fist Weaver is actually just better than the Shaman. Maybe they can just kill them even faster. And they're also bringing in the Warrior instead of the Demon Hunter. So maybe this actually is going to be a good pick for them blind.
Yeah, personally, I'm a bigger fan of Red Warrior with the Fist Weaver than the Red Demon Hunter Shaman we just saw. Then again, over the course of this weekend, Red Pallies have not looked too great so far, so I'm a little bit cautious with this one. Overall, though, I think Le Pomp is one of the teams to play this comp, so if they can't pull it off, well, maybe it's not as good as I expected it to be. On the other side, the move, they have a proper task at hand now. Of course, Tiger's Peak is their map choice. They won the blind pick, so the swing match advantage very much in their favor. And after all, this is upper bracket, so there is a lifeline if worst comes to worst. And it's still Cup 1 of the last season of Dragonflight, or rather Cup 3, I should say. It's all about the championship points. You want those points, you want to advance, you want to secure one of those immediate qualification slots for the Dragonflight Grand Finals. And you can only do that in the top 3. So Le Pomp, they need to beat the move one way or another, be it now or later. Well, either in the lower bracket or in a rematch in the Grand Final should they lose. They got to make something happen here.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is a nice little curveball. Like, this is just a completely different comp. So when you're playing Rogue Mage Priest, like this with a Holy Priest, you kind of have a plan for the game. It's like this CC at this time, chain it into this CC, and you want to repeat that over and over. So if Le Pomp keep changing their comp, then the move are like, what is the line that we need to follow now for this setup? Because this is completely different with a Fist Weaver than with a Shaman. Like, what do we need to avoid? So the move needs to like quickly adapt now, game to game, for different situations. I also think this might be the first Warrior on broadcast, at least for Season 4. We haven't seen a lot of them. It's mostly been Windwalkers, Demon Hunters, and Rogues, I think.
I think Mercy played a little bit of Warrior on Friday, but he had a rough time, so it was not pretty.
I actually think this could be okay. I like, particularly when you're watching like Big Mix's team, the Fiends in Europe, they always struggle with Ret Warrior, and the Rogue Hunter is very similar to the Rogue Mage, where it's you're trying to CC, isolate somebody, and burst them down. And the Ret Warrior Fist Weaver can just totally negate that, because so many, you can intervene a cheap shot to prevent a CC. You can Trinket Sanctuary on a stun. You can Divine Shield. You can use a bot, pre-Life Cocoon. And then you just got this Fist Weaver running at you on top of the Ret and the Warrior that's just pounding a ton of damage at the same time. So it can be difficult to get your CC, allocate it properly, not break it as well, because the Fist Weaver is going to be on top of the Frozen Orb that you're AoEing the melee with. So it becomes really tough on like canceling your AoE so that you can guarantee CC. It's going to be a really difficult dance for the move.
It will be, but hey, the move, they are no stranger to these difficult matchups, right? These guys have been around for so long, until they made roster changes recently. They were the longest standing roster in the AWC. Now only Liquid is holds that title. And they've been in every situation imaginable. They have won games no one thought they'd win. They've lost. They've won in very much lost scenarios already. Those miracle turnarounds that only the move can pull off. So Le Pomp will need to bring their A game, but I'm pretty sure this is exactly what they're planning. After all, hey, they are somewhere up there or at the top 4. They are one of the main contenders to break into this top 3 territory where the move, where Liquid, where VOIDGG are sitting. And well, here we go. It's evened out. The winner of this map is going to move up to match point. Is it going to be the RMP? Or will Red Warrior, Fistweaver, the Death Ball, the Beyblade of Death spin to win?
We saw Bikini Bottom Mafia pull off the upset, the underdogs of the tournament, and win the entirety of the European Cup, clean sweeping Echo. And now Le Pomp, looking to be the sister team of this region in North America, trying to have the repeat, coming from the 4th place gatekeeping position and possibly now being a cup winner and a top 3 contender. We see Saps coming through onto the Paladin, Sheeps onto the Monk right away. Nice positioning on the CC. Really good awareness from Ceralium to not break that, and that's immediately going to get a Trinket. It's an overlap. They get Life Cocoon from the Monk and the Trinket from the Ret. So this is the types of overlaps that you want to force.
And rally. They got the rallying cry out of existence as well, so a good chunk of things that the move got just in the opener, that Ray of Frost, so devastating, and they're not gonna let the Pomp recover at all. Double fear into the blind setup on existence. There's an intimidating shout on the defensive side, but Casey Fox still getting hammered with those ice lances. It's looking dire for the moment, and Absturge finally pops in that spirit, is gonna keep his team stabilized and running, and Zhang gets to recover his team as well. Overall, the move gonna look for a little bit of a reset. They are spinning onto Absturge. How will this priest react? It's a big GS on himself, but he needs to get out of there. Apoth procced in, and out he goes.
Yeah, this is a big test for Absturge because Red Warrior Fistweaver are going to train the most stationary target to maintain uptime. He's been doing a good job so far. Can he get the Master Spell here? Is he even going to try and go for it because they're still right on top of him? He's trying to escape with that feather, fades out of the snare, trying to kite the Fistweaver. That's what he's trying to do, which is tough as the priest. Existence has also been out of the game for some time here as well. He leaps over, but he breaks his Spell Reflected Sheep, and now Absturge is in the skies. He's avoiding CC. Triple CC comes up from the move, but how much damage do they have? KZ Fox has wall up. It doesn't look like enough damage just yet. Triple Blinding Light. Nice play here from KZ Fox. Now he's turning some damage onto Cerealium. Now back onto Absturge with the Shockwave. And he's just not snared. He's not playing Gnome. They need to get Hamstring up. The Priestess is moving at 100% movement speed. I don't know, maybe that's a latency thing for Existence, but he's just not been hamstrung enough in this game. He's sneaking away way too much. They do finally connect to him here. They kidney shot the Warrior. They sheep the Ret. So they're swapping, it looks like. Never mind. They're setting that up to go for a cheap shot onto the Ret Paladin, switching the Sheep now, but Intervene likely available for Existence. Oh, but a Ray of Frost! Massive damage, and Zhang has to Trinket and respect it with the Life Cocoon. Now they're down the Divine Shield. They're down the Trinket. The move's still in a position where they can win this.
Restoral is back up again, so Zhang has a little bit of a panic button, but that's gonna only save you for a few seconds. Might be even able, or rather necessary, to press that. There's the Bob on the Kidney, trying to get Zhang out of that stun, but Casey Fox still sitting out in the open. Absturge with another beautiful fear. The follow-up sheep from Cerealium, they're really just railing that Paladin. Down he goes, no chance whatsoever. The move continue their streak of victory on their map picks.
Really clean game here. Absturge did a really great job, but I don't know if that's like a ping thing, because it just felt like Absturge wasn't snared. It's just, he's running at full speed, you have no chance. The Sweeper is just, he's never going to be able to get to him. So that did not work out as I think that they expected it was going to. And now they're in dire straits here.
It's reasonably difficult actually to lock down a priest, especially if you bring the correct fade talents. Fade dispels all the snares from you, and you get a lot of just freedom to move around. The cooldown reduction on fade, also very, very useful, beneficent kind of thing to run in this situation, and especially because we saw Absturge already run Divine Ascension, right? The fly up ability for Holy Priest. He was ready to be the main target here for this Red Warrior comp.
Yeah, he was more than prepared. So he's passed the test with flying colors here. And look at the triple CC. They know Existence doesn't have a Berserker Rage, so they put him in a fear. He can't intervene. KZ Fox is not going to be able to survive with that in this position with no medallions left. So they found the line. They took it. Yep. They're going to move to match point. They're probably going to blind lock the same thing, but I'm thinking Zhang probably goes back on the Shaman. I feel like the Red Demon Hunter Shaman, it looked safer. The Fistweaver just is going to get exposed way too much. You're expecting the AoE to break it, so Cerealium just does an AoE. If he thinks that you're going to be nearby and going to get AoE, he just doesn't put the Frozen Orb down, and they have enough damage to kill him even without it.
I think the main thing is literally just these Shaman can stay on range and hide behind a pillar, right? The Fistweaver just needs to stay out in the open. You can see the breakdown. Like Zhang had the Restoral, he even threw it in, and even through a Lay on Hands and a massive Word of Glory, you just can't keep the Paladin alive. It's just too much damage in this. Whoa. That's a 570 almost K Glacial Spike from Cerealium. What?
Coming in with the big bolts here. I mean, he's got to show him that he's still got it, right? Like, I think he's been in. I'm trying to remember. I don't think he joined another team. I'm pretty sure he just kind of like retired when his team fell apart. So he's kind of just coming in the same way that Relza did back into the competition. It's really nice to see them. They're going to go to a small map. I think this is obviously really smart for the melee cleave, so they can actually maintain their uptime. But I'd say overall, the Shaman looked more reliable, more disruptive. And just enabled them to actually get uptime more often. The Windwalker or the Fistweaver looked too shaky, a little bit too easily exploited. So I would like to see them go back to the Shaman.
I'm with you to an extent. Hook point makes me a little bit worried about the Shaman pick, though. Might be a little bit too close quarter. Maybe you would have preferred to go to one of the more mid-sized map, maybe even something like Ashermane's. But still can work. I'm optimistic. Le Pomp is no stranger to these rough situations, especially yesterday. The series against Liquid was a nail-biter, and they stuck it out until the very end. So there's more than certainly the ability and kind of the track record that they can break out of the tough spot. Otherwise, the move, well, they're just looking really damn clean. I think this is one of the best iterations of the move I've seen in a while, actually.
Yeah, I mean, we've been looking at this team for years, thinking like if they can get a solid mage for their roster, like they're going to be a nasty team, because mage has typically been the class that deals with melee cleaves. That's the only thing the move have been struggling with. So this is like this is the real big payoff for their team, is this type of situation. Because if Cerulean wasn't here, you bet your bottom dollar this Fistweaver is running at WizK the entire time and he's miserable. So I bet WizK is so happy that he can finally be on the bench, because he's almost never on the bench, and not have 3 melee DPS running at him in these situations. So this is looking very good. Le Pomp are going back to the comp that they won game 2 with, although it is on a small map. I think they already went on Ashermane's Fall on the larger map, so it is weird that they went from such a huge map to a small map. I'm wondering if it's because they want to kill the priest more. We saw KZ Fox tabbing to the priest a couple times, but never really like full committing. On a small map, you could full commit to that a little bit more, but it also does make it easier for Peekaboo. He can jump around more easily to your shaman.
It's going to be a back and forth. More options for the move here, I think, but as you already mentioned, Super, I very much agree that the Shaman can disrupt them a little bit better, can bring a little bit more to the table. And yeah, game 2, this Red Pally Demon Hunter, I mean, that's the one they won. That's literally the best they did so far in this series, so this might just be good enough to swing the match back in their favor. It's their map point, it's map pick. They need to win to even out the series, otherwise they're down in the lower bracket. And oh my god, if I just think about the standings and about the bracket down there, you really don't want to face up against the winner of Liquid versus VOIDGG, because that's another nasty match in its own.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Le Pomp barely scraped by. Like, that was a real nail-biter game 5 against Liquid just yesterday. So they would like to avoid that series for as long as possible, or that possible rematch for as long as possible, considering they're in contention now for a top 3 position, and secure as many points as possible. So I think they've got a good shot of still winning this. I feel like they did a really good job staggering their goes. I think the link at the end was still greedy, even in hindsight, not using it at the end of the game was still really greedy, but even despite that, it just felt like they had a really good rotation. They were doing a solid job shutting them down, predicting where they were attacking, and if they can play that out, then I'm expecting this to go to a game 5.
I am with you. And as a great man once said, greed is good. If it's going to pay off or not, we'll find out as we head into Hook Point. Match point for the move. The winner goes into the grand final, the loser down to the lower bracket. But first and foremost, there's a lot of championship points riding on this series, so none of these teams want to give up so easily. Existence getting absolutely pelted down to half, and 20% getting a big heal. Lay on hands from KZ Fox already out.
Yeah, and he pre-blurred that. Even pre-blurring it, he had to use Lay on Hands on top of it. So an impressive amount of damage from Cerulean here in the opening stages of the match. But now the small map, they're all stacked up. Healing Tide Totem comes down, though, from Zhang. Peekaboo's going to kill that off with a Gouge, I think, in the back corner. Ring of Frost off the Gouge. Existence can ventral retreat here, but he doesn't get it. He's into a kidney shot, but Zhang isn't CC'd, so he should be able to save him pretty easily. Hammer of Justice down on the Priest. Bell Eruption on the Mage. That gets the Mage's Trinket. I love this stun setup right now from Le Pomp. Triple stunning all 3 players. They get a Trinket from the Mage. If they can get that triple stun a little bit more frequently, they could shortcut this game a lot faster than their last win.
I mean, triple stuns are a lot easier to do on this small quarters map than anywhere else, so maybe they can get the setup. Cerulean kiting away once again, trying to get as much distance as possible between himself and the double melee death ball, trying to run him down, and another double setup here, full kidney onto Existence. Zhang sitting in that chest ice for just a little bit, and Pika is now getting swapped to, actually. Forced to cloak that I-beam, otherwise a lot of damage that would have gone his way. Overall, the move playing defensive a little bit, waiting for the next opportunity to set up, get those DRs rotated off, and Ceralium taking a lot of damage with Upsurge sitting in CC.
Ooh, another setup here. Triple Ring of Frost. Frost Bomb planted. Glacial Spike in the back corner. No grounding totem. A swap. They're going on the Resto Shaman. Zhang sees it. He trinkets. Is it going to be enough? Astral Shift is up. It's reducing damage. Nice reaction from Zhang in that position to see that swap coming, because that was very surprising. I was expecting Existence to be the target there. He survives the swap. Now they're getting aggressive. Chasing down the mage. Fell Eruption connects. Absurge grips the mage away, but Double Freedom is up. The Hunt to connect. He blinks away from the Hunt. Stun onto Peekaboo from Zhang. I really love these lassos on the rogue, just taking out of the game for at least a short period of time, every 30 seconds. Hammer of Justice, static field down, but he's into the couch. Frost Bomb planted. It's another swap on the Shaman. Glacial Spike comes through, and he might just drop. It's an insane amount of damage, but KZ Fox protects him with the Divine Shield and Sanctuary.
Beautifully done, but there's more CDs out of the spellbook that the move now don't need to worry about anymore. It's getting dire by every passing second. Ceralium has the Icy Veins up, but is getting hard pelted in the back line there, even going back into the spawn room. Upsurge free healing in the Spirit of Redemption right now. Zhang getting bopped out of that CC. Quick reactions by KZ Fox. That's what you love to see from your Red Pally, but he walls as he's getting kidneyed. Another triple CC setup. Upsurge with a massive fear on two people. The follow-up Chastise is annoying as heck to deal with, but for the moment, they're fine. KZ dropping down to 20%, but gets a big heal, the NS from Zhang, saving his life. Lay on Hands now back up and ready again. So is his Trinket Existence sitting on the Netherwalk Link, and that is the end of the line.
All right, let's see what they can get done here. Crusade is up for KZ Fox. He actually just immediately trinkets out of that and uses Sanctuary. He wants to be aggressive, but he gets stunned again. Zhang into a full polymer, but it breaks, it looks like, early here. That could be a saving grace for LaPomp, but can Zhang heal through the damage? It's still quite a lot. Glacial Spike from downtown. Massive damage onto KZ Fox, but Peekaboo is getting cracked at the same time. Absurge into a Hammer of Justice. They could swap to the Priest. Looks like they want to. Huge swap onto Absurge. Zhang with the Lightning Lasso, looking to return the favor with a healer swap of their own, but Absurge survives it with the Desperate Prayer. And now KZ Fox is camping the Earthen Wall Totem. Peekaboo is moving towards Zhang. He wants to get that gouge, like the kidney shot gouge, maybe a fear out for follow-up. There's no Sanctuary. Peekaboo looks like, looking for a re-stealth, it looks like, but he's not finding the re-stealth. They keep him in combat. Ceralium's taking a lot of damage, only has one more block remaining. Absurge is almost out of mana. So long as Zhang gets a good trade on this setup, they're in a good position to win this and take it to a game 5. We can see Existence try to pre-fear that stun lock, but Peekaboo dodges the Misery Sigil on the ground. Double cheap shot, massive damage incoming. Zhang needs to be ready. A Shield of Vengeance going to be enough. Ceralium was free casting in the backline. Another Glacial Spike comes through, and they have no grounding, but he just tanks it to the face and survives, and Zhang gets away without using his Trinket again, and now they have the Demon Hunter Trinket. Absurge is almost totally out of mana. They're down both blocks, and I think LaPomp have got this.
Well, the Pomp are looking good. It's their map pick after all, and they're trucking ever onwards. The Shaman, Red Pally, Demon Hunter actually turning out to be just the thing they needed. If KZ Fox can survive this go, he has the Lay on Hands. If he gets out of this CC, Peekaboo with the read cheap shot, but the damage not quite enough. Zhang still has the Spirit Link, but no Trinket anymore. Gets feared off now. KZ Fox dropping lower and lower. They're pelting him with Ice Lances on the way out, away from Existence, and that's a Ceralium behind the bar. Oh, that's a spot where your Priest can't heal you. The GS is barely thrown in there. He gets a precog that might save his life as he's polymorphs KZ Fox, but for the moment, Ceralium under a lot of pressure. In line on the Lightning Lasso, cross CC setup here, but KZ Fox has the wall back already. No way that the move gets through their defensives right now, but they are definitely still trying, and it's looking okay at the best.
I think they're going to do another Zhang swap here with no Trinket. I mean, you can't go after the Demon Hunters. Trinket another. KZ Fox's Trinket, Shield of Vengeance. He's got his bubble coming up, but Ceralium has nothing. Static Field, pull Ceralium back in. Lava Burst from Zhang. He says, you're not swapping to me. He lobs out a Lava Burst, forcing a life swap from Absurge. The cheap shots from Peekaboo are desperate here. It's just to peel them, and now they're on stun DR. They're going to just run all over them. They can do whatever they want right now. They've got like 20 seconds to hit any target they want. Blizzard comes down, snaring them, but the Double Freedom removes it. They're chasing them down. They're on the hunt for the win. They want to take this to a game 5. They're so close to it right now. Dragon's Breath gets dodged by Existence. Eventual retreat. Peekaboo gets stunned up. They're getting cleaved. They can't escape. KZ Fox is all over him with that Fear of Laugh legendary, just cracking through to reconnect onto the mage. Double Ice Nova comes through. Ceralium's doing whatever he can. He's got Icy Veins. He needs a huge hit of damage, but he's not stable. He's at 50%. Absurge is totally out of mana, and I'm pretty sure, I don't know how Absurge is actually going to do this. He's got Apotheosis. He might have a couple more seconds left in this game.
And he's smiting in the backline, just bringing in all the damage he can. The move starting to get really, really desperate. Ceralium has nothing left. 30 seconds on that cold snap. He just needs to live long enough. But now the swap onto Absturge with a beautiful Hodge into the Chaos Nova. Ceralium caught in the fray, in the crossfire, just absolutely getting taken down. The Alter Time helps him. There's the Ray of Frost immediately inlined by Casey Fox. He's trying to get the damage, and Absturge finds some sort of heal somewhere. Another Icy Veins going into Ceralium, really trying to send it home. But the move are on the back foot. La Pomp looking to close it out.
Ow.
Another heal coming through.
He's actually
How
gonna
is
live.
Ceralium still alive? Absturge gets into the spirit. Free heals for everyone on his team as Peekaboo is sitting in a lightning lasso. They're recovering for a second, but it's not looking great. Divine Him gonna help if out even more. Peekaboo pops the cloak. They just need
He's
it
got a
set
block.
up. They need something, but Zhang has this trinket link available. They force Ceralium's ice block. That's back off cooldown, but that surely is the end.
Oh my god, it's the last line of defense. They need a one-shot wonder if they're going to pull this off right now. They absolutely have to destroy Existence or Zhang with the next Glacial Spike, or it's game over. Static Field, Peekaboo's pulled into the enemy clutches. He uses evasion. He ducks off to the side. Absturge is on the run. Ceralium's trying to Shifting Power to reset that Ray of Frost, but he's in a stun lock. Peekaboo is critically low. No Cloak of Shadows. There's nothing left for Absturge. Come on, man. Are you really going to do this again, Absturge? How are you going to do this? Guardian Spirit. He's doing whatever he can, but Peekaboo's in a Lightning Lasso. He's still got Cheat Death. He's got Shatter Dance. He's got Blind. They have no Trinket. Can he actually pull this off? At 10% HP, he survives the Kidney Shot. Existence is going for the hunt. That's going to connect onto Peekaboo, likely forcing his Cheat Death, but they just can't catch them. They're still running for their lives, and Existence is finally there and takes Peekaboo down. The move, we're not going to give that up without a fight.
Oh my god, what a game. La Pomp looking like newborn. It's beautiful, just beautiful to watch, and I gotta shout out Zhang. All these moments where the man is just maneuvering into the frozen orbs and blizzards that Ceralium is plopping down to avoid any of that breakable CC, especially just at the end there. Pika throwing the blind just beforehand, Zhang jumping into the frozen orb, making sure that he is not CC'd and the move has no chance at miracle turnarounds or anything along the lines. What a fantastic, fantastic game we got served up here. The series evened out, both teams now on match point, and we are due for a banger of a fifth game with a move on map pick.
I don't know what they're afraid of, or if it was just like a, let's try Fistweaver, you know? Like, maybe we can just run at the Holy Priest. Like, on paper, you hit the Priest, he's not that mobile. You know, you trade our trinkets effectively. We could probably kill the Holy Priest. I feel like that's had to be what the thought was for the Fistweaver as far as experimentation. I'm imagining they're going to blind block this.
Maybe it was literally just, okay, we played that second map. We know how good Red Demon Hunter Shaman feels in this scenario. We're just going to run something else, see if it works even better. If not, we're going back to this and we're winning the series with it.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll win. Technically, though, Kizzy Fox won on a big map, so this comp can win on a big map. It's really whether or not Ceralium have a different comp. And whether or not they played Fistweaver because they know the move have a different comp, or if they played Fistweaver because they thought randomly it would just maybe be easier to be able to just run down the Holy Priest with it. So it'll all be decided in the draft in a moment as to whether or not what the line of thought was there. If they blind lock it, it's because they thought the Fistweaver could be like an easier, kind of cheesier way to win it and just run down the healer really quickly. Almost like a 6 pool from StarCraft or something, just kind of run it down and kill them really quickly. And then it didn't work. So then they're like, okay, that didn't work. We can't get that kind of quick win. Bring back in the Shaman because that did work and it worked twice now. So I would, but then it's the move. Maybe they have some really surprise curveball that could actually just destroy this comp.
There is still one man on the bench. He's played almost 400 games with the move. He has played almost 90% of the matches this team has ever played in the AWC. And, well, while most of it is Shadow Priest, he also plays a lot of Mage, he plays a lot of Warlock, so you can bring in WizKay, you can bring in maybe Frost Mage Demolock. On EU, Echo has demonstrated how well this works into these melee cleaves, and quite honestly, I would not be surprised if that is something that works incredibly potent against KZ Fox and Existence.
Yeah, I could see a Mage Lock on Empyrean doing really well here. Could also be a Rogue Moonkin. If WizKay's been playing a lot of Moonkin when Moonkin became the meta, I think both those could be decent. I think Rogue Mage is kind of like, I actually think it might be the least reliable option here for the final game. I think Rogue Moonkin would be more reliable, and I think Mage Lock would even be more reliable for this final game. But it also depends what they put practice into. if they haven't been practicing
Yep.
the Mage Lock, because I mean, Mage Lock wasn't really expected to be a super meta comp, I don't think. Although we see Echo pulling it out at the last second, and even with them pulling it out, right, it didn't work in all of the situations they were expecting. So I think they've put all of their eggs in the Shadow Priest Rogue and the Rogue Mage basket at this point. But definitely, I think in the future,
Very possible.
they could branch out to those other options.
It's one of those cups that's very early in the season, right? So everyone is still kind of trying things, finding out the meta, and kind of relying on what they think is good. And the move, of course, RPS is always their bread and butter. And with Ceralium coming in, I expect a new team member. You have limited amount of practice time to get this really rolling, get some proper synergy built.
I can't believe that.
Yeah, there it is.
I can't believe
Back to the good old comfort. I mean, super.
What?
Come on, how many times has the move fallen back to RPS in situations where the entire desk was sitting there? What the hell are these guys doing? And then pulled out a win.
You bring a mage for the melee cleans. It's game 5. You can pick the mage. You have the pick advantage. You have the map advantage. You can use the mage. You're not going to use the you're not going to use the mage on game 5. You're going to bring in WhizzK off the bench. Oh my! I actually wonder if LaPomp, if they play the dispel talents or not against the Shadow Priest, because both Ret Paladins and Demon Hunters have honor talents that allow them to dispel magic effects. And I'm actually wondering how effective it could be against the Shadow Priest or not. Obviously, when you dispel a VT, you're going to get horrified, but if they're tactical with it, and then the horrify gets dispelled by the shaman, they might be able to just like spam remove all of his dots, maybe make him totally useless or something in a matchup like this.
It's still not just any Shadow Priest. This is WhizzK's Shadow Priest, and hey, if you have a historic career win rate of 51%, even if that comp is a coin flip, it's a little bit in your favor, right?
I think he's the only Shadow Priest at this point. Like anybody else is like unless it's a clear Shadow Priest meta where everyone's trying to play catch up to WhizzK, he's the only one that still sticks around. You know, it's just like everybody else like, oh, it's Demon Hunter flavor of the month. WhizzK, I'm gonna stay on Shadow Priest. It's okay. I'll just stay here. This is nice. I like this. So it's the classic move by the move here to bring in WhizzK on game 5, but it just does not align with the strategy that I was thinking they were going to utilize with Ceralium on the team in this type of situation at all. But maybe I'm totally wrong. Maybe this comp just absolutely slaughters them, and that's why LaPomp didn't want to play the comp in the last time that they met.
Maybe.
It's entirely possible.
I'm so ready to be surprised, to be convinced, but quite honestly, LaPomp, they look to be in a perfect position to secure the series for themselves, to go on to the Grand Finals and net themselves a whole bag of championship points. And maybe if we take a little look at the standings, right? Because this is something that is so prevalent this cup, right? Because we only have one more cup after this. You gotta grab all the points you can, and LaPomp is one of those teams that is desperate to catch up to the top 3, maybe get into the top 3 even, to just secure that instant lock-in for the Dragonflight Grand Finals. And if they beat the move here, that's the best result they could ever hope for.
All right, they poke the bear. WhizzK is awake. He's jumping into the game, and yeah, the move, they could steal Liquid's position, possibly if Liquid, I think, lost to VOIDGG. It's actually really close. There's a lot for Liquid as well, or for the move in this series. Power Frog's spot is really up for grabs because they're already out of the competition. So every single team in this tournament is looking to make sure that they do well enough to secure their lead over them and knock them down into the 4th, 5th position. It's coming down to this. WhizzK, he's the GOAT of Shadow Priest by far. We're always crediting him on that, but this is another situation that is really rough. You've got a Shaman win sharing you, Ret Paladin kicking you, Demon Hunter kicking you, Demon Hunter stunning you, Shaman grounding you, possibly the DPS specs dispelling your dots. I'm not sure if they can get away with it 100% against a Shadow Priest, but if they can, they can possibly just be spam dispelling your dots, and they're going to run a freight train on your face. Like, look at how much damage Demon Hunters are doing. Like, this is like, WhizzK has a tough battle here on game 5. He's like, guys, really? Like, you gotta, like, you couldn't just have won the last game? Like, this is, oh my god.
I think you forgot about the Cleanse by the Flame from the Demon Hunters.
No, yeah, the double dispel from the DPS. Like, both the Ret and the Demon Hunter, like, if they run that, I just don't know 100%, because if you dispel the dots and then you're horrid into a corner and you get kidneyed, you might die. It's the only thing I'm a little bit worried about it. But if they can get away with running it, they could just completely destroy WhizzK's damage output.
It's gonna be wild for sure. Game 5. Grand Finals on the line once again. The move in a cup where they look incredible, where the team looks like new, where they brought in massive changes. It's once again onto the backbone, the spine of the team, VOIDGG rolling in to carry his team to victory. On the other side, POMP looking strong, lots of momentum going into this 5th game. Empyrean Domain, I hope you have your sunglasses ready, because this match point is getting hyped.
All right, let's see who's going to take it here. I think POMP still have a good chance, which is crazy, because they already beat Liquid. They're already on the upper side, and then if they can beat the Move, which are the number 1 and number 2 position at the moment, they could just easily slip into a top 3, breaking their curse of being stuck in 4th for so many cups at this point. So this is a very important milestone for them to accomplish, and VOIDGG is just throwing himself at them in the middle of the map. He actually gets a double fear, and they open on the Shaman. VOIDGG baits them. It's like, here I am, here's the Shadow Priest, come get me. He gets a double fear and an opener on Zhang, which actually gets the Ret Paladin's trinket. So it was a nice little trap VOIDGG lays down early on, but now he is taking a huge amount of damage. Nice static field.
Missed the blind.
He pulls VOIDGG behind the pillar. Oh, but maybe he actually is just happy being behind the pillar. Existence comes in with the Metamorphosis, and he's going to keep ramping up the pressure.
Yeah, Absolute doing a great job dodging the blind from KZ Fox, and now the follow-up is there. Beautiful double Chaos Nova Existence, really starting it out hot. VOIDGG is at his comfort zone at 30% HP, gets a precog, spams some flash heal, gets that damage reduction in, gonna be comfy and plushy, just sitting there, dotting people up. Absolute gets hodged by KZ Fox, he's trying to stay on the Shaman a little bit, but hey, if you've played a little bit of Red Paladin, you know that's a little bit of a hopeless endeavor here. Overall, the move looking for a little bit of damage. There's a Void Torrent onto Existence into a follow-up cheap shot. KZ Fox is stunned up, and now the CC onto Zhang. Not really any buttons pressed right now by POMP, and the move just get away without gaining anything.
Oh, here comes the Essence Break. Massive damage on VOIDGG. He's got to be careful, not too greedy here. He fakes out a kick. He gets a couple of flash heals. Zhang in a blind. Peekaboo's trying to set up into a gouge. Swap back onto KZ Fox. Massive swap by Peekaboo. Gets the Divine Shield. Mass Dispel. Oh, he lands the kick on the Mass Dispel. KZ Fox goes for the Hammer of Justice, but he's still critically low. That was insane by Peekaboo. He's baiting, he's feigning that he's going after the Shaman, and then bait and switch. Immediately back onto the Ret Paladin, gets Divine Shield. And now they're in the driver's seat. There's no trinket, no Divine Shield on the Ret Paladin. There's still pressure onto the Shaman. They just need to trade efficiently. VOIDGG needs to be careful with this next dispersion, not get kicked on Shadow, which it looks like he may have got kicked on Shadow at the wrong time.
But for the moment, he is going to be fine. Dispersion is ready. KZ Fox trying to get the damage in, but you can see in terms of CDs, they're not looking too hot. No bubble available. The trinket back up in 5. There's a double fear from VOIDGG. Good Tremor Totem Zhang taking care of it. Pika not quite able to kill that off in time. And now the damage will be rolling in. VOIDGG taking a bunch of punishment here. Shadow Crash trying to get some more dots out. Absolute gets stunned up. Swap out to VOIDGG. Full hodge. Doesn't get dispelled. Absolute brings in the Primordial Wave. Tries to get a big heal through. Now the blind from KZ Fox putting up even more pressure. And overall, the move struggling. Good sank from KZ Fox, keeping his team safe, at least for the moment. And with the swap onto VOIDGG back, it's gonna be even more pressure on the move. Here's the meta. It's go time for POMP.
Oh, Void Torrent, Dark Ascension, but VOIDGG's taking a beating. He gets kicked on Shadow. I-Beam connects. Earthen Wall's down, but KZ Fox is on top of Absurge. Hammer of Justice, double fear into Cheap Shot. Insane setup by the move. They're going for the kill. Is Zhang ready for the hits here? Peekaboo is leading the charge. It's match point, and he trinkets at the last second, but he's so low, and he greeds it again with no link. He gets the Nature Swiftness off. He manages to recover, but that was a critical medallion now out of the way. There's no medallion for the Ret. They're swapping off that. Peekaboo sees the line to victory, and he's taking a shortcut to it. Cheap Shots for follow-up. Gouge on the out. Is KZ Fox going to drop? Cheap Shot gets sanctuaried, and Zhang needs to just do a miracle right now. Can he save KZ Fox? It's so much damage incoming onto his Paladin. Peekaboo jumps over to put pressure onto him to land a kick, and it's a triple fear from VOIDGG. He comes off the bench, and he's looking to close out this game. Darkness comes down. Perhaps he dies through it. It's a bunch of tiny little hits. He might lose out on the RNG. Static Field pulls him out of the darkness from Absurge. He's looking for a Hex out of the kidney shot. He gets the Hex. There's no trinket. KZ Fox, he trades out the Bop. He's got Shield of Vengeance, and it needs to be enough. It needs to be enough here, and he does. He manages to survive. He Firebloods the dots off, and now VOIDGG needs to survive this next attack because they can win the game on the next CC chain.
Swap and Dispersion are available. He gets kicked, and there's another kick follow-up. VOIDGG really struggling right now, but Absterge has it under control. 5 seconds onto NS, and another Lightning Lasso onto Peekaboo. Maybe the swap onto the Rogue. No, he pre-evasions it. Beautifully done. VOIDGG finds another double fear. Zhang in trouble. Where's the follow-up? CC. Full kidney onto KZ. 20%. Zhang needs to do something. He's sitting in a Hex. There's the lay on hands. Not ready, but the heals coming through. A word of glory spoken by KZ Fox to keep himself alive, but he's not quite out of the thick yet. Full disarm from Pika. They're going back on him. VOIDGG has some good damage, and Zhang just finally drops in the Spirit Link. No more greed on that. Another beautiful static field totem. VOIDGG is stabilizing the situation thanks to Absterge, and another fear follow-up. VOIDGG trying to get the Void Torrent in. More damage. Unleash Shield going through as well. VOIDGG is taking so much punishment. Another fear coming in. 2 DPS. Feared away, just running with their heads nowhere and everywhere at the same time, and Absterge is just bleeding mana, trying to keep his team alive. KZ Fox down to half, has his bubble back, and Super, this is coming down to the wire. Someone's gonna die here very soon.
I mean, KZ Fox has Divine Shield. He could just immune the next attack. Zhang is, they just got dispersed. I think LaPomp are actually doing this. They're so close to victory. They just got Cloak and dispersed in the same setup right here. It's Essence Break. It's massive damage on VOIDGG. Fakes the kick. Insane fake up, but Peekaboo is still low health. He can't Void Shift him. He's gonna have to Void Shift Absterge. Stormkeeper loaded by Absterge. He's got a lot of damage. Locked and loaded with these lightning bolts. He's about to unleash them, I think, possibly onto Zhang. He's still holding on to the Stormkeeper. Where is Absterge gonna go with these lightning bolts? He's actually drinking. He's trying to sit down for a drink, but he goes into a Hammer of Justice. He trinkets that right away. They're trying to keep pressure on KZ Fox. There's the lightning bolt number 1 onto KZ Fox. Trying to keep him and push him away from the Shadow Priest, who has no dispersed. Absterge's max range, just bombing in heals. Is it going to be enough? Healing wave after healing wave, and VOIDGG is still just dying. Absterge needs to get there for the Spirit Link Totem, I think. It could be lights out for him. Static field onto Peekaboo, pulling him away from existence, and Zhang on the fear, but Peekaboo gets in there for a kidney shot. Zhang trinkets it right away, drops the Earthen Wall Totem. Perhaps he dies anyways. They kick the Void Torrent. He knocks him out. Absterge with an insane Thunderstorm. Knocks Zhang out of his Earth, and he replaces it back onto himself. Now Absterge is stunning up existence, and there's still Divine Shield. They have a Sanctuary. KZ Fox can just Divine Shield Sanctuary to protect Zhang, and they got Void Shift! Oh my god, LaPomp are the closest ever to surpassing their previous records and getting into the finals here for NA Cup 1.
The Gatekeeper is standing tall right now. The move is looking desperate. They need to make something happen. Maybe with another fear from VOIDGG. The blind is out from Pika. Another cheap shot onto Zhang. They're trying to get the damage in on the Shaman. Full silence in as well. Another Void Torrent immediately stunned out by existence. And VOIDGG is just dying left, right, and center. Absterge gets hodged up. This might be end of the line. Dispersion once again forced. Just coming off of cooldown, and KZ Fox with a beautiful CC chain onto Absterge. VOIDGG going down 10%. Another Spirit Link gets completely whiffed. That's a rare occasion here, but Absterge still has something in his back pocket. They are staying alive. Another double fear keeps the DPS away, and Absterge is trying to make more happen. Lightning Lasso coming in. Zhang on 20%. He's getting nailed down. The silence is in. Peekaboo trying to finish the job right here, right now. That's all the move has to do. But Zhang still staying alive. VOIDGG is on top of him. The Unleashed Shield is coming through as well. He's trying to do anything. The Mind Spikes are being cast, but there's so much damage on him. Down goes VOIDGG, but can they cross kill Zhang? Another full kidney. Peekaboo not giving up. There's the trinket and the big heals coming through. LaPomp have done it.
Oh my god. We're seeing a mirrored show here in North America with the underdogs, one of the more newcomer rosters as far as, you know, comparing to somebody like Echo or The Move or Liquid. They beat Liquid Nailbiter Game 5. They beat The Move Nailbiter Game 5. They're in the grand finals for a best of 7, best seats in the house. They get to watch all the best teams in North America tear each other to pieces in the lower bracket and to fight for a chance to get back to them in shambles for a rematch situation. They're using all 4 players. They're flexing on multiple different compositions, some compositions that we haven't even really seen. Like most of the Rep Paladins that we've seen have not been seeing a lot of success. So KZ Fox coming in on the Rep Paladin, I think it's probably the first, at least so far, that's been debuted that's actually having success. Zhang had so many close calls. I mean, this is almost like Sea-Doo vibes sometimes with how greedy he is with the Link. Just like, I'm not trading the cooldown, bro. I'm holding the cooldown right here. And he's got the best seats in the house. I mean, he had to go up against Sea-Doo. He had to go up against Absterge. He's hanging in there with the best of them. He's not letting it get to them. And I can't believe his survival at the very end of the game. Like, I cannot believe that. He had all the pressure put on him right there. His team needed him the most. And he managed to stay alive just long enough. Like, look at his Spirit Link Totem in these final moments. He's like 12 seconds away from guaranteed surviving this. 10 seconds away. He's just doing Riptide. Like, please pray to God that I survive right now. Another Riptide. unleash like the imprison here. If Peekaboo's not imprisoned, he's dead. He's
He pops down a
dead.
poison cleansing totem in the middle of it.
I mean, it's a good move.
This man-
I swear it's a good move. If the rogue's imprisoned, you get
yeah.
the wound poison off, you get a couple of Riptide ticks. That imprisoned, that timing right there, like, he was completely dead. That was a crazy little closure to this game. And now I'm wondering if Absurge, do we have the link? What happened with his link? Because if he has link and actually gets it off, I feel like they live there. Although maybe they don't win because Zhang had his wall and link coming back up, but it would have been at least a little bit more stable towards the final seconds. I wonder if we caught the link on the replay or not. This is much more earlier into the game, I think, at this point. But
We might be able to get that in a second, but definitely one of those moments that you don't see every day. What a series, man. Zhang, Adon, Link,
the imprison
Beihai
here too.
just completely carrying. Yeah, there's so many clutch plays we've seen just on this map. I think you can create a full highlight reel just from this single Empyrean Domain game. Man, what a nail-biter. Le Pomp moving on to the Grand Finals. Aya, how's your heart rate looking?
look at Absurge, dude. He's lava bursting, dude. He wanted that so bad. Oh my god.
Can't blame him.
I mean, they held on for so long too. I mean, and it almost looked like they were gonna get a cross kill, but not gonna happen here. Le Pump said absolutely not. Smacked them down in the final hour, and once again, we have some underdogs just sending out these veteran, legendary teams out of the tournament. But I mean, I guess I shouldn't speak too quickly because this is the upper bracket, so they do have hopefully another chance. And you know, the move, they're going to be down there in the lower bracket. So I should say down to the lower bracket, but it's going to be scary down there. We can take a look right now. No opponent for them just yet, but it is going to come from this next up series here. It's going to be either VOIDGG or Team Liquid. I think I saw Sea-Doo a couple of moments ago, like all caps tweeting, oh my god, we're gonna either have to face off against the move or Le Pump. So I don't know if those were like excited all caps or terrified all caps, but I would certainly be terrified if I was in Sea-Doo's shoes right now, regardless of how the ending of this next series is going to go. So tell me about these two teams, Super Keys. VOIDGG, you know, they're kind of the underdogs going into this. Team Liquid, we expected them to defeat this entire bracket, but now their lives are on the line as well.
Yeah, I mean, VOIDGG, I think it's about finding an identity. What are going to be their main focuses? Is it a Moonkin Rogue team? Is it a Rogue Mage team? Is it a Melee Cleave team? Like, what are they really going to double down on? To me, I think Nick is, like, performing the best on his Balance Druid. So I think Calvish and Nick going into, like, Boomkin Rogue Mirrors or just playing Boomkin Rogue in general, I would really like to see that from them.
I would as well. So we're going to find out if they can pull it off. We're going to head to a break before we can get to that elimination round. So we'll be right back. It's VOIDGG versus Team Liquid coming up next. lower bracket. VOIDGG both and Team Liquid both facing elimination.
No way. Team Liquid are bringing in
my
a blast
God.
from the past right now. The DK Evoker. This is the one-shot cleave. There is a triple kill recorded with Liquid playing this comp
Whoa,
right
whoa,
here.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
This is going to be absolutely insane. But first, let's see here in this opener. Wait, no way. Calvish is also
This
playing
is
the
odd.
Flame Strike AoE mage. Calvish is playing Living Bomb AoE mage. He's going to do insane damage here, and Echo Liquid, they're gonna do grips, blinding sleets, and just try to one-shot people with deep breath combos. This is gonna be a very explosive game here immediately, Liffy.
Zico, this is an Orc Evoker. This is an Augmentation Evoker. And they're just gonna try and send mez at people. This is absolutely insane. Sidu already popping in the reverse, so lots of damage coming out from Calvish. So, as a Rogue Fire Mage on the one side, DK Orc Evoker. This is the first time I'm casting an Orc Evoker, actually, by the way. So, we'll see what to expect of this. Kearney gets gripped in, fades out of the CC. Mez trying to get the setup, but Trill comes in with the Breath of Eons and is really wanting to make something happen. Calvish with a beautiful altar time. Altar's back from 40% health, but still, Mez is going hard at him.
What is going on with Calvish damage right now? This guy is pushing 200,000 DPS, doing incredible damage here on the Fire Mage, just spamming out the Flame Strikes. Instead of spamming Pyroblast, he's using the procs to spam Flame Strike, and he's playing with that Flame Patch, and then he's also spreading Living Bombs here, and it's very effective as well against DKs because they have a lot of pets here, but Calvish taking a lot of damage here right now. Needs to be very careful. Blinks away, dodges the Deep Breath there. Beautifully done. Trill now getting stunned up here by Nick, who is looking like he wants to get some work done here towards Mez as well. No, swapping back over onto Sidu. Huge swap onto Sidu, forcing out the Emerald Communion here. This is the combustion as well from Calvish, and I guess we figured out why VOIDGG have 3 mage players on their roster.
Yeah, they are certainly making it work, man. It's all over the place. Calvish looking great on this mage so far, and well, Trill on the Orc Evoker trying to make things happen, even bringing in the Dream Projection for a little bit of extra heals for himself. The peels are real, and Mez does some good damage actually, catching up with Calvish, trying to take him down, but Nick stops him short with another kidney. Kearney overall has all hands on deck, trying to keep his team alive, and mana-wise looking to be in the same spot as Sidu, but if we're looking at what Sidu is doing here, once again, no time dilation for him. He's going full offensive as Calvish procs his Cauterize into a block. Absolutely insane go from Liquid.
Team Liquid getting themselves a massive cooldown there with the Cauterized Ice Block on Calvish, and he's going to be playing a lot safer here, just staying on max range. AoEing all of Team Liquid right now. How is Sidu going to deal with all of this damage coming out here? Beautiful heals coming out. Kearney in the meantime ducking into Angel form, spamming out the heals as well with that Divine Hymn. Sidu gets interrupted on his Spirit Bloom. This is disaster. Triple Garrote coming out right now for Nick. He's got Death Mark as well available. Man's taking massive damage. There's a combustion from Calvish now going after Trill. Trill might just die right now to the damage here. So much pressure. Can they take him down? He's 1% HP. They are going to do it. The full blind secures it here for VOIDGG in this first game. What did we just watch?
You're the analytical expert, Zico. That's what I wanted to ask you. So, Orc Evoker, DK. I mean, why not? But what are you anticipating with this comp?
I just have so many questions. Why did why did both of these teams lock in these 2 comps on the blind? Both just try to go full YOLO here and just surprise each other. Like,
so
I have no idea what the logic is here behind the picks.
I think for me, the big logic is because VOIDGG have been playing Demon Hunter Boomkin, or was it Rogue Boomkin, the entire weekend already, basically, right? And Liquid's kind of preferred counter, at least yesterday, seemed to be the DK as a Rogue into that, which works really well if you bring a Fire Mage with this Spread Cleave Flame Patch Living Bomb build that Calvish is running into a DK. Well, he's gonna have a field day, basically. And well, what Liquid was thinking with the Orc Evoker, I'm not quite sure, but I think this is how everything came about.
Okay, not bad. Okay, here's another question. Calvish is a rogue, Nick is a rogue, Nick plays mage, and Calvish plays mage. What's going on there? Like, why? How come Calvish is the mage in this matchup? It's like, do you think they have it divided by spec? Like, okay, if it's a sub rogue, we pick Calvish on the rogue. If it's a frost mage, it's Nick on the mage. But if we play fire Asa, like, do you think they have like set roles like that where they bounce around?
I think they'd play 1v1s just before the tournament or before the play day. And whoever wins gets to choose what they play. The other guy plays the other class.
Ah, okay. I like that. Yeah, no, that's good,
But
actually.
on a more serious note, I think so. The most of the times when I'm seeing Calvish in tournament play go for the Fire Mage, it's usually when this Flame Patch Living Bomb build is really good, right? If you think back to community tournaments like the Battle of the Bands recently, Calvish mostly playing this Flame Patch Living Bomb build. And in the meantime, I think Nick is going for a little bit more of the kind of single target oriented and non-fire mage builds. Maybe that's just something that's the Calvish specialty that they're bringing here.
It's very interesting. I'm taking a look at Calvish spec here. So he's kind of stacking Versa and Mastery as much as possible, and he's just trying to get massive ignites. And yeah, he's basically just like an Affliction Warlock, just cooking. Interesting pick for sure.
Quite literally.
I wonder what is Liquid gonna do now that they've seen this? Like, what is their actual answer here? Are they gonna lock in the Boomkin Rogue here, or because I've been thinking about Asa Fire.
That's
I feel
what
like
I would
Asa
go
Fire could be kind of good. It's like they kind of slay Boomkins. Shiv is pretty annoying because you can negate Frenzied Region completely with it.
You can, yeah. It's a tough call, right? Because Boomkin Rogue is so versatile, especially with Sidhu on the Evoker, is just going to offer so much throughput in terms of HPS, but also we've been memeing about this screenshot all weekend, basically. Sidhu just brings in so much damage as well, and that's going to make the goes on a lineup that's not very sturdy on the defensive side in RMP. Yes, they can survive a lot, but it's never really this, we're really safe doing it. So I think just going for Rogue Boomkin Evoker here is a comfort and also the better comp out of this and the Augmentation Evoker DK. Another sentence I didn't think I'd say this weekend or this season in general. When's the last time you've seen an Aug Evoker, Zico? Jesus.
I mean, it was right when they were released. They had like their period in the sun there for a little while, but
so yeah,
then,
like last year, huh?
Yeah, pretty much since last year. Yeah,
Wild.
not what I expected. Not what Void expected as well, but they're probably pretty happy with that. But yeah, I do like Liquid's comp here. They bring in the Prez Evoker so they can dispel the Rogue's Death Mark with that. It's going to add a lot of safety to Sam, and it's going to be a lot about Sam. Can he get the precogs? Can he find the Cyclones? Because Nick, Kearney probably is going to be playing Gnome, so not going to be getting any Solar Beam root combos. So it's going to be all about the kidney clones. If they can get them, I think Calvish probably dies. But if they can't, I could see Void actually like winning with pressure.
That can definitely happen. I mean, we've seen some beautiful smoke bomb solar beams yesterday as well, or was it actually Friday in EU? So generally, just some really interesting play you can still set up with this Boomkin. But generally, lots of eyes on Kearney. I think lots of eyes on Calvish. First and foremost, though, I'm a little bit impressed by Void. We had a lot of questions coming into the weekend about them, right? What can this team really do when they finally click? Will they finally click? On paper, they are fantastic, but not living up to expectations.
I feel like they just, I've talked about it a little bit in the past, but I feel like they just need to kind of narrow it down a little bit. Like, I mean, just look at, you saw it like just now. It says composition, RMP. It says you got Calvish on the mage, you got Nick on the rogue, and this is bench Wealthy Man. And Wealthy Man, what does he play? I feel like the only thing I've seen Wealthy Man on is like mage and rogue as well. So it's like, like, they got it covered. Like if triple mage ever becomes meta, triple rogue becomes meta, they can definitely they're prepared for that. But like yeah, maybe narrow it down a little bit because you know, we've said it so many times, they are absolutely incredible players. Some of the best in North America, but to really get to that next level, I think they need to work on that kind of team synergy. But now we see a big opener. Cabbage actually, ooh, that is not what you want to see. When you cast that first fireball and you pop combust mid-cast and you get kicked on it, your whole combustion just becomes completely useless. So Sam with a fantastic beam, but meanwhile Sidu gets blasted there just at the very last second of that combust.
Zico, I think you were stuck in a little bit with the locked out of combustion PTSD there. Sidu just completely rolled over by a truck. So is Kelvish. What is going on? Oh my god, block cauterize as well as the GS thrown in. Did that proc? I don't know. That would be absolutely insane. This game, this series is off the rails. Both teams just doing some insane stuff with that Celestial Alignment. Sam is looking for more damage. Nice solar beam here onto Kelvish as he's trying to stay alive, but Trill comes in with the cheap shot. So is Nick onto Sam. Both casters under pressure. Full kidney into the garrote. Out of the trinket is not quite working out here for Liquid, but Kearney life swaps Kelvish even 1 minute 30 in, and it's a bloodbath. Zico, Kelvish might not even survive this.
Yeah, I don't know how he's gonna survive this. He's got no cauterize, no block, no trinket. Kearney has no trinket, no void chip, nothing on anybody. They just need to run right now, get out of here, get away from Team Liquid. Sam and Trill are in hot pursuit right now, looking for the win. They know they just need one setup here to win the game. Sam looking for the Cyclone. He fake casts and gets the precog. Smoke bomb by Nick to shut down the Cyclone into the kidney shot. Nick with the edge smoke bomb there, but meanwhile, Cabbage is getting blasted by Sidu and Trill here. Can he get any follow-up? They do finally get the Cyclone, but Calvish is out of stunts now. He manages to get a displacement of getting a little bit of a heal from that, and still just not out of the woods just yet. He walls with the greater invis, and he manages to stay alive. The Guardian Angel rotates back for him, and Calvish has recovered, but still, it's not looking good here for Void.
Man, this went from a methodical game of chess into a full-out boxing match within like 2 seconds. I think Kelvish took that kick combustion personal. They're just throwing everything at him right now. Gets quelled, gets locked out, gets killed off. Liquid is back, baby.
What is going on? The damage is, dude, this was a slugfest. This is NA, baby. We're back. I've been casting EU games all day, and now it's just a one-shotting here. We're already, you know, 1-1 in the series. That's crazy.
Zico, something feels weird, right? Because usually when I'm looking at the regions, then EU sometimes has the dampening games, but generally it's slugfests, it's zug cleaves that kill each other in like 2 minutes. And NA, well, we're playing Wizards, we're playing RPS, we're going to 9-10 minutes and see who loses on mana first. And then we're getting this today. It's like exchanged. EU is NA now, NA is EU. Who's the better region then in this conversation? That's the big question, I think.
I don't know. I feel like that was answered not too long ago, but this was amazing actually by Nick. I gotta shout out Nick here. He did such a phenomenal job with these stops in general. On both setups, he did not allow Samuel to get those Cyclones, but the CC chain is endless. Cabbage blinks back. He gets the greater invis, which is a 60% damage reduction. And then here, they just flip the switch and just get a massive chunk of damage here. So they get a kidney shot onto Trill, they get a Cyclone onto Cabbage, it's a half Cyclone. They disarm Nick, it gets dispelled. Trill gets disarmed as well, and then they launch that. Are in that moment where Kearney has nothing, Cabbage has nothing. He's getting aggressive with the combustion, and then he blinks away for a second, gets kicked, and they throw a blind on Kearney and just manage to take him down. Cabbage outranging his healer a little bit in the end with that blink. Been there for sure.
It's just a rough spot to be in. There's so much pressure going on. There's so much pacing that you need to take care of, and at some point you can get overwhelmed, especially when a team like Liquid is just running you down, Sidu, with 400k damage in the last 12 seconds. Just absolutely insane how much damage they were throwing at the enemy mage here. So overall, that brings us to a 1-1 in the series. Liquid winning their map point, and there it is, Zico. We're going back to the mirror matchup.
Yeah, I felt like at some point this is where we're going to be ending up. And I mean, for Team Liquid, this is pretty good news, right? Because you got the mirror match and it's on a swing match. So it's not going to be a true mirror here. Liquid are disadvantaged in this mirror, but it's like, you know, you have to pick your poison, right? When you're on this, when you're on the blind and, you know, you need to win the swing match because you lost on the ground. I feel like having a mirror with a different healer is not the worst option. But of course, for Sidu, it's going to be tough because Sidu cannot be a gnome. So the power of this mirror is the gnome. Kearney, he can gnome and get out of every single mass entanglement root beam. Every single time root beam is up, gnome is up. But for Sidu, he cannot because he's an evoker. And one of their weaknesses, unfortunately, is that they are very susceptible to those roots. So he's going to need to preemptively outplay those roots, applying aura mastery or like silence immunity to himself with his wall, using deep breath to get like an immunity frame during the animation, things like that. Otherwise, it's going to be real tough for Liquid.
We had the same topic, the same discussion yesterday in Liquid's matchup against La Pomp, where they ran into the exact same scenario, 12v1. Sidu picks the Evoker. He needs to play it perfect just to get around those root beams, and ultimately it did not work out. It was a really damn close match, but Liquid just getting the shorter end of the stick. So we'll see if they learn from their mistakes from yesterday, because usually, dude, Liquid is such an experienced team. They've been around for so many years. They know how to communicate in those situations. They know how to help each other out, and I'm just really excited to see what adaptations they have made, actually, rather, since yesterday.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think that for Liquid, this is, like I said, it's a swing match, so you're going to have some disadvantage. With that in mind, it's not the worst position to be in. And I think that one of the weaknesses of that Gnome Priest is that if you can get a CC chain onto him and force out his trinket, you can swap with like a stun and a beam on top of it and try to deny him from accessing like Guardian and things like that. So there is a world where I could see Liquid doing that. And one of the upswings, of course, that we've been highlighting a lot is the Evoker damage. So having the Evoker being able to add in the damage during those swaps could be a way for Liquid to kind of get out of this situation that they're in.
And especially on a smaller map like Hookpoint here, right? The ability for Sidu to just get in with high speed, land some sleepwalks could be devastating one way or another. Zico, I think I'm going to ask you for a prediction here. Liquid won, VOIDGG won. They both want to get all those championship points and proceed in the lower bracket. Who do you think is going to take this one?
My prediction is already in. I think Liquid, I can't be changing. I can't be switching up on them during the tough times here. I think Liquid has got this one in the bag. I think they're going to find Kearney and send him home when he has no trinket. Trill is going to force that with like a blind early on in the match. And that's what's going to happen. They get the sap. So let's see if they can find somebody to open on with that sap as well.
Yep, gets the resap. Sam still running around in stealth. Oh, Trill almost running into Nick's arms. Calvish stooping around the same point. They're basically just hugging each other, just petting the cat on the walking by, and Calvish and Trill just walking through each other. Oh, they saw him. They saw each other. There's the landslide. Does find Nick. He gets out, and Trill gets a cheap shot at Calvish. Finds the upper hand for the moment. Maybe he's the better rogue after all. Who knows? Sidu comes in with a deep breath and big heals onto Sam, and overall the opener going quite well here for VOIDGG.
Nicely done, though. Samayam gets a Cyclone there onto Nick. Calvish is in a stun. Can they find the Cyclones here? Kearney is actually currently immuning everything. This is really good Angel from Kearney, dodging that setup and just keeping Calvish nice and healthy. No trinkets being forced here on the side of Void. No trinket on the side of Liquid. They still have the beam available. Actually, no, they both use their beams as well, so not a terrible situation here for either team, but Sidu sitting through a Cyclone. Both of these Moonkins are going to be the primary target. Sidu now in a gouge. Do they have any more follow-up CC for Sidu? Doesn't look like it. Calvish now finally does find the kidney shot, goes back over onto Samayam, gets the pressure, but Samayam once again denying the setup by cycloning Nick. And the reason why he's cycloning Nick right now is because Nick wants to cyclone Sidu out of that stun. So if Samayam can cyclone Nick before he gets the cyclone on Sidu, then Samayam lives.
Yeah, well, Nick needs to live right now, though, and that is so much damage. Renewal popped in as well. Calvish with the cloak trying to peel in some way. Kearney throwing in the GS. Basically kitchen sinking this play just to stay alive, and that's going to put Void on the back foot. They need to make something work here very quickly to stay up on pars, on momentum. And it's not looking too good for Sam right now. That's exactly the damage they were looking for. Killing spree coming through from Calvish. Good damage, and Sidu still sitting in CC. Has the Emerald Communion where needed. The Solar Beam going out on Sam as well. No CC danger for Sidu right now.
Yeah, Sidu has a lot of catch-up to do here on that Evoker. Sam in bear form right now, tanking it out with the Frenzied Region, gets the precog, and now finds the Cyclone there over onto Calvish. Trill as well, though, in a Cyclone. Nick mirroring Sam there on the Moonkin. Who gets the first Cyclone, though? It's going to be Sam who gets the Cyclone over onto Nick, which is going to allow Team Liquid to potentially get this setup here. Kidney shot over onto Nick, but nothing on Kearney right now. Trill moving over there, looking for it, but Kearney fades, I think, the stun there. Fierce Trill, and it looks like Trill actually wanted to swap there to Kearney for a second, but decides against it. Kearney coming out of the sheep shot. Nick and Kearney both at full HP, and now it's going to be Sam on the back foot. Sidu actually getting sapped here in the middle of things, and Sam in a lot of trouble. Nick spamming out the Cyclones. Defensive Solar Beam coming out there over onto Sam, and Sam is going to be able to stay alive. The Emerald Community gets Cyclone for Sidu as well. Disaster here for Team Liquid as Sam is taking more and more damage. 10% HP. Calvish trinkets out aggressively, tries to take him down. Sam still dropping very, very low, but finally Sidu catches a couple of heals before the gouge connects. Sidu still has his trinket, still has some answers. Sam trying to survive right now in that Cyclone, but it's going to be really tough for him to stay alive here. More CC coming in here. Sidu in a stun, he trinkets out into another stun, into a full Cyclone, but I think Sam has recovered, but at what cost, Liffy?
At what cost, indeed. So much pressure. Now the swap onto Calvish. He has nothing. He has nothing. Maybe the cloak can save his life. Not even that is necessary as Kearney just pumps like the god he is on this priest. Well done, and Void moving ever onward. I doubted them for a moment that they lost momentum, but they're back in it. Full kidney onto Sidu. They send the go onto Sam, but the damage not quite there yet. Maybe it is ramping up. There's the chastise stun. Kearney looking for the fear out of the Cyclone. Sidu getting spooked off for the moment, and Sam pops the bark skin, disarms Calvish, and should be fine for the moment. Great reply here from Liquid, trying to sit this out, and Kearney just trinketed. He has nothing, gets gouged up by Trill. Nick's scared for his life, goes into bear form, has renewal, should be alright here, Zico.
Yeah, and Sam does get Cyclone here. Liquid not able to find the setup there, but they did get Kearney's trinket, so there is going to be an opening in 25 seconds. Trill's going to have the blind. They could try to crowd control him, but if they need to make it to that point right now, Sam in a lot of trouble. Sidu rescues him back to the pillar. Calvish now getting swapped to. A lot of damage coming in here from Sam and Trill in the back line. Calvish, though, killing spree over here onto Sam, getting decent pressure, but gets Cyclone. Nick now taking a lot of damage. Beam coming out there onto Nick as well. I think he fake casted that beam. Beautifully done there by Nick. He finds the Cyclone onto Trill, and now once again it's going to be Kearney pushing in, but he gets Cyclone as well on his way over. Sidu now in a stun into what here? It doesn't look like Calvish is going to be able to find anything more, but it's going to be Kearney who finds the double fear onto Trill and Sidu, but no damage so far onto Sam. He does have a bark skin. There's a root beam onto Sidu. That's going to be a devastating amount of CC, but meanwhile Calvish is getting absolutely blasted here. How is Liquid doing this 2v3 while Sidu is sitting in CC? Sam and Trill take control.
You activated my trap card, they hear Sidu say, as Calvish gets almost one shot. Kearney setting in another Cyclone. Nick the target once again. Barkskin on bear form while he's sitting in a celestial alignment and would prefer to do damage. Sidu doing a great job keeping his team alive. Liquid on the knife's edge they've been maneuvering on. Looking pretty decent overall, but Calvish is taking even more damage. They seem to be dead set on killing this rogue, and so far it's looking good. Full blind onto Trill. And there's the damage. Calvish takes even more. Sidu's trying to get the disintegrates in, and overall Void is just suffering right now. Kearney on half mana, half HP is keeping his team halfway alive as Calvish gets gripped out. Trill following up, and he dips around the corner. Should be fine for the second, but there could be a swap onto Sidu, onto Nick. The full gouge onto Nick's Kearney's trinket. Beautifully done, Liquid, with a lot of momentum and steam in their tank.
Yeah, this is beautiful work, but right now Sirius in a Cyclone. Nick gets Cyclone though as well. They're trying to take down Calvish here on the side of Team Liquid. Do they get the Cyclone onto Kearney? It's DR'd, unfortunately, but they do force out the Guardian. Now Nick could be in trouble. Sam I Am and Trill trying to take him down. Sirius adding in a lot of damage into the mix here on that Evoker. Kearney in the backline spamming out the flash shields. Sam I Am with no beam available for those casts for another 10 seconds here. But now, meanwhile, Nick looking for the Cyclone onto Sam, finds it. Trill on low HP. Root beam connects onto Sidu. He has the trinket, doesn't want to use it. Nick, meanwhile, taking a lot of damage here actually, because Samam was in a Cyclone, Trill just kites, and Sidu is able to sit through that CC chain, so really nice for him. Now he's got the nullifying shroud, he's looking for sleepwalks. Unfortunately, Calvish is there and interrupts him now. A gouge onto Kearney. Nick is taking a lot of damage. There's the Cyclone as well. Can they find the damage though? Doesn't look like it. Calvish is gonna get Cyclone. Nick gets beamed. Here comes the damage from Sam I Am. Late pop off for Sam I Am and Team Liquid. Nick's trying to stay alive. Kearney ducks into angel form and should be able to recover his heal, but dampening is making things very difficult here.
It is, and now the Celestial alignments are back ready. Sam is getting absolutely blasted in that one, and he is finally popping in his damage. Cedar with the rescue, good shielding coming out from that, and Kearney sitting in another Cyclone. Sam looking for the follow-up clone, and it brings in more deeps, trying to take out Nick, but he is grabbing Cyclones of his own. Low clone on Sam, luckily half DR. He's trying to re-clone people, gets it, and finds more damage. Trying to stay alive, Cedar in the kidney, trinkets out reversal, barely keeping his bear alive, and for another moment, Sam is dipping around the corner. Calvish trying to follow up. Beautiful cheap shot here. Kidney from Trill peeling for his team, and Sam is just running for his life. Finally, the Frenzied Region coming in. Sidu reconnecting with his Druid and keeping his health bar up for another moment. But here comes Calvish. Evasion running. Nick on his tail, and they're trying to bring the damage in, but could be Nick that is in trouble next. Sidu has the damage. Sam is looking for an opportunity. The setup that Liquid needs is not too hard to do.
Beautiful kiting here for Sam I Am. I cannot believe that this man is still alive in the matchup. Liquid looking like they can still do it here. Potentially, they need to get some setups, so they need to get offense right now onto Nick. He's down to 50% HP. Guardian procs here for Kearney, and that is going to be enough to keep Nick alive. He's looking for another Cyclone onto Trill. Not able to find it just yet. Sam I Am caught up in a cheap shot. Cedar's in a full fear. That's it, I think. Sam I Am, how are you going to work a miracle to come out of this one? He won't, and it is going to be VOIDGG that takes the swing match here, and they are going to be up now 2-1 in the series.
Oh. Put another 0 behind the game time. I think you have my heart rate in this situation. Good lord, these two are gifting each other only pain and stress, man. This is such a close matchup.
Yeah, it doesn't get much closer than this, and like I said, you know, Team Liquid, they are disadvantaged in this matchup, but I think they did put up a great fight here. There was a couple of close calls. They almost took Calvish down a couple of times, but ultimately it is going to be VOIDGG who walks away with the dub, and a lot of it is, of course, thanks to Kearney. These healers, I don't know how they're doing it, but they are keeping their team going for such a long period of time. This was really early in the match. Sam I Am almost flopping there in the very early period. And then this was much later. Calvish, I think this was the close call onto Calvish. I do believe they got some Cyclones onto Kearney. Calvish dropped low, ducked around the corner. And then they recovered him. They got the beam, and that defensive blind is actually the only thing that saves Calvish here, because Kearney is stuck in that beam. So during that lockout, potentially they could have got the kill, but good defensive plays from Void. And then here towards the end of the match, we all saw what happened. Sidu got caught in a pretty nasty CC chain. Sam I Am just survived like the worst situation possible, pretty much, just kiting while his healer is sitting a full root beam earlier on. And then I think at the end it was a Cyclone that sealed the deal. Sidu got the nullifying shroud, they got pressure onto Nick, and then they dispelled the stacks, and then they got, I think, a kidney clone, and that was all she wrote.
I mean, it was quite the novel that she wrote in this case, but man, what an ending. If all authors wrote endings this good, I would be reading books 24/7, I think. And with that, the series is in Void's favor. 2-1 up, looking to clutch it out on the next map. But we're going back to Liquid's map pick. Zico, what are we thinking comp-wise? Did this work out for Liquid? Was this a even matchup and literally just the better team won in the end, or was this a comp issue for someone here?
Well, I think Liquid, it's just the healer diff. When you're a dragon, you can't be gnome, and when you're holy priest, you can. So it's always going to give a big edge for Void in this matchup. And for Liquid, what are they going to do now? Are we going to see some Lord Mez potentially tagged in here? Because if that's their answer, I mean, the Calvish Fire Mage might just be what decides this entire series, as crazy as that might sound.
Yeah, I think I'll add that to the list. That makes like 5 or 6 things on this weekend that I did not expect to be saying or hearing. But overall, we're going to a large map, so I'm not really expecting DK or maybe even the DK Asa Rogue that we've seen yesterday. The answer to Le Pomp in this scenario from Liquid was literally just putting Sidhu on the Holy Priest instead of the Evoker. So maybe that's is exactly what we'll have to deal with. Put him on the Gnome, the Holy Gnome, to carry them to victory.
I think they might lock in. Well, it depends. They might do it now. They might do it in Game 5. They're going to have to do it at some point for sure. If they think they have a raw counter, they could, of course, just lock in. What was it they played? I think DK Rogue, right? With Mez. So they could play that if they feel like that's like a good matchup for them. And then in Game 5, lock it in with... or they could, just stay on the Prez Evoker and just run it back on a larger map. That they could do that as well, I guess, yeah.
There it is. Well, running it back. They say we can win this one. Okay. I'm down. Confident. I'm here for it. I mean, if we get another game like Hookpoint just now, I am so here for it. If every game in the AWC was like that, I'd never be bored ever again.
Yeah, I feel that. It has been a crazy... It's like you said earlier, it has been a crazy weekend. You know, if I had a bingo card for this weekend, I don't think that there would be a lot of things that were accurate. Like... having Calvish Fire Mage, you know, in the blind pick, being locked in and winning with Fire Asa was definitely not on there. Bikini bottom Mafia winning in Europe, like it's all the crazy comps. I just it's been a lot. It's been a lot to take in for sure. It's been a lot of fun though.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was hoping for going into this this last season of Dragonflight. Obviously, we're playing for those big moments, those points, and they move into the championship finals for this expansion. And overall, quite honestly for me, this is the season where we make legends. We turn veterans into those legends that they deserve to be, people that have been around for forever, like Kearney, like Calvish, like Nick, that finally want to see some success, dethrone Liquid, and maybe they can do it right here. They're on match point. Zico, we're into Maldraxxus. Let's get it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got a match point situation here for Team Liquid. VOIDGG looking to try to take him out here. Sidhu on the Prez Evoker trying to stop them. Can he do it? This is a very resilient Team Liquid. A team, honestly, in the lower bracket right now, about to get eliminated. Potentially not something that anybody expected. The entire casting desk unanimously voted for them to be the winner of this cup. So it would be quite the upset here if Void can take this one. Can they do it? Right now opening up onto Samayan, but Nick is actually going to be taking quite a lot of damage there in the back from Trill. Kearney coming in with the Divine Hymn and manages to stabilize his team. So far, no one really having to trade anything major in the opener. Trill actually did have to trade out his cloak and his trinket. So Trill definitely behind Team Liquid, not with the greatest opener.
No, it's not the best start. Now Sam gets kidneyed up. Good damage. Celestial Alignment comes in. Sidhu with the big heals. Needs to be concerned about the root beam, but has the cloak running. Gets rooted up nonetheless. The full silence is in. Trill under fire, and they know he doesn't have the cloak, so they just go for him. Cyclone low. Sidhu can't heal him for the moment. Trill is gonna be fine afterwards, though. And Sam looking for that reclone on to Nick. Gonna be okay for the moment. Calvish gets kidneyed. There's a root beam attempt here from Sam. I'm not quite landing that, and Kearney is going to be fine, hiding behind that pillar, just dipping out every now and then, throwing some heals the way of his team. Gets sapped out of the CC. Beautiful moves by Trill. Can they make it work? The Cyclone from Nick puts a stamp on that bill.
Beautiful stuff there from Nick. And Calvish sitting through a kidney shot, but I think he's going to be completely fine. Kearney sitting through a cheap shot, though. Late damage connecting. He doesn't have the Cloak of Shadows, actually. Used it earlier, I presume, aggressively. So both of these rogues so far being a lot more pressured than we typically see. But Nick now taking a lot of damage. Beautiful kick there from Seedu. The Fire Breath connects as well, purging a lot of those hots. There's a gouge onto Kearney. I don't think they're going to have any more follow-up. Calvish actually shadow stepping deep into enemy territory. They get a full cyclone onto Seedu. Kearney is there for the follow-up as well. Big damage connecting here, but it's going to be Calvish actually who takes the brunt of that exchange. Nick getting interrupted there by Samayam's Solar Beam. Samayam fake casting Nick's Solar Beam and now looking for the cyclones here. Manages to find it. A low cyclone onto Calvish, and now Nick gets pulled back to the pillar with Kearney. Trill though stacking up some combo points here. They could potentially send a setup onto Calvish, but no, Nick denies it by cycloning Trill. Seedu now moving away, does not want to get CC'd while also adding in damage here onto Calvish, but you can see Kearney and Nick and Calvish all swarming around Seedu right now. They're looking for the kidney shot. They're looking for the fear. Who is going to finally land the setup here? Is going to be actually Kearney getting cyclone there potentially. No, he manages to duck it. Nice cyclone by Nick onto Samayam to shut down Samayam's cyclone onto Kearney, and the end result is everybody stays alive.
Indeed. Great opportunity as well for Kearney back then to cross the open field, especially with Calvish sitting in the cyclone, no one to stop him. Nick now the target. Sam gets kidneyed up. Calvish keeping everyone under control. Triple CC setup here thanks to the rogue just going haywire on everything. Nick gets cloned. Sam is lasered. Struggle moments here for Liquid. The full solar beam. Sam might just die here, but no. There's the Emerald Communion coming through, saving Sam's life. Clutch moments here for Liquid, but they're losing momentum.
Yeah, that was a nasty setup. Seedu actually managed to get some value out of that Emerald Communion, so that's at least something working in their favor. They do get a Sleepwalk onto Kearney and a Cyclone onto Nick while he's low HP on that Guardian Angel. Now turning the pressure onto Calvish here. Good pressure here from Team Liquid. They're making good moves right now to try to get some pressure back. Seedu with the Nullifying Shroud staying back, trying to avoid some of those dispels, and right now he's going to be immune to crowd controls for a little bit and just going to be adding in a lot of damage here. Nick already down to 50% HP. No Guardian Angel available. No Spirit of the Redemption available here for Kearney. The Sleepwalk connects. Fire Breath being loaded up by Seedu, but he cancels it there actually. Not sure if he intended to do that or not, but it's going to be a loss of damage there. Now Kearney pushing in, trying to dispel those stacks, but the buff is already subsiding, so Seedu doesn't really care about that anymore. Now he needs to try to dodge the Deep Breath coming in here. There it is. He's going to try to dodge the beam, but so far Nick holding on to it. Seedu's string gets forced with the blind, and he knows the beam is coming here from Nick. What is he going to do to try to keep Samayam alive? He can't really avoid it. They actually beam Nick there to shut down Nick's offense there for just a second. Nicely done there by Samayam, but still more crowd control here for Seedu, and this is really the problem here with the Evoker. He needs to try to somehow dodge these instant crowd controls and just read the game before it even happens.
If Seedu isn't deep in Nick's head, then this might be over very soon. He has the reversal available, but no trinket for another minute. So 60 seconds of stress here for Liquid. Seedu, kidney into a clone. The setup is here, but with a disarm on Trill, he cloaks it, tries to get some counter pressure up, and Seedu is finally out of that cyclone. Will be able to top up his team, get some hots out, and everyone should be fine. Nick fakes a cast, gets that precog and tries to cyclone someone, but Trill says, no, I got this cheap shot that I can interrupt you with, so he is taken out of the equation. Sam just casting some Starfires, charging up that Astral Power. He has the Celestial Alignment. Seedu gets root beamed, and this is the big go. Swap to Trill over to the cheat death, just gets annihilated through it. Ladies and gentlemen, VOIDGG has done it. Liquid is out.
Beautiful stuff here by VOIDGG. They have the damage, they have the setup, they have the patience, and I really got to commend Nick for how he plays this last minute or so. And that's one thing I noticed as well earlier when he was the rogue and they were playing into this. Nick is very patient actually. He does not mind waiting for the perfect moment to strike, and that's exactly what we see. So take a look at Seedu right now. So Nick is moving in towards him. He knows, okay, I have a Cyclone on Trill. Right now I could get root beamed. It would be very bad. So Nick, he's got the root beam. Seedu gets cycloned, and because Nick is kind of taking heavy fire right now, he's just trying to duck it out in bear form, gets the Cyclone onto Samayam, and Seedu there, he hovers because he wants to try to use that to immune the Cyclone, and he's constantly using these globals right there. Sidu, you see on the top right corner, he has obsidian scales glowing. When he activates that, he's immune to silence. So Sidu is trying to hover, he's trying to nullifying shroud, he's trying to use deep breath, he's trying to use obsidian scales, trying to do all of these things to avoid the root beam. But Nick, he's just ice cold. He's just sitting on it forever until they get this moment right here. He connects the root beam, they connect the stun onto Trill. He's got no trinket. They connect Chastise onto Samayam. There's no heals, there's no peels from that Boomkin, and they do a perfect 3-2-1 one shot.
That's how easy it is. Clip it, ship it, rewatch it, learn from it, do it in your solo shuffle games. That's how you beat basically anyone on the Boomkin. It is incredible. Well done by VOIDGG. Our predictions are down the drain, Zico. How are you feeling about that?
You know what? I couldn't be happier about it because this has been an absolutely crazy weekend. No one could have predicted what happened in EU. No one could have predicted what's happening right now in NA. And it's so nice to see so many of these other teams just kind of climb up and really perform here against a lot of these veteran teams that have been together for such a long time.
Yeah. We were talking about when will VOIDGG click, because on paper these guys are so damn good, but they have issues. They have the question of who is playing what class, who is playing which comp, and how are we all fitting this together. And it seems like finally Cup 3 of Dragonflight's last season, we're getting there slowly but surely. They're looking good, and now they are moving on in the lower bracket. I think they really want that rematch against the Move.
Yeah, I think it's pretty evident. I also think it's pretty evident that they have clicked. I mean, you did say it, Lithy. They've had quite a few seasons together, this roster, VOIDGG, under different names, and it seems like they've never quite found their stride. Obviously, they've had some pretty high placements, but right now I feel like we're seeing a different VOIDGG. You know, they've defeated Liquid, they've defeated Unitas, they've defeated so many teams that have that skill to be here, but they are still remaining, and now they're going to continue on to face off against some more pretty difficult teams, and I couldn't be more excited. The Move is their next up team that they're going to have to be facing, and Team Liquid and the Move were first and second place for every single person casting this weekend, and I'm crumbling, literally crumbling up. Oh, you can hear it. My predictions, because just like EU, Zico, the bracket has been completely just scrambled up.
Yeah, I mean, the bracket is just, I mean, this bracket needs to be flipped. If the bracket is flipped, like the bottom is at the top and the top is at the bottom, it would make a little bit more sense. But yeah, I mean, it's Le Pomp. They absolutely deserve it, right? They have played a phenomenal tournament. We've seen what these guys can do a little bit in last season, but now they are really, really starting to shine here with some of these comps that they're pulling out. Zhang is looking fantastic on the Fist Weaver, on the Shaman. He is really just coming into his own there, and just in general, the Pomp looking absolutely crazy. But this is the exact same thing that happened in EU. We have Bikini bottom Mafia, just a team that nobody expected to kind of do well, just coming in, destroying the ladder, dropping everyone down to the bottom half of the bracket. And similar to that, we got Le Pomp doing the exact same thing here, trying to grab those points. They are getting disgustingly close to that top 2, 3, 4 spot right there. So for Le Pomp, they just need to continue what they're doing, and try to go as far as possible, because there might be a new top team in town.
There certainly could be, and the bracket, the standings for NA were pretty top heavy before we headed into this weekend, and if you looked closely, you kind of mentioned already, Zico, they're just like mere points away from passing up over each other. So we'll keep everyone posted as we move along here in the bracket, and as we get potentially different placements by the end of the weekend. So that is it for that matchup. We are moving on to another elimination round. It is the Move versus VOIDGG coming up next after this break. Welcome back, everyone. We are on the second to last series of the day. Winner of this one will determine who will be moving on into the grand finals and who will finish the day with third place. Is it going to be the Move or is it going to be VOIDGG? Both have had kind of a long fought battle then down there in the lower bracket. If you had asked me this weekend where the Move would place, I feel like I would have confidently said they would make it to grand finals for sure, but VOIDGG is on fire today.
Yeah, VOIDGG looking really good. And in fact, you did predict that they would be in the finals. I think we all predicted the Move would be in second place.
But now I'm doubting
we're
myself
all wrong,
a little bit.
Liquid got eliminated, so already, we're a little bit wrong with that one. But you are right. VOIDGG, they are looking good. And I think for myself, coming into this cup, I really wondered about this team because I thought they would have a lot better of a performance in the last set of cups. But for me, they were, I don't want to say they were disappointing because I feel like that really is harsh, but I feel like they've leveled up. Like they're a lot more focused on the compositions that they need to run, and they're looking really good. So this is the kind of VOIDGG I expect. I think this is going to be a really difficult matchup for the Move.
Yeah, I think so as well. We were talking with Absturge, and it sounds like they were really confident heading into this weekend. He said, we're back. We've been grinding it. Unfortunately, it has not been enough, at least so far. Certainly not counting them out. They are completely capable of beating VOIDGG, but both of these teams want it so badly. You can see it in their gameplay, Lithy, and we're kicking it all off right here in the lower finals. Game 1, it's the Move versus VOIDGG.
Oh, they definitely want it. If I can quote Absturge here for a second, we'll do it for the fans, and rightfully so. If I'm looking at chat, there's a lot of members of the Move right here just to watch them take on VOIDGG. Let's kick it off on Nagrand. We get the Rogue, Boomkin, Holy Priest. We just saw Void beat Team Liquid with. This is a rematch of yesterday's first match between Move and Void, and back then, well, the Move showed him how it's done exactly with this comp, and RPS is back.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see what they can get done. The Move confidently pushing forward, playing a very aggressive opener here. WizKid charging into the middle of the map, getting all of his damage over time effects rolling, and they're just going after Kearney, keeping him guessing. He trinkets. Bit of a panic moment there for Kearney. Immediately going to be trading out that medallion. He no longer is going to be able to break himself free from crowd control, and I really like this. The Move playing confidently in the early game.
Looking good so far. Confidence is key. Triple CC setup here brought to you by none other than Peekaboo, and once again they're back onto Kearney. He has no trinket, he has a GS to work with and an APOD. Probably, maybe even running Divine Ascension for a little bit of peel, but generally not the best pick into casters. So overall, Nick is going to be the next target. Another silence onto Kearney, massive damage coming in, and barely gets the solar beam out for a little bit of an interrupt here on WizKid. Nick stays safe for the moment. Kearney tries to make plays, but gets shut down by Peekaboo immediately.
Yeah, Nick's still a little bit low on health. We got Cyclone on Peekaboo, Bash onto WizKid. Great control here coming in from Nick, but he's still under fire. A lot of pressure coming in early on. Kearney in the backline, though, just throwing in heals. Gets interrupted there. Nice interrupt there by Absurge, but he's met with a full blind, and now Calvish is looking to get aggressive here onto WizKid. WizKid just grips Absurge into the middle of the map, trying to reposition him, potentially break that blind from some AoE that will free him from the crowd control, but looks like they want to get crowd control onto Kearney once again, as it is going to be Nick as the main focus point in this match. Silence on Kearney. He's pushing forward. He lands the fear on Absurge. Is there anything to follow it up? A full kitty shot lands from Calvish as WizKid's in a lot of trouble. He does have the dispersion. Needs to really not greet it in this situation. He's going to play calm, though. The Earthen Wall Totem from Absurge is enough to survive, but Nick lands a nice little Cyclone on WizKid, slowing down the heals from Absurge.
WizKid taking some notes from Zhang here. Greed is good is his new mantra, it seems, and for the moment, it's definitely paying off. Nick trying to dip back behind the pillar. Kearney will want to stabilize him, but Peekaboo finds another full gouge. In the meantime, Absurge will be looking for more CC consistently. The man is pushing wherever he can, finding kicks, lassos, and especially those dangerous hexes. Kearney pushing in as well, getting interrupted by Pika for a moment. Now a full Cyclone for peels from Nick, and Kearney still looking to find Absurge. Tremor Totem probably down in this situation, anticipating the fear, but it's not quite coming in. Double Psychic Stream here from WizKid. Once again, they're onto Kearney. He trinkets into a full silence. Beautifully done by WizKid. The last second swap comes in. They stay alive.
Yeah, that was a really close call there on Kearney, and he will be using the Spirit of the Redeemer to just get those heals rolling. Divine Hymn going to be channeled out, but these swaps on Kearney are absolutely devastating. You aren't seeing Priest really punished in this way, but the full stun into the silence has been a lot. Peekaboo puts Kearney into another full kitty shot. WizKid is trying to get damage over time effects on everyone, gets a nice triple fear, and Kearney once again is all alone. Peekaboo and WizK just putting out the pain. Silence going to be landing again, but it looks like Kearney has weathered the storm as he's moving forward, trying to get some crowd control on Absterge. Manages to find a fear, a Cyclone overlap, so a little bit of a crowd control overlap there between Nick and Kearney. But can they get the dispersion of WizK? Still not netting major defensive cooldowns whatsoever. The move is looking bulletproof so far in this game.
Really, really solid play from WizKid, from Absterge, and Peekaboo always on the right buttons to shut people down. Next go on Kearney could be devastating. They got a 25-second window while his trinket is on cooldown. Silence is available as WizKid is kidneyed up in open field, and Nick finds Absterge into a Cyclone after that solar beam, and now the go on to WizKid is there, not quite able to force the dispersion yet. Absterge is out of the CC once again. There's the mind games onto Nick. Big heals coming in from Kearney though, especially with that Cyclone. He is safe, and Absterge gets caught in the crossfire, cheap shot it up, and in the meantime full hex onto Kearney once again. The move trying to make exactly those onto the enemy team, but WizK is the big target. Killing spree not quite there as it's on cooldown, but hey, let's get in there anyway. WizK taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, Nick right now trying to fake cast and interrupt. Peekaboo is not falling for it, just sitting on that kick for as long as possible. Doesn't want to allow Nick to get any free Cyclones off in the match. Lightning Lasso here. Double Fear coming in from WizK. It looks like they do want to continue this push here on a Nick. A full hex does land. Nice bash Cyclone, though. Mass Dispel. WizK just going to Mass Dispel Peekaboo out of that crowd control and allow him to continue to get aggressive. Nick might just fall. Kearney, in the meantime, is also rotting. Spirit of the Redeemer is going to be used. Divine Hymn channeled out, and that should be enough for Void to survive. But the move really mixing it up here on their targeting.
Yeah, we're 5 minutes in. Every single game between these two teams on Saturday ended at exactly 8 minutes 30 seconds. So we're in for another 3 minutes here, Ven, I'm pretty sure. But overall, on the back foot the entire time, but still alive and kicking. And until the game is over, you cannot count VOIDGG out. Absterge gets the NS in, but that even does not too much in terms of healing. He will probably need to look for a Spirit Link sometime soon, as Kearney is trying to get the Holy Fires in, gets Wind Shear. Beautiful reactions here by moves Healer, and Nick taking more and more punishment. Throws in an Innovate Mana Redemption here for Kearney, as they are winning massively on that blue bar right now.
Yep, so far, so good. Absterge falling behind on healing. He's in a stun. Can they drop him? Void Shift is going to be used, but he might just die anyways. Spirit Link gets sniped immediately by Calvish. I mean, that is just gone as fast as it is up. And Absterge is just flailing to survive. He goes for a Lightning Lasso. In the meantime, there's a little bit of pressure on the Void, but Absterge finally at a pillar, has a moment to breathe, and that will allow him to recover the team. Nick right now going for a Cyclone, but he gets stunned up by Peekaboo. Good denial. The move looking for a counter push. Beautiful static field totem. Doesn't allow Nick and Kearney to retreat to the pillar. In the meantime, though, I am a little bit afraid for Absterge. His defensive cooldowns are basically nothing. He's got nothing left in the tank. If VOIDGG can do another good setup on Absterge, he could easily fall.
He could. 2 minutes out, 1 minute 30 rather, on Celestial Alignment. That's the big window that Void will be looking for. But Kearney, 45 seconds on the trinket. He has no cooldown left in the bank. So if they can find another swap onto the VOIDGG healer like they did at the start of the game, this could also be devastating. WizK in the meantime taking a lot of punishment. 30% gets chastised up and is standing in open field. Has the power infusion running, and another Lightning Lasso from Absterge while the Tide is running onto Calvish. They're swapping onto the rogue. Good damage. Cheap shot from Pika. More dem coming in, but can they finish him? Doesn't quite look like it. Kearney up into the angel form, sings another song of life for his team, and for the moment they stay kicking and going for the move.
Yeah, here we go. Nick in some trouble, but they make a swap here on Peekaboo. Needs to be very careful. There's no cooldowns left for Peekaboo. He is going to be a main pressure point here in the game. Cheap shot comes in on Absterge. The crowd control is never ending. At the same time, though, the move wants to keep up the aggression, the counter pressure here. Gouge into Hex on a Kearney. Nick is all alone in bear form, just camping it out, doing what he can. but Calvish is just ripping into WizK, and they might be able to get the first dispersion of the match. They do, and now all of a sudden the move is not looking healthy. All 3 members out of cooldowns and potentially out of time. Cheap shot on Absurge. Is there a Cyclone to follow it up? It's a mind control. WizK just spamming out mind controls right now, doing what he can to try to slow down the enemy team, but this double root solar beam, Absurge breaks himself free, but WizK is stuck in it, and it's going to be Peekaboo, who is all alone. He's got 6 seconds left on that Cloak of Shadows. He just has to hold on a little bit longer. Absurge needs to buy him some time. Now with that available, I think Peekaboo should be okay.
Yeah, and WizK is looking for some damage onto Nick. The windshield coming in as well. Pika trying to connect some CC. The Dispel Fear on Kearney might cause him trouble, but for the moment, everything seems fine. Nice grip from WizK. Peekaboo's out of the situation, but he's going in for the Fear. Gets feared himself by Kearney. Nick trying to get the off-fields through. Kelvish cheap shot it up. Pika with the triple stun. CC set up. This might be the goal. The move needs 8 minutes 30 in. The bell is ringing. It's game over for either team here, right? And now, as Kearney gets silenced up, the move dipping around the corner once again. Nick taking so much damage right now. The lasers are in. The mind flakes are in. The Fear triple fear by WizK, and Nick is dying. Kearney somehow finds the heals, but it's not good enough. The move. Take blind pick.
Yeah, nicely done there. Such a back and forth game, though. I really like it. Obviously, that triple fear coming in from WizK kind of sealed the deal at the end of that game, but it was close call after close call. There was tons of pressure on Absurge, on Peekaboo, and by the end of that game, they were also getting cooldowns from WizK. So a little bit too close for comfort, but ultimately the move is going to win the blind pick, which is going to be really important against a team as good as Void.
It's a 1 blind pick, yes, that gives them the swing map advantage, but when we talk about these 2 teams, right, especially when we think back about the series on Saturday, they're not really swapping comps. This is going to be the same comp matchup the entire way through, so I think then we got to start talking a little bit more about the micro adjustments during the map. What do these 2 teams need to do to have a little bit of a cleaner go at the next one? And maybe even, can the map help Void in this setup?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. I feel like it seemed like, at least during the Celestial alignment, going after Absurge was really nice, but before we get into that, we could take a quick little look at the replay. It was around that 8-minute 30-second mark once again. Dampening is just so high. You're at about 45% dampening. It becomes a nightmare for these healers to deal with the amount of pressure that's incoming. Kearney goes for the voice shift on Nick, but after that, there's really nothing left. Renewal's really not going to do that much. Kearney gets silenced, and I'm pretty sure this is where WizK just charges in and gets a beautiful triple fear, which is one of the best feelings as a priest, is this latent dampening. Everyone's CC'd up. Calvish can't help. Kearney gets hexed. Nick's all alone, and the move closes in for the win at about 9 minutes. So really nicely played there. What kind of adaptations do we want to see from Kearney, Calvish, and Nick? It's a good question. I feel like it just comes down to really little things, right? Like, there was so many moments in the match where they were close to getting a kill. Like, if they're just a little bit cleaner with their crowd control, maybe getting a little bit more damage during those burst moments, like that could be enough to end it.
We're going to Enigma Crucible. I feel like we've seen that all already. Yep, that was their map pick as well against the move on Saturday. So that one went the way of VOIDGG. So what are we thinking when we look at this map then? A little bit larger, a little bit more pillars. Well, actually, it's still 4 pillars, but more pillars to maneuver around and outplay the move a little bit here.
Enigma actually is a map that I really like. It doesn't get picked that often. The interesting thing about Enigma is the pillars aren't circular. Like, they're not squares and they're not circles. Like, they actually have, like, textures to them. There's little grooves you can kind of move into the line of sight, but it is a big map. It's got a lot of open space around the pillars, and it's interesting that Void decided to go with this one. I wonder what their reasoning was. To me, Enigma is very similar to a Grand Arena in terms of size and pillar size, so maybe just wanting to go to a relatively neutral map, as small map, large map isn't really going to give them a big edge, and they just got to play it out. Just have cleaner setups, like I said.
All right, so would you agree with me saying this is continuing to be very much a skill matchup between these 2 teams? The comps are evenly matched, and whoever plays better wins?
Yeah, I think that's really fair to say. I mean, it happens a lot of the time when you have these melee caster healer setups. I mean, the move, obviously, this has been a bread and butter for them for a long time, right? Like, Absur's getting to play as Resto Shaman, Peekaboo on the Rogue, WizK on the Shadow Priest. If this is a composition that's viable even a little bit, the move's going to be the team that does play it. VOIDGG, they have a lot of different options, but to me, this is probably their best bet. Like I said, it was a really close game, number one. If things had gone just a little bit differently, you definitely get the feeling that Void could have won, but the move looking good in game number one. Let's see if they can continue that level of play. I feel like WizK definitely had some MVP moments in that last one with clutch Void shift on Absurge to keep him alive. You know, the crowd control setups, you know, coming in with the late silences on Kearney, forcing his trinket and lots of cooldowns, and inevitably that triple fear that ended the game. So I think it's going to be up to WizK once again to really step up in this one.
I'm definitely with you. The move looking as sharp as ever, and WizK, maybe that little break they got him earlier while Ceralium was in for a little bit of RMP gameplay did do him some good. But on the other hand, it also just shows you how far VOIDGG has come over the last few weeks and months, right? We had so many questions about this team. How well can they do? Do they finally click and turn from a list of star players into an actual team? Certainly looks like they are getting there step by step, doing better and better, and now, well, maybe they can even out the series against the move once again.
All right, let's see what happens. We got about 10 seconds before the gates open. What adaptations are we going to see here? We're going to see different targets in the match. Maybe they focus on going after Peekaboo more in the game. Like I said, for WizK, I don't even think he had to disperse up until about 35% dampening. So the Shadow Priests in a matchup like this are actually quite durable as a caster DPS. So we'll see what they're going to be able to get done. It looks like they open with a sap on Absturge, a stun on WizK, but Peekaboo shuts that down immediately with a kidney shot hex on Calvish.
And a big MD coming in right away, getting the root off of Pika, and he's just trying to get some things rolling here. Looking for the CC onto Nick. Kearney immediately jumping to the Spirit form for a little bit of healing. And of course a Divine Hymn healing increase on this entire team. And what I'm looking for here for the opener for the move, once again, is these swaps onto Kearney. Once again, Pika going in with a full kidney, early GS coming through here. Follow-up cheap shot, no gaps left at the moment, and another silence follows up. This time around, though, Kearney does not need to trinket, so a little bit more momentum for Void after the opener.
Ooh, Kearney moving in for a fear. It was a cheap shot into a gouge, into a fear. A beautiful setup here. Can they get the dispersion from WizK? Do they have the damage to pull it off with the pre-Earthenwall totem once again from Absurge into a fade from WizK? He's at a pillar. He's going to be completely fine with that fear onto Calvish. Now he can blast a big Void Torrent on Kearney, loading up his damage, getting VTs on everyone. And this is what the Shadow Priest excels at, getting triple pressure out on all three members. And they kind of pick their poison. Who do they want to stun up? Who does Peekaboo want to go after? Looks like it is going to be Nick as the main focus point so far in the game, but Nick is able to fake an interrupt and gets a full cyclone on Absurge. WizK once again in trouble. Peekaboo trying to get the counter pressure here with a stun on Kearney. Follows it up with a stun on Nick, but the damage just isn't there, and VOIDGG is going to be A-okay.
For the moment, everything just calms down. Well, if we trust the statistics, we got another 6.5 minutes to just watch and chill, see some amazing plays, but maybe someone dies in between, like Absturge getting cloned on half. WizK trying to make something happen here. Double cheap shot CC here from Pika. Getting Kearney and Nick another silence into a gouge. Oh, this is just nasty moments here for Void Sealer, but they're sticking through it. They're fine. Earthen Wall Totem from Absturge keeps WizK safe, and overall, not really too much happening. Not any major buttons that were pressed, and the move looking for more momentum as WizK repositions towards the middle of the map. A little bit of a go from Calvish. He gets disarmed on it. Pika with good reaction. There's the Solar Beam. Absturge still in the Cyclone. WizK taking a lot of damage. Might have to disperse here as Kearney goes into the Spirit form. Nyx gets lassoed. Actually, Calvish on the side.
Nice.
Mind controlled out, taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, Kearney went into the Spirit of the Redeemer, and WizK mind-controlled Calvish, making it difficult for him to actually heal up. Really good plays, but huge damage onto WizK. Just a gouge into a Cyclone on Absurge. That nets the dispersion here on WizK, who's going to be continuing the line of sight, but he is just getting ran over. Calvish gets clotheslined there by Peekaboo in a kidney shot into a fear, so Good slowdown there. Good defense by Peekaboo to keep his Shadow Priest alive. But WizKid is still on the back foot. A full stun on Upsurge. WizKid needs to be really careful right now. He's tanking it out in the Earthen Wall Totem. It looks like that is going to be enough as they look to get some pressure here onto Nick. Kearney in the back line right now, getting gouged up, trying to play far away from the match, but Peekaboo closing the distance, getting some crowd control. Unfortunately for him, he was met with the Cyclone, which slows down the assault of the move.
Another lasso on Calvish, good swap on the Rogue, and in comes the Root Beam from Nick to lock down WizKid into a full Cyclone, sitting just out in the open. Upsurge gets followed up, there's no dispersion. WizKid might have to burn the Void Shift here. This is getting down to the wire. Upsurge really needs to get those heals in, gets feared off by Kearney as well. WizKid really struggling here for a moment, but big heals from Upsurge coming through. Good static field totem. They make some space. They make some moves here to find Calvish and Nick. Void Torrent coming through. WizKid not getting interrupted on it. He will be looking for a lot more damage coming out of this. Full blind onto Kearney. Peekaboo swapping over. Nick under fire. Barkskin 3 seconds out. Will need that defensives to stay alive throughout the next go. And WizKid gets the MD onto the Cyclone on Pika. Upsurge full fear. WizKid still struggling. Dispersion is now ready again.
Yeah, looking good defensively, but Upsurge has no trinket. WizKid's going to have to be a little bit careful. Right now, you can see Nick going into the double fear. Big trouble here. The move once again setting up. WizKid doing a great job getting into the double fear. Silence onto Kearney, and Nick taking quite a bit of damage. Peekaboo rolls over, but immediate Spirit of the Redeemer there by Kearney, muting that crowd control, not allowing the move to get the setup. This is a power infusion, so a huge damage potential available for the move, but that gets entirely denied. Now Kearney will get out of that angel form and met with a stun lock with a full lightning lasso on Calvish. So once again, the move, they're looking good. They have pressure on all 3 members of Void as they're looking to make this 2-0 in this elimination series. Can they do it? WizKid under fire, though. Has to go into the dispersion. He's on the run. The crowd control is never ending on Upsurge. He's having a really difficult time actually topping off WizKid at 23% dampening. Now behind the pillar, they might be able to do it, but Calvish is just all over him. Another double fear silence comes in from WizKid as he's looking to turn the tide.
Pika grapples over, finds a full gouge, and WizKid still struggling. Locked out here with the solar beam. Upsurge still trying to pump him up. Another full kidney from Calvish is putting him under pressure. They're really trying to send the damage in the direction of Move's healer right now, and it seems to be working. They're losing mana, they're losing momentum more and more, not quite finding the goals they were in game 1 here, but Calvish taking a lot of damage. Another beautiful double fear nets them. The cloak silence follow-up here onto Kearney. He is struggling as Nick takes more damage but gets healed up ultimately. Nice Apoth coming in for a little bit of extra healing. 3 Holy Words and WizKid struggling. Void Shift, we'll probably see it here in just a second. There's the Chastise stun. Upsurge already maneuvering into range for the Spirit Link, but everything holding on just fine for another moment. Oh, Root Beam onto 2 people. Could be massive. Where's the damage from Nick? WizKid taking so much punishment. No dispersion. There's the Void Shift. Last second, Peekaboo is now low and Upsurge needs to do something. Gets kidneyed up, cheap shotted out of that. The Gouge, the Chastise, everyone is rotting away. The Spirit Link does a little bit, but it's looking so desperate here for the move, Ven.
Yeah, Healing Tide totem available for Upsurge. He runs behind the pillars. Is he going to drop it? Use the Healing Tide. He does. He gets blinded on it, and Calvish is there to just kill it off immediately. It looks like it will break on Upsurge. That blind broke. I'm not exactly sure what, but that's going to free him. He gets the Ascendance proc here, looking really good. I think the move's going to be able to recover, but that was a great push. The kidney shot does come in, though. Calvish is all over him, just continuing this pain train onto Upsurge. In the meantime, though, WizKid and Peekaboo are getting some damage rolling on Calvish. Calvish gets disarmed. Great defense there by Peekaboo, but unfortunately for him, he's now put into a Cyclone on his Adrenaline Rush. He's going to be missing out on a lot of incoming damage. Really back and forth between these 2 teams. The last one ended at 9 minutes. We're at about 7 minutes and 15 seconds. Are we going to get an early win for one of these teams, or are they going to continue to pull off these miracles?
It's looking dire. 7 minutes 30. We've got a minute left before the anointed end of game time for these 2 teams. And Nick is taking a lot of punishment. There's the Bark Skin. The renewal is still available. He should be fine as Kearney pops the GS on him. WizKid now under pressure. Calvish on him. And Upsurge once again might be looking for the cross. You see, mana-wise, both healers are roughly even. Upsurge finds another Lightning Lasso to lock out Calvish as he's really desperately trying to stay on target. Gets disarmed on the go attempt here by Peekaboo. Good reactions. Full kidney onto Nick. Kearney is around the corner. corner, gets silenced up. WizKay trying to make something happen. Nick onto half HP, gets cheap-shotted once again, but WizKay also stunned up on his attempt to do some damage. Celestial Alignment, here we go. This is the big move VOIDGG is trying to make. Then, can they do anything?
We'll have to wait and see. Kearney's got a lot of work ahead of him. At the same time, WizKay has just been forced so defensive in the match. He's just playing this pillar so tightly, not allowing Nick to really connect too much damage. Absurge knocking away Calvish, but he shadow steps back immediately. Big killing spree onto WizKay. Are they going to have to trade to the dispersion? Absurge trying to allow him to hold on to that cooldown. In the meantime, big shadow crash from WizKay into a Void Torrent. Immediate solar beam, though, by Nick shuts that down, and WizKay is once again on the run. Calvish is just completely unrelenting him. He's stuck all over WizKay here, just not allowing him to fully recover. The Vampiric Embrace does come in. Absurge is behind on mana, but his team is topped off 45% dampening. These teams are really going to start struggling, but Absurge loads up the chamber. He has a ton of damage available right now. Big lightning bolts. Who are they going to go after? It looks like they want to go after Nick. One lightning bolt lands. Two lightning bolts land. Absurge going for a potential win, but he gets shut down by a cheap shot. Calvish wants to end this game. A full blind comes out. Absurge Shrink gets into a full gouge. Calvish doing what he can to win the game, to tie up the series. But WizKay has a dispersion. He is being very greedy right now with this Earthen Wall totem. I can't believe it, but eventually that dispersion will be traded out. Luckily for Absurge, though, the Spirit Link totem is now available. They have one last lifeline.
Yeah, but everyone on Void is dropping lower and lower. 70% is the maximum we have. Currently looking for some dispels. WizKay trying to dip out. 25 seconds. That's the timer on Celestial Alignment. That's when the game is going to end for the move. Kearney is pushing in. Half HP and no mana left almost as he gets silenced up. The speaker finds the full kidney. Gets bashed up by Nick. WizKay is looking for the fear. Triple fear once again. Absurge looking for the axe. He finds Calvish. The root is in as well. So much pressure right now in CC from the move, but no damage to follow it up. Nick down to half. There it is, the inline. He kicks the Cyclone. Pika really making it happen for his team once again, but Absurge is in dire need of some heals onto WizKay. The Link is back up and saves his priest for just a second. It's still dire. Symbol of Hope gets kicked finally. The cooldown reduction gets stopped. Celestial Alignment is go. Nick is looking for damage, but he's so low. Kearney has almost no mana left. And Apoth popped in. Pika on 20%. Absurge is trying to do anything. Tide is ready. Big NS coming through, but it doesn't do too much on 55% dampening. The move really kicking into overdrive. They need to make something happen right now, otherwise this game is going to go down the drain. WizKay gets killing spree. Calvish looking to finish it out. Nick on 5%. Divine Hymn coming in late, but there is Absurge. He loads the chamber and sends it.
Yeah, a little bit of a snipe there by Absurge. I mean, there's nothing he could really do. He's got no heals left, so might as well throw in some damage during such a tense moment. The move, they go up 2-0, but the end of that game, everyone is 30% health. Like, dampening is high, everyone's 30% health. You really get the feeling that this game could have gone either way, but the move, when it matters most, they pull it out, clutch it out once again. WizKay setting up his team with a beautiful triple fear, and they're able to just continue a little bit of momentum after that point. And then in his moment of desperation, Absurge is able to close it out with a beautiful lightning bolt.
Man, I am so happy I get to cast NA. This is so much fun. I love this. But VOIDGG and looking...
NA fan?
I mean... you're supposed to be not biased as a caster, right? I think I remember something along the lines where... I think I might need to hide my move shirt. Otherwise, speaking of Void, I mean, we gotta put some respect on the name for this game, right? An incredible performance. So many opportunities where they could have finished it out and barely just didn't get it. Some clutch links, some clutch dispersions. And in the end, even this moment, if it wasn't for Absurge coming in with the lightning bolts, I think Nick would have lived.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, I think Absurge basically put on a little bit of a highlight montage there. So in his moment of desperation, those final moments, he drops the Healing Tide totem, okay? And then he protects his Healing Tide totem with a static field totem, so Calvish can't kill it. And then he hexes Calvish, which allows him to get full feared by WizKay after the hex. And then during that moment, he loads up the Stormkeeper, and it's his two lightning bolts that ultimately close it out. So I think Absurge had a phenomenal performance there at the end. But, I mean, the games only go this long because everyone is playing insane.
Look at it. The last two instances of damage are lightning bolts, 165k and another 57.2 actually. Never do math on stream, by the way. I shouldn't be doing this. Beautiful. Just beautiful gameplay here from both teams. The move up 2-0. We're going to Empyrean Domain and they're running it back. RPS. I don't think we'll see any changes here, Ven. Both teams, they just want to beat each other.
Yeah, I mean, that's for sure. Both teams definitely want to beat each other. Void, they're down. I feel like the score isn't really like representative of how close these games have been, right? Like,
oh yeah,
that was some desperation moves coming in from the move, but they're just that team. They're the team that does it. They're the ones that backs against the wall, even during like those dire moments. They don't give up. You know, they use the power of teamwork and friendship to pull through, and yeah, it's a beautiful thing to see. We'll have to see. VOIDGG, they just need a little bit more. They just need a little bit extra to be able to close out these games. Are they going to be able to find it in this third one?
So, if we look back at the start of Enigma, right, it seems like Void at least makes the right adaptations. They prevented more goes onto Kearney in the early. They bled less CDs in the early game, right? So overall, it started looking better and better until we hit this late game mark where the move just pulls ahead. And I'm quite honestly willing to put that just on the sheer mass of experience the move has, right? I think the move as a team has played somewhere north of 400 games in the AWC just over the last few years. And that's a yeah, I mean, we have a bunch of AWC, but we don't have that much AWC, right?
You think it would be more? Yeah, I feel like these guys have so many games played together, but yeah, in the AWC, yeah, that's broadcast only, so not like the off-broadcast games. That's a lot of games still. That basically means they're always on broadcast. They're always playing. I mean, they're just one of the most consistent teams in the entire game. And somehow they just always make this composition work. I don't understand it. No one is playing Shadow Priest. Nobody. Like Shadow Priest right now is rarer than like Feral Druids. They're rarer than Hunters. Like you aren't seeing Shadow Priest being played at all, except the move, and they're winning with it. You know, this is looking good. They could make it into the grand finals here and get the rematch that they so desperately want. So we'll see if they can do it here. Empyrean Domain could potentially be the last game of this series. The move going to be able to 3-0 Void, who has been looking so good.
3-0, a spot in the Grand Finals, championship points first and foremost, and maybe even an opportunity for the move to take over the standings in North America as Team Liquid was just eliminated by Void. Well, here we go, Ven. I hope you have your sunglasses ready because VOIDGG is running it down the pitch.
Yeah, he's just running straight in. The classic VOIDGG maneuver, running on top of the enemy of the team, getting the double fears, and they look like they want to open on Kearney right away. Kearney has to respect the damage. Big mind games, Torrent. And it looks like Nick will shut it down, saving the day. Those solar beams have been so consistent on VOIDGG. Nick just going to be using that as an interrupt. Root Solar Beam really not going to be effective here, but Absurd is actually forced to trade out his Trinket. I can't believe it. He's already used his Nature Swiftness. He's used his Trinket. Many cooldowns committed early here by this Restoration Shaman.
Yeah, but once you get those cooldowns rotated, that's how WoW Arena goes, right? You trade cooldowns. The enemy pops a big offensive, you pop a big defensive, and it's a game of rock, paper, scissors until someone makes a mistake, or you run out of resources, or your healer just can't heal anymore because of mana, or a lack of health.
He's dead.
Hey, that's what you get for trying to tell stories, for trying to bring in some fun analogies. In the meantime, Peekaboo just executes some poor priest around the back alley. It's insane. Well done by the move. Welcome to the Grand Finals.
Yeah, the move coming and swinging in that final game. A beautiful setup there onto Kearney will inevitably get them the win. I mean, 3-0. This was the cleanest, most convincing win. It's just those consistent setups onto the priest that end up closing it out. We are going to be seeing it in the replay once again, exactly how that did happen. But the stun locks into the silence. It's just such a deadly combo.
Yeah, I think they led Void down a little bit of a deceptive path, right? A super long game 1, a super long game 2, where they then changed up the strat and didn't really touch Kearney too much at all. In game 3, they just send it. They absolutely send it. Look at it. Full kidney Kearney not trinketing. He doesn't even have GS anymore because he already used that 30 seconds ago. And then he trinkets at 5%, gets silenced on the trinket immediately. VOIDGG just with perfect timing, maybe a little bit of luck in this situation, but Kearney just completely underestimating the damage there, I think.
Yeah, it's hard to say. That was either the best timing ever by VOIDGG or Kearney just kind of made a little bit of a mistake. I think he trinketed out way too late. Like he trinketed like the look at this. He trinkets out at like the last 0.2 seconds of kidney shot, which is obviously a big mistake. It's like you kind of have to be a little bit more committed there. Like just trinket early on, get the Serenity out, something. But yeah, just trinketing the last 0.2 seconds when VOIDGG has silence. I think that might have been just like a little bit of a mistake, a little bit of a misplay. But either way, the move very, very punishing here in this final game to get out the damage. All three members hitting to get the Void Torrent. You get Absurge with the Lava Burst. And it's just a clean kidney shot into a silence that is enables them to get a kill just at 1 minute into the game.
Like, look at this. He trinkets and then immediately gets silenced. That's gotta be pure luck from VOIDGG's side. Just wanting to chain the silence at the end of the kidney, and Kearney is unlucky enough to trinket in that exact moment and unable to void shift in the fraction of a second that he was out of CC. Just a beautiful, beautiful move from the move, and hey, if you can pull off plays like this, you deserve a spot in the grand final, you deserve that rematch against POMP and that opportunity to take over the NA standings.
Yeah, definitely. VOIDGG even faked out an interrupt there on that Void Torrent, so doing a really good job. The move obviously looking very focused, and I had an opportunity to talk to Absurge a little bit. He wants the rematch. He's not happy that Zhang Bahai was able to live at 1% health. Yeah, he's not happy about that. They definitely want the rematch and to prove that they can take that team. So they earned it here, going 3-0 against VOIDGG, and they made it to the finals.
Yeah, definitely an extremely determined team to get that rematch. And now I just feel like they're going to have even more ammo as they move into this next series here. The move versus VOIDGG. What an incredible way to end it, and this team is certainly just proving why they deserve to be here again and again and again. So VOIDGG, I feel like I'm a little bit sad that they lost 0-3 Lithy. I wasn't expecting it to end that way.
Hey, you heard me that map, right? I was ready for this to go another 10 minutes. I in no way expected this to end after 60 seconds in a single kidney. So yeah, I feel a little bit sad for Void. They're looking incredible. I think, for me personally at least, a lot of the questions we had for this team have been answered this weekend. They're looking strong, they're looking clean, and they finally look like a proper team. So the weekend 2, Cup 4 of the last Dragonflight season next weekend, I think, is where these guys really are going to start to shine. Maybe they're able to lock in top 3 and the instant qualification. Maybe not, but I'm sure they are one of the hottest contenders for it.
Yeah, certainly. And they've got more chances to come back for Cup number 4. So that is it for VOIDGG for now. But I know that we have not seen the end of them, because that was an incredible way to finish it. And they certainly should be proud of their performance. But the move versus POMP for the Grand Finals now, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, it was an incredibly close series last time. Like I said, I mean, Zhang Bahai, he held on by a thread. 5% health multiple times, and that was just the end of the game. Before that, lots of close calls as well. So I think this could be one of those series that does go the distance. It's going to be best of 7, so I think we're in for a real treat between these two teams, and I'm not sure who's going to win. I'm really not, because so far both teams are looking incredible.
Yeah, they really are. And, you know, we've really touched on it so much today, but none of us expected the move to get first place. At least we all predicted that they would get second, but they have a chance to prove us wrong, and so does POMP. They weren't even a contender in any of our predictions, and they're here holding strong, coming in from the upper bracket. Excuse me. So before we head to a break to get to that grand finals, I know you're excited. We are gonna do a movement map guessing game one more time to finish it off for the day. So let us know in chat who you are excited, or what map you think. I'm getting my lines messed up here. I'm just thinking about the grand finals, excuse me. But which map you think that this is? Let us know.
All right. Got a lot of action here in the middle so far. Oh,
Hook point.
it's hard to say. You're going to hook point just that fast, huh?
I'll go with it.
All right. I think it's a decent option. Honestly, it was kind of shaping up that way for me, but I think I'm going to go with... I think this is a Tolveron. Thinking Tolveron right now.
Tolveron, okay. Lithy, being awfully quiet.
I would usually say Tolveron, but this is always the shape that gets me completely baited out. So I'm gonna say Maldraxxus.
Yeah.
All right.
There's a lot of action in the middle, and I feel like that happens the most often on Maldraxxus and Tolveron, where like no one's really taking a pillar.
It's also just the two pillars, right? Tolveron I think is a little bit more angled, like a little bit more of a 45-degree angle, while Maldraxxus has this very, like, I don't know, 30, whatever. No math on stream. I'm not doing this. So yeah, I've gotten baited one too many times by Maldraxxus, so I'm sticking to that one.
Could be hook point, honestly. I think it might just be a hook point angle. It's hard to say.
It might be.
Interesting choice.
Choices
Like
are
Hook point is missing the
binoculars,
corridor.
like a mask.
We need the third pillar to form, please.
Oh!
Maldraxxus, there it
Let's
is.
go.
Ah!
Uh,
I saw that coming.
you can tell a little bit the arena size by how small the dots are. Like the smaller they are, the larger the map is going to be.
I don't
so-
know. Sometimes production has messed with us. They've like zoomed it out a little bit or something. I don't trust them anymore.
Production would never troll us, Aya.
You're right. I'm sorry.
They're too nice.
They're
for
just keeping it
that.
interesting. They have to.
Mm,
You know? Oh, yeah, see, they
still-
can do whatever they want. They have powers beyond our
gaslight me.
imagination.
Don't gaslight me. I'm the host. I'll never throw to you again. All right. Anyways. We're
Damn
gonna
it!
be
All
heading-
right, I'm done for the day then.
Yep, that's it. I called it. Yeah, sorry. Just Ben, you're gonna have to solo cast from here on out. Sorry.
All right.
Okay. We're gonna head to a break. And when we come back, it is the North American Grand Finals for Cup number 3 here in the final season of Dragonflight. We'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back, everyone. We're here in the North American Grand Finals for Cup number 3. The Move battling it out from the lower bracket, and POMP, sort of an underdog coming here into the Grand Finals, Super T's, but I don't know if they're the underdog anymore. I feel like they've definitely got a strong chance here.
Yep. I mean, nobody predicted Bikini Bottom Mafia in Europe to get to the finals. Nobody predicted POMP to get to the finals. I'm not even sure if they did. I think I saw a Dippy tweet after their series against Cedu that he could feel his heart pounding his chest in the final games when he's like down to the wire and able to beat Cedu. And then game 5 now bringing in KZ Fox and being able to beat the Move. And now they've got a rematch against the Move. And this series was so close. It's a best of 7 now between these teams. And Absterge looks more than fired up coming from that lower bracket series against VOIDGG. It is not an easy feat to do what they did against them. He is looking ready and raring to go on the Shaman. North America is usually always about the Resto Shamans. I think it's going to be a nice treat to like cap this off with Zhang coming into the mix. Usually, it's Cedu and Absterge vying for supremacy of the Shamans, and now we've got a third one coming in here to steal the crown.
Yeah, who will reign supreme here? That is definitely a big question. Bit of an overview. POMP. If you don't know these guys, you better remember their names. KZ, Fox, Dippy, Existence, and Zhang. These guys are already legends, and this is really the first time we've seen them shine the way that they have been this weekend, and they're for sure here to prove themselves. They had a pretty long series against the Move earlier today, went all the way to a game 5. It was incredibly close, and the Move are back here for a vengeance. Obviously, we all know the Move. They've been around for so long, getting that Cerulean pickup recently, though, and according to Absterge, they've really found their stride, and they are back for another season, just even better than the last, according to them. So this is going to be an incredible series. Definitely want to buckle up, Ven, because I have a feeling this is going to go all the way to a game 7.
I think you might be right. I think it all kind of just depends on what happens here in the blind pick. What compositions are both of these teams going to be locking in? I feel like it'll likely just be a rematch of what we saw in the final game between these two teams, where it's going to be the Resto Shaman, Demon Hunter, Rep Paladin, and then the Move is just going to be locking in the RPS. Like, that would be my best guess. It seems like those are kind of the safe picks for both teams, where no one's really getting countered. They're pretty consistent comps. But it is really cool to see POMP lock in, the Rep Paladin, which hasn't had the most success so far in the season, and do really well with it.
Okay, well, I think we're going to get started here. We're going to see what they do end up locking in for a blind. We'll see if Ven is spot on with that prediction. But like we've mentioned, this is a best of 7, so a lot of chances right now between these two teams. We've already seen 5 games played between these two already today. Who's going to come out on top for the second go around? Is it going to be POMP or the Move? Here we go, game number 1.
Okay, we're getting mains locked in here for game number 1. Moonkin, Demon Hunter, Resto Shaman. This is the comp that POMP utilized to be able to beat Liquid, to which everybody was expecting to see in the Grand Finals and take the whole thing, and they're not even here. And the Move starting off, they're not pulling any punches. Resto Shaman, Outlaw Rogue, Shadow Priest. This is going to be an epic series, best of 7 for North America. POMP are vying to try and conquer the Move, take their position in the top 3, and secure themselves in the Dragonflight Season 4 finale. Let's see if they can do it.
Yeah, let's see what they're going to be able to do. WizK moves to the middle of the map, gets interrupted here, as he's just trying to get his damage rolling. So trying to load everyone up with damage over time effects. Jing Bahai is there with the Lightning Lasso, and Dippy's just going to be sitting in stealth, realizing he's going to be the main target more than likely. So he sits in stealth and wants to deny Peekaboo's opener. Goes for the disorienting roar into potential cyclone. Gets a solar beam on WizK. Good initial denial there by Dippy. But there's really not that much damage rolling just yet. Peekaboo's going to get disarmed. That gets dispelled off by Absterge. And the Move is looking to make an aggressive push here, but so far they've been shut down.
Oh, big damage coming out from Dippy right now onto WizK. He's got Vampiric Embrace, and they have Healing Tide Totem, so a lot of healing to stagger that damage. Good response from the Move. Now we see a kidney shot on Zhang, a fear on Dippy. Where are they going to go with this? Existence imprisons Peekaboo, and he's been utilizing that imprison defensively in a lot of these series against the Rogue and denying these kill windows. So I really like that usage. He waits till the healer Zhang is CC'd, and then right at the end of it, he'll imprison Peekaboo to deny the chain. So it might be a kidney shot into a gouge. He imprisons the Rogue, stops the gouge, and breaks the whole chain and stops the Move's push every time. You see a blind, he's pre-darknessing this, anticipating the stun lock, and he is playing from EU. He's got 200 MS, so he's got to make these kind of guesses on when they're going to do this at a pretty high latency disadvantage. You can see WIZGG getting crushed at the moment. This is a lot of damage that Absurge needs to deal with. Double stun lock from Zhang and Existence, and Absurge can't get there to win shear it. I love Zhang's positioning there on the pillar with that lightning lasso. Peekaboo steps to a totem to get in range of Zhang to go for a kidney shot, but then Zhang just launches him over into the corner with a thunderstorm. They are swapping to the Resto Shaman. An interesting swap. Defensive Solar Beam on WIZGG. Zhang survives the stun lock. Peekaboo still mixing it up, and that you really need to do this against a durable comp like the Pomp is just bounce around onto different targets and try and catch somebody off guard.
Yeah, definitely. So far, so good. Zhang Bahai is going to be throwing in some big heals. Everyone gets topped off, and it looks like Peekaboo is going to be the main focus point so far. Existence moving over, trying to get some rot damage here onto WIZGG and to Absurge. Silence now onto Zhang Bahai. They're making a swap on the Shaman. Could easily fall, but out of line of sight, looking like he's going to be okay. WIZGG goes for a fear. That gets dispelled, and the Zhang Bahai does keep his team in the fight. And look at this damage here on WIZGG and Peekaboo. This could be the evasion, and it will be. Peekaboo trades out the evasion, just buying Absurge a little bit of time. Does not want to have to trade out the Spirit Link Totem just yet. He needs to catch up on healing, but it is so difficult. Look at the damage Existence is doing. 50% more damage than anyone else in the game at this point. There's just a big push here onto WIZGG, leaving the move in a little bit of shambles.
Oh, Orbital Strike, Solar Beam on Absurge, but a double fear from WIZGG. These double fear swaps to the Shaman have been so good from the move. They're close to a kill. Zhang trinketed here on the setup. He gets an Ascendance proc, it looks like, off the back of that Riptide with a disarm onto Peekaboo into a clone. He should be able to recover, although he might be worried about a trinket kick. He's choosing not to cast at the pillar. Likely just going to be dropping down some totems in the near future. Gouge comes through, no trinket. Kidney shot on Dippy, big swap on Dippy. Into a blind with no trinket. Cheap shot onto the Demon Hunter, into a Hex. Triple CC from the move in game number 1, but Dippy denies the kill with Renewal. No, they've got more. A double fear. That forces Dippy's hand. He has to use Heart of the Wild as well. That is a 6-minute cooldown. He is unlikely to see another one in that match. CC change for the movement. They're looking more and more lethal. They're in a situation where they have a win condition. Shaman, no trinket. Boomkin, no trinket, and no darkness. As long as they can get in position in a fully channeled Void Torrent, I think they're going to be able to drop the target.
Yeah, kitty shot onto Dippy right now. Peekaboo trying to make some plays, but he's gotten to a stun. Good denial. Both these Shamans are burning through some cooldowns. Absurge way behind on mana, but it might not matter. Beautiful Fear coming in once again as they're looking to set up the Shaman. WIZGG just loading up with the dots into a full silence. Is there a stun to follow it up? Lightning Lasso from Absurge trying to set up his team, but Existence with great peels and prison on Peekaboo. WIZGG gets put into a Cyclone. I think Zhang Bahai should be able to survive, but Peekaboo is just unrelenting in this push. He's going to be staying on top of him. He does unfortunately get rooted, but Zhang Bahai comes in with a huge heal. That Ascendance proc is going to keep him and his team alive as we move towards 20% dampening.
All right. They're just full turtle all day from the La Pompe. Big swap on Peekaboo. WIZGG sees it and saves him by gripping him in the middle of the map so he can step over for a kidney shot on the Boomkin. Absurge gets out of the crowd control. He's got to get some big Riptides here. Static Field down, pulling him off of Peekaboo for a moment. But now they pulled him on top of WIZGG, so I'm not sure how happy WIZGG is about that Static Field totem. Demon Hunter is just chopping away at him at half health. Dippy's jumping over. Back to Zhang. Peekaboo is moving in. Pre-Earthen Wall totem from Zhang. He's dispelling dots with the Earthen Wall. Here comes the Incarnation, but a double fear. Existence immunes the fear with Metamorphosis. Insane play from Existence here. And he is just unloading a massive amount of damage onto WIZGG. Absurge drops down his Healing Tide totem. Earthen Wall as well. Big damage over onto Dippy here in game number 1. Zhang gets the Nature Swiftness. Dippy starts to recover, but they got Zhang's Trinket. So he's not going to be able to use Trinket and Spirit Link, and they're on top of them. Which means WIZGG is going to get more and more triple fears if they're not able to spread out.
Yeah, Existence looking like Illidan himself so far in this game, getting out a lot of damage, but needs to play a little bit of defense here. Gets the Chaos Nova on the Peekaboo. Absurge trying to get there for Dispel, but it's just too little too late. Zhang Bahai follows it up with a Lightning Lasso. Double Fear coming in from WIZGG, but that's going to break. Beautiful Static Field Totem by Absurge, bringing all 3 members together, but WIZGG's in trouble. He gets interrupted on Shadow and forced into the Dispersion. Really close call there onto the Shadow Priest, and this full Cyclone by Dippy could spell trouble. Existence moving forward, gets some big damage here onto WIZGG, continuing this push. He is just ripping into this poor Shadow Priest. Zhang Bahai going for a silence, trying to free his Demon Hunter from crowd control so he can continue this push onto Peekaboo and WIZGG.
Dippy's going to use the bar scan. Is he running D-Curse? Zhang's in a full hex right now, and he's actually knocked behind the pillar. He can't even if he wanted to. They use the Misery Sigil on Peekaboo for a fear. Peekaboo fakes the kick, gets a clone. Peekaboo can't recover. Absterge is almost out of mana. WIZGG is getting crushed. He's going to have to Void Shift over to Absterge, who now needs to pick himself up. And they're both just dead, even after the Void Shift. Desperate Prayer available. Ancestral Guidance. Big heal comes out from Absterge right there in the nick of time. The Kidney Shot Existence for appeal. And now Peekaboo's disarmed. I think Absterge wants to try and sneak away and get a drink. Maybe he's hiding his Mana Tide Totem back there because his mana is not good enough to keep this game going much longer. Zhang gets another Lightning Lasso onto Peekaboo. Running the evasion for a moment. They swap back to WIZGG. Static Field is down. And it looks like Absterge has a Healing Tide Totem in the middle there, getting huge value to recover the team at the moment. Nice double fear. Dippy's in bear form, though. They're forced to go on Existence, I think, here. Mind Games comes through. They need more CC. They have the Silence. Zhang triggers the Silence. Existence is still critically low. Nature's Swiftness comes out. Stabilize that for a moment, but here comes the double cooldowns from Dippy and Existence. Their damage is absolutely going to be maxed out in the next couple of seconds. So what is Peekaboo going to do in order to peel for WIZGG right now? He's just attacking away at Dippy, but there's no stuns coming through. They must be on DR at the moment. They really need some stuns. This is going to be unhealable damage in a moment. I mean, look at Absterge's mana, basically costing the entire remainder, but a triple fear comes through. They kill the Tremor Totem. They set themselves up. Stormkeeper is loaded. Hex has been secured. Cheap Shot for follow-up and good measure. And Existence is about to be deleted. As we see a silence through Zhang. But even with that amazing crowd control, he actually survives. Now the hunt comes through, and it looks like LePomp are in the counter-aggressive as WIZGG is forced into the disperse.
Yeah, Existence has 20 seconds left on his trinket. He could pre-darkness as well, and WIZGG really has no cooldowns left. There is a Spirit Link Totem available for Absterge, but he cannot mess around. The damage coming in from Existence and Dippy is just so high so far in this match. Interrupt on WIZGG, now into a full Cyclone. Dippy looking to get control of the match. The Gouge here into a Kidney Shot on Existence. Full Hex on Zhang Bahai, and Existence is all alone, but with Trinket, Darkness, and Nether, I feel like it would be a total throw for him to go down at this point, and WIZGG is just in so much trouble. Absterge is forced to use the Spirit Link Totem. That gets sniped off, and I don't know how the move is going to recover. LePomp is looking good for a game-numb win. Pika is going to have to pull out a miracle in order to win this game. He gets to gouge on Zhang Bahai. Dippy could be in a little bit of trouble, but WIZGG is on the run. Double Fear comes in as he continues the chain, and they're looking to close this one out, but I just don't know if they're going to be able to do it. Dippy trades out the Bark Skin and continues the push, and WIZGG is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, they're running him down, but Absterge is drinking. Did he get any mana? It doesn't look like it at the moment. Existence is jumping over. Sigil of Fire to keep him in combat. Reconnecting onto WIZGG. Vampiric embraces up, but that might not be enough. They drop down a Grounding Totem in desperation to try and soak some damage. Absterge is looking for a Hex, but the Hunt is going to connect. They static field him away with the Hex into the corner. WIZGG is trying to sneak away, but they are just backed into a literal corner. Just in-game, actually, in terms of positioning. They stun Existence. They're desperate to try and stay alive. They really don't want to lose this game one, but here comes Incarnation. They may not be able to do anything about it. Peekaboo's imprisoned. He has no trinket. Even despite the double fear, Existence is all over WIZGG. A double stun comes through, and a stun onto Absterge. Existence is crowd controlling the whole team. Pops that Metamorphosis. Big swap back onto Peekaboo, forcing his Cloak of Shadows. There's no Disperse. There's no Cloak. Absterge just spent all the rest of his cooldowns, all the rest of his mana. They need an absolute one-tap miracle right now, and I don't think it's coming as WIZGG. Oh my god, he's alive for one more second! Existence is cheap shot on his trinket. They silence the healer. They hex the Demon Hunter. They're doing whatever they can to stay alive with absolutely nothing left. Blade Dance hits the whole team, and Absterge is riptiding after riptide, but it is not enough despite all of their desperation. The move will fall in game one.
Unbelievable. I mean, LePomp, they looked really good. You got to give a big round of applause, though, for the move to survive the way they did. The last minute on that game, they're putting on a clinic and, you know, surviving with no defensives left. Beautiful peels coming in from Absterge, doing what he can, but eventually just getting completely overwhelmed. And LePomp, they are definitely pumping in these games. Existence is destroying on that Demon Hunter. Dippy as well. Anytime you have Metamorphosis, plus the Incarnation from the Resto Druid, and a really good Resto Shaman to back you up like Zhang Bahai, it becomes really difficult for the move. And I kind of wonder why they didn't play this comp earlier on. Like, why did they play this in the upper bracket? Because this looked really good.
It must be RMP. I think it's got to be RMP. Actually, I think they lost to RMP with this comp in game one. And it was really, it was over really fast. It was like two or three setups, and the game was over. They lost. And that's the problem. Because it's Demon Hunter Boomkin, Shaman against RMP. You only have two outs. Demon Hunter Trinkets, Shaman Trinkets, and then you're dead. If that happens. It's even from my own experience on the ladder, it's been like that for like a few seasons against RMP.
I think this is a blind pick victory, huh?
Yeah, they blind picked this because they probably bet like the Move are probably feeling confident, right? Because they just won with this. And because their last game was so close and they're expecting the Ret Warrior, this was like a mind game from LePomp. They're just thinking like, the Move they're warmed up way too much. They're expecting our Ret again, so we're not going to give that. So I think they actually just won the mind game in terms of game 1.
I mean, look at Absurd. You gotta just feel for him in those last moments. You know, everyone's 20% health. He has to decide who he's gonna save with, you know, the one Riptide that he has available, and after that, there's just no gas left in the tank. Ultimately, the Pomp will win this first game. That blind pick's gonna be massive. Is it really like? I don't know. I get the feeling that Demon Hunter Moonkin can win against RMP. You really think it's that one side of a matchup?
I mean, we're going to see it. The Move have set themselves up for it, but I think that it is really hard. Because, especially with the Holy Priest, you just have 3 instant CCs. So you can take all 3 players out guaranteed without any prevention. You polymorph the Demon Hunter. If he gets dispelled, you polymorph him again. Chastise one target, kidney shot the other target, then one-tap somebody with Frostbomb because nobody can dispel it. And it's really tough to actually stick to the mage. And while you're trying to stick to him, you're getting pulled into a bad spot and you're getting sheep. It's specifically with that strat where the mage pulls the Demon Hunter into a corner while they're chasing him and sheeps him 3 times. That just makes it really hard.
Well, we're going to see it. This is one of the fastest drafts I've ever seen. Like, we didn't even get to see the draft. It just loaded to the screen. It was already done. So both LePomp and the Move know exactly what they want to do in this game number 2. And we might be going to distance. It could be, you know, a game number 7 here between these 2 teams. Both these teams are just so well prepared with the, you know, plethora of compositions available to them that it's just going to be both teams trying to counter on their map picks. And that means it's going to come down to which one of these teams. I mean, luckily for LePomp, if it goes back and forth, they're going to end up winning. The question is, can the Move win a swing match, right? That is going to be the big question of the series. They need to win when they're disadvantaged with a comp as well as a map. That's going to be the most important thing if they want to win this tournament.
I'm thinking if I'm LePomp that I actually think you just go all in. You just go after the Holy Priest. Try and one-shot him in the opener because you're going to live when you have your trinkets, and then as soon as you burn through them, you're not going to win anymore. So take the advantage while you have an option to have a save. Go on that target because chasing the mage is going to be really rough. Attacking an Outlaw Rogue doesn't seem too great. And then whereas the Holy Priest, if you get him in a stun beam and he's slow to respond, you can sometimes just dunk on a Holy Priest really fast. Or they can just take the safe route, try and attack the mage. We're just really worried about them getting out-positioned with that specifically, especially on a large map.
I wonder if Shanghai should gear differently. Like, just go the most versatility you've ever seen. Like, Versa Gems, the most Versa you could ever use. Like, I think damage kind of takes care of itself. You don't need all that mastery, but if you don't just die in the stun, then I think likely you can survive. So I'm curious if there is going to be any kind of gear adaptations here for LePomp, because that has been something we've seen some Demon Hunters do in the past. Like MVQ, I remember, went just pure versatility to try to survive the stun locks.
It's definitely an option here. I don't know if it's what he's got prepared. Terralium's just going to get in combat here, lob out some Frostbolts, Blizzard down. He's trying to bait the Demon Hunter into the corner. You can see him on that far open space. So Existence can either chase the mage out in the corner and get sheep 3 times and then stun lock, which he's doing right now. He's going to go after the mage, pop some cooldowns on the stun, try and pressure him. Oh, he actually rooted the life grip. That was really nicely done there, I think, by Zhang. And it's going to prevent Ceralium from getting pulled back to the pillar. He's actually having a tough time getting a poly. I really like what Zhang is doing, playing on top of the mage, dishing out damage, disrupting his mobility, and trying to make sure that Existence doesn't get baited into a sheep. I think that he's going to have to play aggressive in this type of matchup if they're going to be able to win this. And Dippy is still just chilling in stealth. He wants to wait for a stun, and then I think he's going to come out and heal, but Existence just put them on stun DR, so Bash is not going to be... Maybe he's running in-cap roar, actually, in this matchup. You know, like an in-cap roar clone, but Dippy is just sitting in stealth. They're playing for dampening. They're literally just sitting in stealth, hoping they don't send a go. And then here we go. Here comes the go. So double in-cap. Breaks to the dots, though. Doesn't get too much value. Look at that damage. Oh! Look at that damage. He's feared on his trinket. He almost doesn't get his nether walk off. And that is the scariness of RMP right off the rip there. Dippy was so patient. Jumped in for a peel. Didn't even look like it mattered. Now they're trying to get aggressive. We can see the incarnation pop. Ceralium's got alter time up. Unless Zhang purges that off. Unless he gets really lucky. I mean, he's just going to heal all this damage back. And now Ceralium blinks back with that altar. Absterge is ready. Master spells the clone. Peekaboo's looking to connect. They're getting ready. They're sheeping the Demon Hunter, and you know that he's going to get stunned out of this. Here comes the kidney shot. Cheap shot on the healer. Where's the spike? Did they get the frost bomb? Peekaboo actually got disarmed. They couldn't really get too much of a combo here. And they actually get away with that setup. They didn't have to use a medallion. That's really important for LePomp. Now they need to be aggressive on the downtime with the diminishing returns.
Yeah, that was the Icy Veins, and Existence actually pre-blurred a little bit earlier in the game, so that's already rotated back up, available for him. Zhang Bahai still has every defensive cooldown. This is much better than that game number 1 we did see. Dippy's doing a good job of finding peels. Big Glacial Spike here on Existence, but he totally shrugs that off. Doesn't care at all about that incoming damage, but still a large Ray of Frost. This is a ton of pressure here by Cerealium, but Existence holds on. He's going to be able to survive, gets out of the stun lock. It looks like he will just trade his Night Elf Racial, and that's going to negate the Ray of Frost and allow them to continue to make the push. And Zhang Bahai still has his Trinket. 40 seconds for Existence. This game is looking a lot better.
Yep, clone's coming through on Absterge. Cerealium, though, blinking back. He's got precog proc, but Dippy's looking for a clone here. Oh, Dippy fake casts the counter spell there. I think he overlapped with the Chastise. Now he gets a double incap. He might get a clone here. Dragon's Breath from Cerealium. It's so important they stop this Cyclone from Dippy. They knocked Dippy. No, a double Solar Beam! And Dippy gets the clone out of it on the blind kidney. That was insane. Dippy peels the mage away on that, and they survive another setup. So important if the Boomkin can actually fake the interrupt and get peels during the go. That's the only time the Moonkin's going to be useful in that type of situation. So really well done to Dippy in this position, but this is Icy Veins. Cerealium's ramping a lot of damage with those Frost Bolts, getting ready for a big Glacial Spike. Existence rolls over to try and deny it, but he can't stop it. Now he's in a sheep. Peekaboo gets put into a Lightning Lasso, but it doesn't look like Existence is getting there anytime soon. Incap Roar off the Lasso. Dippy going for a clone. Gets the clone off the Lasso. Really good control on Peekaboo right now. And I like this swap to Absterge. A little bit of damage on that stun lock. Now they're back onto Cerealium, who's used the altar, though. He's healed back to full. It looks like Dippy's sending the Incarnation. Is he going for the one-tap on Absterge? Absterge sees it. He's immediately going 1-for-1. Incarnation, that means I press my Angel form, and he's trading that really effectively. It's a 2-minute timer for a 2-minute timer. He deals with the highest amount of burst with that trade. Zhang and a Polymorph. Cheap shot swap onto Existence. Ray of Frost from downtown. Insane damage onto Existence, and Zhang is not playing games this time around. He will drop that Spirit Link Totem. And after seeing his Spirit Link Totems, this guy does not give that willingly.
Yeah, definitely not. But he still has his Trinket, so didn't have to trade the Trinket, which means he still has Trinket Grounding, a Totem, Trinket Nature Swiftness if he needs it. Existence has Netherwalk rotating back up, so still some options here for LaPomp, but so far, I would say the defense is looking a bit shaky here for LaPomp. Existence might just go down. He tries to keep him alive with the Ascendance. He gets off the Netherwalk. I don't even know if that was necessarily needed, but they want to play it safe. They don't want to under-respond, which I totally respect. They are going to be going after Absterge here a little bit. Big Chaos Nova into Lightning Lasso. Absterge is in trouble. Uses the Guardian Spirit to stay alive, but Zhang is not allowing him to retreat. A full blind, though, onto Zhang. Full kitty shot on Existence. Cheap shot on Zhang. This is a great setup here, but unfortunately, there's no damage. Dippy peeled that beautifully.
Incap, Solar Beam the Mage. Really nice shutdown. They get a clone onto the Priest, but they still have 2 blocks to get through. I guess getting evasion here is nice on the Rogue, but you generally don't want an Outlaw Rogue to be your primary kill target, so they're going to need a lot of burst on Cerealium in the near future. Existence is dashing over. Absterge doesn't want to stack up, but he's kind of getting close to them, and he's stacking possibly for a triple stun. Peekaboo gets cloned again. Cerealium's looking for the setup. There's the Polymorph. If he dispels that, he's going to get sheeped again, and they're going to go for a kidney shot, but they're actually not in position, and Cerealium gets cloned on the possible go. Peekaboo gets stunned. This is a really good interception right now by LaPomp, and Peekaboo is actually forced to retreat away exactly when he wanted to set up, and it's all about stalling. They need 20 more seconds on their medallion, so every single second counts here. Absterge into a Lightning Lasso. And it looks like he's going to get out of that with the gouge onto Zhang, but Peekaboo gets cloned on the go, and they pre-Darkness the Fear. Master Spell! He stops the Master Spell with an incap. He gets a clone on Absterge, but he got feared out of the darkness. This could be a game-winning fear from Absterge. Ray of Frost gets sheared by Zhang. And now here comes Incarnation. I can't believe it. LaPomp have done it. They stalled. They have their medallions back off cooldown. They're at a massive lead on mana. I think it's at this point, don't get jebaited. Just attack the Priest. Exactly. Just go and stun Solar Beam. Insane swap onto the Priest. Don't waste time chasing the Mage. You just need to be getting damage out at this point in the game if you want to win on pressure, because you're in such a good position. You have all your medallions back at the 6-minute mark.
Yeah, this is looking good. Full kidney shot lands on Existence, but there is no damage to follow it out. Cerealium goes for a Glacial Spike on Dippy, and that is not what you want. Pre-Healing Tide by Zhang as well completely keeps them alive. 30% dampening. Absterge is running out of time. He's running out of mana, and this is a massive lead for the side of LaPomp, but a swap on Zhang Bahai keeps them in the game. They do get the Astral Shift. Luckily for him, he has his Trinket Spirit Link coming up in about 15 seconds. LaPomp has the tools they need to survive. They just need to keep up the pressure, like you said. Hit what you can. Go after Peekaboo. Go after Absterge. Don't necessarily only chase the Mage, who's going to be the most slippery target here.
All right. Are they going to be able to do it from the 4th place Gatekeepers? Can they take a cup series and possibly crawl their way into the top 3. We'll have to see what the standings look like, because it's possible that that's in for contention with the Power Frogs having gone out so early in this tournament. Existence is chasing them down, and I feel like they've got this game. They still have all their medallions. Absurge is literally at like 10% mana. You got a nice little reset there. And now they're switching back to Peekaboo. Just get damage on anything that's nearby at this point. That's all that matters, is just raw damage output. Ring of Frost Dragons. He misses the Ring of Frost. And now Dippy gets time. Oh, he knocks him into the ring. He gets dispelled. He goes for the clone. He's not getting the clone, it seems, at the moment. And Absurge is drinking. He's drinking so much. He is getting so much mana right now. They dropped the ball. Absurge gets way more mana, and the move are back in it.
Yeah, the move definitely looking good so far, but there's no real openings right now. POMP is looking good, so the move is going to have to play catch-up. They're going to have to either get some massive cooldown overlaps. Theralium is just so incredibly patient with that Icy Veins. He pops it, though, trying to get some counter pressure. That was a great setup there onto Peekaboo. I love the Lightning Lasso setups coming in. Dippy gets interrupted, and it looks like Theralium is just going to be trying to get some damage rolling. Blizzard comes down. This is his Icy Veins. Really important that they start netting some cooldowns. They get the Bark Skin, but not a single trinket has been used by POMP. And I feel like the move, they got to clean it up here. They got to get those clean setups. So we do expect start rotating through some of those key defensives.
Peekaboo grapples away. They're playing defensive. Possible that they want to try and drag this out, but they got that Polymorph Chain, Frostbomb on the Dispel into the Kidney Shot. It looks clean, but they don't have any CC on Zhang, so he's probably just going to easily heal this. Maybe drop down a Grounding. They got the nice Poly Kidney, but they didn't cross. And now they've got free reign. They still have all their medallions. I feel like it's been like 3 or 4 minutes now since they got a medallion on the side of POMP. And even though he drank, that mana is going to go really fast in dampening. We're at 43% healing reduction. And with Existence and Dippy both almost doubling Peekaboo, maybe even tripling Peekaboo's damage, Absurge's mana is not going to hold out even with that drink at this point. He's already almost evened out with Zhang. You see a stun onto Peekaboo. He's being greedy. He's not trinketing. He's into a restun. He's still being greedy and not trinketing here. The Guardian Spirit comes out. He should be able to recover. Dippy fakes out the interrupt. Peekaboo vanishes the clone. Now Dippy's going for another Cyclone. Not able to find it. Now Peekaboo is just on target. He's just trying to get numbers out onto Dippy. Forces Barkskin, but Existence comes back. Hunt's going to connect on Peekaboo. He pre-vengeful retreats the Cheap Shot, but he gets caught in a Chastise. Zhang and a Polymorph. Clean setup on Dippy. They force his Barkskin. Now the Boomkin in dampening is a lot more viable as Frenzied Regen's not going to heal that much, but Peekaboo caught once again. Oh my god, he's almost greedy there. He Trinket Cloaks at 1% in Absurge. What are you going to do? You just drank 60% of your mana, and now you're back down to 10. Your entire team is dying. You're all stacked up out in the open. Existence is out of the polys. He gets dispelled out of the fear, and you guys are going to get cleaved down at this point. Really, they got Zhang, maybe a one-shot on Zhang. That's the only opening I see right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be their one-shot opportunity, but I don't think Peekaboo's going to get that choice. Full Cheap Shot on Existence. He does not want to greet it. He's got the Trinket Netherwalk. He's going to play it calm, cool, collected. Here's the Ray of Frost. A big push here by Theralium. If they hold on to this, though, if POMP can stay alive, I feel like the move has potentially run out of time. An Incarnation comes in, and Peekaboo has no real response except to run and hide. Run for your life, Peekaboo. Gouge onto Dippy, Polymorph into Kidney Shot onto Existence. The move doing what they can to survive. Are they going to get enough damage here onto Existence? Doesn't look like it. A full blind comes in, and Existence is playing so patiently. He is not trinketing out of that. He does not want to give them any openings. I don't think the move is going to be able to recover, but what do I know? I mean, I've seen Absurge pull off bigger miracles than this in the past. Polymorph on Zhang, but Peekaboo is likely to go down. Disorienting Roar from Dippy. He gets Kidney Shot. He can't follow it up with the Cyclone. Peekaboo just dancing with death. He is on the run somehow, some way. He is still alive.
Ow.
I cannot believe that the move is still in this.
Full clone Peekaboo on the run. There's an Earth Elemental pounding on his face from Zhang. He can't re-stealth. Absurge is stuck in the middle of the map in a Lightning Lasso. Disarm on Peekaboo for cross CC. Star Surges are incoming. Absurge is totally zeroed out on cooldowns and mana, but they don't care. They're going for it. Can they close it out? Ray of Frost is connecting. Are they pulling off the miracle? Spirit Link comes down, and Zhang blocks the kill on that push, and now Peekaboo needs to get out of there. He has to get away from the cleave. It's going to be too much damage. That Fury of Elune Laser is cutting him apart at the moment, but he's actually still just going for it. Even despite it, he's still going for it. Massive damage coming in, and Absurge is going to die in the backline, I think, too. He's going to die even despite the fear. Existence finally pulling the trigger like, nope, I'm triggering this fear. I don't care. They're trying to go for a 2v3. Now it looks like Theralium tapped out. It's not going to happen, and POMP have a really clean game, too. If RMP is not going to be able to take this, have we seen another 4-0? There's no way it mirrors the EU that close. No way, right?
I mean, it would be remarkable. I can't believe Existence, man. He was so, I want to say he was greedy with his trinket, but at the same time, he wasn't. Like, he used his trinket when he needed it, but like he would never trade it unless he absolutely had to, you know? And at the very end of that game, he's certainly glad that he had it available. But yeah, a really close game once again. And the game, honestly, it seems like the move, they like power up and start playing better when they're so far on the back foot, right? Like Peekaboo just barely living at 1% health. And this is like, even though everyone's dead and Peekaboo has no cooldowns, this is when the game started looking a little bit better. Like all of a sudden, Existence could never move his character. They had tons of control on him. They were doing lots of different setups on different people. And the game was looking really, really good. So I don't know if that's just because LaPomp started overextending or what. They just got like really excited. Like, okay, they don't have anything. Let's just go for the win, you know? And that's why the game started looking a little bit better there for the move. But definitely some close calls. Dippy forced into bear form here. He gets the solar beam out onto Ceruleum, but really, really scary. Ultimately, it is going to be Existence that does take down Absurge. And at 11 minutes and 16 seconds, 60% dampening, they go up 2-0 in the series. And that is really good for LaPomp because we kind of talked about this. This is the best of 7. You kind of expect the teams to go back and forth with the comp options available. But if LaPomp could just win with this, I mean, this could be a 4-0.
Yeah. What are they going to... How do you adapt to this? Basically, Dippy, Existence, and Zhang are playing full defense. It's just Solar Beam the Mage, Incap the Mage and the Rogue, disarm the Rogue, stay alive, imprison the Rogue, never trinket offensively, keep peeling them, keep stopping their kill, and just win with pressure. It's like a Miyagi-Do strat. Just wax on, wax off, block every single punch they try and throw your way. So what are the options when somebody is playing that defensive? Is there a way to get through it, or do you need to play an equally defensive game? Gotta get the mix.
Just full on aggressive, you know, just chaotic. Make it chaotic, make it aggressive.
What can make it chaotic?
Move.
Assassination Rogue, I think, could make it chaotic.
I haven't really seen Peekaboo play that like at all. There's some teams that are playing.
Oh, he did it! That's my. I've been getting some pretty good predictions
Eagle
today.
Fang.
I've been getting some pretty good predictions here. That is an Eagle Fang pick for sure. Like you've got to look at this situation and just be like, bro, they're just full turtling. Like you need something that can get through the full turtle if you're going to be able to pull this off. And the Assassination Rogue, I think, is actually a really fitting pick for this.
Yeah, I mean, Assassination, in my opinion, is one of the most underrated PvP specs right now. Like, the amount of damage it can do it's unmatched. Like, you have so much pressure in the game, and this is like such a popular pick for the move too. Like, when you think of RPS, it normally is them playing the Assassination Rogue over anything else. So this is going to be their moment to try to cause chaos all over the map. They want to cause, the team of LaPomp to overlap their defensive cooldowns. The only scary thing is Peekaboo's defense is way, way, way less. So you're going to have a lot less defense, which means you're going to have to keep the enemy team on the back foot if you want to win this one. But if there's any team that's going to be able to do it, it will be the move, right?
Yeah, I definitely think so. And I mean, we already saw Assassination Rogue from Trill and Mez, and it was actually pretty hard for LaPomp to heal through. They did survive it and weather the storm with the Death Knight Rogue composition earlier on. But this is the move basically saying, like, okay, we're done getting gapped in damage. WizKid, get off the bench. We need your deeps. Peekaboo's going Assassination. He's no longer going to be tickling them as Outlaw. He's going to be spamming Garrotes out onto the whole team. If he's getting massive AoE bleeds, Assassination Rogue can definitely compete with Demon Hunter. And they're just going to bring raw output into a raw output fight, which is kind of feeling like they're going to need to.
Yeah, let's see. This is going to be... do you think this is going to be a little bit quicker than the last one? Like, we're not going to be going to 11 minutes, I don't think.
I don't know. With that, the way Absurge heals, man, like, he just doesn't die.
Yeah, they're going These comments are going to go
I feel like this is an game.
Yeah, under 6 minutes is my guess. It's an under 6 minutes match.
With the move, it's either if they're going to lose, it's either WizKid dies instantly without dispersing, or it's a 12-minute game where it's like, oh my god, how are they doing this? So, I mean, it could go either way. It could go that route, but we haven't seen that mishap happen yet today, so they definitely can't afford it, because otherwise they're going to be on match point. And then at that point, like, I'm wondering maybe they don't blind lock the Assassination Rogue because they're worried about Rep Paladin into it.
I would be.
Like, so you can't really blind lock this. Like, this might get them a win here, but then you're kind of just, you can't really go anywhere else.
They haven't showed Assassination at all yet, right?
I don't think so.
As far as I know, this is the first time they played Assassination Rogue in any of the cups so far that we've seen recently. So, I mean, this is, I think, a little bit, I don't want to say it's desperate, but I do think it's a good option. Like, I think this is exactly what they need. They need to cause a little bit more chaos in the match. LePomp, they seem very calculated, right? Like they've got a solid script. They're following it. It's looking good. They're blocking all the attacks. The move, they need a new offense. And I think Assassination Rogue could definitely be that.
Let's see if they can get it here on Runes of Lordaeron. It's a best of 7, so this isn't match point. LePomp need to win 2 more games, and the Moves still need to win 4 if they're going to take this entire cup win. Obviously, picking up Cerealium, they set big expectations for themselves to start becoming cup champions and start getting that first place because, I mean, I'm thinking back to when they got second place against Sea-Doo back in, what was that, for like Battle for Azeroth, I think. Like, it was a long time ago, and they haven't been able to get like that championship win. And now with Cerealium on the team, this is like their best chance. They're going to be maxed out power. They have hundreds of games across the years of AWC. This is where they really want to make their mark. If they let LePomp steal it away from them, I'm curious to see what that happens to their momentum for the rest of the season. Because this is going to be rough. Like this is supposed to be the big debut. They need this win.
Yeah, but LePomp is looking to steal it away, just cruising through the upper bracket. They're up 2-0 in the finals. They already have bested the move in a 3-2 series in the upper finals. Let's see if they can do it again. We're going to Ruins of Lordaeron. Keep in mind, this is a best of 7. So the first 2 4 points will end up winning it. The move, locking in Peekaboo on the Assassination Rogue. Is this going to be the move to pull off a win?
Zhang just dispelling dots, but they're stacked up for a double stun on the pillar. They're a nice knockback. Peekaboo gets disarmed from stealth. It's really important anytime the rogue vanishes, shadow dances, or re-stealths that you CC and spread apart because he can use Garrote from stealth, which does way more damage. So this is really good by Dippy to control the rogue at the start of the game and prevent that ramp. But he's just immediately going after Zhang in a kidney shot. But they're stacked up again. Double solar beam. Peekaboo steps over to Dippy, Garrotes him. He's getting bleeds up, but he gets imprisoned. They're still focusing on that defensive strat. And Peekaboo trinkets aggressively. Now he can get away with that as Outlaw. I'm a bit worried about him trinketing like that as Assassination.
Yeah, me too. I mean, just not as many defense, but at the same time, Dippy is just getting destroyed. Garrote, Rupture, and WizK is more than enough to potentially take him down. Faking out an interrupt there, looking for a full Cyclone. Finds it here onto Absurge, as Existence and Dippy are looking to get some damage rolling. Here comes the hunt by Existence, but he gets shut down by Peekaboo. Follow-up cheap shot comes in. Peekaboo just trying to get his bleeds on all 3 members, but it does feel like Dippy is going to be the main focus point in this match. Full kitty shot does land. Zhang Bahai is going to be dropping the Earthen Wall Totem more than likely. Doesn't look like he has it available, so Dippy's going to have to tank out all of this damage. So far, feeling confident to do so. WizK lands a full fear on Zhang Bahai, though, and Dippy could be in some trouble.
All right, Garrotes are up. They imprison Peekaboo again. Just full defense imprisons. Does Dippy go for a clone out of it? He can't. He's actually just dying to bleed damage at the moment. They drop down the darkness. They fairy swarm Peekaboo, but he gets dispelled instantly. Dippy's trying to fish for a clone with that mass root. He fakes out the kick. Gets the clone onto Peekaboo. Now WizK is isolated. He's trying to swap the clone. He swaps the clone to Absturge. Insane clones under this much pressure. Jumps away with the static field, but Peekaboo's in hot pursuit. Steps over for a double Garrote. Garrote's on the whole team, but Peekaboo's now getting punished for that trinket. He's stunned up in the middle of the map, but Absturge looks more than ready to save him, and now Peekaboo is gunning down. Zhang blocks the kill with a huge nature swiftness. Earthen Wall Totem down, but Zhang gets pulled into the open. They could swap to him out of that Earthen. WizK's going to stun him for a double fear. Dippy is isolated. Dots are loaded up. Does WizK have a Mind Games or some bursty ability right now? It doesn't look like it, unfortunately, so can't really capitalize on that. And that Earthen Wall from Zhang got insane value throughout that crowd control chain. They're looking stable. Let's look at the DPS meter. It's looking a lot better for the move in this game. If they can keep up this pace of DPS and stay alive, they're definitely on the right course.
Yeah, Peekaboo is doing way more damage in this game. It's not even close. I think Existence did almost triple his damage in the last game, so things are looking better for the move, but the game is still not totally stable. WizK is in a little bit of trouble. Zhang Bahai going for a Lightning Lasso here on Peekaboo. Really good job just slowing him down, using the tomb to avoid any kind of interrupts. Full blind now lands on Zhang Bahai, and he is not going to trinket. Imprisonment once again onto Peekaboo, just to make sure that he can't follow up the crowd control. He does get the gouge into the Garrote, though. Full Lightning Lasso on Existence. Peekaboo's trying to just get bleeds on everyone. He gets the Garrote here onto Dippy. Likely a Rupture to follow it up, and a full kidney shot, but Earthen Wall Totem is going to be super duper effective against all of those bleeds. And now Peekaboo could be in trouble. He has to trade out the Vanish. It's not good. Like, Vanish is such a strong cooldown offensively for Assassination. You don't want to have to use it defensively if you can avoid it.
Nice full cloned. WizK's interrupted. Absurge's mana is starting to get a gap in mana, even though they're, ahead on damage overall. Or now it's getting pretty even, actually, between the teams. Getting a shot on Existence. Big swap, but he gets knocked away for a moment, but those bleeds are still ticking. WizK's in position. They have the Psychic Scream. Doesn't look like it. Netherwalk actually forced from Existence. I think it's fair for the Death Mark. It's a really powerful cooldown, 1-for-1, similar CD. Now we see an interrupt coming through. WizK looks like he fakes it. He's free casting right now with Dark Ascension. That's going to be a lot of damage coming out from WizK. Dippy is feeling the pain from that. Kidney Shot connects. Silence on the healer for cross CC. Absterge in position to potentially Lava Burst. He's fishing for a Hex, but he actually gets Solar Beamed on his cast. Nice Solar Beam from Dippy, but Existence just doesn't have any damage coming out right now. No Eye Beam, it seems like, in this position. WizK's just standing on top of Zhang, getting ready to fear him at any moment. Double fear again from WizK. Can they get a Hex? Peekaboo actually steps back. Are they swapping to Zhang off the fear? I think they are with that Void Volley. Kidney Shot, big swap, and Zhang immediately trinkets. He's not going to give them the time of day to start getting him low health, but even with the trinket on the Kidney Shot, he's still just dying. Peekaboo now into a stun. Absterge stuns back, but they get blown out anyways, so Peekaboo can't recover. Master Spell from WizK. Nice Master Spell there. Zhang gets pulled away from Dippy. Dippy has no Bark Skin. He's got Trinket, though. They could go after Zhang. Both Zhang and Dippy aren't bad targets here. Zhang's got his Earthen Wall, though. He's going to be pretty tanky here. I don't think they should commit to him. And Dippy's free casting in the back at the moment with that Fury of Illusion. He's going to have a lot of Star Surges ready to go. And Peekaboo has to Cloak of Shadows. Here comes the Incarnation. Double Fear from WizK again during the Incarnation. These double fears are getting more and more lethal. They cannot keep stacking up like this.
These disarms are completely destroying
the
Peekaboo.
triple!
The Fairy Swarm coming in from Dippy. Beautiful stun there. Peekaboo trinkets out and goes for the Kidney Shot. They want to close out the game. Spirit Link Totem is available. Is he going to be able to find it? Zhang Bahai holding on by a thread. Spirit Link at the same time being traded by Absterge, as well as the Healing Tide Totem. Things are unraveling here for the side of the move. They don't want to go down 0-3 in the Grand Finals. Absterge is going to have to recover him, but he's burned through every single cooldown that he has. Positioned very far away, not allowing Dippy to get any kind of follow-up crowd control, but Dippy's moving in. Can he get the roar? It doesn't look like he's able to. It's a game of cat and mouse between Dippy and Absterge. At the same time, Peekaboo is just rotting down. Dippy is zoning out Absterge, and Peekaboo has been left alone. Throat into Kidney Shot on Zhang Bahai, but a pre-Earthen Wall Totem is more than enough to deny it. WizK going on a solo mission with this silence, but I think he's going to be able to hold on, and the move is in trouble.
Ooh, that clone at low health on Absterge's Ascendance. And now Peekaboo's in a bash. Is he just going to outright die? Another clone comes out from Dippy at low health on Peekaboo. Dippy is popping off. WizK has Void Shift. He needs to get ready for it. Absterge is trying to be greedy with the Ascendance, but he can't. They're going to Void Shift over, top themselves off. This is probably the last time they're going to be able to top themselves off at this point. There's 0 mana and basically no cooldowns remaining. Stun comes through. Eye Beam. Fully channeled. Existence goes for the Essence Break. He's got Hunt available. This could be the Pomp moving to match point, only 1 game away from 4-0ing him, but they get a double fear. WizK pulls it out of his back pocket into a Hex on Zhang. Dippy can't dispel for a moment. He comes out of that, lands the dispel on the Hex. The Kidney Shot Existence. Peekaboo is just trying to lay in and trying to keep Dippy in bear form. It's their only hope, is keep Dippy in bear form, limit his damage, because Absterge doesn't have any more mana to heal through it, but they imprison the Rogue. Dippy is escaping. He's back to full health. He's in position. He's looking for Cyclones. He fakes the kick. Did he get the Cyclone? It looks like he got grounded by Absterge. Dippy goes for another fake. He doesn't get it. Peekaboo lands the interrupt. They need to keep disrupting Dippy. Keep him in a stun or keep him in bear form, or it's going to be lights out. Existence needs to try and hard carry on the pressure by himself. Here comes the Incarnation once again. WizK has a cooldown to trade. Peekaboo needs to be ready, but he's kicked.
Oh,
he's kicked on Shadow, and LePomp do it once again. 1 point away from clean sweeping the move in the finals.
I really can't believe it. I'm going to be honest. LePomp is impressing me. I mean, Dippy had an absolutely tremendous game here. His interrupts, like the interrupts he did with Solar Beam, the Cyclones that he's landing, like his defensive play, everything. I mean, they're up 3-0 right now. Move. They try to bring in the Assassination Rogue. Peekaboo's damage was way higher, but at the end of it all, they're just getting overwhelmed by the Demon Hunter and the Balance Druid as the game goes on.
Oh my God, here, man. We're seeing literally a repeat from North America to Europe. You know, the more newer team. LePomp not totally new, but definitely not like expected to be like a cup winner moving into this tournament, potentially just stealing the show away from every top team, possibly beating the move not once, but twice. And in the finals, also 4-0. That's actually what happened with Bikini Bottom Mafia, isn't it? It was like 3-2 in the open bracket, or 3-1, something closer than that. And then they clean swept them. Then they got a 3-2, and then they're about to clean sweep. I cannot believe how closely mirrored these regions are, and the compositions are also completely different. We had like the Rogue Windwalker Holy Priest. Now we got a Resto Shaman, Demon Hunter Boomkin. There's been a lot of variety and excitement. Lots of newcomers really mixing it up. And right now, if you're the Power Frogs and you're watching LePomp be on match point here, man, like your spot, your safetyness in the top 4 is slowly slipping away, I think.
Yeah, I also wonder how many teams are just looking at LePomp and being like, maybe we should play Boomy DH. Like, Boomy DH Resto Shaman is looking pretty good right now, to be honest with you. They're looking really clean, though. I mean, all 3 members, this entire team, has been looking good. And I mean, they've been consistent players for such a long time, all of them kind of big names in the scene. And I think it is worth pointing out, I believe Existence is actually playing from Russia too, right? Like he's really far away. He's playing with literally hundreds of ping and pulling off these wins. It's really impressive.
Okay, man. Style. I mean, Chanimal won how many cups when they were Cloud9 in North America? How many tournaments at 300 MS on Warlock? Like, so it's definitely possible to do it. But as a melee DPS, I feel like it's even more difficult because you're so limited on all of your abilities' range. I remember at least when I started playing WoW, I had really bad Canadian internet, and I picked Moonkin because I could spam Moonfire, and so it wasn't like a latency thing. I could just spam Moonfire, and that worked for me. So is playing a Demon Hunter with high ping not
You're
really
playing
the same
a Demon
thing.
Hunter is the equivalent of spamming Moonfire?
No, I don't think so. That's what I'm trying to say. Is that it's actually
kidding.
not the same as spamming Moonfire. I play with high ping right now. I'm trying to think what would be probably Ellie Shaman maybe. But even then, you're not going to land your shears or your ground. It's got to be something that's got like mostly instant range damage, like not that much of latency interaction. So like it can't be a low CD interrupt. I don't know what is the best highest ping stack to play in. Is it Rep Paladin maybe?
I have a friend. I play with a Warlock named Isometrics. He likes Demo. He said Demo is his favorite.
Demo with high ping? You press Axe Toss and it's like 10 seconds later. It's
Axe Toss and Fear and send in your demons and you're kind of chilling.
But I feel like BM Hunter would be easier to do that than put your pets in. And
maybe.
BM Hunter is the best high ping spec, but the move, they got to take their time here. They're really thinking things through, and they're bringing WizKid in on Boomkin. You got to bring a Boomkin to a Boomkin fight, and Pikachu's staying Assassination, not going Outlaw.
I think so I feel like from some of the intel I've gathered from some of the pro players, they don't like Outlaw versus DH in the Boomkin mirrors. Like, Outlaw just doesn't do a lot of damage to a Boomkin who has 55% versatility and is in bear form. Like, armor is so high for the Balance Druid, as well as versatility is so high. That's why you're seeing Outlaw Rogues basically just tickle Moonkins. Like, it's annoying, sure, you're in stuns a lot, but the Demon Hunter is literally doubling and tripling your damage. So in terms of pressure, you just kind of fall far behind. So I think that's why some of the teams are opting not to play the Outlaw Rogue into the Balance Druid for these games, at least in the mirror matches against the Demon Hunter, because you just have so much less damage. It's difficult to find the pressure.
It is not, this is not a typical day where the move get forced off of their Shadow Priest Rogue. That is usually a ride or die situation. So this is desperation, I think, from the move. They're just hoping that this works. It's throwing something at the wall and hoping it works with the Moonkin Assassination Rogue. It's also not, I don't see any Moonkin Rogues on the ladder playing Moonkin Assassination is the other thing. So I don't know how much practice they have with this or what their expectations are. If it's just train the Boomkin, try and kill him in kidney shot. Main problem is that you have limited CC as Assassination. You can't really like bounce the healer, stun the healer, get back to your kill target. So like, what is going to CC Zhang? Because you can't Solar Beam him. He's going to Spirit Walk out of that. You can't kidney him because you need to kidney the thing you're attacking. And if you Shadow Step to him, you're basically out of mobility in order to actually connect to something. So like you can gouge him or you can AoE them. But then if it comes down to like you're attacking everybody and they're attacking everybody, I feel like Demon Hunter's going to win.
I think so too. I think Demon Hunters look really good with full gear on the tournament realm and stuff like that. Demon Hunters are doing incredible amounts of damage. I especially like Existence is playing a very defensive playstyle as well. Like all of his imprisonments are just going on Peekaboo. Peekaboo wants to do a setup, he's Fell Eruption. Peekaboo wants to do a setup, he's imprisoned. Like he's doing a really good job shutting him down. And if they're not finding the setups, you're just going to lose to outright pressure. So LePomp obviously have a solid game plan here. Let's see if they can continue it in 4-0 the move in the finals.
Oh, WizKid fakes the kick here, but Existence Shadow Melds the next Cyclone. He's into a cheap shot. WizKid gets a clone, I think, for free. He gets it actually onto Zhang, but they can't get to Dippy's in stealth. They sent their CC, but Dippy's not even visible yet. So they survived that initial setup. Now they're going after Zhang. I don't know if this is going to work, but I guess you've got desperate times call for desperate measures if you're going to try and attack Zhang at the moment. And Peekaboo gets shredded for that swap. Immediately going to have to use Cloak of Shadows at 50% health. WizKid's back with Absurds. They imprison Peekaboo. They swap back on Dippy. Crazy damage right now, but WizKid gets stunned and intercepted. Peekaboo is feared. Existence shuts them down. Full blind onto Zhang. He kills the Healing Tide Totem. Dippy gets locked on his clone, I think, for a second, but he's in bear form. Typhoon's a Wrath, slowing down the Eclipse of WizKid for a bit. Goes into bear form during the kick. He's next to Zhang, waiting for the CC chain to be over. Maybe it's never going to be over. He's corroded. Oh, the Solar Beam from Dippy there on Absurge's Hex was critical to break up that crowd control chain. Guy's got Innervate out, so Zhang's mana is going to be sitting real pretty at the moment, getting a bunch of free Riptides out at here. WizKid, though, gets cloned. Incarn gets pop, I think. Here, no, this is Fury of a Loon coming out from Dippy, but he's kidneyed on it. He's about to cap on Astral Power. He's got to start dumping those Star Surges. He dumps one. He's got to make sure that Astral Power bar does not overcap too much during this time. Getting kidneyed on the Fury of a Loon can be difficult. He's get static fielded back into midfield. Bash on Zhang. WizKay needs this clone. Oh, he doesn't get the clone. They go for Gouge. WizKay can't really get there. Nice positioning from Zhang there. The line of sight, WizKay knowing that he was going to get CC'd, but it doesn't matter. Actually, WizKay gets there anyways. They get the full clone. Now they need to get over Dippy, but he pre-bear forms the stun. Gets a bash on Peekaboo with no trinket. Really good plays from Dippy right now. I'm really feeling like this is going to be their game. Peekaboo's not even running Smoke Bomb. I was thinking like maybe a Smoke Bomb Death Mark. It could be a win condition, but he's not running that, so they're going to have to win on raw pressure.
Yeah, and they're all kind of grouped up right now, which is exactly what the Demon Hunter wants in this match. Dippy in bear form once again. WizKay is a little bit low. Looks like Absurge is going to be looking for a Hex. Existence is going to, once again, just glimpse that with his Vengeful Retreat and immune that incoming crowd control. Here it is. Interrupt on WizKay. Lightning Lasso on Peekaboo. They are getting cleaved down, and Absurge is going to have to play catch-up. He's got no Healing Tide Totem. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. In the meantime, Peekaboo gets a triple Garrote. Garrote on all three members with Zhang behind now into a full Cyclone, but it is WizKay who is taking the worst of this exchange. A full stun now onto Absurge as Existence is pushing the pace, and WizKay could just die. The Sigil of Misery comes in. Existence looking a hard carry. There's so much damage available. They may make a swap here onto Peekaboo. This is just an absolute nightmare for Absurge.
Oh, Cloak of Shadows forced from Peekaboo. They're falling behind on mana. They do have an opening, though. No Barkskin, no Trinket on Dippy. But Peekaboo gets cloned. He has to Trinket. He gets the blind. WizKay jumps over. He's trying to kill the Healing Tide Totem. Does he have a Gouge? Where's the Gouge? He's not facing Peekaboo. He's not giving him the Gouge. Is he going to have it? I think he's dotted by this point. I think I saw Wild Mushroom, so he's not going to be able to Gouge. Triple Garrote comes through into the kidney shot. This is a good setup from Peekaboo. WizKay fakes the kick, but Existence immunes the clone. He buys a couple of extra seconds, but WizKay still finds it. It's super important you get Cyclones on the Demon Hunter. It's so much damage. But even with him in a Cyclone, WizKay's HP is not going up. Absurge was stunning the healer during that. He's falling even further behind. WizKay forced into bear form. Static fielded away from his retreat path. Peekaboo gets imprisoned on his Garrote. WizKay's got to fake a lot of interrupts here. Is he going to be able to find the time? He's tossed out his Innervate, so he's trying to make sure that Absurge can stay even close on mana, because it's not looking close. Here comes the Essence Break. It is match point, and they are looking to clean sweep the move in the North American Finals. Absurge dodges the Solar Beam. He avoids the interrupt there. Critical move if he's going to keep WizKay alive, because this pressure is just getting higher and higher. Existence into a clone, choosing not to Trinket in this position. Doesn't want to, overextend. They don't really have a lot of pressure, so he's going to play it patiently. But LaPomp, they've got mana. They got all their medallions. They got all their cooldowns. I feel like this is just an inevitable defeat for the move.
Yeah, this is not looking good, but if you're a LaPomp fan, it's looking tremendous. Looking amazing. Full Hex on Existence as they continue to push here onto WizKay. What is the move going to be able to do? Right now we have the Sigil of Misery onto Absurge. They're looking to close it out, but some damage available here for Peekaboo. Unfortunately, he gets caught into a full Cyclone. Dippy doing a good job once again. He's keeping Peekaboo crowd controlled. If he's not in a Cyclone, they're making swaps to him. WizKay is in a lot of trouble. He's got the Barkskin and Renewal. You don't want to greet it. He ends up popping the Barkskin, holding on to the Renewal for the time being. Still has a Trinket, but his big setup here on a Peekaboo as he's getting lower and lower, and there's no Cloak of Shadows. He goes down. The Pomp do it. 4-0 over the move. I can't believe it. Nobody predicted this team to win, and they proved us all wrong, cruising through the upper bracket and winning the grand finals undefeated.
Imagine how many channel points you could get if you could make a prediction and you predicted on Bikini Bottom Mafia and LaPomp. You just said like a billionaire in terms of points. Nobody could have guessed these two teams coming out on top, let alone with this level of dominance. It is absolutely astonishing. They had to get through Liquid. They had to get through Unitas. They had to get through the move not once, but twice. And the second time around didn't even look like it was close, forcing the move into a desperate situation to bring in WizKay on the Boomkin. And they just could not match the damage. They could not stop the clones. And they were just eventually overwhelmed by an unrelenting force. Like Existence is just popping off. And now I'm thinking if you're the move, like I feel like you need to have a Windwalker on your roster or something to deal with this type of situation, because it seems like the Demon Hunter teams now are going to be really difficult for them.
It's the only thing keeping these comps in check is Windwalker Rogue. Like that's what it seems like anyway. It's like Windwalker Rogue, Windwalker Demon Hunter seems to be the only things that can just really pressure a Moonkin. and kind of swap around a lot. So I don't know if that's an adaptation that we do see, if we're just going to see more people playing the Demon Hunter Moonkin, but there's so much pressure in this game. These final moments, they go after WizK, they get his bark skin, he's forced to run away, and they just immediately have the pressure on Peekaboo, and they are able to take him down. And that's the thing. Assassination does great damage. It has great offensive control with the Garrote silences and kidneys and gouge, but in terms of defense, it lacks a little bit. So it is really susceptible to these swaps. And I feel like the Pomp, they just played an incredible day. Like, they had a great day. Defensively, offensively, locking in this composition with the confidence that they did. Winning the matchup, too. Like, they lost that first game in the opener in the upper bracket, right? Like, the RMP versus the Balanced Druid Demon Hunter, they lost in 30 seconds. So having the confidence to lock it in and keep locking it in and making it look so good. I mean, just a really impressive performance.
All right, so Dippy has stolen the Boomkin crown. Zhang has stolen the Resto Shaman crown. I don't know if a Demon Hunter had the Demon Hunter crown at this point, so he just has a new crown. Izzy Fox has the Ret crown, at least for a week, right? They stole the throne. They are now sitting comfortably on the throne. They've got the crowns until next week. And obviously, I'm imagining everybody wants their crown back. But this week is all theirs.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, to get a 4-0 against a team like the Move is just an incredible feat, and I know that those guys are so hyped right now. We're gonna get an interview with Dippy. Hopefully it works this time. Fingers crossed. I don't want to jinx it, but would love to just have a discussion with him about how they're feeling right now, because they have got to be just on cloud 9 right now with that victory behind them. And this means also they've got a chance now to make it into the finals if they place really well for next weekend, Supatees. And I know that this is going to be good, carrying them forward with some momentum.
Oh my god, definitely. It's going to be carrying them forward with momentum. It was crazy plays. I feel like the final game against Sea-Doo yesterday, where Dippy's like at 20% health, decides to go to bear form and star surge twice to get the kill. Right? Like there were some risky gambles that he took, but they all paid off. Every single gamble paid off. Even despite the comp that they had been dominated from, they still held true to it. Ran the matchup again, played it better, played it cleaner, came on top. They utilized all 4 players. They played compositions that nobody else was playing to any success. I think Unitas tried to run this comp, and it did not work for them, right? So, like, they are definitely playing this composition at a different level, and that says a lot, because they went from being like a top 4 gatekeeper to a champion quality level team from last season to this one. So this is a huge improvement for them.
Yeah, and you know, maybe next weekend we'll see them get even better. I don't know how possible that is, though, because they are essentially undefeated if you take a look at the bracket here and the journey that they've come through here, Ven. I mean, they've defeated teams like Unitas, Liquid, The Move twice now. I don't feel like the sky is the limit for this team at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely looking really good. And the thing about this roster, too, is they're really well-rounded, right? Like, Dippy doesn't just play the Balanced Druid. He plays lots of different caster specializations. You have Existence, who's phenomenal on Warrior, as well as the Demon Hunter. Zhang Bahai not only plays, you know, the Mistweaver Monk, but he also plays Resto Shaman at such a high level, and then KZ Fox on the Rep Paladin just gives them so many different options that they can run. So this is not a one-dimensional team, and that's what makes them really difficult to play against, is they have a lot of different options, and seems like they're getting better and better as a team, so they are a real threat.
Yeah, most certainly. And I mean, the Move, you know, what can we say about them, Supatees? Because they played the Pomp twice, weren't able to get the semifinals were really close. They did knock out some incredibly powerful teams. We know that they have the addition of Ceralium as well. Like, what do you think they're going to be working on as they carry over into next week?
I mean, I think the RMP, I feel like that matchup, they should be able to win. I feel like the fact that they couldn't get a win against the Demon Hunter Boomkin as the RMP, maybe you don't win the whole series, because maybe it's harder as the Demon Hunter Ret Shaman, but I feel like just making that matchup better would be important for them. And then I also think that they're going to have to, I don't know who's going to play it. Obviously, Ceralium has played other classes. Like, he's played Enhancement Shaman. I think we called him the Reaper at one point in the expansions as the Enhancement Shaman. He just came back and just started destroying people. So maybe it's Ceralium that needs to pick up the Windwalker. Because of I mean, maybe Peekaboo's played Windwalker a little bit. But I really feel like if this is the way the meta is going to be, that somebody on that team needs to pick up a Windwalker that isn't Peekaboo, because I think you're going to need a rogue on top of it.
Yeah, bit of a change also from Mage to Demon Hunter, but I mean, right? You did it. A bunch of other players did it. So we'll see. We'll see how many players are going to be picking up Demon Hunter or Boomkin next weekend. Definitely important specs to have. But I mean, what a ride this has been. We've seen 2 regions complete here for Cup number 3 then, and we're seeing 2 underdogs come out of nowhere and surprise us all.
Yeah, I don't want to say with compositions we didn't totally expect. Like, I guess the Windwalker Rogue, it was pretty popular in the last season, but yeah, it kind of surprised me that they were able to just kind of climb through that upper bracket and win undefeated. That was a big surprise for me. And then, of course, with Dippy bringing in the Moonkin Demon Hunter, I think that's been a good comp for a while, but yeah, just playing it at that level, I didn't have them as my pick to win. Like, I knew they were a good team. I believed in them as players, but they were not my pick to win, and they definitely proved me wrong. And I don't know. They're looking really good for next week. I really do wonder who's going to be able to beat them.
We want to make predictions for next week. I know we haven't even seen the offline games, but I feel like I'm putting Pump at the top.
I can't even shit without the offline games. What I think is really important from the standings is that VOIDGG also beat what do you want to call it? Like Liquid has been haunting them. It's been like, and VOIDGG beat the top teams, and the fact that they beat Liquid made it so they were safe, because I'm pretty sure they wouldn't be 3rd right now. I don't know how much further they'd be if they lost to Liquid, but this was a really important day for VOIDGG because they weren't beating any of those upper level teams like the top 2, top 3. So just getting a win against them, even though they lost against the Move, was really important. So it was a big win for them and a big win for La Pompe in terms of mixing things up. And obviously Liquid, I think, is going to have to go back to the drawing board because everybody was expecting them to just kill it this tournament.
Yeah. Did VOIDGG, did their performance surprise you, Supties?
I don't know if I was. I feel like I was more surprised. I wish we could ask Sidu, like, why did he want to play no time dilation? I feel like at a certain point it just stopped working. I think like some matchups it was really good, but then other situations I feel like you would have won if you had time dilation in that situation. So obviously he's really experienced in the preservation evoker. He's gonna know better than I do, but it felt like that could be something that they change and it possibly mixes up a matchup.
Yeah, I mean, that's a team that's always just really, really good at finding like the minutia that's gonna make or break, a spec that makes a huge difference in the end. So we'll see what they can do and they can pull off for next weekend for Cup number 4, because like we've stressed so much, that is the final opportunity for all of these teams to make it into the top 4, and it's going to start to get really tough because the standings for not only North America but Europe as well are just incredibly close, incredibly competitive. Both of those regions are becoming Ben.
Yeah, I mean, there really is just no doubt about it. There's no clear winner for me, at least in both regions. Like it used to be, like you could kind of predict who's going to win, but there's so many good teams now. I really do think this is something we say really consistently, but I actually believe it. I feel like the competition actually gets higher and higher. Like the amount of just like insane teams that come together with 4 amazing players that can all multi-class at like a really high tournament level is becoming more and more. Like it is not easy to win these things. So whoever is winning these cups, they are definitely putting in some work.
Yeah, I feel like it's been a while that, I feel like the time of having one team dominate a region for cup after cup after cup perhaps is over. But it could be back also with La Pompe. We'll see. Because speaking of, we're here with Dippy. Hello, Dippy. Uh-oh. See Dippy. Dippy.
Oh, I can't hear him either.
All right, well, we're gonna work on that, but just Dippy, jump in whenever you can. Hopefully we can get that sorted, but I am so excited for the future of this team. So excited to see what they are capable for Cup number 4 and just the rest of the seasons as well. As we come back for the War Within, there's just so many teams that I feel like are emerging super teams that are sort of newly formed rosters that we're seeing just the beginning of.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very excited. We saw HOOLIBANG in the first season here for this year for Dragonflight. Now Bikini Bottom Mafia are coming in. It's not going to be easy to get a top 3 position, I think, in either region. With Echo getting clean swept, and I think other teams being threatening to them. the teams needing to adapt, different compositions, different metas. Echo were really hard. It didn't seem like they had a backup plan for being able to recover from the situation. So the teams have enough time to prepare the classes that they think are necessary in a week, because this next cup is the last one.
Yep, it is, and there's only time left. So with that, I think now we can hear Dippy.
Hey, how's it going?
Whoa, pretty good. How about you?
Life is crazy and my voice hurts, but just really insanely pumped. Kind of in a state of disbelief, and I don't know. That's something I've wanted to experience for a really long time, and I still can't believe that happened. And just super proud of my team and super excited. And it's going to take a day or two for this to sink in, but yeah.
Now, did you punch any chairs?
Not this time. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, so I was lacking a little bit of vitality maybe, but probably next time with sleep there will be chairs punched.
Okay.
But my voice hurts from screaming, and my girlfriend's a little bit scared of me, I think, right now, even though I'm in a different room and all those things. So, but that was insane. I can't believe we did it. Something that nobody knew except for us is that KZ Fox actually couldn't play in the finals. And we were not confident at all. We HBME Arsham into Peekaboo's team, but we just had to do it. So we kind of had a YOLO attitude, and I guess I shouldn't curse, but I want to. But we said F it, and it worked anyway, so it's great. Cheers.
Do you think that this was
awesome.
Actually was it actually lucky for you then? Like, in the
I think
sense
so.
that maybe
I think
you learned something where you had no choice but to be confident in yourself, and now you should have a lot of confidence after that series.
Yeah, you're totally right. That's a great insight. I think we actually played. I played poorly the first game in the last series into the move. Like I expected it to be a really long game, so I didn't even wait for them to open and do my typical kind of peel in the opener or anything. The game we lost is DH in the first series, so I was just expecting it to be more damp. I wasn't expecting that much damage for them so quickly. But if Peekaboo's on your team, he's going to try and kill you very, very fast, and that's what happened. So, but I'm glad we got to make adjustments, played some different talents and stuff, and Existence finally agreed to go versatility heavy instead of mastery in the final, so that was good too. He likes to pomp, so unfortunately he did have to go verse to get the dub, but he still pomped, and but so it was a blessing in disguise almost that KZ wasn't there, because we actually did match up better than we were expecting with them. But that team is so hard to practice for because nobody else can play RPS like they do. So we really did not know what to expect. There's plenty of Boomy Rugs to practice into, but not a lot of WizKs and Peekaboos. So yeah, didn't know what to expect, and just had to trust ourselves.
What did the
we were kind of
look like? Oh,
sorry, say one more time.
I was wondering what the practice routine looked like for you. Like how did you go from where you were getting in previous tournaments in terms of ranking? How many hours a day?
Mm-hmm.
Like, is there anything specific that you've done in terms of preparation from then to now?
It was really nice to Zhang to make sure that he played with me. And I think that was the most important investment, just that networking, really. Just, so you got to be really nice to Zhang. So take notes, everybody. But the real answer is just that everyone on my team loves to play WoW, and you don't need to push them to practice. They just, I want to curse again, they effing love it. We love to play. Zhang plays everything. He plays Ret Pally, Fistweaver. He's an insane Holy Priest. He's already one of the top dragons. People don't even know this. But he can play anything and it turns to gold. He's kind of like, Cubsy or Nick or something like that. But there's that as a situation, but everyone on my team just loves to play. We just play for fun. So we get the practice while we're just enjoying ourselves. We don't have to rally each other to play. We just really enjoy playing. So I think that's one of the big differences. And also between my multi-classing and Zhang's multi-classing, we have so much available to us. And I think the cleaves are such a powerful kind of, they really work great as a counter composition into so many things. So we just have like a serious kind of repertoire with what we can choose, and we all love to play. So, and everyone's just naturally insanely good, and then we love to play, so we get all the practice, and I think that's the real recipe. Yeah. But these guys, they're all champions. They're all insane. Like, I mean, Casey Fox showed that he won the solo shuffle tournament. Existence is, I've always thought he was the best warrior, and I didn't play a lot with his DH, but getting to know his DH, he's just so insane, and everyone's so good under pressure. Like, we're all, I mean, Zhang especially, because yeah, I'm sure you guys saw what he did with greeting a lot of stuff, and yeah, you saw, thank you. But we all just, everyone on the team is an amazing competitor. Like, moment of, we play our best game. So I'm so proud of them for doing that. And we needed all of us today. We really did. So it was insane.
I have a kind of a question, because I mean, obviously you guys stepped up in a big way. I'm just going to be honest. I didn't predict that you guys were going to win. I don't know if you predicted yourself you were going to win. I think it's quite clear that all of you are insanely good, but you really put it together here today. Does winning today, obviously it means a lot to you, does winning today and going into the cup number 4 as kind of the champs of cup number 3, has it like inspired you to think that you can actually win the whole thing?
I'm going to be completely honest. I called this a week ago. As soon as we did a few war games, I was like, you know what? Everything's kind of clicking. You can ask my girlfriend. I was telling her this all week. I didn't quite have the confidence to tweet that, but I did say it to my buddies. So I think we were feeling really good. I mean, we know we're insanely skilled, and it felt like kind of our meta. Like, it felt like you didn't need a rogue to succeed the way you typically do. And rogues obviously are still insane, but just with the power of Demon Hunter this patch and last, it's, you know, we've had an opportunity to really rise. So yeah, I think everyone's always been good enough. Like, every player on my team is like AWC winning caliber, but you've kind of needed a rogue until now. So thankfully you don't. Yeah.
I feel like it is like a once in a lifetime roster, finding the team that you have, because I feel like there's so many players that we see in AWC that just struggle for so long to find something that works, and here you are, you found this team, and you've gone undefeated the whole day, basically the whole weekend.
Yeah, you know, it's such a small pool of people at the top, and like, you know, Pika's team has been playing together for so long. Cita's team won BlizzCon 6 years ago, like with the same roster, so we've been playing together like 2 or 3 months. And I guess now we've placed, so we won this cup. The last cup we got 3rd. The cup before that I actually couldn't play in. They had to play without me. So they had to play Cleaves, and they lost to some random double wizard shadow play. But so the comps, or the cups that we've all been here together, we got 3rd and 1st. So I mean, I feel like you guys can expect this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, speaking of expectations, I guess, like, what are your hopes for next weekend? What is the plan moving into next weekend for your team in terms of practice? Like, what are you hoping for?
Yeah, I think we're gonna take some deep breaths, hopefully, and
like that,
indulge in the moment for a little while. But you know, we're nerds and we love WoW, so we'll be back in the arena presumably tomorrow, if not later tonight, and we'll see. We'll just play whatever we want to play and probably just hang out a little bit, but we'll stay sharp and plan to get some more dubs. It was nice never going to the losers bracket. That was cool. That was fun.
True.
That was
There's some
fun,
scary teams down there. Yeah.
It was a good way to do it. I need to remember to do that next time. Yeah.
It turns out winning is better than losing.
Factually true.
Absolutely. Okay, well, I think that's it for us. So do you have any final shout outs, Dippy? Something you want to mention before we let you celebrate with your team?
I mean, the production was so smooth. I think you guys all did such a good job, and I think Lithy has been doing an amazing job, and I know he's new on the scene, so shout out to him for just doing. I think he's also improving week after week as well, so that's great. But it's always such a clean run thing. The entire production, minus the fact that my entire team got banned on Friday night before getting unbanned, all 4 of us. So interesting weekend. But besides that, just amazing job with the production. And then, of course, shout out to my team. Like, I want to curse so bad. I really do. Because you got to emphasize this, but they are effing champions. All right. So, like, they all are. Like, so it's, yeah, just so proud of
Think
them.
about it. You can let it all out.
I sure will. Yeah.
Can't censor
I
you
sure
there.
will. Okay.
All
All
right,
right. Well,
well,
yeah. Thank you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Maybe some herbal tea for your voice, and go celebrate with your
Oh.
team. And we'll see you next weekend.
Sounds good. Be well. Bye.
You too. See ya.
Bye.
Wow. Wholesome interview.
Yeah.
All right.
I
That
mean,
was
I'm just excited
good.
that he's so excited.
Me too. I
Yeah, he
love
seems
it.
really happy.
He really does. I think that might be like the most like calm post-win interview we've ever had, potentially. Maybe it's just because he like lost his voice. I'm not sure. But I mean, either way, definitely a guy that deserves it. And it sounds like his team gets along really well and they have that synergy and they've just got that magic. So really excited to see what Le Pump is capable of. But with that, we are now all done for this weekend. It has been such a fun, just bunch of games for both Europe and North America Super Ts. Do you have any like favorite moments of this weekend?
I mean, as much as I was second guessing, I feel like Zhang's greed made for some very exciting moments to see what he can get away with for sure. And I feel like they've got the secret formula as a team is just loving the game. If you love the game and practice doesn't feel like practice, you know what I mean? You're just going to outwork your opponents at that point. You get so much more experience than everybody else. So that was really nice to hear.
Yeah, definitely. Ven, favorite moments, highlight of the weekend?
I think just it being mixed up, right? Like some new teams on the scene, mixing it up, getting some wins, making some of the veterans sweat a little bit. I feel like that, for me, is exciting. And I think it's going to lead into a really, really exciting AWC Cup number 4.
I think so too. So definitely make sure you guys are tuning in for that. There is so much going on right now with the standings, so I cannot wait to see how it finalizes as we conclude next weekend before we head into the global finals, of course. So congratulations once again to Dippy. That was an incredible way to end the day, and we will see everybody next weekend, same time, same place, twitch.tv/Warcraft, 10 a.m. Pacific and 7 p.m. CET. Thank you so much. See you next week.